Volume 12. Chapter 1101, A Girl's Room. Chapter 1101, A Girl's Room. BZZZ. A terrifying strength surrounded Lin Feng's body and lights flashed. Lin Feng felt like he was being swallowed by some kind of strength. Teleportation. Lin Feng quickly realized that he was leaving the palace. At the moment he took the emperor's throne, teleportation strength enveloped him and brought him somewhere else. Lin Feng hoped he wouldn't end up too far. BZZZ. Lin Feng sensed that he was landing somewhere. However, everything was dark around him, there was no light. Lin Feng couldn't tell where he was. It seems like I got happy too fast, thought Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He thought he was going to go to another small world, he hadn't expected to be teleported somewhere else. Shang-Chi didn't get teleported with him though. Lin Feng wasn't worried about Shang-Chi though, he was strong and had been living for thousands of years. He would find a way to meet up with Lin Feng. Huang Fu Long, you probably don't need to wait for me anymore, thought Lin Feng. Maybe Huang Fu Long would think that Lin Feng had died. Lin Feng had hoped though, maybe that Yu and the others ended up in other small worlds and were teleported too. Maybe they had even found a way to leave the small worlds. Lin Feng hoped he would continue being so lucky. After a short while, Lin Feng realized that place he was in looked like a cave. There were many weapons, but they were all broken or unusable. Lin Feng's first thought was that this place was probably a cave where an emperor practiced cultivation and that someone had attacked him by surprise. The attacker had only taken the best weapons and left the unusable items there. Lin Feng took a few steps forwards and realized that the place was sealed by a layer of mud. He was buried underground, it seemed. Even though it's all wrecked, this place still contains forces and energies, thought Lin Feng, sensing the extraordinary energies. It would still be good to practice cultivation inside. I wonder where his body is, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng released energies and started digging through the ceiling. As expected, he was very deep in the ground. After a short while, Lin Feng sensed very pleasant energies as he was about to break through to the surface. This place is very beautiful and seemingly breeds talent, the pure qi here is incredible. It's a kind of celestial qi. I almost feel drunk inside. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly stopped and stretched his hand. He touched something very hard. It was preventing him from going out. He condensed some sharp energies in his hand and punched that solid matter. Crackling sounds were heard as the stone broke. How hard? Whispered Lin Feng. He tried to pierce through the earth's surface, but he was still stuck and ended up in a room. That place contained a woman's qi. It smelt good yet very old. That place was a woman's chamber. Besides, the very hard thing he had just broken was actually a stone bed. Lin Feng was annoyed. He realized that initially someone was on the bed he had just broken, a woman. She was practicing cultivation when he attacked the bed, so she was completely defenseless and was struck by Lin Feng's attack. Her qi went chaotic and her mouth was now bleeding. Lin Feng was speechless and started sweating. He would have been killed by his own attack. The beautiful woman looked at him in a cold way. Her beautiful body was covered with a white cloth, her face was covered with a white veil. That was more beauty than one could take in. If she had been smiling, all the flowers in the world would have seemed flavorless in comparison. They both remained silent. Lin Feng smiled, he was embarrassed as he said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't do that on purpose." "Why the hell were you buried under my bed?" said the girl finally. Lin Feng looked at her. He didn't know what to say. Did she believe him when he said he hadn't done that on purpose? Lin Feng felt so awkward. He smiled wryly. He knew he couldn't really explain. He took out a pill and walked towards her. "It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, I really didn't do that on purpose, here is a healing pill." Even if he didn't do it on purpose, he still ended up in a woman's bedroom and injured her. "Stop, do you think I will trust you?" said the woman coldly, releasing powerful energies. Even though she was badly injured, she still remained vigilant. "Who are you? Why did you do that?" shouted the girl furiously. Lin Feng's body became rigid. "She's trying to alert people," thought Lin Feng suddenly. However, he didn't say anything as he started running. When the girl saw that, she was surprised. She didn't understand what was going on. If Lin Feng hadn't come into her room for her, why had he come? How shameless. Lin Feng wanted to leave, but he sensed two threads of qi which constricted him. "Let me go." Lin Feng saw two girls, they had both broken through to the fourth Tian qi layer and were sword cultivators. He truly didn't know where he was. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and released sharp sword energies too. His whole body turned into a sword as he tried to get between those two girls. Someone attacked! Shouted the two girls loudly. Lin Feng sensed a powerful qi which blocked him. A few people arrived in the air. Zune cultivators, and their qi was powerful. You'll die here! Shouted the cultivators furiously. Their voices made Lin Feng shake from head to foot. Bad luck now. Lin Feng had been lucky the whole time and now he was very unlucky. Where was he? There were many strong cultivators. There were more than a dozen Zune cultivators surrounding him. He couldn't do anything against them. Lin Feng had guessed right, that place was very beautiful and bred talent. A powerful group had established themselves there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, Kidnapping. Chapter 1102, Kidnapping. Go back. Lin Feng turned around. He didn't have his lifeboat and he also couldn't use his demon sword to escape from so many strong cultivators. Worse even, those strong cultivators were probably not the only ones there. Lin Feng turned around. He wanted to use his initial path to retreat, but the two girls looked at him while they released more sword energies. Move! Lin Feng condensed golden energies in his hands and pushed the two girls aside. He moved like the wind without wasting time. The two girls thought that Lin Feng was quite strong. It was no wonder that he had attacked the other girl in her room. Stop! They chased Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was using his Xiaoyao agility technique and was too fast for them. The girl in white was injured and was still healing herself. She released ice-cold energies when she saw Lin Feng trying to escape. Sorry, I need to protect myself. Lin Feng moved with incredible speed. He needed to use her as a shield if he wanted to escape. Try and dare. The girl's eyes looked cold and dazzling. The qi in her room was pure and smelt good. Lin Feng was disappointed. He didn't want to attack such a beautiful woman. At that moment, he slightly stopped. He watched as a white lotus appeared and became large enough to envelop him. She's injured and yet she's still so strong, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised. Break! Lin Feng's fingers turned into sharp blades as he attacked the white lotus, however, he couldn't break it. Burn! Lin Feng condensed fire and pure qi which turned into a black and gloomy lotus. His evil energy corroded the pure white lotus. Then, Lin Feng continued running. The girl's facial expression changed. She released celestial qi, and suddenly the entire room was filled with white lotuses made of pure energy. They surrounded Lin Feng. Now he could barely move. It seemed like the energies in the room couldn't be corroded any with his strength anymore. What kind of place is this? She's so strong, thought Lin Feng. At that moment, many strong cultivators had gathered outside. Lin Feng realized it didn't look good for him. Less and less energies appeared in the room. Finally, the girl was so injured that she couldn't keep up her best strength. Let me go! Lin Feng released black fire and destroyed the pure energies around him. He trampled on the ground and released energies which moved towards the girl. Sorry. Holy and dazzling lights appeared as Lin Feng's fist turned into a gigantic golden hand. It moved towards the girl and grabbed her. She couldn't stop him this time. Bastard! Shouted the girl furiously. Nobody had ever touched her. Now, a stranger had broken into her room and grabbed her so forcefully. Seal! A terrifying strength emerged from the gigantic golden hand and sealed the girl's qi. She could barely move now. Lin Feng dragged her towards him and she turned deathly pale. The gigantic holy spell is quite powerful, as expected, thought Lin Feng. He had just learnt it, but it was already quite powerful. She was struggling to break free but couldn't. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng coldly, turning around and looking at the people coming from outside. Do you know what you're doing? Asked someone in a cold way. Surprisingly, someone had dared enter the girl's room. That was irresponsible. How had he managed to break into her room anyways? I didn't do it on purpose. I was teleported under the room. I was lost and wanted to come out. Let me go and I'll let her go, said Lin Feng calmly. He didn't know where he was. He had to remain vigilant. He had to make them understand that this was all a big misunderstanding. All right, let her go and we'll let you go, said one of them. Lin Feng couldn't agree with that. If he let the girl go first, they'd kill him in a flash. I'm sorry, I'll leave with her and when I'm safe, I'll let her go, said Lin Feng suddenly, rising up in the air. He broke through the ceiling on the room, which collapsed afterwards. You two lead the way, otherwise I can't guarantee her safety. Try and dare," shouted the two girls furiously. Lin Feng was insane. "You better let her go, little boy," said an old man. Lin Feng looked around, there were so many strong cultivators. He didn't want to be those people's enemy, how scary. He needed to escape as soon as possible. "Lead the way." Lin Feng released sword energies to show them that if he wanted, he could kill the girl easily. "Alright, no problem," said someone staring at Lin Feng. "After I leave, go and check the ground under her room, it contains dragon chi. That place is very beautiful and breeds talent. I didn't come here on purpose," explained Lin Feng. "Whether you believe me or not, just let me go now." Lin Feng was fixedly staring at the two girls and releasing chi, but his chi wasn't too powerful, he didn't want to scare them. The two girls looked hesitant and the girl Lin Feng was holding said, "Lead the way." Even though she was scared and furious, she looked so beautiful. "Roger," said the two girls and their silhouettes flickered. They started leading the way. All the Zun cultivators were looking at one person. "Let Bagio go, nothing will happen to her," said that person indifferently. After that, he walked into the girls' room and looked where Lin Feng had told them to look. He seemed pensive. He didn't lie. There was indeed a very powerful energy in there. An emperor must have lived here before. Did he really end up here by accident then? I don't think he lied. Otherwise, how could a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer make it in here? We can't let him off even if he didn't lie though. Everybody was saying what they thought as if they had forgotten the world around them. Lin Feng smelt and saw flowers, he saw palaces from which produced incredible pure qi. That territory probably belonged to a powerful group of influence. At that moment, two silhouettes rose in the horizon, one of them had a very particular qi and looked extremely strong. "Sorry," whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his hands around the girl as if he had been close to her and not as if he was kidnapping her. When they saw him, they were surprised. One of them, a young man, looked furious. "Put your dirty hands away," said the young man coldly. But Lin Feng hugged the girl even tighter. "It has nothing to do with you," said the girl coldly while frowning. Lin Feng continued moving. Lin Feng just glanced at the young man indifferently. The young man released cold energies as if he wanted to attack Lin Feng, but the person next to him stopped him. "Shui Bagio has been kidnapped," said that person indifferently. The young man was startled. No wonder, otherwise, she would have never let a man touch her like that. "I want to save her," said the young man. The other responded, "The elders let him go because he's strong. If you try to save her, it would be counterproductive. You don't need to worry about her. You need to become stronger if you want to take care of her," said that person, taking the young man away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103, Strong Woman. Chapter 1103, Strong Woman. Lin Feng realized that the place was gigantic. They ran for a long time and encountered many people on the way. They saw many Zun cultivators too. However, they just glanced at Lin Feng and the girl, but did nothing. They seemed to believe that worldly affairs had nothing to do with them. Some young men became infuriated when they saw that Lin Feng and the girl looked close. They wanted to attack Lin Feng, but the elders prevented them from attacking. Lin Feng remained silent the entire way, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Finally, they arrived at the exit. Lin Feng stopped. They were in a small world. A small world, again. "You can leave from here. You can let her go now," said the two girls coldly. "I'm sorry, I'm not in a safe place yet," replied Lin Feng as he left. As he came out, Lin Feng saw a forest and a mountain range under him. He was in the sky. What a beautiful landscape. Lin Feng sighed, he turned around and looked at the place where he had just come from. There were only sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. There was a mist which contained a celestial qi. "The pure qi is so dense here, it looks like a fairyland. What is this place?" asked Lin Feng to the girl. She just looked at him indifferently, but didn't reply. Surprisingly, Lin Feng didn't know where he was. "Never mind. Forget it," said Lin Feng. The pure qi in the mountains was incredible. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and left. The two girls tried to chase him, but he disappeared too fast. After a long time, they finally left the mountain range and arrived in a misty place. Lin Feng was surprised to find a city there. That mountain range was a small world, whispered Lin Feng. He was surprised. He really wanted to know where he was now. Eh? Many people noticed Lin Feng and the girl. When they saw the girl, they were speechless. Who's that young man? Many people were looking at Lin Feng furiously. They all know you, said Lin Feng to the girl. But he continued moving as fast as he could. There were so many strong cultivators there, he had to be vigilant and continue moving forward. What Lin Feng didn't know was that everybody noticed how forcefully he was holding onto her. He seemed like he was forcing her to be his girlfriend. Finally, he arrived in a seemingly calm place and landed. Nobody had lived there for a long time. Lin Feng looked at the girl. She remained silent as if nothing could affect her at that moment. Where are we? Asked Lin Feng. He was worried. He hoped he wasn't far from Baohuang province. The girl just remained silent. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng sensed some strange qi. It was a celestial qi. You're healing, said Lin Feng. The girl probably knew a spell to heal herself secretly. Boom! Lin Feng released a powerful qi, but his demon seal stone quickly lost its effect. The girl immediately broke free and looked at him coldly. Her white clothes were fluttering in the wind as she looked like a celestial being. A pure snow lotus appeared in her hand and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had interrupted her at a crucial moment of her cultivation and had injured her. Then, he had kidnapped her. Lin Feng released dazzling sword energies. Slash! A petal as sharp as a sword appeared in the snow lotus and moved towards Lin Feng. Destroy! Lin Feng's fingers were like sharp blades. He grabbed the lotus petal, but couldn't break it. Slash, slash, many petals separated and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by sharp whistling petals. Even though she was injured, she was still very strong. I told you I didn't do it on purpose. You can leave now, there's no need to fight, said Lin Feng, releasing more whistling sword energies. He even released his level 7 sword intent. If you didn't do it on purpose, why did you do it then? Said the girl. She really didn't believe him. She was about to break through to the next cultivation layer when Lin Feng interrupted her. She practiced celestial cultivation. Reborn! Shouted the girl furiously. Snow lotus petals started floating in the wind again. Sharp lotus! The lotus started rotating in the air and moving towards Lin Feng like a boomerang. It completely destroyed Lin Feng's sword qi. How strong! Thought Lin Feng. The girl remained silent. She was still healing. Bzzz. Dazzling silver lights appeared from Lin Feng's back. He slowly opened his silver wings. They were extremely sharp as they moved towards the lotus. Metallic sounds sharply sounded in the air. The girl groaned and her lotus suddenly appeared above Lin Feng's head. She released even more dazzling snow energies. Lin Feng flapped his silver wings. Snow petals kept floating around him. Chou Clan spirit, said the girl. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. The girl knew the Chou Clan, which meant he wasn't too far. He had to be in Baohuang province. Maybe that he was even still in the northern part. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't have recognized the Chou Clan spirit. Snow lotus vitality, said the girl. Celestial energies filled the air. Lin Feng flapped his wings and moved towards the girl. He wanted to grab her again, but snow petals kept emerging from her body and surrounding Lin Feng's legs. What kind of power is that? Thought Lin Feng. Then, he released fire energies and attracted the energies of the sun. But, he still couldn't manage to break the snow petals. The girl moved again and a lotus moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He punched the air as roaring sounds echoed. At the same time, Lin Feng released a black fire. The girl was surprised. She hadn't thought that the cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer who kidnapped her could be so strong. She thought that she could easily beat him. Destroy! Sword Qi rose up in the air as he flew towards her. She was so strong that Lin Feng felt more determined than ever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, Celestial Body. Chapter 1104, Celestial Body. Celestial Lotus, indestructible, protective. When the girl saw Lin Feng moving towards her so fast, she started chanting a mantra. Petals and lotuses started appearing. The snowflakes even turned into lotuses. Lin Feng stopped and moved back, but he was surrounded by a field of lotuses. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised. He could barely move. Restrictive pure qi. Lin Feng looked around. He was surrounded by pure qi lotuses which contained celestial qi. What a scary spell. Lin Feng thought about all those elders who had ignored him in the small world. Now he understood why. You're the first person to actually kidnap me. You're also the first person I want to kill, said the girl indifferently. Sharp snow petals were continuously emerging from her hands. The first person you want to kill? Lin Feng was surprised. That girl was so strong, had she never killed anyone before? But it's only a misunderstanding, said Lin Feng. Even though he had kidnapped her, he just wanted to protect himself. Otherwise, how could he have left the small world? You tried to pollute my soul, so I must kill you, said the girl, moving her hands and releasing even more sharp whistling snow petals. Humph. Lin Feng groaned and condensed demonic energies. They contained an explosive power and emitted roaring sounds. Lin Feng punched the lotuses violently and managed to break some. Blood appeared on his hands and it suddenly felt extremely sore. Lin Feng continued moving, ignoring the pain. Lin Feng took out his bow. Even though it was broken, it still contained a scary amount of qi. Break! Shouted Lin Feng furiously as he started shooting arrows at the lotuses. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng continued shooting at the lotus field, slowly breaking it apart. She opened her mouth and exhaled. He used his Xiaoyao agility technique to move back and continued shooting arrows while condensing pure qi in the bow. Bzzz. The atmosphere shook as if it had been broken by that arrow. The girl raised her hand to block the attack. Red blood appeared on her snowy white hand. Cough, cough. She coughed. Blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. She hadn't completely recovered still. Lin Feng condensed more energies in his bow and arrows. She was being oppressed by those overwhelming energies. We're not enemies, I never tried to do anything to you, why do you want to kill me even though you're injured? Said Lin Feng indifferently. We're not enemies, I never tried to do anything to you? When the girl heard him, she said coldly, apart from the elders, no man has ever come into my room, but you did. Do you think I can let you off, Dot? It was a mistake, I injured you by accident, you have to understand. You can't kill me just because of this misunderstanding. I don't need to talk to you anymore, I told you, you kidnapped me so I'll kill you, said the girl without hesitating. Lin Feng's facial expression was cold. He was holding his bow as he said, you're too confident in yourself. Bzzz. Lin Feng shot arrows again. The girl didn't say anything as an illusion appeared, it turned into letters which contained dazzling celestial energies. The arrows couldn't get anywhere near those strangely dazzling celestial energies. Humph. Lin Feng groaned and flapped his wings. He moved towards the girl and tried to punch her. Corrode. Lin Feng condensed black fire in his hand, however, it didn't work either. His black flames were instantly extinguished. Lin Feng released more demonic energies into his hand. His black fire became even more intense and gloomy, it seemed like nothing could stop that attack. Break! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He also condensed desolate qi in that hand. It was a mighty and explosive attack. The girl was surprised. She tried to counterattack, but Lin Feng didn't give her a chance. The girl looked petrified. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would be able to break through her celestial body. Even if she was injured, a cultivator of the 4th Tian Qi layer shouldn't be able to compete with her. She looked at him in a cold way, but remained fearless. You're strong. You keep saying I kidnapped you and polluted you, let's see what you're going to do when I take off your veil, said Lin Feng. He grabbed her veil and took it off. She looked dispirited. She possessed a celestial qi. Lin Feng was surprised, that was the same qi as Meng Qing. The girl looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Not only had he polluted and kidnapped her, but he also took off her veil. He was too close to her face. Lin Feng looked confused. He remembered Meng Qing's snowy white skin and celestial appearance. You're not as good as her, said Lin Feng. The girl was surprised. Whom was he talking about? She saw that Lin Feng was confused, he almost looked like he was smiling. She didn't understand. You can go, said Lin Feng indifferently, releasing the girl. She didn't understand why Lin Feng was acting so strangely. What do you mean I'm not as good as her? Asked the girl. She was about 20 years old and had already broken through to the 7th Tian Qi layer. She had almost broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, but Lin Feng had interrupted her. Even though you're similar, you're not as good as her. Before I change my mind, go, said Lin Feng. She was surprised. Similar? Similar to whom? There was only one person who looked like her. My name is Xue Bagio, remember my name. When I recover, I'll come and kill you, said the girl, putting her veil back over her face. Xue Bagio, whispered Lin Feng. Xue Ling Long, Xue Bagio. Lin Feng had Xue Ling Long come out and smiled. She looked at him and hugged him. Meng Cheng, there are many strong cultivators in Ba Huang province. Your mother didn't want me to take you with me, so I don't dare take you out often. Don't be angry with me, said Lin Feng. He had to find the celestial land of alchemists and find the holy pill to help Meng Cheng recover. He was worried though, there were so many strong cultivators who could harm him. Would they be able to exchange a holy pill for a high-quality holy weapon? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105, Golden Lotus. Chapter 1105, Golden Lotus. Xue Bagio left. Her facial expression was ice-cold. Xue Bagio has come out. I heard someone kidnapped her and injured her. I wonder what she did. Impossible. I'll kill anyone who dares harm her, but... Many people were talking as Xue Bagio appeared in front of the crowd. She looked at them indifferently and said, "He's mine. Nobody can touch him." Then, she left and disappeared. They were surprised. He was hers? She wouldn't allow other men to attack him? What did that bastard do to her? Many people were furious and started moving towards the place where Lin Feng had taken her to. Lin Feng didn't realize just how many people attached importance to that girl. Shameless guy, he dared kidnap a celestial woman. Even though she won't allow us to kill him, at least we can teach him a lesson. All those people hated Lin Feng for kidnapping the girl. Dogs keep barking, said Lin Feng mockingly and indifferently. Many people wanted to prove to that girl how strong they were. Lin Feng walked forwards and ignored those people. Even though they weren't weak, most of them had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. You kidnapped Xue Bagio and think you can leave like that? You really want to die? Stay here, she didn't kill you, but at least we can cripple your cultivation. Shameless bastard. The crowd was furious. Lin Feng looked cold and detached though. He kept running through the crowd. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His fist contained the force of the earth and sky. A cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer who was in Lin Feng's way was sent flying. He coughed up some blood and his face turned deathly pale. As if they hadn't seen what just happened, many people surrounded Lin Feng. 1,000 Buddha punches! Shouted Lin Feng as shadow-like punches attacked every direction around him. Lin Feng didn't stop though. He continued running as sword energies moved towards him. Lin Feng released a gigantic shadow-like hand. The sword energies couldn't reach him and were destroyed. The attacker was propelled back to the ground. So many people are going insane because of Xue Bagio, thought Lin Feng. Those people were boring to him, though. He looked at them and said coldly, "I'll be merciless if someone tries to block me again." His level 7 sword intent invaded the atmosphere. The crowd looked petrified. It felt like they were being stabbed just by looking at him. Destroy him and bring his body to the celestial land of alchemists, maybe then they will be able to make a pill using his body. Right, kill him. The celestial girl was too nice, she didn't kill him, but we should. Everybody wanted to kill Lin Feng. They were furious. Celestial land of alchemists. Who was that celestial girl they were talking about? And how did they know about the celestial land of alchemists? Is Xue Bagio from the celestial land of alchemists? Lin Feng asked one of them. Humph, you kidnapped the celestial girl of the celestial land of alchemists, we're going to kill you, replied that person, seemingly answering Lin Feng's question. Had he kidnapped the celestial girl of Celestial Place? Was the small world he had crossed the celestial land of alchemists he had been looking for? Lin Feng was annoyed. He had been looking for that place to find a pill for Meng Chang, maybe Xue Bagio had that kind of pill. No wonder that place looked like a celestial and holy place, it smelled so nice because there were incredible herbs growing there. The girl could even heal herself without me noticing it. It all makes sense now, thought Lin Feng. Su Ling is here. Su Ling has broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer and he is in love with Xue Bagio. He will kill that guy. thought the crowd when they saw someone riding a lion with 3 heads in the air. He looked majestic and domineering. He had heard that Shuebagyo was kidnapped, so came straight away. Shuebagyo hasn't gone back to the celestial land of alchemists, I might be able to find her still, thought Lin Feng. She hadn't left too long ago, and she was injured, so she was slower. If she has the pills, maybe I can trade them for something, thought Lin Feng. He continued running away. He didn't want to be enemies with people from the celestial land of alchemists, he had to get pills from them. That guy really wants to die. The lion will eat him alive, thought the crowd. Su Ling moved towards Lin Feng and said, I'll kill you. His lion started roaring, making the sky shake. It opened its 3 mouths. Dazzling lights appeared. Lin Feng started flapping his silver wings. The lion bit one of his wings and blood appeared. Bloody animal, piss off, said Lin Feng coldly. Eh? Su Ling frowned and stood up. He threw himself at Lin Feng. I'll kill you for having kidnapped the celestial girl. Su Ling punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng flapped his wings and attacked his opponent's fists with his wings. His opponent didn't flinch though. Lin Feng flew towards Su Ling and raised his fist. Su Ling moved his hands back and released an aggressive chi. His fists looked like gigantic lion paws, they were even roaring like a lion. Boom boom boom. The space around them cracked. Lin Feng and Su Ling continued punching each other and the crowd could barely breathe. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer, but he was very strong. I don't have time to play with you, die, said Lin Feng coldly. A golden lotus appeared in Lin Feng's hand and it was dazzling. It moved towards Su Ling. At the same time, Lin Feng didn't stop and released sword energies. Snow Lotus Vitality. The crowd was stupefied. They had seen strong cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists use that attack, how could Lin Feng use it too? Had Lin Feng not kidnapped the celestial girl? Was he a member of the celestial land of alchemists too? Su Ling was stunned too and his face turned deathly pale. Stop. I'm not fighting anymore. You said you wanted to kill me though, said Lin Feng coldly. Ridiculous. His dazzling energies became even more terrifying. Su Ling was surrounded by those terrifying energies, he couldn't even move anymore. Lin Feng then released sword energies and cut Su Ling's body into 2. The crowd was astonished. How could a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer kill Su Ling so easily? And how could he use attacks from the celestial land of alchemists? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106, Fortune City. Chapter 1106, Fortune City. Lin Feng flapped his wings. After killing Su Ling, he flew towards the celestial land of alchemists. He hoped he could catch up with Shuebagyo. On the way, many people recognized the young man who had kidnapped Shuebagyo. News of what had just happened also spread throughout the region. Of course, Lin Feng didn't mind, he just had to find Shuebagyo. However, he didn't see her on the way. He had probably missed a great opportunity. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the celestial land of alchemists. He still couldn't see Shuebagyo. He only saw the 2 girls who had led the way before. They looked like they were waiting for something. When they saw Lin Feng, they said coldly, "You dared come back. Where is the girl? I need to talk to her," said Lin Feng. They were surprised. "You kidnapped her and now you're looking for her again? If you don't bring her back, the celestial land of alchemists will kill you," said the 2 girls staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "You mean that she hasn't come back yet?" If Shuebagyo hadn't come back, there was still a chance he could wait for her there. "What do you mean now? Isn't she with you?" "I let her go after leaving," replied Lin Feng, looking around. He hoped she'd come back. Even more people came over after hearing that the celestial girl had been kidnapped. They also wanted to see the one who had kidnapped her. He's the one who kidnapped her and now he's waiting for her there. How audacious, he'll get himself killed. When she left, she said he was hers. She didn't let other people attack him. Even though his cultivation level isn't high, he killed Su Ling who had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer. He can even use spells that strong cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists use. At that moment, the door to the small world opened and someone appeared. It was an old man with an unfathomable chi. He looked at Lin Feng. "Where's Bagyo?" he asked coldly. Lin Feng looked at him, he felt uncomfortable. Lin Feng had kidnapped her, they had watched and did nothing. Now he had come back and was waiting for her, something was going on. Mister, I offended you and Baguio, you know that. After I left and went to a safe place, I let her go, now I'm waiting for her, but she hasn't come back. Said Lin Feng honestly. They were all very strong, he couldn't lie at this juncture. We checked everything, we know you arrived in her room accidentally. If you explain everything clearly, we would have forgiven you, however, you kidnapped Baguio and now she might be in danger. She just sent a distress signal. Said the old man. Lin Feng was furious. Someone had seized that opportunity to harm Baguio. Lin Feng was speechless. He had injured the girl and now what could he do? She couldn't have possibly sent a distress signal because of him. He didn't harm her, that must mean someone had attacked her. I didn't threaten her at all. Said Lin Feng without explaining more. You can't threaten her anyways. However, you could have friends helping you. I need to use a clairvoyant spell on you. Said the old man in grey clothes. Shui Baguio had sent a distress signal. She was in danger and they believed Lin Feng was involved. A clairvoyant spell. Lin Feng couldn't agree, that way, they would see all the secrets he had. I'm sorry mister, I cannot accept. Replied Lin Feng. You have no choice. Said the old man walking towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a key, it was the imperial key of the flight of stairs. He put his pure chi inside and the key started glowing. A hologram appeared. That silhouette looked calm, but when it appeared in front of those people, they were speechless. Dear friends, I trust you have been well. Said the hologram smiling. Lin Feng had a strong cultivator's hologram. He must have come from a powerful group. Who is he? Asked the old man from the celestial land of alchemists. I hope my fellow disciple didn't offend you. He kidnapped the celestial girl and now she's in danger. I need to use a clairvoyant spell on him. Since he's your fellow disciple, I can guarantee you I won't do anything to him if he is innocent. Said the old man in a cold way yet politely. That cultivator of the fourth Tianqi layer had a background. Even people from the celestial land of alchemists gave him face. When he heard that, the hologram smiled and shook his head. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you're so in love with that girl that you lost control, I'll have to ask for her hand for you. The crowd was stupefied. Did he want to marry the celestial girl? What? How could a cultivator of the fourth Tianqi layer become a good match for her? Many young men looked at Lin Feng aggressively. Was he the son of an emperor? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Mu Chen thought he was funny. He could make Mu Chen appear using the key from the flight of stairs, it was better if Mu Chen talked to those strong cultivators for him. Brother, I let her go. I don't know what happened to Shui Baguio. I didn't do anything. Said Lin Feng. He understood what Mu Chen meant. I know. Said Mu Chen nodding. He looked at the strong cultivators and said, I can guarantee you that he hasn't done anything. Forget about the clairvoyance spell, nobody is willing to have such a spell cast on them. I'm sure the celestial girl is safe. The strong cultivators of the celestial land of alchemists didn't reply immediately. Mu Chen was exceptional. Everybody knew him and Ho Ching Lin in the northern part of Bahuang province. They knew they couldn't offend him. Lin Feng, even though you didn't do anything wrong, you still played a role in her disappearance. Now you have to go help them. Said Mu Chen. Lin Feng understood. Mu Chen was helping him establish good relations with the celestial land of alchemists. He was also giving him hope, Lin Feng needed those pills after all. I understand. Said Lin Feng nodding. So what? You can't do anything. Said a young man from the celestial land of alchemists coldly. He is under Mu Chen's protection. Fought one of the strong cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists. We won't cast the clairvoyance spell. However, if he did something wrong, what can we do, Mu Chen? I will hand him over to you personally if he did something. Said Mu Chen indifferently. He knew that he had to pay the price for offending such people. Alright, I trust Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's disciples. Said the old man nodding. Tiantai could be trusted and it seemed like Lin Feng was one of their imperial cultivation disciples. Thank you. Said Mu Chen smiling politely. He looked at Lin Feng and said, I wouldn't have thought you'd go to the southern part of Bahuang. Since you're there, you don't need to come back for that event I was talking about. Instead, you can go directly to Fortune City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107, Diviner. Chapter 1107, Diviner. Fortune City. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. After he became an Imperial Cultivation disciple, Mu Chen told them to practice cultivation hard for a while. Mu Chen had probably planned everything so that he could bring them to Fortune City. He's only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer, but Mu Chen wants to bring him to Fortune City? I think he's overestimating him a little, said an old man indifferently, yet mockingly. In Bahuang province, there are many strong cultivators. Fortune City is a necessary step to becoming stronger. If cultivators are not strong enough, it doesn't matter where they go, for danger is part of a cultivator's daily life. When people choose to become cultivators, they accept the fact that they can die at any time. If you're not strong enough, people will step on your corpse, said Mu Chen calmly and smiling. People shivered when they heard him. The world of cultivation was truly cruel. In the continent of the 9 clouds, from the Qi layer to the Ling Qi layer, there was a huge step, then from the Ling Qi layer to the Xian Qi layer, there was another huge step, then from the Xian Qi layer to the Tian Qi layer, that was another gigantic step. At the Tian Qi layer, many people were not able to break through to the Zun Qi layer. Only extraordinary cultivators could become Zun cultivators. And then those who wanted to become emperors had to fight even harder. Those who were really strong had to kill many people to become emperors. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there was a sword emperor, Emperor Wu Tianjian. He used to be in Bahuang province before becoming an emperor. He traveled the world and challenged the strongest Zun cultivators. He defeated them all and finally, he became a real emperor. He then became very famous and everybody admired him. There was another terrifying and famous emperor in the continent of the 9 clouds, the Demon Emperor. Everybody feared him. He could kill anyone he wanted. If he attacked, he could create seas and oceans of blood. If clans, sects, or any groups offended him, he could wipe them off the map in the blink of an eye. Many people were jealous of the Demon Emperor, so he had many enemies who wanted to kill him. According to the legends, he had gone through many hardships and dangers to get where he was. Lin Feng knew what Mu Chen meant. His brother was telling him that he had to become a real genius amongst geniuses, he had to surpass his enemies. That was how cultivation worked. The path of cultivation was incredibly cruel. You're right, Mu Chen. You have to kill many people to become a strong cultivator. However, there are many geniuses and incredible people in Fortune City. There will be many opportunities, but your fellow disciple has only broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer. Even though he's strong, even though his blood strength is not bad, can he really compete with those people? Does he have secret abilities or something? Asked the old man from the celestial land of alchemists. Mu Chen had faith in Lin Feng, but they didn't know why. They didn't underestimate Lin Feng, but all the heroes of Bahuang province would gather in Fortune City. Lin Feng wasn't strong enough. Even the celestial girl had to break through to the 8th Tianqi layer before she'd be allowed to go to Fortune City. They didn't know what it was like to practice cultivation after becoming an emperor though. I don't know either, but what I know that his current cultivation level has nothing to do with what he will be like in the future. He has been practicing cultivation for a shorter time than many of us. In any case, when people rise, many people are surprised. Mu Chen said, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng was calmly standing next to Mu Chen. Mu Chen was defending him, but Lin Feng knew that he hadn't practiced cultivation long enough. Many young cultivators from prestigious families had practiced cultivation their entire life. Lin Feng had only started when he was about 15 years old. He still remembered when he was a cultivator of the Qi layer. He was proud of his cultivation speed, he was faster than many people. Of course, he could never say he was stronger than everyone else, the world was vast. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer quite fast though. I hope you're right. We'll see how many of the Emperor's imperial cultivation disciples will become emperors. We now have to find the celestial girl, so we're off, said the strong cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists. The crowd sighed when they heard Mu Chen and those people talk. They were extremely strong and understood cultivation to an incredible degree. Many people only dreamt of becoming strong, but they weren't determined enough. Lin Feng, I'm sure you love cultivation and that you are determined. There are some things you can't avoid to become stronger. Do what you can without being scared, but remember that you need to survive, said Mu Chen. He had to be fearless, he had to be stoical. But Mu Chen's last sentence was a reminder that he couldn't act carelessly either. Last time I was in Fortune City, there was a diviner. He's an emperor that many people who want to become emperors talk to. For example, Ho Chang Lin. This time, I hope that the diviner will be able to tell you your future and tell you if you'll become an emperor in the future. A diviner in Fortune City. Lin Feng was surprised by these words. This time, there will be many strong cultivators from the entire province in Fortune City. You need to ready yourself. You'll meet some incredible heroes there and you will definitely fight against some of them, said Mu Chen. Lin Feng breathed in deeply. He was impatient to meet those heroes. Alright, I'm off, said Mu Chen smiling. His body turned into a beam of light as he went back into Lin Feng's key. Everybody was amazed. They wanted him to stay so they could listen to him more. Many people who didn't like Lin Feng were now fixedly staring at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108, Everybody Off to Fortune City. Chapter 1108, Everybody Off to Fortune City. After Mu Chen disappeared, many people looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Someone said, "You're so weak that you'll get killed in the first second you step foot in Fortune City." He dared kidnap the celestial girl. If it wasn't for the celestial land of alchemists giving Tiantai face, you'd be dead. Lin Feng turned around, he looked calm and detached as he readied himself to leave. Wait, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man from the celestial land of alchemists. In Fortune City, there will be many dangers. Since you want to go to Fortune City, I'll see if you have any chances of surviving there. He had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer. He was one of the young men who was madly in love with Shui Bagio. Lin Feng injured the woman he loved and kidnapped her. Now she was in danger. Because of what Mu Chen had said, the strong cultivators of the celestial land of alchemists couldn't harm Lin Feng, but people of the same age could. If he only said that he wanted to teach Lin Feng something, Mu Chen couldn't say anything. Indeed, you should cripple his cultivation, said someone else. Bzzz. At that moment, Lin Feng threw himself at the one who had just spoken. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, as a mountain appeared and quickly grew in size. How noisy, said Lin Feng. In a flash, his mountain shot out. The young man's face turned deathly pale. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the mountain was too fast and crashed onto him. He had the feeling his bones were being crushed as he propelled away, blood splashing. His hand turned into a mountain range. How did he do that? The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was surprisingly good at fighting. He was an imperial cultivation disciple of the first batch and Mu Chen had even protected him. Those people didn't like Lin Feng only because he had kidnapped the celestial girl. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and said, "If you have anything to say, say it now. Don't hide behind other people, you pieces of trash." The crowd had seen it. Lin Feng could defeat people of the 5th Tianqi layer easily. He walked back towards the young man who was madly in love with Shui Bagio and released some sword chi. He immediately attacked him without saying anything. He's not easy to deal with. The young man looked at him coldly as petals appeared in the air. Boom, boom, the sword chi collided with the petals and metallic sounds spread. Die! Shouted the young man. The petals floating around looked soft and beautiful, but actually they were extremely sharp. Lin Feng opened his silver wings. Lin Feng jumped forwards as the earth and sky shook. Constriction! Shouted the young man, making gestures with his hands. Many petals appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. There were so many that the crowd couldn't see the sky anymore. It seemed like they were even alive. What a strange spell, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised, but he continued releasing terrifying sword energies as well as flame energies, destroying the petals one by one. However, the young man didn't give up and a pale light moved towards Lin Feng. It wasn't dazzling at all. Lin Feng frowned, wondering what it was. Vitality! Shouted the young man furiously. The pale lights turned into seeds and surrounded Lin Feng. What a great spell! He will win now. As expected, the spells of the cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists are incredible. That guy had no chance, thought the crowd looking at the seeds surrounding Lin Feng. You're so weak, you have nothing chance in Fortune City, said that person to Lin Feng. He raised his hands and moved towards Lin Feng, wanting to grab Lin Feng. Vitality! Said Lin Feng indifferently. The other was surprised. He lowered his head and saw seeds surrounding his legs and growing. The stems started enveloped his legs. How could Lin Feng use their skills? Maybe, but you're not the one who should tell me that, said Lin Feng, releasing sword energies and black fire. He burned the stems which were surrounding his legs, raised his hands and grabbed his opponent's face. Boom boom. At the same time, his opponent broke the stems as well and moved back. Lin Feng flapped his wings and used his Xiaoyao agility technique to chase the enemy. Piss off! Shouted his opponent furiously. He opened his third eye and a golden light appeared. It was a golden seed which quickly started growing and moving towards Lin Feng. Your godly awareness is so weak, said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng slapped his opponent in the face and grabbed his face. At the same time, he released his gigantic godly awareness palace. His enemy's stems surrounded the palace, but Lin Feng groaned disdainfully as his palace started shining and growing even more. Soon, he broke the stems so Lin Feng's enemy recalled his godly awareness. You're humiliating yourself, said Lin Feng, slapping his enemy again. He recalled his godly awareness too, flapped his wings and streaked across the sky. His enemy pulled a long face. He had been slapped twice by a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer. The crowd was dumbstruck too. The young man was a strong disciple from the celestial land of alchemists and Lin Feng had slapped him twice. Besides, his godly awareness was also stronger than the young man's godly awareness seed. He had used his full strength, but still, Lin Feng had slapped him twice. Lin Feng was moving as fast as he could. He had no way to find the pills so far. He had to find another solution. In Fortune City, maybe he would find a way there. Lin Feng arrived in a desolated place and sat down cross-legged. He took out several pure qi stones and practiced cultivation. A vortex of energy appeared around him as Lin Feng greedily swallowed the strength from those pure qi stones. A sun fire appeared and it contained a scorching hot qi. The sun was now shining off of Lin Feng's body. He looked majestic. At the same time, he looked solemn and proud. Indeed, he wanted to break through to the 5th Tianqi layer. When he had seen the energies of the path in the small world, he had sensed that he had reached the top of the 4th Tianqi layer. After that, he had battled a bit and now he was about to break through to the next Tianqi layer. Mu Chan and all the disciples left too. Xiao Yuxian was there, but she was walking alone since Lin Feng hadn't come back. Xian Yuan initially wanted to ask for Yang Ziya's hand, for he had obtained the spear, but then the Yang clan and the island of the 9 dragons had fought that great war. Xian Yuan had been severely injured, so his clan told him to rest and then go to Fortune City. In Shifeng Mountain, a beautiful and alluring girl was running down the mountain. In the celestial palace of the immortals, the new disciple of the empress was wearing incredibly beautiful clothes and was going to the Fortune City as well. Amongst Buddhist cultivators, the sadhu of the celestial thunder temple took a bamboo stick and a pot, then left too. I'm not going to that damn place anymore, said Yuan Fei holding his wooden stick. He left the place where the emperor had forced him to practice. However, a gigantic wooden stick appeared in the sky. It seemed that the emperor had heard him. At the same time, people from Bahuang province left their small worlds with only one objective, Fortune City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109, More Killers. Chapter 1109, More Killers. A fire was burning in the garden around him, as a sun pattern appeared on Lin Feng's body. He stretched out his hands and a sun appeared. Phew, Lin Feng inhaled and exhaled fire. He opened his eyes, he looked like some kind of fire elemental. 5th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was smiling in a resplendent way. Once again, he had broken through to the next Tianqi layer. He still hadn't reached a high level compared to many people in Bahuang province, but he was still proud of his cultivation speed. It's a nice place to practice, whispered Lin Feng. He then started walking. After he left, the people who passed by were surprised to find the whole field completely burnt. He needed to be prepared before going to Fortune City. Even though Lin Feng was determined, he had to be careful. There would be really strong cultivators there. There would be trillions of people, and with his cultivation level, traveling around Bahuang province would take him 10 years. It was way too vast, the region was actually gigantic. Besides, he had to be careful, there were extremely strong cultivators everywhere. He had 2 weapons he wanted to modify too. He needed a few days to do that. He found a cave and closed it off. He took out the flag he had obtained from the Yang clan, which could seal large volumes of space. It was a very powerful weapon that he could use when fighting against people of a similar level. He would use it to prevent from them escaping. Yang Zilan had been severely injured during the Great War. If they had learnt that Lin Feng was still alive, how would they react? Lin Feng took out a lifeboat and sensed its energies. Lin Feng studied the flag, but then stopped. He had obtained that weapon from the Zun cultivator, but he was annoyed because he couldn't control it that well, at least not like Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyes boats. Maybe, only Zun cultivators could control that flag. Lin Feng tried to modify the flag. After one day, even though he hadn't completely modified it, at least he could control it a bit. His cultivation level was still too low. He needed to master holy marks more to control holy weapons better. Lin Feng took out the curse scepter and its chi filled every inch of the cave. The scepter had holy mark strength as well as cursing strength. It was a very high-quality weapon. It was way better than the flag or the Tianji sword. Lin Feng didn't know what level his demon sword was though, but it was quite a terrifying weapon. Lin Feng felt great when he sensed the energies from the scepter. It contained the strength of the earth and sky. There were even some mantras in that scepter too. The mantras were Buddhist chants or satanic incantations. It was the same as the Buddha and the Haruka's bodies. Cursing strength was an unfathomable and enigmatic power. It was similar to some methods Buddhist monks used to become real Buddhas. Of course, that scepter wasn't that easy to use, it required powerful soul strength and analytical skills. After 3 days, Lin Feng left the cave. He rose up in the air and took in a deep breath. He was very far from the northern part of Bahuang now. I'll need some tools, thought Lin Feng. Initially, he wanted to go to the Huang Sea, but he didn't know where it was. He hoped his friends had been teleported to small worlds and were safe and sound. Lin Feng thought that if he created his own small world, he'd definitely add some teleportation portals so that his people could easily travel about. Lin Feng tried to remain positive and believe that Huang Fulong made it out alive. Jun Emoshi, Yu and Yun Fei Yang had to have such a chance too. Concerning Qiong Qi, Lin Feng wasn't worried. Maybe that he could even teleport himself with his own strength. That night, Lin Feng looked up at the stars. Lin Feng didn't dawdle too much before he continued moving again. He was in the countryside. Some groups of influence like it there because of the strong pure qi. Some places had a holy qi, while others had an evil qi. But Lin Feng didn't mind either way, he was feeling calm in the middle of that night. Many people were just like him, feeling serene at night. Fighting sounds? Lin Feng looked around and saw some thick battle energies. The mountain range was being destroyed. He rose up in the air and saw some people fighting. 2 groups, one wearing black clothes and using sharp weapons. The other group was wearing white clothes and using sharp petals to fight. Even though there were only 7 to 8 people, they seemed capable. There was one girl who seemed injured, she was sitting cross-legged with a white lotus surrounding her body. She had a celestial qi and she was extremely beautiful. Shua Bagio. Lin Feng was surprised. Tian-level cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists were fighting against some other people. Who were those people? Some young men of the 7th and 8th Tianqi layer were protecting Shuebagyo. It was difficult for them though. They don't want to kill Shuebagyo, thought Lin Feng suddenly. If they had wanted to kill Shuebagyo, they could have used some techniques, but they wanted to capture her alive. Those people in black clothes ignored Lin Feng, he wasn't important right now. The young man of the celestial land of alchemists saw Lin Feng too when one of them suddenly shouted, "Brother, don't waste time, come and help." Lin Feng looked at him coldly. Because of that sentence, the cultivators in black clothes would think he was with them. Bzzz. As expected, a cultivator in black clothes threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing sword energies. "Deadly sword!" shouted the cultivator. Lin Feng was surprised, that blade was similar to the weapons the hunters of darkness used. The chi from that weapon stunk like death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:10, Despising Means. Chapter 11:10, Despising Means. Are those people hunters of darkness too? Thought Lin Feng using his Xiaoyao agility technique to dodge the attacks. Bzzz. His enemy threw a spear at him. Arg! Lin Feng roared and released demonic energies. Slash, the sword chi lacerated Lin Feng's demonic energies. Lin Feng then saw a dazzling sword approach his throat and he gulped down, hard. Lin Feng's attacker had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer, it wasn't very high, but his attacks weren't bad. Lin Feng felt uncomfortable because those people were real killers, they fought only to kill. Bzzz. Lin Feng released wind intent and used his Xiaoyao agility technique as well. In just that second, he was already far away. The attacker was surprised, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, how come he was so fast? Lin Feng himself was surprised, his Xiaoyao agility technique had improved as well. There were some rudimentary holy marks when he used it even. When facing danger, he was becoming stronger in all aspects of cultivation. He had learnt the Xiaoyao agility technique from an emperor, it was the real thing, so he still had plenty of room for improvement. However, the enemy didn't stop and attack with his sword again. It wasn't dazzling, it just looked dark. Bzzz. Lin Feng's speed had increased a moment before, so he continued moving. Now the enemy couldn't keep up with Lin Feng. "I'm just a traveler," said Lin Feng indifferently while moving back. However, the enemy continued attacking. Humph. The attacker was a killer and he looked unaffected. Lin Feng took out his blood sword and disappeared, turning into a shadow. Hunter of the Darkness. The attacker was surprised. Lin Feng also had a shadow spirit. Bzzz. Immediately, Lin Feng moved towards the enemy and put his sword on their throat. It was red, like blood. "How fast?" Those were the two last words the attacker said. "Brother, come here and help us kill them," said a cultivator from the celestial land of alchemists. Lin Feng was becoming even more furious. They wanted to distract the enemies and make them attack him. If he had been weak, he would have died because of them. Bzzz. Two more people in black clothes appeared in front of Lin Feng. One of them had a sword, the other one had a whip. Die. They didn't say anything, they just attacked. The whip was emitting slashing sounds. Lin Feng moved back again with his incredible speed. "I'll say it once more, if you continue chasing me, I'll kill you." "I have nothing to do with this," said Lin Feng coldly. The two enemies looked at each other and turned around. Slash. Then, without warning, the whip became larger and attacked Lin Feng. At the same time, the other one attacked with his sword, which cut the air around him. "Piss off." Lin Feng injured the enemy by wounding their forearm, however, he didn't flinch. Instead, he continued fighting. At the same time, the whip crashed onto Lin Feng's body. If he managed to distract Lin Feng, the other one would be able to kill Lin Feng with his sword. Shadow. Lin Feng moved quickly and disappeared again. The enemies were surprised. Shadow Spirit. However, if they found Lin Feng's chi, they'd be able to attack. Bzzz. Lin Feng released chi, but at the same time his sword landed on the enemy's throat. The other one was surprised. Lin Feng was very fast, perfect for a shadow spirit. Who dares kill members from the celestial land of alchemists? Someone shouted from the distance. The person hadn't arrived yet, only their voice could be heard. The members from the celestial land of alchemists looked happy. Finally, someone was coming to help them. Arg! The killers immediately gave up and left. They disappeared into the darkness again. The one who was fighting against Lin Feng looked destabilized. He wanted to escape, but Lin Feng killed him with his sword before he had the chance. Lin Feng looked at the people coming. One of them stopped, the others chased the killers. Many horrible shrieks could be heard soon after. Very quickly, two strong cultivators came back. One of them was holding a killer in black clothes. They had kept him alive on purpose. "He's dead already," said the one who had stayed there. The two others lowered their heads and saw blood dripping from his mouth. He knew we could cast clairvoyance spells, so he killed himself. "I wonder who's after us." "What do you think?" asked the strong cultivator to the young man. The young man looked at Lin Feng, who was leaving, and said, "Are you leaving?" Lin Feng stopped and looked at him coldly. "Did he get involved?" asked the strong cultivators, looking at Lin Feng. Even if Mu Qin protected him, if he had done anything against them, they'd kill him right there. "You used me to defeat those people, now you're going to accuse me of going against you," said Lin Feng coldly. "Maybe you organized all this. Baguio disappeared because of you, why would you be here now?" "We need to cast a clairvoyance spell on him." "Clairvoyance spell?" thought Lin Feng. "What a bastard. What do you think?" asked the strong cultivators to the two others. "He kidnapped our celestial girl, now he's here. We should cast a clairvoyance spell on him. If we were wrong, we could compensate him." Those people were talking about the clairvoyance spell as if it were a normal thing. They didn't care about Lin Feng's opinion. Lin Feng looked at the strong cultivators. If they used a clairvoyance spell on him, he would be doomed. They would see everything he had. Anyone would kill him if they knew the treasures he had. Lin Feng was convinced that they'd kill him even if he had done nothing. They would be able to hide his death from Mu Qin at least. That young man wanted Lin Feng to die too. "Let him go," said Shui Baguio indifferently. Baguio, he plotted against you," said the young man, baffled. "It can't be. Besides, he's from a powerful group, so he didn't need to do anything himself. I don't want to do anything against him when he hasn't done anything to me," said Shui Baguio, still healing herself. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Go, I'll take care of you myself another day." He disappeared in the darkness and flew towards Fortune City. Lin Feng was convinced that he would see those people again in Fortune City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1111, Discussing Ba Huang's Geniuses. Chapter 1111, Discussing Ba Huang's Geniuses. Lin Feng arrived on the periphery of Fortune City in just a month. There were 4 cities in the central part of the region and they each surrounded Fortune City. Each city had an ancient history and each even had their own emperor. Ba Huang province was gigantically vast. The people from Ba Huang knew of a few dozen emperors. Only in the 4 cities surrounding Fortune City, there were already 4 emperors. The northern part of Ba Huang province had many inhabitants, but only Tiantai had 2 emperors who were friends. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu. In the rest of Ba Huang province, there was only 1 emperor per city, country, or region. Lin Feng arrived in one of the cities called Sword City. That city had been named after Emperor Wu Tianjian, a sword emperor. Emperor Wu Tianjian originally came from that city. 5,000 years ago, he had left that city, alone, to go and fight against the strongest cultivators of the province. 500 years after he left, he had become an emperor and had even become famous in the holy city. Another 500 years after that, he had disappeared from the continent. It was said that Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendant lived in a castle in that city. Even though he hadn't become an emperor yet, nobody dared underestimate him. According to legends, before Emperor Wu Tianjian disappeared, he had made it back to the city once and gave his clan a series of sword skills and techniques which attracted many people from the entire province. However, it was said that those people disappeared each time they came. Therefore, few people dared disturb Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendants. Lin Feng was in a restaurant and listening to the people around him. Even though there was still some time before the beginning of the event in Fortune City, there were still many strong cultivators in Sword City. "I can't wait to see what will happen in Fortune City this time," said someone, sighing. Everybody can't wait. During each era, there aren't many people who have the abilities to become emperors. Some of them will even become great emperors. Geniuses have to fight for it, and a myriad of people will die in the process. Only those who can prove that they can become emperors will stand out. We'll see what happens. The diviner will tell us what to expect. I heard that the old emperor of the Celestial Palace of the Immortals is getting too old and found someone to transmit his knowledge to. I wonder who it is. Whoever it is, that person is very lucky. Not only him, the Watcher will come too. The person he will choose will also become an emperor. I wonder whom he will choose. I heard that too, but there isn't only one Watcher. We'll see who can become the ultimate Watcher. Many people were talking, many others were listening. In a place where people drank alcohol, it was easy to hear all the gossip. Therefore, that had become Lin Feng's habit when he needed to learn about something. The diviner is organizing an event in Fortune City again, the Watcher will come out, the Hunter also raised many assassins. I wonder if the Cursor will come out too. Possibly. The Celestial Girl from the Celestial Land of Alchemists has a celestial body, the one from Qifeng Mountain has an ancient phoenix body, the Buddhist monk from the Celestial Thunder Temple is legendary too. Some people say the monk is a reincarnation of the Buddha. I have the feeling that a new era will start this time in Fortune City. When that person saw that everybody was listening to them, he couldn't help but say everything he knew. He felt proud and knowledgeable. You know so many things, dear friends. Who do you think will surpass everyone else this time? I am interested in your opinion because you seem so knowledgeable. Somebody asked that person. That person had a few sips of alcohol and said, it's hard to say. There are so many geniuses. There are some people who have all the best chances. For example, Yuan Fei, the Great Ape Emperor's grandson, he has the strength of the 81 gigantic destruction rod spells. There's also Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendant, Jian Wu Bei, his sword skills and techniques are terrifying. There's also Shui Baguio from the Celestial Land of Alchemists who has a celestial body. She's also extremely beautiful, by the way. What about you guys, who do you think will surpass everyone else? The crowd was excited, many people were thinking. Indeed, there were too many geniuses in Ba Huang province. What about the geniuses from Tianlong Divine Castle, are you underestimating him? Said someone coldly at that moment. Suddenly, everybody stopped talking in the bar. They looked at a table where several people shared similar distinct facial traits. Their eyes looked bestial, they had dragon chi. Those people were probably strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. Who knows if Tianlong Divine Castle can compete with those people? We'll see, said someone indifferently. Humph. Those people groaned coldly and said, there are many geniuses in Tianlong Divine Castle. Gu Xiao is young, but has still broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer. He can defeat people of the 9th Tian Qi layer even. He also possesses a divine dragon body. Divine dragon body? The crowd was shocked. They knew that that person was exaggerating though. The divine dragon body was terrifying. It was the body of a bestial emperor and was similar to the phoenix body of the beautiful girl from Feng Mountain. Incredible. I didn't know that. Since it's that way, then Tianlong Divine Castle has a chance to compete with all the other geniuses, said that person smiling indifferently, unwilling to offend people from Tianlong Divine Castle. Tianlong Divine Castle's people were satisfied after they heard that. Of course, we have so many geniuses. Poor Tianjing City though, they sent some of their own people to Fortune City. That's suicidal. All the people from Tianlong Divine Castle suddenly started laughing. Everybody knew who they were talking about, Tianjing City's Tiantai. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's disciples. They had recruited disciples a short time before, but they didn't have enough experience yet. I don't agree. Ho Qinglin will talk to the diviner. I'm sure that if he doesn't die within 50 years, he'll become an enlightened cultivator. He's so young, he'll certainly become an emperor someday. He'll amaze everybody in Ba Huang province. I don't even think the diviner will attach any importance to anyone from Tianlong Divine Castle. No matter what happens, the next emperor from Tiantai will oppress Tianlong Divine Castle, said someone else at that moment. Tianlong Divine Castle's people were suddenly dumbstruck. Tianlong Divine Castle's people suddenly looked furious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-12, Surprise Attack. Chapter 11-12, Surprise Attack. Outside of the bar, a young man in grey clothes had just arrived. He had an ancient sword on his back and he was the one who had just talked. Are you from Tiantai? Asked someone from Tianlong Divine Castle coldly while drinking a sip of alcohol. What that young man had just said made everyone from Tianlong Divine Castle very unhappy. Last time in Fortune City, Ho Qinglin had talked to the diviner who had told him he'd become an emperor. He would definitely become one within 50 years if he didn't die before that. To become an emperor, 50 years was a very short time. Many Zun cultivators didn't even break through to the next Zun Qi layer within 50 to 100 years. If Ho Qinglin would become an emperor within 50 years, Tianlong Divine Castle's people wouldn't be able to catch up. Even though Tiantai had emerged as an influential group for only a short time now, they had all good odds to becoming the first group to have 3 emperors. Besides, Ho Qinglin had even killed Tianlong Divine Castle's Zun cultivators. I'm not a member of Tiantai, I'm just realistic, said that person indifferently. Then, he walked towards a table where only one person sitting. Can I sit here? Asked the young man in grey clothes. Lin Feng smiled and said, please do. What do you think about what I said, dear friend? Asked the young man in grey clothes smiling. I perfectly agree, said Lin Feng smiling and raising his glass. He was a member of Tiantai. Lin Feng found the people from Tianlong Divine Castle ridiculous. A moment before, when people were talking about the geniuses of the province, Tianlong Divine Castle's people had reminded everyone else of their existence because they were afraid that people would forget them. Real geniuses didn't need to do that, they were always discovered sooner or later. The young man in grey clothes cheered with Lin Feng. He looked friendly as he said, Tianlong Divine Castle's people flatter themselves, that's shameless. They've existed for so long already and criticize people from Tiantai for being inexperienced. All in all, one should not forget that Ho Qinglin went to their territory alone with his sword and killed their people. They couldn't stop him, but now they still show off, ridiculous. An eerie silence invaded the bar when he said that. Deadly energies invaded the bar. Tianlong Divine Castle's people slowly stood up. Ignorant and fearless moron. We'll kill you, said Tianlong Divine Castle's people, releasing ice-cold chi. The young man in grey clothes stood up too and slowly unsheathed his sword. He looked at them coldly. You think you're strong enough? Said the young man in grey clothes coldly. He looked proud and imposing. He looked at Tianlong Divine Castle's people in a disdainful way. Die, said the members of Tianlong Divine Castle, jumping forwards. The floor of the bar suddenly broke as well as the table they were sitting at. Bzzz. Dazzling lights appeared as sword chi invaded the atmosphere. The sword chi of the young man in grey clothes was terrifying and looked deadly. It would have been marvelous if that sword had been pointed at the members of Tianlong Divine Castle, however, it couldn't kill them because the person it was pointing at was Lin Feng. Such a powerful and dazzling sword could kill Lin Feng, especially if it was that close to him. He couldn't dodge the attack. Everybody was dumbstruck, including the people of Tianlong Divine Castle. Had that guy said those things only to get near Lin Feng? Had he humiliated Tianlong Divine Castle only to approach Lin Feng? Who was that young man then? Nobody had thought that he would attack Lin Feng. It was so unexpected. What a perfect surprise attack. He hadn't appeared hostile with Lin Feng at all. Besides, he had infuriated the members of Tianlong Divine Castle, so he had a reason to unsheath his sword. No matter what, the attack was perfect. Lin Feng's body suddenly felt sore under the sharp energies. He couldn't do anything. He'll kill him. The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were racing. That attack was simple, but it was going to be deadly. Arg! Lin Feng shouted furiously and released demonic energies. The table broke into pieces and the bar seemed like it was going to collapse. The color of the atmosphere changed as it quickly became dark. The demonic energies quickly oppressed the sword energies and finally slowed them down. It only slowed them down, the sword continued moving. Lin Feng was definitely going to die if he was careless. What a terrifying attack! Thought the crowd. Lin Feng's demonic energies were emitting whistling sounds now. However, the sword cultivator's attack was better, it was easy to deploy and powerful. How could Lin Feng dodge or counterattack? Boom! The floor broke under Lin Feng's feet. At the same time, he disappeared from where he was previously standing. How's that possible? The crowd was confused. Lin Feng had managed to dodge the attack? Slash! Blood appeared on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng had avoided the attack at the most crucial moment. He had used his shadow spirit to dodge it. The sword from Lin Feng's enemy still pierced through his right shoulder. If he hadn't used his shadow spirit, it would have been his throat. Shadow spirit. The crowd was amazed. That spirit was very powerful. The sword attack of Lin Feng's enemy wasn't dazzling and didn't contain too much strength. Blood kept squirting like a fountain. Lin Feng looked at his enemy in an ice-cold way. His enemy was surprised and attacked again. However, Lin Feng blocked the sword with his hand and condensed a terrifying strength. At the same time, he released demonic strength and sealed the sword as well as his own body. Die! Shouted Lin Feng, furiously releasing his godly awareness. It was gigantic, vast, and oppressive as it moved towards his enemy. At the same time, he spat out a sword and his entire body was suddenly like a sword. Lin Feng's enemy opened his hands, letting go of his own sword, and ran away as fast as he could. Then he rose up in the air. He failed to kill Lin Feng. In such a short time, the battle had undergone a complete turn of events. Whether it was Lin Feng or his enemy, if one of them had been a bit too careless, they could have died. Even though Lin Feng's enemy really wanted to kill him, he still ran away. Lin Feng recalled his godly awareness and took the sword out of his shoulder. He hadn't been that close to dying for a long time. Lin Feng had been a bit careless because that person had the same cultivation level as him, the 5th Tianqi layer. You think you can leave? Lin Feng asked in a cold way. Murder filled his eyes. He rose up in the air too, leaving a crater where he was previously standing. He was injured, but acted as if nothing had happened. He just wanted to kill that cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1113, Imperial Assassin Union and the Watchers. Chapter 1113, Imperial Assassin Union and the Watchers. Move. The crowd hastily left the bar. They wanted to see the rest of the battle. The one who had just tried to kill Lin Feng was extremely fast. Could Lin Feng catch up with him? Lin Feng left the bar and released wind intent. He was moving like the wind, coupled with his Xiaoyao agility technique. He was extremely fast yet graceful and agile. Bzzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng had the impression he was hallucinating. The space around him became distorted and an inauspicious energy surrounded his body. Lin Feng raised his head and saw a sword, or someone who had a sword-like face. Lin Feng's eyes started hurting. That sword was dazzling, so much so that he could barely open his eyes. That sword attack was fast, precise and cruel. It looked easy to deploy yet deadly. It's not just one person. They're joining hands to fight him. thought the crowd. The crowd was wondering who had just attacked Lin Feng. Which group did he belong to? There weren't many assassins in Baohuang province, but there was a union led by an assassin emperor. The assassin emperor had many assassins under his orders. Those two extremely strong people seemingly didn't belong to that group though. Lin Feng looked at that piercingly cold sword. "You won't have a second chance," said Lin Feng. He released whistling demonic energies. It was as if a demon beast was roaring. At the same time, his hand became golden as he punched the sword. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to break it though. "Die!" Lin Feng shouted again. His opponent shook. Lin Feng punched him with his left hand again. It had also become golden. He wanted to move back, but Lin Feng wouldn't let him. His gigantic golden hand grabbed him. Lin Feng could prevent his enemy from attacking. That was enough for the time being. "Human sword fusion," said Lin Feng coldly. He turned into a sharp sword and dashed to the skies. He streaked across the sky and launched towards his enemy. He looked like a shooting star as he left a trail of sword chi behind him. He then lacerated his enemy and killed him instantly. When his friend saw that he was dead, he turned around and started running away. "Where do you think you're going?" said Lin Feng. He healed his shoulder to stop the bleeding and used his Xiaoyao agility technique with wind intent again. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had caught up with him. Bzzz. The cultivator turned around, his arm turned into a sword which moved towards Lin Feng's throat. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng as he punched the air with his golden hand. The sky was shaking under Lin Feng's hand. "Gotcha!" Lin Feng condensed strength in his hand, along with his gigantic holy spell. He destroyed his enemy's attack. The enemy gave a horrible shriek and Lin Feng's hand ended up on his enemy's head, making it explode. He was dead. "How brutal!" thought the crowd. Even injured, Lin Feng had managed to kill two enemies, on top of that, in such a brutal way. That guy has only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, but he knows how to fight. He's very fast too. Many cultivators of the 6th and 7th Tianqi layer aren't that fast. Many people sighed. Two people had used assassin-like spells, including illusions, but hadn't managed to kill that guy. Lin Feng had chopped one enemy into pieces and made the head of the other guy explode. How brutal! "Are those the assassins from last time?" whispered Lin Feng. He had offended two groups of assassins now. In the Huangxi underground he had killed a few hunters of darkness, and in the outside world, when he saw Shui Bagio, he also killed some more. If those people belonged to the group of assassins who tried to capture Shui Bagio, it was quite scary. It meant that they had spied on him and found out about his whereabouts, then they had sent people to kill him. Lin Feng was lucky that those people hadn't overestimated him and sent stronger people. If the sword cultivator had been any stronger, he would have killed Lin Feng with that surprise. Lin Feng's heart was still racing when thought about the surprise attack. Lin Feng suddenly understood what Mu Chen had told him before. Even though Mu Chen had sounded calm and indifferent when he had told him those things, he had warned him to be careful at all times. Many strong cultivators wanted to kill the other strong cultivators, only the best ones survived. Tap, tap, a sound spread in the air, sound of steps. People raised their heads and saw someone walking slowly above them. He was wearing a windbreaker and a plaited bamboo hat with a black veil hiding his face. He took out a black bow and arrow in his hand. They looked ordinary. He raised his hands and deadly energies emerged from the bow and arrow. Bzzz. He suddenly shot the arrow. It wasn't dazzling and it didn't contain any incredible forces, it just contained deadly energies. The crowd clenched their fists. What a shot! It was aimed at Lin Feng. For no apparent reason he was attacking Lin Feng. Suddenly, dazzling lights appeared and a hole appeared above Lin Feng. Then, a silhouette appeared from the hole all of a sudden. An illusion. The crowd was astonished. Surprisingly, someone had appeared above Lin Feng. The arrow was moving towards that illusion. That person was surprised and wanted to dodge the arrow, but it was too late, the arrow was too fast. It immediately pierced through his viscera. He lowered his head and saw the one who had just killed him. He looked at him with hatred. Remember that when joining hands with the assassin emperor, there's always someone waiting in the dark. There's no exception. The archer calmly put away his bow and arrow. He didn't say much, but it was enough to leave the crowd shivering. The Imperial Assassin Union has disappeared for such a long time, have they come back? The crowd was shivering. They wouldn't have thought they'd see members of the Imperial Assassin Union again. Those people used to scare everyone to death. They were the descendants of the Assassin Emperor after all. Even emperors died by their hands. Those people had caused rivers of blood to flow in Bahuang province. Then, one night, they disappeared without leaving any trace. There were many rumors concerning their disappearance, but the most predominant one was that all the emperors had joined hands and found the territory of the Imperial Assassin Union and destroyed them. However, they were back now, so what did it mean? Had the Imperial Assassin Union come back to kill all emperors and their disciples? Lin Feng had been found by the Imperial Assassin Union. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? When the crowd saw the one with the plated bamboo hat, one word came to their mind: the Watchers. The Watchers were geniuses who protected people who had the potential to become emperors. They were the Imperial Assassin Union's worst nightmare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1114, The Watcher's Arrow. Chapter 1114, The Watcher's Arrow. The Watchers are here. The crowd shivered. The Diviner, the Watchers, the Destroyers, the Cursors, all those people were incredible living beings. It was said that the Destroyer wanted to kill the Assassin Emperor. Now, the Watchers were there too. When something great happened in Bahuang province, that gossip quickly spread all across the continent of the Nine Clouds. However, everybody knew that it was still too early to talk about the future astonishing emperors. The event in Fortune City hadn't even started yet. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator with the plated bamboo hat. Everybody was whispering. That person was a Watcher, a legendary cultivator. He had killed an assassin hidden in an illusion. How had the Watcher seen him? The assassin didn't even know how he had died or who had killed him. Besides, why had the Imperial Assassin Union decided to kill Lin Feng? If those people were those who had really chased Shui Bagyo on that night, Lin Feng could understand. The Watcher said they were always there, hiding in the darkness. That evening wouldn't have been an exception. Everything happened secretly. Even people from the celestial land of alchemists couldn't know about the Watchers and the Imperial Assassin Union's whereabouts and plans. It was easy to explain why the Imperial Assassin Union wanted to kill Shui Bagyo. She had a celestial body and had all good chances to become an empress. However, they hadn't tried to kill her, they wanted to capture her alive. Lin Feng was confused thinking about it all. Those assassins want to kill potential emperors, how terrifying. Lin Feng whispered and then he smiled wryly. He had to be careful. This time, they underestimated him and sent people who weren't too strong. If they had overestimated him and sent extremely strong cultivators, he would have certainly died by their hands. The Watcher lowered his bamboo hat, slowly turned around and prepared to leave. He had other people to protect. Watcher, since you're here, why leave now? At that moment, a silhouette appeared in the sky and that person was wearing resplendent golden clothes. He had a dragon pattern on his robe. The members of Tianlong Divine Castle all nodded at him and smiled. Brother Xiaofan, you're here. That person was a strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. He had broken through to the 7th Tianxi layer. Xiaofan landed and slowly walked towards the Watcher. I wouldn't have thought you'd come to Fortune City this time. This time in Fortune City, a great many things will happen. My name is Xiaofan and I have broken through to the 7th Tianxi layer. I am a member of Tianlong Divine Castle. Please shoot one of your divine arrows at me, I won't disappoint you. It seems like he wants to be protected by the Watcher. Being protected by a Watcher was a type of glory. Being secretly protected guaranteed a cultivator's safety, and on top of that, it meant the cultivator had a chance at enlightenment someday. The Watcher looked at Xiaofan and slightly nodded. One couldn't see his facial expression because of his veil. However, he took out another black arrow. You took the wrong one, you need to take a golden arrow, Watcher, said Xiaofan indifferently when he saw that the Watcher had taken out a black arrow. However, the Watcher ignored him. He put his arrow in his bow and shot it. It emitted whistling sounds which weren't dazzling, its chi was pale yet destructive. Humph. Xiaofan groaned coldly and condensed golden energies. He was as dazzling as dragon scales when he punched the air in front of him. Bzzz. At the same time, the Watcher shot a second arrow. That arrow wasn't aiming at Xiaofan, it was just aiming at the air. Bzzz. The arrow moved very quickly. The Watcher had even been so fast that the crowd didn't even have time to see him shoot the arrows. The Watcher used an illusion spell. Suddenly, there were arrows all around Xiaofan. No matter where he looked, there were arrows. Bzzz. The last arrow moved towards Xiaofan, but he blocked it with his fist and broke it. However, at that moment, another terrifying arrow approached him. Xiaofan's facial expression changed drastically. He couldn't keep calm anymore. He was furious. He released dragon chi and quickly looked like a furious dragon. He raised his hands and started punching all of the arrows. Boom boom boom, the earth was shaking and explosions sounded. His dragon energy was pierced by an arrow. All the arrow energies condensed and Xiaofan moved back. However, that terrifying arrow was too fast and continued moving towards his heart. Arg! Xiaofan shouted furiously. His arm became golden and he attacked the air in the direction of the arrow. It slowed down, but as before, it continued moving forwards. Stop. Xiaofan's arm turned into a dragon and he grabbed the arrow. A horrible pain invaded his arm. Finally, the arrow stopped. He broke it. Xiaofan's arm was twitching and it even started bleeding. He raised his head and looked at the Watcher. The Watcher had already turned around and left. He could only see the Watcher from behind. Haven't you had enough? Asked the Watcher indifferently and calmly. Xiaofan pulled a long face. He felt humiliated. Blood was dripping from his arm. There were several wounds on his arm even. He overestimated himself. Who does he think he is? Surprisingly, he thought the Watcher could protect him. Watchers only protect those who have the potential to become emperors. Thought the crowd looking at Xiaofan mockingly. Lin Feng looked at the Watcher and smiled indifferently. Xiaofan was a disgrace. Even though he wasn't weak, getting the protection of the Watchers wasn't something easily done. What are you laughing at, Dot? Xiaofan couldn't hold it anymore, he was about to explode. He suddenly punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. The crowd felt nervous for Lin Feng. How unlucky. The Watcher had protected him when the assassin tried to kill him and now Xiaofan wanted to kill him. When Xiaofan saw that the crowd was making fun of him, he couldn't hold back anymore. The nearest person was Lin Feng, and on top of that, he was smiling which infuriated him even more. He could easily kill a cultivator of the 5th Tian Qi layer so he wasn't taking any risk. Lin Feng was surprised, but he reacted quickly and condensed strength and force as he punched Xiaofan's fist. Even then, he had the feeling his bones were going to explode. He quickly moved back. His arm was sore, he looked back at Xiaofan coldly. He took out a bow which had cracks and holy marks. It was the bow he had found in the small world. Without saying anything, Lin Feng shot an arrow at Xiaofan. Xiaofan's eyes were red and filled with murder. Lin Feng had just been injured by the assassin, he could easily crush him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15, Xiaofan. Chapter 11:15, Xiaofan. Even though Lin Feng's bow was broken, it was far from being an ordinary weapon. A bow again! Shouted Xiaofan furiously. The Watcher had shot an arrow at him and humiliated him, seeing Lin Feng's infuriated him even more. Was Lin Feng wanting to humiliate him even more? He punched the arrow and broke it with his arm which now looked like a dragon's arm. Lin Feng continued shooting arrows, a third one, a fourth one. He was also condensing pure sun qi, which was now burning madly, it even contained some black flames. Lin Feng then condensed all that fire into his arrows. I'll destroy you! Shouted Xiaofan roaring like an animal. His attacks were powerful and could break apart the ground around him. Lin Feng used wind intent and his Xiaoyao agility technique to maintain the same distance between him and Xiaofan. Lin Feng's burning arrows continued streaking across the sky. Xiaofan didn't know how many arrows he had already broken, he was going insane. He would survive if one arrow reached him, but what about 10 or 100? How fast? It doesn't look like it's easy for Xiaofan. Thought the crowd. They thought he'd easily kill Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was quite fast. Die! Shouted Xiaofan hoarsely. He took out a gigantic blade which emitted dragon sounds. Xiaofan rose up in the air and destroyed the arrows with his blade. However, Lin Feng didn't stop, he continued shooting arrows and Xiaofan couldn't bear it anymore. Tianlong Divine Castle's people are good at close combat because they can turn into dragons, but they're not fast. They are easy targets from far a distance. Thought the crowd. Arg! At that moment, Xiaofan threw his dragon blade at Lin Feng and at the same time, he completely turned into a dragon and threw himself at Lin Feng. I'll kill you! Shouted Xiaofan coldly. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way. He put away his bow and silver wings appeared from his back. At the same time, a black shield appeared in front of him. Boom boom! The blade crashed onto the black shield and Lin Feng thought his arms were going to be crushed. He firmly held the black shield though. What kind of shield is that? Surprisingly, it didn't break. The crowd was surprised. Xiaofan finally got himself near Lin Feng and took the opportunity to attack Lin Feng with his golden claws. Lin Feng looked incredibly calm. A halberd appeared in his hand and met Xiaofan's golden claws. Gotcha! The atmosphere was distorted as Xiaofan's dragon claws crashed onto the halberd. Even though it was a broken holy weapon, it was still difficult to break, to the extent that blood appeared on Xiaofan's arm. Die! Shouted Xiaofan furiously. He continued moving towards Lin Feng, despite the injury. Piss off! Said Lin Feng. A black lotus appeared in his hand and then he quickly shoved it in the dragon's mouth and he swallowed it. After breaking through to the 5th Tianqi layer, Lin Feng's fire had become even more vicious. Besides, Lin Feng had now mixed desolate and demonic qi in his fire. Roar! Xiaofan roared like a dragon, but it was more like a suffering dragon. Lin Feng took out a hammer and condensed a terrifying strength inside. Then, he hit Xiaofan with that hammer and sent him flying. The crowd was astonished, their mouths were wide open. What sorcery was that? He had so many precious weapons, and not all of them were holy weapons. He had a black shield, a halberd, a hammer, a bow, all those weapons were incredibly solid. Where does he come from? Thought the crowd. Even the Imperial Assassin Union wanted to kill him. Lin Feng took out his bow again and continued shooting arrows at Xiaofan. Xiaofan could barely breathe under that pressure, he was bleeding now. The Watcher had injured him, then he injured himself attacking Lin Feng's halberd. There was a gigantic wound on his chest where Lin Feng had hit him. PFFF, PFFF, Xiaofan was panting, he couldn't keep up. He was still breaking the arrows which were targeting him, but he was starting to feel exhausted. You thought you could release your anger out on me? Said Lin Feng mockingly. He was going insane, he hated the Watcher, he hated Lin Feng. He hated everyone. At that moment, he was under a rain of arrows, but he couldn't reach Lin Feng. Stop! Said someone at that moment, it was one of Tianlong Divine Castle's members. Their silhouettes flickered and they surrounded Lin Feng. They had to join hands to kill Lin Feng because he was too fast and too crafty. Lin Feng continued shooting arrows. He looked at the members from Tianlong Divine Castle and said indifferently, there's no need to talk shit. Come and attack me all together. Even though those people weren't as strong as Xiaofan, they were still members of Tianlong Divine Castle and they were still quite strong. Could Lin Feng fight against them all at the same time? Xiaofan is just playing with you and you only know how to use your bow, that's just a despicable means. Don't blame us for being impolite. Said the members of Tianlong Divine Castle coldly. Despicable means? Ridiculous. Said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked at Xiaofan and said, I never offended you, you attacked me because I was near and you wanted to vent your anger. You're a piece of trash. Surprisingly, you thought the Watcher was going to protect you. You're pathetic, so I'm done playing with you. Lin Feng said. Xiaofan's face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng was playing with him? After that moment, Lin Feng put his weapon away and his entire body started shaking. He was condensing the natural force of the earth and sky. Great celestial demonic skill, die. Said Lin Feng coldly. He then punched the air in Xiaofan's direction, immediately making him feel suffocated. Lin Feng's energies completely took over the space and the crowd couldn't see the sky anymore. Kacha, kaboom! His fist hadn't even touched Xiaofan yet, but he was already on his knees and the ground under him was breaking apart. His face was deathly pale. How terrifying, we can't even see the sky anymore. Thought the crowd shivering. Xiaofan groaned like an animal and condensed an infinite amount of bestial energies trying to oppress Lin Feng's energies, but his dragon energies were slowly being destroyed. Lin Feng's great celestial demonic skill was a part of the Three Lives Buddha demon skills, it was both brutal and powerful. So, a moment before, had Lin Feng just been playing with him? Xiaofan was a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer, he was a member of Tianlong Divine Castle and Lin Feng had a clear advantage over him. Lin Feng raised Xiaofan's body up into the air. No wonder that Imperial Assassin Union wanted to kill him, he has the potential to become an emperor. Let me go! Shouted Xiaofan looking terrified. Our other fellow disciples will be here soon. Gu Shao has a dragon body, he has broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer, and possess a holy weapon, a golden bell. If you kill Xiaofan, Gu Shao will kill you. Said the others furiously. Oh really? I'm so scared. Said Lin Feng sarcastically. He then punched Xiaofan in the face and threw him, crashing to the ground. The crowd was astonished, was he going to kill Xiaofan? Wasn't he scared of the consequences? You will die for having offended Tianlong Divine Castle. Said the members of Tianlong Divine Castle before leaving. Lin Feng smiled in an evil way and took out his bow, since it's that way, I don't mind killing a few more. Lin Feng shot 3 arrows containing normal and black fires. One of them, who wasn't too strong, was transpierced by an arrow and gave a horrible shriek. He collapsed and fell from the sky. "How dare you? You threatened me and said you'd kill me. I'll do anything I want now," said Lin Feng as he continued to shoot arrows. Of course, he knew that he couldn't kill those people with arrows only. If he had tried to fight, he might have withstood 1 or 2 attacks, but he really stood no chance. The crowd was sweating and they felt a chill run down their spine. Lin Feng was brutal, aggressive, domineering, merciless. He would kill them all, one by one. The crowd didn't know that last time in the Huangxi underground, Gu Shao had tried to kill Lin Feng because he had already killed his little brother. Could Lin Feng be merciful to those people? Arg! A cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer turned around. His arms became golden as he condensed dragon energies to create a shell. He then punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. However, he only saw a light appear as Lin Feng threw his hammer down from the sky. Ah, the hammer crushed his arms. Lin Feng raised the hammer again and hit that cultivator once more, crushing him into the ground. After killing him, Lin Feng chased the last one. The last one looked terrified. They had threatened Lin Feng, but he was fearless. Lin Feng was a man of action after all. Boom! Energies dashed to the skies as group of people arrived in the distance, and man did they look furious. Eh? The crowd was surprised. Who were those extraordinary people? BZZZ, 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 a terrifying cheese spread. Those people were still very far in the distance, but Lin Feng could already sense their energies. Lin Feng, even if the gods helped you, you wouldn't be able to escape. "I, Gu Shao, will kill you today," said a voice rolling in the air. It was Gu Shao, another member of Tianlong Divine Castle. Things didn't look good for Lin Feng this time. So his name was Lin Feng. That extraordinary and ultra-aggressive young man who dared kill people from Tianlong Divine Castle was called Lin Feng. Finally, those people approached. Their qi was getting even more intense. "So many people are here," said someone in the distance. That person took only a few steps, but crossed a gigantic distance. "It's him!" When the crowd saw him, they recognized him instantly. That young man had 3 swords on his back, and even his body looked like a sword. "Sword City, Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendant, Jian Wu Bei. So you're Lin Feng. You also came to Sword City, eh? Do you know where he is?" asked Jian Wu Bei to Lin Feng. The crowd was surprised. Did Jian Wu Bei know Lin Feng? And who was that he was talking about? Lin Feng and Jian Wu Bei had met only once. He knew perfectly well whom Jian Wu Bei was talking about, Yuan Fei. "I don't know, but I'm sure he'll come here too," said Lin Feng, smiling. Jian Wu Bei slightly nodded. "I'm sure he will. We didn't finish our last battle. I'm waiting for him." Their last battle wasn't finished? Lin Feng knew someone who had fought against Jian Wu Bei? They had to be an incredible genius. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1117, Come Out Here. Notes, Shui Bajuo equals Shui Baiyao, path equals Dao path. Chapter 1117, Come Out Here. Lin Feng smiled at Jian Wu Bei. Last time, he had stolen the meteorite and left with it. Yuan Fei and Jian Wu Bei had a long battle. Jian Wu Bei wasn't angry at Lin Feng about what happened. He was a magnanimous person. "Lin Feng, get ready to fight," said Gu Shao, releasing energies which quickly surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng had killed his little brother in the Huangxi underground. Later, Ho Qinglin and Mu Chen had gone to Tianlong Divine Castle to kill their cultivators. Tianlong Divine Castle had been humiliated by Ho Qinglin. "You're Gu Shao from Tianlong Divine Castle?" asked Jian Wu Bei. "Jian Wu Bei," said Gu Shao. He recognized Jian Wu Bei, of course. Jian Wu Bei nodded and said, "Your Tianlong Divine Castle people are weak and are easily killed by other people. Now, you bring even stronger cultivators to fight against a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Don't you feel ashamed?" Gu Shao pulled a long face and said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." "Of course it doesn't. But Emperor Tianlong is one of the emperors of the region. He's been an emperor for a long time, so everybody knows him. But you acting like this is a disgrace. You're humiliating your emperor," said Jian Wu Bei calmly and indifferently, yet disdainfully. Everybody remained silent. Jian Wu Bei was straightforward in saying he despised those people. They had brought so many strong cultivators, and Gu Shao was a famous cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer. Killing Lin Feng wouldn't be an issue if they acted together. But it proved that Tianlong Divine Castle's cultivators were incompetent. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, of course they could kill him easily. They all pulled a long face this time. They came to get their revenge and now Jian Wubei was bullying them. Brother Wubei, you're exaggerating. Weak people should die and strong people can do whatever they want. Do you have compassion for weak cultivators now? Said someone in the distance. That person was wearing white clothes and he was quite handsome. On his side were a few people whose chi was extraordinary, especially a girl whose clothes were very luxuriant. She possessed a celestial chi and everybody was looking at her. Celestial land of alchemists. The crowd was surprised. Those young people with an incredible chi were from the celestial land of alchemists, which meant that that girl was the celestial girl. According to legends, she possessed a celestial body. Many people sighed. They wished they could look at her face without the veil covering it. Surprisingly, they were defending Gu Xiao though. You again? Lin Feng looked at them coldly. That guy had drawn the assassin's attention on Lin Feng. He also wanted the elders of his sect to cast a clairvoyance spell on Lin Feng. Humph. That guy groaned coldly and said, "Don't you feel ashamed going to Fortune City?" Ridiculous. You're right, weak people should die. If those Tianlong Divine Castle's people can kill me, then they should. However, you and I, are we enemies? Asked Lin Feng coldly. I don't like shameless people like you. Said that young man laughing. He was in love with Shui Baiyao but he couldn't get her. He was jealous because Lin Feng had been in her room and had even kidnapped her. Lin Feng slowly walked up to him, put his finger on the young man's nose and said, "Let's fight." Eh? He suddenly looked furious and said, "Put your dirty finger away." "Let's fight!" Shouted Lin Feng again. The crowd started laughing. Lin Feng had killed Xia Fan and his friends, now, he was provoking a strong cultivator from the celestial land of alchemists. That guy was at the same cultivation level as Xia Fan, the 7th Tianqi layer. A cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer was putting his finger on his nose and provoking him. He was seriously getting frustrated. It seemed like he wanted to kill Lin Feng with just his glare. What? Say that again. He said coldly. I'll say it a third time, come out. Come and fight me. Otherwise, you can piss off and go back to the celestial land of alchemists. Said Lin Feng. Finally, the young man walked out from the group. Rumbling sounds spread in the air each time he stepped on the ground. People from Tianlong Divine Castle looked happy. Since people from the celestial land of alchemists wanted to kill Lin Feng themselves, why not let them? You're right, since we're enemies, weaklings should die. Lin Feng declared. He also took a few steps and released energies which broke the ground around him. There was also a strange nameless energy. It was the natural force of the earth and sky. He can use the natural force of the earth and sky so easily, he must be really talented. Thought the crowd. It was no wonder he had defeated Xia Fan. The young man from the celestial land of alchemists laughed and said, "If that's all you can do, you're going to die quickly." Boom! He released a terrifying amount of strength and the ground opened up, the ensuing fissure moved towards Lin Feng. Strength emanated from that fissure. Lin Feng calmly moved away, condensed even more natural force. However, from under his feet some purple lights appeared. What's that? Wondered the crowd. Seeds? People from the celestial land of alchemists had special techniques, and of those techniques utilized seeds. They could give birth to new life forms and transform them into weapons. The young man from the celestial land of alchemists laughed coldly. His lips were moving as he was chanting something that the crowd couldn't hear. They soon saw seeds were sprouting from under Lin Feng's feet and emitting subtle sounds. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by purple seeds. The young man was still chanting incantations and the purple lights were becoming more dazzling. Lin Feng looked expressionless. He released fire energies and continued walking forwards. The two opponents were getting closer to each other. You can still walk? I'll finish you if you don't stop, said the young man. The sound of the seeds was getting louder and louder. Lin Feng was suddenly covered in vines. Purple blade, said the young man. The vines rose up and turned into a terrifyingly sharp purple blade. Now he wanted to chop Lin Feng in pieces. Their attacks are really incredible, thought the crowd. The power of the seeds was enigmatic and unfathomable. According to legends, the celestial emperor from the celestial land of alchemists, with one seed, could give birth to a vine which could envelop the entire world. Do you think that you can compete with me? Said the young man in a cold way. Lin Feng had to be suicidal. Everybody felt sad for Lin Feng. If only he had been a little stronger. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. Such incredible seeds and a powerful attack, Lin Feng could only accept his impending death. Gu Xiao started laughing frantically as if Lin Feng had already died before his eyes. Jian Wubei looked calm as he was observing the special seed attack. This time, Lin Feng had challenged that cultivator, so if he died, it would be his own fault. The other strong cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists remained calm. Shui Baiyao didn't stop them either, even though she had said she'd kill Lin Feng herself. However, if Lin Feng provoked people even though he was so weak, she couldn't do anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1118, Tiantai People. Chapter 1118, Tiantai People. You're so ugly and ridiculous, said the young man from the celestial land of alchemists. Purple blade, let's kill him. Slash, a sharp purple blade moved towards Lin Feng. Many people couldn't help but watch, it was dazzling to the eyes. After that attack, Lin Feng's body would be riddled with gaping wounds. However, at the last moment, the crowd saw Lin Feng move, even though he was constricted by all those vines. He rose up in the air and launched forwards. Boom! A terrifying black fire appeared and the vines sizzled away. The sharp purple blade also started burning under Lin Feng's scorching hot fire. Finally, Lin Feng took another step forward as buzzing sounds spread in the air and a wave of energy assaulted the young man from the celestial land of alchemists. He felt oppressed by a great natural strength. The crowd's hearts were racing. What was going on? How could his fire be so powerful? Lin Feng was bathing in those black, destructive flames. The young man from the celestial land of alchemists was a strong cultivator with the strength of the 7th Tianqi layer, so Lin Feng shouldn't be able to destroy his purple blade that easily. What kind of strength is that? Fought the people from the celestial land of alchemists. That fire contained other forms of strength and energies, it wasn't a pure fire. I can sense demonic energies inside, whispered someone. The others shivered. Their skills and techniques were particularly sensitive to demon energies. Indeed, that's demonic energy, said someone else, nodding. However, Shui Baiyao seemed surprised. Was there only demon energies inside? Why did she sense something else? Lin Feng's energies also contained a destructive strength. Bzzz. The purple energies didn't affect Lin Feng's natural force. He continued moving forward and his energies soon reached the young man from the celestial land of alchemists. Lin Feng then stretched out his hands and released destructive energies which made the young man shake. How could Lin Feng's energies be so brutal? Spirit! Shouted the young man in a deep voice. Suddenly, a purple energy emerged and launched itself towards Lin Feng, surrounding him. Lin Feng condensed black destructive energies in his hands. Lin Feng put his hands in the purple energies, destroying them, and then he continued moving towards the young man again. Stop! Shouted the young man bestially. Lin Feng's hands trembled and the young man gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng raised him up in the air and sealed his strength away with demon seal strength. The young man's spirit and energy slowly disappeared. The crowd finally saw what was going on. Lin Feng was holding his enemy by the throat and was corroding him with his destructive energies from inside. The young man looked like he was in incredible pain. You're so weak, said Lin Feng indifferently, holding his enemy at arm's length. Lin Feng was holding his enemy with both hands so the young man couldn't escape. He gave a horrible shriek again, he was suffocating. When he said he wanted to kill me, why didn't you prevent him from doing so and tell him that he would become Tianqi's enemy? Do you think Tianqi would be happy to have their disciples killed? You are just shameless, replied Lin Feng coldly. The young people from the celestial land of alchemists quickly surrounded Lin Feng. Shui Baiyao was the only one who didn't move, she decided to just observing. Will you let him go or not? They said threateningly. Does the celestial land of alchemists think they can humiliate Tiantai without consequences? Shouted someone in the distance. Some people were coming at them with incredible speed. Lin Rua Tian. Apart from him, there was Meng Ba and a young man in purple clothes. There were also 2 cultivators of the 8th Tianqi layer. They were Tiantai's imperial cultivation disciples from the first batch. There were few cultivators who had the strength of the 4th Tianqi layer and above, but that didn't mean they were weak. There were also some cultivators of the 8th and 9th Tianqi layer amongst them. Lin Feng, your brothers from Tiantai are here now, said Lin Ruotian smiling and nodding at Lin Feng. They surrounded the young people from the celestial land of alchemists who were already surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng is from Tiantai. It seems like he's Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's imperial cultivation disciple, and from the first batch at that. No wonder he could easily kill Xia Fan and had the advantage over a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer from the celestial land of alchemists. Thought the crowd when they saw people from Tiantai arrive. Lin Feng was from Tiantai and he had just killed a cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle, and now he had defeated a cultivator from the celestial land of alchemists. All those people had emperors at the head of their groups. This time, no Zun cultivator was going to Fortune City. Only Tian-level cultivators could participate. The cultivators who had participated at the last event in Fortune City were either dead or had broken through to the Zun Qi layer by now. Ho Qinglin was one of them, and he had already broken through to the 5th Zun Qi layer. You brought so many people to threaten a single cultivator from Tiantai, said Mengba, glancing at those people. He was furious. Let our fellow disciple go, otherwise, the celestial land of alchemists will not forgive you, said the young people from the celestial land of alchemists. They wanted Lin Feng to release their colleague. I told you, I hate people who threaten me, said Lin Feng. Cracking sounds spread in the air all of a sudden. The young man in his hands gave another horrible shriek and flames penetrated into his skin. He was going to burn alive. All the cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists released their energies, but the strong cultivators from Tiantai also charged forward. Don't look at me that way. Today, everyone saw what you did. He threatened to kill me, so I protected myself, and he's weak, so I have the advantage over him. If you want to avenge him, you can fight, however threatening me using your sex name won't work. Do you think Tiantai fears anyone anyways? Lin Feng said. Then, the sounds of fire erupted. His enemies gave horrible shrieks and burnt alive in front of him. Mu Chen had also just spoke encouraging words to those people from the celestial land of alchemists, words that nobody would forget easily. Strong cultivators were fearless, fighting and killing was normal, only those who won could rise in the cultivation hierarchy. The leaders of such groups couldn't care less about battles between low-level cultivators. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:19, Invitation to Jianga. Chapter 11:19, Invitation to Jianga. How dare you! Shouted the young people from the celestial land of alchemists. Lin Feng had killed their friends in front of them. He wanted to kill me. There's nothing I don't dare, said Lin Feng, laughing coldly. He had just taught them a lesson. He actually killed him. The crowd was astonished. How courageous and cruel. They didn't know that Lin Feng didn't like him. They thought Lin Feng had killed him only because he had just threatened him. If someone wants to kill me, I have to react and protect myself, said Lin Feng. He shook his hand and the corpse he was holding turned to dust and ashes. Gu Shao looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Feng had glanced at them when he killed that guy. It was a message: if they tried to kill him, he'd react in kind. Since it's that way, I'll teach a lesson to Tiantai's imperial cultivation disciples, said the young men from the celestial land of alchemists. They wanted to fight Lin Feng and his fellow disciples. We are not afraid of you. If you want to fight, let's fight, said Mengba aggressively. His voice was deep and coarse. A great war was about to start. If Tiantai harasses people, Tianlong Divine Castle can't stand by doing nothing. Tianlong Divine Castle wanted to be involved as well. They wanted to join hands with the Celestial Palace of Alchemists to fight the disciples from Tiantai. But the disciples from Tiantai didn't have much experience, whereas the disciples from the Celestial Land of Alchemists and those from Tianlong Divine Castle had plenty of experience. The battle would be difficult for Tiantai, some of them would probably die. Lin Feng was right. Even though they all had emperors backing them up, those young people could fight each other and the emperors wouldn't care. Those young people still had to rely on their own abilities. Therefore, Tiantai's people had nothing to be afraid of, nor did either of the other groups. Alright, Tianlong Divine Castle and the Celestial Land of Alchemists will join together and teach them a lesson, said a strong cultivator from the Celestial Land of Alchemists. Could you be more shameless? Shouted someone. The crowd looked at the person who said that. They were surprised because it was Shui Baiyao. You attack alone or don't attack at all, said Shui Baiyao in a calm way. A cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer had just attacked Lin Feng. That was already a humiliation for the Celestial Land of Alchemists. If they attacked alone, she'd say nothing, but now it was way too exaggerated. Especially now that Tianlong Divine Castle's people joined hands with people from her group to attack Tiantai. A young man from the celestial land of alchemists looked at her nervously and said, "Sister, do you think we should just let him off then? If you continue acting like that, don't call me sister, ever again," said Shui Bai Yao in a calm and detached way. She looked at the others and said, "The same applies for all of you. The celestial girl from the celestial land of alchemists is proud and has her own principles." The crowd sighed. Shui Bai Yao despised those people who were joining hands to fight a small group of people. They all looked at her in a strange way, and then one young man finally glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Take good care of yourself." Then, they went back next to Shui Bai Yao. They couldn't go against Shui Bai Yao's will, especially since they were all in love with her. They were scared to lose her. She wasn't strong just because she had a celestial body, but also because she had principles and moral values. "Don't worry, I will," replied Lin Feng. He then looked at the people from Tianlong Divine Castle, and at Gu Xiao in particular. "So, do you guys want to fight?" They remained silent. This time, Tiantai's cultivators had the advantage. Of course, Tianlong Divine Castle's cultivators weren't afraid to fight, especially since Gu Xiao, who had a holy weapon, his golden bell. At that moment, someone appeared next to Jian Wu Bei and whispered something to him. Jian Wu Bei nodded in return. He walked forwards, smiled at the crowd and said, "Tianlong Divine Castle, Tiantai and the Celestial Land of Alchemists, since you're all going to Fortune City, there's no need to fight here impulsively. Let's go to Jiangya. What do you think? Go to Jiangya?" The crowd didn't understand. What did it mean? "We invite all the geniuses to come to Jiangya to see the legacy of my ancestor, Emperor Wu Tianjian," said Jian Wu Bei, smiling confidently. He had confidence that everyone would be willing to go there. Of course, when the geniuses heard that, their eyes started twinkling. He was inviting the geniuses to go to an exclusive state. "Since you invited us, we'd love to go and forget about our grudges for now," said Gu Xiao, smiling as if the animosities from a moment ago had never happened. "And so does the celestial land of alchemists," said Shui Bai Yao. She couldn't refuse such an invitation. Lin Feng looked at his friends, they all looked impatient. He said, smiling, "That is an honor for Tiantai. Thank you. Alright, since you're so happy, I'll lead the way. Let's go," said Jian Wu Bei, smiling. Gu Xiao glanced at Lin Feng coldly and said, using telepathy, "I'll let you off for now, but in Fortune City, you won't be so lucky. I won't stop with just you, I'll also kill all your friends from Tiantai." He was threatening to kill them all. As Gu Xiao saw it, Tiantai's people would never have the opportunity to meet the diviner. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Gu Xiao in a cold way. Gu Xiao had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and possessed a holy weapon. Gu Xiao then walked forwards to Jian Wu Bei, smiled and said, "Brother Jian Wu, apart from seeing your ancestors' legacy, what else will we do there?" Everybody listened. They wanted to know what was going to happen there. They just couldn't get themselves to ask it. However, Gu Xiao didn't mind. "My ancestor's sword is there and it keeps emitting whistling sounds. It seems like it wants to take off and pierce the heavens. You are all talented and have emperors as teachers, maybe you will know why the sword is whistling." A sword which didn't stop whistling? Everybody couldn't wait to see the sword. It was probably an incredible holy weapon. Even those who weren't invited followed. If the sword rose up, they'd see it from outside. What would happen if the emperor's sword was released? But the geniuses were skeptical. They didn't know what Jian Wu Bei really wanted from them. If the sword kept moving and wanted to take off, they could just seal it. Was his plan to invite people to fight? Everybody had different thoughts, but all in all, Jian Wu Bei invited them and maybe it would have a great impact of their cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120, The Grave. Chapter 1120, The Grave. Jiangya was in Sword City, so when Lin Feng and the others arrived, they didn't see Jiangya, they only saw a huge sword. It was stuck in the ground and looked devastatingly powerful. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. That sword was similar to a gigantic sword he had in his memories. Had he obtained those memories from Emperor Wu Tianjian? Or another possibility, had someone seen the memories and created that sword? Jian Wu Bei continued walking and grabbed the sword. There were some letters inscribed on that sword. Jian Wu Bei raised it and instantly a terrifying energy rose up, pushing everyone back. Ding! That sword emitted a sound and a light appeared. "Please, everyone," said Jian Wu Bei. Everybody walked towards the sword. That sword is its own small world, thought Lin Feng. That sword itself was Jiangya. The lights he had seen in the Huangxi were similar, they too led to a small world. In Shingon, it was mist, in Jiang's case, it was a sword. Lin Feng also sensed the incredible energies inside that sword. Jianghe was a holy place for sword cultivators. Everything in Jianghe had the shape of a sword, each object had the shape of a sword, palaces, pavilions, mountains, everything. The energies, force, qi and so on were also all sword-related. Lin Feng shivered. His sword qi seemed like it wanted to jump out of his body. He hadn't had such a feeling for a long time. At that moment, everybody had different sensations. Emperor Wu Tianjian was the best sword cultivator in the world 5,000 years ago. No wonder. Nobody could surpass him in terms of sword cultivation. Thought Gu Shao sighing. For once, he wasn't being polite, he was just thinking aloud. Practicing sword cultivation for 1 year in Jianghe would be the same as practicing sword cultivation for 3 years in the outside world. A sword cultivator can probably understand swords a lot better inside here. What they can do here in 10 years, they'd need 100 in the outside world. Said Shui Bai Yao sighing. Her world, the celestial land of alchemists, was a paradise for alchemists. Jianghe was a paradise for swordsmen. I'm ridiculous, I've been practicing sword cultivation for a dozen years and I still don't belong to a group. Said Jian Wu Bei sighing. Shui Bai Yao shook her head and said, sword cultivation and other types of cultivation are different. Swordsmen think about swords only. Maybe their attacks aren't explosive, but each of their attacks are sharp and swift. Strong sword cultivators are terrifying existences. Jian Wu Bei couldn't refute that and smiled in a resplendent way. He brought everyone to one place. There were many people in Jianghe, both old and young people, in any case, they all possessed a terrifying sword qi. After half an hour, they arrived in a palace off in the distance. It was the first thing that didn't have the shape of a sword though. It looked like a grave. People raised their heads and gazed into the distance. There were 2 gigantic words, Jin's grave. The Jin grave was where Emperor Wu Tianjian was buried. There were people around the grave. The crowd was astonished because those people looked a lot stronger than them. Long Tang is there. Tianlong Divine Castle's people recognized someone, a young man who looked like a dragon. He didn't look as extraordinary as the crowd would have thought, but when they looked closer, they realized he looked like a calm and domineering dragon. Long Tang had a celestial dragon body and had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. 8th Tianqi layer, dragon body, he must be able to defeat ordinary Zun cultivators. Thought the crowd. Very quickly, the crowd looked at the others around the grave. They were also incredible. One of them had phoenix clothes, it was a beautiful girl with hair that looked like it was on fire. She didn't wear a veil so people could see her face. She had black eyes which looked rather devilish. She had voluptuous lips and beautiful white skin. Any man would have fallen for her. She turned around and looked at the crowd to see who was looking at her. Many people couldn't help but stare at her. Some of them were wondering which girl they preferred, Shui Bai Yao or her. If they were strong enough, they could have 2 girls like that, a main wife and a main concubine. Chi Feng Mountain, the girl with a phoenix body. Surprisingly, she went to the island of the 9 dragons for a stone, but why? Why was it so particularly important? Thought Lin Feng. He hadn't seen what was inside that stone because she hadn't broken it in front of them. Everybody, let's go into the grave. Said Jian Wu Bei leading the way. Then, the grave opened itself and an ancient qi emerged from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121, Living Swords. Chapter 1121, Living Swords. The Sword Grave. The Jin grave was where Emperor Wu Tianjian had been buried, so the crowd was scared. The crowd walked forward. Even though they all felt nervous on the inside, on the outside they looked calm and walked steadily. Those people were all geniuses who had attained the highest degree of perfection in controlling their emotions. It didn't look luxuriant once inside the grave, but there was no incredible sword qi either. The walls were falling apart, there was mud and even some puddles. Some swords were buried in the mud and they looked very old. None of those swords were very sharp or dazzling, they were just there, half buried in mud. Are those Emperor Wu Tianjian's swords? The crowd looked calm as they observed those ancient swords. Some swords didn't even have their handles anymore. Some of them had cracks. It didn't look like Jianghe at all. If the crowd had seen that outside, they would have thought it was a wasteland. There were 2 protectors sitting there who glanced at the crowd in a sharp way. It seemed like their eyes could pierce through people's souls. Such strong sword cultivators. The protectors of Emperor Wu Tianjian's grave could only be that strong. Here are all the swords Emperor Wu Tianjian used after rising to power. No matter if they're complete or broken, they are all stored here. According to legends, they are all alive," said Jian Wu Bei ecstatically. The crowd nodded. "Everybody, let's go forward, but don't forget something, don't infuriate my ancestors' swords," Jian Wu Bei warned. Everybody nodded and continued walking. Lin Feng felt the same. There was one sword in front of him and it was a meter long. There was rust on the handle, but it seemed like it was made of cast iron. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and touched it. Even though there was mud on it, there was no dust. Lin Feng looked at his hand and found it wasn't dirty. "It feels alive," thought Lin Feng. That place was a memorial for Emperor Wu Tianjian's swords. Bzzz. At that moment, the sword next to Lin Feng moved and emitted buzzing sounds. "Are those swords really alive?" whispered Lin Feng. He also practiced sword cultivation, but he was unsure about how far he would go on the path of sword cultivation. That graveyard had existed for a very long time and those swords still could move. However, at that moment, a gloomy energy invaded the room and the sword calmed down again. Strong sword cultivators can use their soul to fabricate swords and create swords with their own souls. They are really alive, someone explained next to Lin Feng. It was Feng Xian, the Phoenix girl. She hadn't turned around, but she looked just as arousing from behind. "Thank you very much for sharing that with me," said Lin Feng. He then turned around and looked at the sword again. Feng Xian didn't say much, she touched a sword as well. Even though she didn't practice sword cultivation, she was interested in strong cultivators. There were common points between different types of cultivation. "Everybody, you can try to communicate with the swords using your godly awareness, but don't make them angry. Your energies have to be friendly, otherwise the swords will attack," said Jian Wu Bei. Some people started releasing their godly awarenesses to communicate with the swords. Bzzz, 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 the swords started emitting buzzing sounds. They wanted to communicate with their godly awarenesses. Bzzz. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying sword chi. Feng Xian suddenly jumped backwards and stretched out her hands, destroying a thread of sword chi. It was a dangerous sword. The crowd was surprised. They wanted to try too, but then everybody looked at Feng Xian. Even the two protectors looked at her. They seemed angry for a second and then neutral again. "The sword chi in here can be merciless," said Feng Xian. From her beautiful eyes, one could see that she was surprised. Jianya hadn't lied to them. That was Emperor Wu Tianjian's grave and those swords were, in fact, merciless. Everybody listened to Feng Xian, but it made them even more enthusiastic. They really wanted to communicate with the swords. It was such an unfathomable experience. Sensing Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword intent and sword chi was an incredible and enriching experience. The sword chi was whistling even more intensely as the grave started shaking. Very quickly, sword intent assaulted them again. This time, the one who had tried to communicate with the swords was Shui Bai Yao, the beautiful holy celestial girl. Lin Feng didn't try to communicate with the swords, instead, he tried to communicate with the mud where they were buried. He had the feeling that the mud contained the lives of all the swords. He could almost hear them crying, all those swords seemed melancholic. They had followed Emperor Wu Tianjian their entire life and witnessed incredible wars, and now, they were buried there. They wanted to leave that place. Lin Feng listened with his heart. They wanted to rise, they wanted their souls to condense, they had a life if they managed to leave that place. Bzzz, 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 the swords all started shaking, it was frightening. It was getting even more intense. Everybody felt like they had to be extremely vigilant. What was going on? When they tried to communicate with the swords, they had barely reacted, but now, they were all buzzing. It seemed like the swords were begging, crying, almost like they wanted to leave the graveyard. The two protectors' facial expressions looked sharp. They glanced at the crowd. They were looking for something, it seemed. They didn't prevent the swords from moving though. If the swords were crying, it wasn't their fault and it had nothing to do with them. Those young people were all extraordinary. They quickly noticed that the two strong cultivators were acting strange. Jian Wu Bei, the emperor's descendant, had invited them to come. What was his real goal? The swords weren't moving like he had said, they also didn't dash to the skies. They were shaking only when people provoked them and the protectors were acting strangely as well. They even seemed to hope that those young people who helped the swords break free. Why would Jiang do that? The swords shook even more intensely. The two protectors noticed someone in particular, Lin Feng. They were fixedly staring at him now. They knew that he was the one who was making the swords beg and cry. Ding! A metallic sound spread in the air as a terrifying sword chi invaded the whole atmosphere. It seemed like the swords wanted to leave suddenly. Everybody moved back hastily. Suddenly, they were astonished as one of the swords seemed like it was going to leave the graveyard. It moved up in the air and appeared above Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng raised his head and stared at the sword. It wasn't dazzling, but it looked scary. Bzzz bzzz. Sharp chi was rolling in waves when suddenly, the sword started shining. Its lights were so bright that the crowd couldn't open their eyes anymore. They all moved back very quickly. Lin Feng started following the crowd, but suddenly all the buried swords started moving and surrounded Lin Feng. What's going on? The crowd shivered. Lin Feng was even more surprised. One sword in particular was oppressing him. That sword had intent and it was acting like a person. The mud started shaking and the grave wailed. A dazzling beam of light emerged from the mud. The crowd was staring at it. That sword was shining brightly. Another sword. There was another sword and it was buried deeply. It looked a sword a king would own. All the swords wailed even more. So. The sword twinkled. A beam of light emerged from it and moved towards Lin Feng. In a flash, all the swords rose up at the same time and rotated around Lin Feng. The entire act was quite majestic. The crowd looked at the mud. They could clearly sense those merciless energies and those swords could kill them easily. One of the swords had an even more powerful chi than the others, that was the Sword King. Everybody was captivated. Why did that sword's lights point at Lin Feng? Why did the swords surround Lin Feng? Lin Feng felt incredibly oppressed, so much so that he fell down on his bottom. He looked surprised as he released his own sword chi to block their sword chi. The two protectors stared at him intensely and nodded. Sword spirits, please control yourself, said the two old men, bowing politely in front of the swords. As if the swords had heard the two old men, they released sharp, proud, and arrogant energies. Everybody was surprised. Those incredible swords really were alive. They had their own personalities. However, in front of the protectors who were two incredible sword cultivators, they still looked proud and arrogant. However, the two old men were still lowering their heads. The swords then calmed down. At the same time, the other sword, the Sword King, also moved back into the ground. All the swords were controlling themselves. Lin Feng breathed in deeply. He was sweating. He was in shock actually. He could still see all those swords in his memories, alive. A moment before, he had sensed what those swords had gone through in another era, Emperor Wu Tianjin's era. The two old men calmly glanced at the crowd and slowly turned to Lin Feng. They smiled and said, "It seems like something connects you to our ancestors, little friend. The swords have been whistling a lot these days and this time, they reacted in a good way after seeing you. I feel honored by your kind words," replied Lin Feng politely. He was surprised and felt confused. Why had Jianya invited them? Had they said the truth? Had the swords been whistling that much recently? Why did he have the feeling that Jian Wubei wanted to see if they could make the swords whistle? The old man smiled and said to everybody, "Do you know why the swords have been whistling so much recently? The Sword Emperor's swords have their own soul and they are reluctant to die. Therefore, they whistle. They want to continue fighting," said Long Tang. Even though he wasn't a sword cultivator, he knew how powerful they were. "Those swords want to leave, why don't people from Jiangya take them out?" asked Shui Bai Yao. She felt skeptical. Those swords belonged to our ancestor. Could nobodies like us hold them and control them? Asked the old man, smiling and shaking his head. He then added, "Thank you very much, little friends, for having come here. Wu Bei, please be kind to our guests." Everybody understood what the old man meant. They all took the initiative to leave as Jian Wubei led the way. But at that moment, nobody understood why Jian Wubei had invited them in the first place. Could his sole motive have been to make them sense the sword energies? When leaving the grave, Lin Feng sensed that someone was looking at him, so he turned around and saw a white-haired, sick-looking old man guarding the entrance. Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruotian and the others and said gratefully, "Brothers and sisters, thank you for what you did today." Lin Ruotian nodded and shook his head. He smiled and said, "We have to support each other because we're all from Tiantai. We can have friends and enemies in Tiantai, but all in all, no matter what we think of each other, when something happens to a member of Tiantai outside our home, we have to help them. Our group hasn't existed for too long, so everybody will try to pick on us." Lin Feng nodded. Mu Chen hoped all the new Imperial cultivation disciples would support each other like this. "No matter what, I won't let other people attack my fellow disciples. said Lin Ruotian again. Indeed. Those people from Tianlong Divine Castle and the celestial land of alchemists are really shameless, said Mengba nodding. Alright, let's find a place to stay for now, said the purple-eyed young man as if he felt unsatisfied. Then, he left alone. Nobody blamed him. Some people felt like they couldn't be friends with everybody else, they just helped their fellow disciples because they had to. Everybody gradually left, leaving Lin Ruotian and Mengba behind. Lin Ruotian wanted to become better friends with Lin Feng. Mengba admired Lin Feng for being able to climb up the 9 groups of steps in Tiantai back when. Have you seen Xiu Xin? Asked Lin Feng to his fellow disciples. Xiu Xin wasn't there. She travels alone. She went to another one of the 3 cities, but I'm not sure which one, replied Lin Ruotian. All right. Lin Feng nodded. If they traveled with Xiu Xin, they would travel faster because she had a lifeboat. It soon became dark outside. There were many people inside Sword City and they were all heading to Fortune City. There were many lofty palaces everywhere there. There was a girl in white clothes standing at the top of a palace. Her hair was black, which contrasted with her snowy white clothes. The moon was shining upon her, making her look like a celestial being. That's the Snow Celestial girl, she's so beautiful. If only I could be her boyfriend. Some people sighed while staring at that beautiful woman. If you went to the celestial land of alchemists to ask for her hand, all the other young men would crush you. Arg, she has a celestial body so an ordinary cultivator couldn't be with her. I don't think she wants to get married anyways. All she is interested in is cultivation. Many people were talking about her. At that moment, Lin Feng and his 2 friends saw Shui Baiyao at the top of a lofty palace. Lin Ruotian smiled in a resplendent way and said, "That girl looks really good. Indeed, even I feel something when I look at her," said Mengba. Lin Feng said nothing, he just smiled wryly. Then, Shui Baiyao slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123, Challenging the Celestial Girl. Chapter 1123, Challenging the Celestial Girl. Shui Baiyao was waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Ruotian and Mengba glanced at each other, they were surprised. Shui Baiyao was looking at Lin Feng. I've been waiting for you for a long time now, said Shui Baiyao coldly. Lin Ruotian and Mengba glanced at each other again, they were right. Surprisingly, she was waiting for Lin Feng. Many people came out of the lofty palace, including some very arrogant young geniuses. Celestial Snow Girl, I admit that I had wandering hands, but it wasn't on purpose. Why can't you forget about it already? Said Lin Feng smiling wryly. Wandering hands? Lin Feng had touched the Snow Celestial Girl in an indecent way? Lin Ruotian and Mengba suddenly seemed interested and were staring at Lin Feng now. Did he have sex with her? What did wandering hands mean exactly? You, Shui Baiyao looked at him coldly. She was furious. Why did he say that in front of everyone? However, Shui Baiyao could control herself and calmed down quickly. She just looked annoyed. She wanted to get her revenge. Lin Feng, you shameless bastard. You dared touch her. You tarnished her reputation. Lin Feng, you're a piece of trash. You injured her, kidnapped her, disappeared with her for a while. What exactly did you do to her? You're a disgusting bastard, we need to kill him. The young men were talking to each other using telepathy. What had Lin Feng done to the girl in her room? Why had he disappeared with her for a while? Did he rape her? Everybody was looking at Lin Feng with the highest levels of hatred. Let's kill him together, that piece of trash. Right, let's kill him, shouted everybody furiously. Shui Baiyao was considered as holy in the celestial land of alchemists. Maybe Lin Feng had raped her to mix his blood with hers. What a disgusting bastard. Lin Feng, what did you do to her? Lin Feng, did you? Said Lin Ruotian and Mengba to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng was speechless. Shui Baiyao remained silent and released her godly awareness. She wanted to see who was talking. Some people wanted to protect her, to prove that they were worth it. Some people thought she had slept with Lin Feng because of what he had said. What a bastard. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and said coldly, a bunch of rats, if you want to fight, come out and fight. It was only a misunderstanding. Because the strong cultivators of the Celestial Palace chased me, I had to kidnap her to leave safely. I let her go safe and sound after that. Then, all those dogs who hoped to marry her someday attacked me. So, that's what had happened. Lin Feng's way of talking proved that he was honest. However, they all hoped he hadn't slept with her. Shui Baiyao's facial expression suddenly looked better. But still, she had to kill him. But alright, I did touch a little bit of your skin, so what? No need to kill me for that. Added Lin Feng. Shui Baiyao's face turned red. A little bit of her skin? Couldn't he shut up? He was doing that on purpose. Besides, you're the celestial and holy girl of the celestial land of alchemists. Even though I injured you a little and interrupted you when you were about to break through to the 8th Tianqi layer, I'm just a little cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer, so, continued Lin Feng. He was flattering her to make her look bad. I will use the strength of the 5th Tianqi layer and kill you, said Shui Baiyao coldly. Sister, he's just trying to protect himself, said one of the young men. Lin Feng was saying sweet words so she didn't attack him. He had killed their fellow disciple of the 7th Tianqi layer. If Shui Baiyao only used the strength of the 5th Tianqi layer, he would destroy her. The celestial girl from the celestial land of alchemists is extremely strong, I admire her, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. I'm not scared of him, the same cultivation level as him, I can defeat him. Do you guys doubt me? Said Shui Baiyao indifferently glancing at the young men from the celestial land of alchemists. They remained silent. Did they doubt their holy woman? She had completely recovered, at the same cultivation level as Lin Feng, she wasn't scared to fight him. Same level, I'll kill you, said Shui Baiyao calmly looking at Lin Feng. Her clothes were slightly fluttering in the evening breeze, her facial expression was as cold as the moon. I trust you, you are very strong. I already have some pills in case I die. What if I win though? Asked Lin Feng smiling. You won't have any chance. What if though? Said Lin Feng smiling in a resplendent way. What do you want? Asked Shui Baiyao. Dying would be a tragedy, but if I win, let's forget about everything that's happened before and be friends, alright? Said Lin Feng. He had killed people from the celestial land of alchemists, but he didn't hate Shui Baiyao. Besides, she had a high social status and he didn't want to become an enemy of the celestial land of alchemists. Alright, said Shui Baiyao. Only one word. If she lost, she would stop trying to kill Lin Feng. Something else, said Lin Feng. The crowd was surprised, that bastard had many requirements. I'm listening, said Shui Baiyao. I want to say something, I want to make a bet, but I don't want other people to hear. Can I come closer and whisper it to you? What did he want to do? The young men were grinding their teeth. Get closer to the celestial girl? Make a bet? Shui Baiyao was curious but said coldly, come closer. Lin Feng smiled and got closer to Shui Baiyao. There was a few centimeters between them now, so the young men around her were furious. Shameless bastard. What do you want to tell me? Asked Shui Baiyao. I have a very powerful high-quality holy weapon. If I am unlucky and you do kill me, I am willing to give it to you, said Lin Feng using telepathy. Shui Baiyao blinked and looked at Lin Feng. Why would Lin Feng be so nice? Why would he give her an amazing treasure if she killed him? What do you mean exactly? Asked Shui Baiyao using telepathy. If I win, I need a holy pill, explained Lin Feng. First, he had made her agree to fight him at the same cultivation level, then, he told her he had something for her if he lost. And now if he won, he wanted a pill from the celestial land of alchemists. What pill? Asked Shui Baiyao. My friend is an incredible beast and she has a noble's blood. She has a very, very high social status. During her transformation process, she used all her strength and was severely injured by other people, so she returned to her animal state. I want her to turn back into a normal human being again, explained Lin Feng. He seemed nervous. He hoped Shui Baiyao had that kind of pill. Obtaining something from the celestial land of alchemists was difficult, so Shui Baiyao was his only hope. That battle was a large gamble. Shui Baiyao stared back at Lin Feng. He had been smiling the whole time, but now, he looked nervous. Now, she understood what Lin Feng's motivation really was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1124, Soon Getting Nature Pills? Chapter 1124, Soon Getting Nature Pills? According to what you've just told me, your friend needs nature pills. Those kind of pills contains the energies of the earth and sky to revive someone's vitality. They can heal people's skin, bones, viscera, everything. That pill has to be at least a high-level holy pill. Even I can't obtain such pills. Why would you bet that? Asked Shui Baiyao slowly. Nature pills contained the energies of the earth and the sky, they could heal people and even improve their abilities. They were extremely precious. Apart from the emperor of the celestial land of alchemists, only a few old alchemists could concoct such pills. Making him concoct pills wouldn't be easy. Nature pills. Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought it'd be so difficult to obtain those pills. However, Lin Feng dreamt of getting them one day. And in that case, he really needed them for Meng Cheng. Please, can we have more privacy? Asked Lin Feng. Shui Baiyao understood. She released some seeds which instantly sprouted. Then, vines appeared and surrounded them. Then petals appeared. In a few seconds, they were alone in a closed white lotus. What are they doing? The crowd was astonished when they saw that. Lin Feng and Shui Baiyao were using telepathy to talk. And now Shui Baiyao had created a gigantic white lotus to prevent people from looking at them. Some people felt envious and even jealous. In the white lotus, Lin Feng wanted to release his godly awareness, but she prevented him from doing so. She wasn't injured anymore, so she was extremely strong. Besides, she had a celestial body. Even at the same level as Lin Feng, she was infinitely stronger than Xian Yuan. The celestial land of alchemists had also taught her many spells, skills and techniques. However, he didn't have a choice, he needed those nature pills. Lin Feng released demonic strength and qi. It was as if a devil had tried to tarnish a holy being's soul. He then took out a black sword which contained demonic qi. Shui Baiyao looked surprised. That kind of demonic qi could swallow her whole. Come back. Lin Feng recalled his demon sword. That sword is terrifying, but I have the celestial body spirit. That sword is good for people who practice demonic cultivation, but for us it's useless. It wouldn't be enough to ask the elders to concoct pills for you, said Shui Baiyao honestly. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He took out his Tianji sword. That's a middle-level holy weapon. Lin Feng took out his bao, his halberd, a black shield, a terrifying purple blade. Shui Baiyao was surprised and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was wondering what she was thinking. They're all broken, said Shui Baiyao. Lin Feng had been lucky, he had probably found some historical vestiges. Indeed. They're all ancient weapons. Those weapons aren't useful to me, maybe the celestial land of alchemists can use them? Maybe the elders of the celestial land of alchemists can fix them? These are incredible weapons, said Lin Feng, trying to convince Shui Baiyao. What do you think? Aren't you afraid that I could simply steal them from you? Asked Shui Baiyao. She was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. Lin Feng had asked her to create the white lotus so that nobody could see all his precious weapons. I trust you, holy girl, said Lin Feng smiling in a resplendent way. Besides, I am convinced you can defeat me, and if you defeat me, you'll be able to take them all. You want to save someone, that person must be extremely important to you, said Shui Baiyao smiling indifferently. Lin Feng wanted to put his life at stake to save someone else. It wasn't only about the battle, even if he won, wouldn't she tell everyone about his treasures? Even if he won, he could be in danger forever because of those treasures. Lin Feng smiled and said, if that's enough, I hope you can ask the elders of the celestial land of alchemists to concoct nature pills for me first. What you mean is that you want me to have the pills with me before we fight? Indeed. I trust you. Those pills were extremely precious. If Shui Baiyao didn't have them with her, even if Lin Feng won, maybe the elders of the celestial land of alchemists wouldn't concoct them for him. Why would they? You're so confident? Said Shui Baiyao, trying to examine Lin Feng. If you have them, we can fight. I have all my treasures with me at all times. You have only seen a tiny part of my belongings. If I die, you'll be able to take everything. Lin Feng didn't directly reply to her question. Only a tiny part? She was curious. How come he was so rich? Alright, I promise you, but those pills need time to be concocted. Therefore, we might have to wait and fight for 10 days or more. When I have them, we'll fight. Promixed Shui Baiyao. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. He wasn't angry or nervous, he was just smiling happily. When Shui Baiyao saw Lin Feng smile, she was surprised. Who could guess that he was ready to put his life at stake for those pills? Who was that beast he wanted to save? I'll wait for you, said Lin Feng, still smiling. Then, the white lotus slowly opened itself. Shui Baiyao and Lin Feng could be seen by the crowd again. Shui Baiyao left and Lin Feng left too. The crowd was curious to know what happened in there. Why had she let him off? Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba wanted to say something, but Lin Feng said nothing, so they didn't ask anything. One day later, Shui Baiyao and the elders came to know that Shui Baiyao needed nature pills. Some people had even heard about that. Nature pills were incredible and needed energies from the earth and sky. The elders of the celestial land of alchemists agreed. Some people learnt that it was because Lin Feng and Shui Baiyao had made a bet. Shui Baiyao had put nature pills at stake and Lin Feng had offered some precious treasures. Many people in Sword City were talking about it. A disciple from Tiantai who had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer had many precious treasures, needed nature pills, and had made a bet with Shui Baiyao. Lin Feng quickly became famous from that gossip. Some people also learnt that he had ranked first at Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi's recruitment process. Everybody was talking about Lin Feng in Sword City. Why did a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer need nature pills? The event in Fortune City hadn't started yet, so there were many people remaining in Sword City. If Shui Baiyao hadn't protected Lin Feng, many people would have attacked him already. Shui Baiyao didn't want Lin Feng to die before their battle. However, many people had a strange feeling. Outside of the inn he was staying at in Sword City, many people were spying on Lin Feng. He could sense it. He knew that Shui Baiyao hadn't talked about those things, so only those who were with her from the celestial land of alchemists could have talked about it. Even if he won against Shui Baiyao and obtained the nature pills, people would chase him and try to kill him for those pills. But for nature pills, for Meng Qing, Lin Feng had no choice. He could only obtain nature pills from Shui Baiyao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1125, Secret and Mysterious Influential Group. Chapter 1125, Secret and Mysterious Influential Group. Lin Feng was staying in a palace. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his Tianshan stone in hand. He had also released his celestial book spirit. At the same time, inside his celestial book spirit, there was a gigantic sun and a gigantic moon. It was an entire small world with dazzling golden lotuses which contained the 10,000 things of creation. Even though Lin Feng was sitting in the outside world, he could sense everything with his spirit. It was as if he were sitting on the main road practicing cultivation. He could clearly sense everything that was happening around him. Lin Feng was omniscient like the sun and the moon when he communicated and fused together with the earth and sky. He loved being in that meditative state. He released incredible sword energies. In his awareness, it was as if the earth and sky had become swords in response. That world was calm and peaceful, so if that sword moved, the earth and sky would surely collapse. The 10,000 things of creation are alive. Emperor Wu Tianjian used a myriad of swords and buried them in his grave. They all had their own souls and they were alive. Lin Feng was studying this. That day, in the grave, he had for the first time sensed sword vitality, especially that one sword which was deeply buried. All the swords respected that sword, it was their king. Lin Feng was studying sword cultivation. He didn't consider swords as objects anymore. He now considered each thread of sword qi as a living being. Lin Feng now considered swords in general as living beings. Lin Feng was in a mysterious meditative state. Once again, he was visualizing what had happened in the grave. Lin Feng had never really understood the world of swords. He had never learnt a powerful sword skill even. He didn't even understand any abstruse energies. How could he improve? Lin Feng had already broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. He had to break through to the 8th Tianqi layer and then he would ask Mu Chen and the others for help. After the Tianqi layer, he would become a Zun cultivator. How could he achieve that? Lin Feng felt lost. He only knew that Zun cultivators could control abstruse energies and that the stronger Zun cultivators became, the better they could control abstruse energies. For example, Ho Changlin could control reincarnation abstruse energies and make things grow older. There were many forms of abstruse energies. Lin Feng could already control 3 forms of intent. Were they going to become abstruse energies? If he wanted to learn other forms of intent, and later abstruse energies, what did he have to do? Lin Feng had thought about those things before. Now, he was going to Fortune City. If everything went well there, he'd become stronger and maybe he'd get some hints to progressing. His plan was to go to Fortune City, then wait for Meng Qing to completely recover. Then he'd isolate himself again to break through to the Zun Qi layer. Terrifying sword qi started emitting buzzing sounds. He condensed the qi to create swords. Lin Feng was starting to understand how to control swords a little better. His sword intent slowly started to change. Boom! Loud sounds were heard and Lin Feng started shaking. The room where Lin Feng was staying started crackling. Someone is attacking Lin Feng. It doesn't look good, someone wants to steal Lin Feng's treasures. Suddenly, some people rushed to Lin Feng's room. Those people didn't want to kill Lin Feng though, otherwise their attacks would have reached him. Stop, said someone coldly. Some old people suddenly appeared and released energies which surrounded Lin Feng. Nobody could get close to him. The celestial land of alchemists. They're protecting Lin Feng. The crowd was incredulous. People from the celestial land of alchemists were protecting Lin Feng, why? But nobody found that surprising actually. Shui Baiyao and Lin Feng were going to fight, so the members of the celestial land of alchemists already considered Lin Feng's life in their hands, as well as his precious treasures. They couldn't let anyone else steal his treasures before that. Tiantai wouldn't be able to say anything if Shui Baiyao killed Lin Feng because Lin Feng had challenged her himself. Who are those people? They're all Zun cultivators, thought the crowd. All those strong cultivators were releasing dazzling energies. The members of the celestial land of alchemists didn't have the advantage, it seemed. You better leave. The celestial girl from the celestial land of alchemists and Lin Feng are going to fight soon, nothing can happen until then. Lin Feng cannot be attacked, otherwise, people will think that the celestial land of alchemists did it, said someone extremely loudly. Their voice rolled in waves in the air. Lin Feng was their prey, so many people had plotted against them. If Lin Feng wins, I don't think the celestial land of alchemists will let him live, said a person in black clothes. What was going on? A moment before, that person in black clothes wanted to capture Lin Feng, but now they were getting angry, saying that the celestial land of alchemists was going to kill him. Even the members of the celestial land of alchemists didn't understand. That fight has nothing to do with you. Whether Lin Feng will die or not, we don't know, his life is in Baguio's hands, replied the members of the celestial land of alchemists. We'll wait until the battle then, however, no matter what, Shui Baiyao can't kill Lin Feng. Otherwise, not a single member from the celestial land of alchemists will leave Sword City, said the person in black clothes coldly. Then, he and his group disappeared. The crowd was surprised. The members from the celestial land of alchemists wouldn't leave the city if they killed Lin Feng? How insolent! Shouted the strong cultivator from the celestial land of alchemists. They were furious. Who were those people who were threatening them? Who are those people? Why do they want to capture Lin Feng? Why should Shui Baiyao spare Lin Feng's life? Everybody was confused. Those people seemed extremely strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have threatened the members from the celestial land of alchemists. Even though the members from the celestial land of alchemists were furious, they controlled themselves. They couldn't do much anyways. Lin Feng was still sitting cross-legged in the palace. Sword chi was rotating around him as Nanai swords made of chi appeared around him. From the outside world, people couldn't see the swords, but they could sense the sword intent. Level 8 sword intent. The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was monstrously strong. The palace was even cracking. Long Tang, Gu Xiao, and the other members from Tianlong Divine Castle were together. Gu Xiao seemed furious. He's not weak, we need to kill him as soon as possible, said someone. Gu Xiao glanced at him and that person immediately shut up. Intent doesn't mean anything. I can still kill him with just one hand. Long Tang knew that there were tensions between Tianlong Divine Castle and Lin Feng. Of course, if you fight him, you'll crush him. Even if he becomes stronger, you'll always be able to destroy him, said someone else. Unfortunately, the celestial land of alchemists doesn't allow us to attack him now, otherwise, I'd kill him now, said Gu Xiao with murder in his eyes. He wanted to kill Lin Feng more than anyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Long Tang's Aggressivity. Chapter 1126, Long Tang's Aggressivity. Long Tang looked at Gu Xiao and said calmly, you'll have the opportunity to kill him sooner or later, but for now, you can still humiliate him. Now. Gu Xiao frowned and whispered, what about the cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists? You don't need to kill him, you'll just humiliate him, repeated Long Tang, walking towards the place where Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. Gu Xiao's eyes twinkled and he smiled coldly. He followed Long Tang. Lin Feng's sword intent had leveled up, so he couldn't let him continue being that lucky. Lin Feng! Shouted Gu Xiao. His voice rolled in waves. He wanted to disturb Lin Feng while he was practicing cultivation. She dashed to the skies. Long Tang looked at the palace and said, don't worry, we won't harm him. Then, they recalled their qi. Gu Xiao started laughing frantically. He slowly walked in the direction of the palace where Lin Feng was. Many people noticed him and thought he was cruel. He was disturbing Lin Feng while he was practicing cultivation. Lin Feng, last time, you escaped and didn't die. You killed my brother, so you won't live for long, said Gu Xiao, grinding his teeth, hoping Lin Feng would hear him. However, Lin Feng's eyes remained closed and he was still surrounded by sword qi. Slowly, swords appeared and were becoming more distinct. Gu Xiao frowned. Lin Feng had ignored him. Boom boom. The floor that Lin Feng was sitting started crackling. Shameless bastard, said someone coldly. It was Meng Ba. He blocked the attack and ran in the direction from where the qi originated. Tianlong Divine Castle's people are so shameless. Lin Ruotian also arrived. He was glaring at those shameless people. Weak as you are, how can you talk about Tianlong Divine Castle? Said Long Tang. He jumped forwards and released energies in Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba's direction. A dragon appeared and roared. As strong as a dragon. He's got a celestial dragon body, no wonder, thought the crowd. Long Tang looked domineering and brutal. Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba threw themselves at the dragon. The dragon was actually pushing them back. You look like fireflies fighting against the sun, die, said Long Tang aggressively. In a flash, dazzling lights invaded fell on them. A terrifying dragon appeared again and flew towards Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba. Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba condensed all their strength and blocked the attack, but blood splashed out of their mouths. They both turned deathly pale. They were considered geniuses in the northern part of Bahuan, however, it was still difficult for them to fight Long Tang. Even though he was stronger than them by one cultivation level, his dragon body was terrifying. You want to die, said Long Tang, who was still blocking access to Lin Feng's room. Many people in the distance sensed all those powerful energies. Long Tang could really kill Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba. Move. He wouldn't dare kill me, said Lin Feng to Meng Ba and Lin Ruotian using telepathy. They glanced at each other. They both had blood on the corner of their mouths. They glanced at the Long Tang and the others. I thought Tiantai's people were amazing, but in the end, they're afraid to die. Useless pieces of trash. In Fortune City, Tiantai's people will get crushed. After Lin Feng's death, we'll kill you too so you can join him in hell, said Long Tang aggressively. Ho Chang Lin and Mu Chen had humiliated Tianlong Divine Castle. They were still upset about that. They couldn't wait to be in Fortune City and kill Tiantai's people mercilessly. Gu Xiao continued walking towards Lin Feng. He laughed coldly and said, I know that you heard everything. You watched your friends get injured and did nothing. If I were you, I wouldn't hide. Lin Feng ignored him and continued releasing whistling sword qi. We'll see how long you can hide, said Gu Xiao while continuing to move towards Lin Feng. The floor was breaking under his feet with each step he took. However, at that moment, a dazzling sword light appeared and Lin Feng opened his eyes. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. 10,000 swords were whistling as they dashed to the skies. He was releasing level 8 sword intent to oppress Gu Xiao. Bzzz. Lin Feng's dazzling sword lights condensed and moved towards Gu Xiao's third eye. Gu Xiao started running backwards as fast as he could. Die, die, die. Lin Feng's voice echoed 3 times. His sword energies whistled and dashed to the skies. Destroy. Golden lights appeared and the sound of a bell resonated. Lin Feng's sword energies crashed onto the golden bell. Finally, the sword qi disappeared. The golden bell shrunk and went back into Gu Xiao's hand. He coldly looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. Even though you've broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, you're still a piece of trash. You attacked me by surprise while as I was practicing cultivation. Tianlong Divine Castle's shameless piece of trash, and you're somehow considered a genius? You're just the trash master, said Lin Feng mockingly. Gu Xiao's facial expression looked hideous. Lin Feng's sword intent had oppressed him severely. How humiliating, but... Humph. You're quite conceited, but as I've told you, Fortune City will become the grave for Tiantai's imperial cultivation disciples. After you die, I will kill all your fellow disciples one by one, said Long Tang coldly. Alright, I can't wait to see that, replied Lin Feng. He pointed at Gu Xiao and said coldly, you will be the first person I kill. Keep bragging, you're already dead, said Gu Xiao gloomily. He wished he could kill Lin Feng. No need to talk to someone who has reached the end of their life. Unfortunately, he won't see how his friends from Tiantai will die in Fortune City, said Long Tang. then he turned around and rose up in the air. When I'm in Fortune City, I won't let anyone from Tiantai make it to the city, I'll kill them one by one. After that, he disappeared into the darkness of the night, followed by the other members from Tianlong Divine Castle. Fortune City's name implied fortune and luck, however, you won't feel that lucky when I get there. You will be cursed by my cursing strength, thought Lin Feng. That night, mysterious people in black clothes attacked Lin Feng by surprise and were blocked by the elders from the celestial land of alchemists and then Gushao. Nobody else tried after that. 7 days later, the elders from the celestial land of alchemists were done concocting nature pills and brought them to Sword City. Shui Baiyao and Lin Feng were ready to fight, and they would fight under the moonlight. Many people came to Sword City just to watch the celestial girl fight. They also wanted to see how strong the first imperial cultivation disciple of Tian was. Outside of Sword City, a lifeboat appeared with a beast inside, a Qiongqi and a young person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127, Pure Celestial Field. Chapter 1127, Pure Celestial Field. It was dark outside and the full moon illuminated Sword City. Not far from Fortune City, a crowd had gathered around some palaces. They were all looking at the celestial girl from the celestial land of alchemists, Shui Baiyao. She was getting ready to fight. Many people looked at a palace too. They knew that Lin Feng was inside it. During those last 7 days, Lin Feng hadn't come out once. Instead, he had practiced cultivation the entire time. The members from the celestial land of alchemists didn't allow him to leave anyways. Lin Feng, the celestial girl is already here, come out and prepare yourself to die now, shouted a young man hoarsely. How dare he make the celestial girl wait for him? That young man from the celestial land of alchemists went to Lin Feng's palace and crushed a section of wall, exposing Lin Feng. You still want to escape? You made a decision, now you have to bear the responsibility for it. Come out and die, said the young man mockingly. Fighting against their celestial girl, Lin Feng really wanted to die. Lin Feng stopped practicing cultivation and glared at him coldly. An intangible sword moved towards him and hurt him. How noisy! You're not the one who's going to fight me, so stop barking, said Lin Feng coldly and disdainfully. He then passed next to the young man, who turned around and yelled at Lin Feng from behind, enjoy the last moments of your life. Lin Feng ignored him and landed in front of Shui Baiyao. He smiled and said, sorry for making you wait. Do you have what I wanted? Shui Baiyao didn't reply. She took out a jar containing a dazzling golden holy pill. It's a high-level holy pill. If I lose, it'll be yours, said Shui Baiyao. Lin Feng smiled. He knew what she meant. If he won and obtained the pill, what would happen after would have nothing to do with her. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. If he lost, the celestial land of alchemists would protect Shui Baiyao. If Lin Feng lost, many people would fight to steal his treasures. Thank you very much, celestial girl, said Lin Feng, smiling as before. Lin Feng could see in her eyes that she didn't enjoy these kinds of situations. Let's fight, said Lin Feng. He breathed in deeply and prepared himself to fight. He needed that pill at any cost. In the distance, a beam of light appeared and it emitted the sound of a machine. Little boy, you met another celestial girl, you're becoming as popular as I was as an emperor back in the day. Eh? The crowd was surprised and saw Qiongqi and Huang Fulong jumping off a lifeboat. Lin Feng saw that Qiongqi had put on weight and thought it was terribly cute. He looked like a fluffy animal. He knew nothing would happen to Qiongqi. But surprisingly, he had also brought Huang Fulong, an ancient beast, a Qiongqi. The crowd looked at that ferocious-looking animal. Was he insane though? A Tian-level beast actually called himself an emperor. That wasn't normal. Ah, good, I needed a chair and someone just brought me one, said Longtang, smiling in a cold way. He wanted to take Qiongqi for his own dragon body, said Qiongqi, glancing at Longtang and saying, your shitty dragon body is useless. Even if you wanted to be my servant, I wouldn't even accept you. The crowd was astonished. Dragon body, shitty, useless? That beast was insane. Lin Feng scratched his black hair. Qiongqi was amazingly insane. Lin Feng, we heard about you, so we came to Sword City. The situation is kind of, said Huang Fulong, scratching his head. He didn't feel comfortable. Lin Feng smiled wryly and said, what happened to your hair? Lin Feng realized that Huang Fulong's hair looked strange, as if it had been burnt. Huang Fulong looked at Xiongqi and said in a low voice, "That bastard used some kind of deployment spell to teleport us away from the Huang Sea and almost completely burnt the place where we landed. If I hadn't run fast, I would have burned alive. In the end, I just lost some hair." Lin Feng was speechless. "Little boy, you keep attracting hot celestial girls, I couldn't miss that," said Xiongqi. "Emperor, use a deadly deployment spell to kill all those people who want to kill me." "Alright," said Lin Feng using telepathy. Xiongqi stared at him and used telepathy to reply, "You think I'm a Zoom-level beast already? Last time, it took me 7 days to cast a deployment spell and I even used some tools from the small world. Now that so many people are watching, I can't cast a deployment spell right now. Try to find a solution. They all want you to become their pet," said Lin Feng. Xiongqi was furious and said, "I know, but I won't let it happen. You're going to die now, so stop caring about the details. After you die, I'll take care of your pet," said a young man from the celestial land of alchemists. Lin Feng glanced at him and glanced at Xiongqi. Then he said using telepathy, "Emperor, you used to be an emperor, so I am convinced that there is nothing you cannot do." "You're right," said Xiongqi. His hair had burned too. Lin Feng pet his head and said, "Be a good boy." Then, he turned to Shui Baiyao. Xiongqi was furious. Lin Feng had belittled him on purpose. If anger could give him wings, he'd have them. "Snow Celestial Girl, let's fight," said Lin Feng. Shui Baiyao suddenly started shining. She restrained her strength to the 5th Tianqi layer. "You will not have any chance to defeat me. I will be merciless, so you should use your full strength," said Shui Baiyao indifferently. "Baguio, hurry up and finish him," said the strong cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists. Many people were watching them. Shui Baiyao nodded and circulated her energies throughout her body. From under her feet, a snow lotus appeared which became a pure celestial field. It quickly grew wider. Lin Feng was also standing on that pure celestial field. He had the sensation that his pure chi was slowly being drained and that he was being slowed. No wonder they call it a celestial body. She can create celestial planes in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng stands absolutely no chance. He's much weaker than her. Now, he's even stuck. He'd need to be stronger than he actually is to break free from that spell, thought the crowd. It was the first time they had seen the pure celestial field, but they had heard about it before. The pure celestial field could give birth to its own abstruse energies and turned into its own world. The host of the field could bury people inside. Lin Feng took out a flag and people were surprised. A holy weapon? Was Lin Feng going to use a holy weapon? The Snow Celestial Girl had restrained her strength to the 5th Tianqi layer. Could he use holy weapons? "What are you doing?" shouted someone furiously. Surprisingly, Lin Feng wanted to use holy weapons even though Shui Baiyao had restrained her cultivation level. "There are some things you just don't have to see," said Lin Feng glancing at those people. Suddenly, his flag turned into an illusion and surrounded them. People couldn't see their fight now, and they couldn't see how powerful their chi was. Lin Feng wants to hide? Does he think he'll win? Thought the crowd perplexed. Surprisingly, he was hiding from them. "You're very confident. But in the middle of the pure celestial field, you can't do anything," said Shui Baiyao coldly. Lin Feng looked at her and his pupils became black. How cold, she felt like she was in danger. Lin Feng's chi was the opposite of hers at that moment. It was filled with demonic chi. "It's the first time I've used that kind of spell against someone," said Lin Feng jumping forwards. His black energies suddenly enveloped the pure celestial field. Lin Feng then said, in a cold and deep voice, "Demon skill, endless demonic destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1128, Deadly Celestial Technique. Chapter 1128, Deadly Celestial Technique. The terrifying demonic energy enveloped the pure celestial field, weakening it. After a short while, it didn't look that pure or holy anymore, nor did it look snowy white. It looked polluted and even dirty. The Three Lives Buddha Demon skills was one of the Three Lives Demon Emperor's skills. It involved an advanced knowledge of demonic skills and techniques. Lin Feng had practiced demonic cultivation during those 7 days, and he had practiced both day and night. Even though he had faith in his own cultivation, he knew that the celestial girl of the celestial land of alchemists had a celestial body and would be strong. He couldn't afford to underestimate her. Shui Baiyao sensed that endless demonic destruction spell was incredibly powerful. She continued releasing pure celestial energies to fuel the pure celestial field, but Lin Feng's terrifying energies were oppressing her. Shui Baiyao raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. He looked like the devil with his hideous eyes and his hair looked chaotic. He wasn't smiling anymore, he looked like a violent and brutal demon. She continued performing hand seals and released pure celestial energies. Suddenly, many hands appeared around her and moved towards Lin Feng. Boom boom. Lin Feng jumped up and under his feet, the ground was black and burnt. His hair was black and had started burning as well. She grabbed Lin Feng's legs, but he quickly got rid of those hands. Eh? At that moment, the crowd could see Lin Feng again, but couldn't sense the energies. The flag was still isolating them for the most part. But, they could see that Lin Feng looked like a demon now and had broken the pure celestial field. Now the celestial girl could barely move. Lin Feng hadn't died in one attack like they had thought. Their battle was incredible to watch. Why do I sense the same energies as the Huangxi? Thought Shui Baiyao. Her pure celestial energies couldn't oppress Lin Feng anymore, they had no effect. Lin Feng's black energies contained a strange corrosive energy of decay which instantly destroyed her pure celestial energies. Pure celestial lights, turn into an imperial rain and dazzle, said Shui Baiyao. Pure celestial lights came out of her mouth. Neither of them could see the sky anymore. Sharp energies fell from the sky like a rain. Boom! Lin Feng jumped forwards and the pure celestial field cracked. Dazzling energies appeared and they contained level 8 sword intent and level 6 fire intent. They collided against the imperial rain and destroyed it. Even though the crowd couldn't sense their energies, they could imagine just how explosive the opponent's attacks were. Boom boom! Lin Feng jumped again. He was only a few steps away from Shui Baiyao. Even though Shui Baiyao knew many different skills, techniques and spells, she knew it was useless to try them. Lin Feng's aggressive demonic spells were way too powerful. At the same level, Lin Feng's attacks were too scary. However, she had to win, she couldn't lose. Her snow-white lotus and her aura became even more dazzling, she looked like a divine nymph on her lotus. The celestial body can drain the energies of the earth and sky, thought the crowd. 6th Tian Qi layer. Lin Feng was surprised. With her celestial body technique, she was stronger by 1 cultivation layer. She didn't violate the rules, it was a specificity of her technique. Since you have such incredible powers, I'll turn into an ever-conquering demon, yelled Lin Feng. He ran forwards and the pure celestial field cracked again. Lin Feng borrowed the strength of the earth and sky to increase his demonic energies and threw himself at Shui Baiyao. She was oppressed by Lin Feng's evil energies, but still looked divine. Shui Baiyao's veil was torn apart by Lin Feng's energies and her face appeared. That's her face, she's so beautiful, she looks like a goddess, thought the crowd. All of a sudden, it was as if they had forgotten about the battle as they were staring at her face. She remained calm and condensed pure celestial energies in her hand. They turned into a blossoming snow lotus and a silhouette appeared in the lotus, a celestial and beautiful silhouette. I can't lose. With the deadly celestial technique, at the same level, nobody can defeat me. Besides, right now I am 1 cultivation level stronger than you, said Shui Baiyao walking towards Lin Feng. Her celestial lights dashed to the skies. Lin Feng's endless demoniac destruction territory started cracking under the pressure as well. Maybe you have a deadly celestial technique that nobody can defeat at the same level, however, demons can defy the laws of the universe, replied Lin Feng fearlessly. His demonic energies dashed to the skies along with hers. He could sense how terrifying Shui Baiyao's energies were. It seemed like either of them could die at any moment. However, the aggressive demon wouldn't let anyone stop him because he was fearless. No matter how strong his enemies were, he would destroy them. Lin Feng performed some demonic hand signs and terrifying pitch-black and gloomy energies appeared. They also contained whistling sword energies and desolate qi. Boom boom. At the same time, they jumped forwards. Hell and heaven collided. In a flash, it seemed like all the energy of the planet was exploding. Many people hoped Lin Feng was finally dead. But they still didn't know because he had used a holy weapon to hide their energies. What a bastard. They could only imagine how incredible the battle was inside. Celestial transformation, shouted Shui Baiyao. In a flash, a celestial silhouette fused with her body and she turned into an actual celestial being. Demon destruction, destroy, shouted Lin Feng in a deep and demoniac voice. In a flash, all the celestial energies vanished and a terrifying destructive energy crashed onto Shui Baiyao's body. Destroy, shouted Lin Feng furiously. It was as if he had gone insane. Shui Baiyao was moving slower now. Lin Feng ran towards her and grabbed Shui Baiyao. He then suddenly released more demonic energies and looked like a devil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129, Tiantai's Voice. Chapter 1129, Tiantai's Voice. Shui Baiyao looked petrified. She couldn't move anymore because the demonic energies penetrated into her body and sealed her strength. Stop! Shouted Shui Baiyao furiously. Lin Feng's energies were piercing her organs, it was atrociously painful. At the same time, she spat out chi with each word. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give her any chance. Lin Feng shook her and put his hands on her shoulders, using that leverage to quickly jump over her. Then he appeared behind her and pressed her body into the ground and released even more demonic energies into her body. Shui Baiyao looked terrified and desperate. She didn't even try to resist anymore, she gave up, she had lost. Lin Feng had injected fire, sword and demonic energies into her body, now her life was in peril. At that moment, the crowd outside looked astonished. Some others looked dumbstruck and furious. Had the celestial girl lost against Lin Feng? What was he doing now? Why was he holding her like that? Was he going to rape her in front of everybody? Asshole, let her go. Put your dirty hands away! Shouted all the young men who liked her. Her veil had now fallen on the ground, torn to shreds. The crowd was speechless. Some people had the feeling that they were going to faint. Now, Lin Feng looked like he was hugging her in a perverted way. Celestial girl. Lin Feng didn't dare let her go. I lost, hurry up and leave. Said Shui Baiyao, giving the jar to Lin Feng. His eyes twinkled in a resplendent way. Thank you very much. Lin Feng took the jar, let her go and moved away. He took the jar. The crowd saw that Lin Feng had taken the jar. With all the precious treasures he already had, many people thought it was a great opportunity. Kill him and take everything he has. Shouted someone suddenly and furiously. Those people were from the celestial land of alchemists. Lin Feng, here! Said Huang Fulong to Lin Feng using telepathy. Lin Feng used his agility technique to move incredibly fast. At the same time, a wave appeared near Qiongqi. Empty space energy. Oh no, stop him. He's using a holy mark deployment spell. Stop him, they can't escape. The crowd burst into an uproar. The strong cultivators were releasing their own terrifying energies. Bzzz. Dazzling lights appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. It was the empty space energy. Then they were starting to disappear. Where are you going? A gigantic hand appeared in the sky, the atmosphere started trembling violently. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong also started trembling. However, in the end, they left. Are they gone? The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had managed to escape? Boom boom. They heard some sounds coming from far away. They gazed into the distance and saw Lin Feng. They had been attacked during the teleportation process. What's going on? Asked Lin Feng. Huang Fulong, Qiongqi and Lin Feng had ended up in the distance but not that far away. Someone broke my spell, who? Said Qiongqi furiously. He sounded annoyed, give me more abstruse crystals. Fuck. Lin Feng kicked Qiongqi's bottom, he was still begging for crystals. Think of a solution now. We're going to die. Do you think I'm not thinking? So many strong cultivators were observing us and we managed to teleport anyway, even if it wasn't far. If we hadn't, you'd be dead now. I used all the abstruse crystals I had. Said Qiongqi. His bottom hurt. He couldn't control the empty space energies, so he needed abstruse crystals for that. Terrifying chi rose up in the air and moved towards Lin Feng. The strong cultivators wanted Lin Feng's treasures, even if they could only get his nature pill. Many Zun cultivators would go insane to get such a pill. Amit Ba. Dear friends, you're chasing one of my young disciples, isn't it a bit over the top? In the sky, dazzling golden lights appeared and blotted out the sky. Many people couldn't move anymore. The monk took out a gold alms bowl which it diffused millions of golden lights. Many people raised their heads and saw a gigantic Buddha who looked quite serious. He was slowly descending from the sky, emitting rumbling sounds. That gigantic Buddha had a golden body. His mouth was moving and he was chanting mantras. A gigantic hand appeared in front of him. He was holding a Buddhist monk in grey clothes. Destroy. said the Buddhist monk in a cold way. The gigantic Buddha hand moved, the hand itself already blotted out the sky. Many people were shaking, including Zun cultivators. One of the strong cultivators from Tiantai was there and had been watching. Escape! Many people started running frantically. However, the large Buddha hand fell from the sky and a gigantic crater appeared. Many people gave horrible shrieks and died instantly. "You dared kill my people," said someone to the monk in grey clothes. The monk in grey clothes looked incredibly calm and serene. "You are Zun cultivators and you dared attack one of my disciples who has only broken through to the Tianqi layer. Why couldn't we kill you?" said the monk indifferently. "From now on, if Zun cultivators dare attack my disciples of the Tianqi layer, don't blame us for attacking yours," said the monk. His voice resonated far away and into the distance. That was Tiantai's voice. "How incredible, how strong, who's that?" said Huang Fu Long with a big smile. He knew that Lin Feng was an imperial cultivation disciple of Tiantai now. "My third fellow disciple," said Lin Feng smiling. It seemed like the two emperors had authorized their 9 direct disciples to come out. It was the first time that he saw the Sadhu fight. He was as terrifying as Ho Ching Lin and Mu Chen. The 3 best direct disciples were terrifyingly strong. "Can I join Tiantai too?" said Huang Fu Long smiling fatuously. Lin Feng replied, "I'll ask my fellow disciples." "You're really carefree. Do you know what's going on right now?" said Xiong Qi. He was terribly annoyed. "Eh? What's the matter?" asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had known what would happen for 7 days now, so he had informed Mu Chen and now one of his fellow disciples came. Maybe the others weren't far either. Enemies we can see aren't scary, the worst ones are those we can't see. Many people have spied on us. The scariest part is that I wasted so many abstruse crystals for nothing, said Xiong Qi. It was so hard to get abstruse crystals. Some people were spying on them at that very moment, but Lin Feng was surprised. He remembered those people who had attacked him by surprise the other day when he was practicing cultivation. Were they still observing them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130, Mengqing's Transformation. Chapter 1130, Mengqing's Transformation. Let's take the boat and leave? Asked Lin Feng to Xiong Qi. Nope, we can't leave. Even though the boat is fast, we can't protect ourselves while we ride it. If we try to leave, those who are secretly spying on us will attack immediately, said Xiong Qi. He looked scared. It was rare to see him like that. If Lin Feng drew too many people's attention, the situation would get difficult for Xiong Qi even. Lin Feng put a ring in Xiong Qi's paw and said, "Cast a deployment spell and let's wait for them to attack us." Xiong Qi nodded and immediately started drawing holy marks. At the same time, a golden light enveloped the air. The battle was tragic. The Sadhu fought alone against a huge group of Zun cultivators. They all took out holy weapons. Finally, they managed to make the gold alms bowl crack some. Some Zun cultivators noticed that Lin Feng looked nervous, and greed appeared on their faces. Lin Feng had underestimated some people's greed. He took out a small animal with white fur and its eyes were twinkling abnormally. She noticed that something wrong was going on. "Mengqing!" shouted Lin Feng. She jumped into his arms. At that moment, Lin Feng took out a jar with the nature pill inside. No matter what, he had to give it to her as soon as possible. Nobody else could get their hands on it. If the situation became too complicated, he could give up some holy weapons. Gotcha! He broke the jar and the energy of the dazzling pill jumped out. Pills of that level possessed their own terrifying power. From the distance, many people saw what he was doing. No! Lin Feng was going to use the pill. "Mengqing, take that," said Lin Feng, shoving it in her mouth. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. She looked perplexed. She could sense how incredible that pill was, it even made her shiver. That pill could defy the laws of the universe. "Mengqing!" shouted Lin Feng. Mengqing looked at him, opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled in a resplendent way. However, the crowd was shaking. What was he doing? He was giving the pill to a small white animal? He had risked his life for an animal. Shui Baiyao was astonished too. He had put his life at stake for a little animal. Why was that animal so important to him? Mengqing's body became dazzling and the energies in her body felt extremely strange. She was regaining her strength and her cultivation level was coming back to normal. She was healing completely. Lin Feng, what is? Huang Fulong was dumbstruck. Lin Feng turned his head, smiled and said, she's my wife. Wife? Huang Fulong scratched his head. He could also see pride in Lin Feng's magnificent smile. As if he was proud to have an animal wife? At that moment, Zhongqi looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng had put their lives in danger for Xuelinglong. Gotcha. At that moment, the dazzling gold alms bowl finally broke completely. Many strong cultivators had rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them coldly. However, a terrifying sword energy fell from the sky and a gigantic canyon was created. It even contained desolate energies too. Boom boom. A sword attacked those who wanted to attack Lin Feng. Some horrible shrieks spread in the air as some people's bodies were cut in two. If someone dares attack, I'll kill them, said someone at that moment. A cultivator in grey clothes descended from the sky with a sword in his hand, and he was releasing desolate energy. The crowd sensed that they were suddenly growing old and very quickly. Desolate abstruse energies. That strong cultivator understood abstruse desolate energies. One flower, one world. A fresh flower descended from the sky and blotted out the sky. Slash. Sword lights illuminated the air as petals were floating around. Another extremely loud metallic sound spread in the air. A purple light moved towards the cultivator in grey clothes. It seemed like the world was collapsing. A strong cultivator rose up in the air who had a thunder hammer in his hand. Die, go and take his treasures. Many people were running towards Lin Feng. Grow old, said the cultivator in grey clothes. His desolate energies dashed to the skies. Many people began to move slower and were growing older. Sword drain. Sword energies dashed to the skies and turned into a Huangxi marine animal. It seemed like it could eat anything. However, many people still tried to attack Lin Feng. They were flying towards him with their fastest speeds. Not only did they want to kill him, but they also wanted his treasures, including his little pet which had eaten the nature pill. She didn't have time to digest it, so they could still benefit from it a little. They just had to cut into the pet and take the pill. Lin Feng and the others ran away. Zhongqi looked ferocious and said, if you dare attack me, an emperor, you'll all die. Boom boom. Zhongqi finished casting his deployment spell as two people attacked. One of them gave a horrible shriek and blood splashed. Die. Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword and he stabbed the enemy's third eye, instantly finishing him. Lin Feng took Meng Qing and put her on the ground. He put his Tianji sword in front of her to protect her. Buzzing sound spread in the air as a dazzling light emerged from Meng Qing's body and dashed to the skies. Her chi contained holy celestial energies. What kind of beast is that? The crowd was surprised. It had to be a special animal. That chi is similar to mine, thought Xue Baiyao looking at Meng Qing. Holy celestial chi, surprisingly, she could sense a similar chi coming from that animal. Bzzz. More powerful chi dashed to the skies. It was magnificent and resplendent. That animal was slowly transforming as a person appeared. It looked like an illusion or a hologram. He told me he wanted his friend to turn back into a human being. Xue Baiyao remembered what Lin Feng had told her. That must mean that the little animal was going to turn into a human being again. What a beautiful body, and what a celestial chi. The crowd was incredulous. She hadn't finished transforming, but everyone could see how stunning she was. Meng Qing. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Meng Qing. He smiled at her in a resplendent way. He was shivering from excitement. Finally, she gradually transformed into a human being and regained her holy celestial chi. The crowd was in awe as well. How beautiful! They couldn't believe so much beauty could be found in one person. Xue Baiyao slowly walked forwards. That silhouette was like a magnet to her. In the distance, Feng Xian also appeared and she saw Meng Qing. Meng Qing hadn't completely transformed yet, but another stunning woman had just appeared in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, Kidnapping. Chapter 1131, Kidnapping. Xue Baiyao from the celestial land of alchemists and Feng Xian from Qifeng Mountain, those two girls stood out amongst the beautiful women from Bahuang. The crowd was already amazed by their beauty, but at that moment, a third beautiful lady had appeared. Meng Qing had taken the nature pill and was gaining back her holy celestial chi, turning back into a human. Many people who were fighting stopped, amazed by her beauty. She wasn't a holy being, but her chi was holy and celestial. Her skin was snowy white and she looked extremely beautiful. Huang Fulong was astonished, his mouth was wide open. Then, he smiled, he finally understood what Lin Feng had meant. He has a celestial wife, poor Yu, whispered Huang Fulong. He understood what it meant when Lin Feng was telling him that his wife was injured. That bastard, he's got such a beautiful woman, he surpassed me even. Thought Qiong Qi. He continued staring at Meng Qing, his eyes were twinkling. The dragon body was nothing compared to Xue Linglong's bestial monarch body. Lin Feng looked at Meng Chang and smiled in a resplendent way. Boom boom. Energies moved towards them. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned cold. He turned around and released sword energies. Everybody started moving again. Some people even attacked the sadhu. Bzzz, some more people appeared, they were all strong cultivators from Tiantai. The members from the celestial land of alchemists stopped fighting, scared that the sadhu would retaliate if anything happened. If they killed Tiantai's new disciples, the sadhu would do the same to them. Emperor, help cast a spell to protect my wife, said Lin Feng to Qiong Qi. The effects of the pill still needed time. That pill was more precious than a holy weapon, so she couldn't risk being attacked and the pill being stolen. Qiong Qi started carving holy marks around again. Fortunately, several strong cultivators from Tiantai were there to guard him. With the deployment spell, she was guaranteed to be protected. Die. Everybody, kill Lin Feng and steal his incredible, high-quality weapons, said someone furiously in the distance. Many people went insane again, it was too tempting. Even Zun cultivators wanted to acquire more weapons. You again. Those people were from the celestial land of alchemists, Lin Feng definitely needed to kill them. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and hurt people's ears, and then Lin Feng was quickly surrounded by fighters. Lin Feng, be careful. They're here again, said Qiong Qi. Lin Feng frowned as he sensed something. He raised his head and saw black silhouettes in the air above him. He couldn't see their faces precisely. Those assassins. I sensed a strength before which prevented me from casting a powerful deployment spell, it was probably them. They've just been hiding the whole time, thought Qiong Qi. At that same moment, people were fighting everywhere. Most couldn't fight against those assassins though. It's them. Lin Feng was furious. The other day, those same people had appeared as well. They had also threatened the celestial land of alchemists and said that if Xue Baiyao won against Lin Feng, they couldn't kill him. Otherwise, the celestial land of alchemists would never leave Sword City alive. Lin Feng looked at them, but they didn't come down. One of them shook his hand and a mysterious draining strength emerged from his robe. A holy weapon, get away little boy, shouted Qiong Qi suddenly. A terrifying strength emerged from that robe and Lin Feng sensed wind brush against his body. That strength surrounded him and anyone near him. Roar! Qiong Qi roared and spat out flames. At the same time, Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword and destroyed that draining strength. Hastily, Lin Feng ran away from Meng Qing and Qiong Qi, those people wanted him, not Meng Qing or Qiong Qi. Bzzz. A terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng, it acted as if it wanted to swallow him. Lin Feng couldn't compete with Zun cultivators who had their own holy weapons, so he rose up in the air, ready to sacrifice himself. Lin Feng! Shouted Huang Fulong, taking out his dragon axe. Stop! Shouted Qiong Qi furiously. Jumping to them now was equal to committing suicide. That robe was a high-quality holy weapon, the assassins could easily capture ordinary Zun cultivators with it, let alone Lin Feng. No! Shouted Meng Qing coldly. Her eyes had been closed the whole time and now she suddenly opened them. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng, taking out a sword. He stopped in the air and said, wait for me, I'll come back. Help me protect my wife. Shouted Lin Feng to the one in the grey clothes who had helped him the last time. After that, Lin Feng disappeared in the robe. Grow old! Shouted the cultivator in grey clothes. However, many people attacked him at the same time. Immediately after, they walked into a portal, empty space strength appeared and they disappeared. All this happened in the blink of an eye. They just wanted to capture Lin Feng, it seemed. No, Meng Qing started running, she had tears in her eyes. Lin Feng had done so much to save her, they didn't even have a moment to spend time together before someone had captured Lin Feng. The effects of the pill you took haven't dispersed yet. Don't waste it and don't worry. Lin Feng can handle himself, so nothing will happen to him, said the cultivator in grey clothes to Meng Qing. She looked at him with skepticism. Really? Nothing would happen to him? Don't worry, nobody in Bahuang province can compete with the emperor's direct disciples, nobody can stop them, said the cultivator in gray clothes. He could see that Meng Qing didn't believe him. Don't disappoint Lin Feng. He's done everything for you. He even risked his life to find that pill to save you, Xiong Qi encouraged. Meng Qing remained silent. She flew back down to the ground and continued absorbing the strength of the pill. Her qi was celestial, but it also contained ice-cold energies. Her tears started to freeze on the corner of her eyes. She had turned back into an animal for Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng turned into a demon for her. Now, if anything happened to Lin Feng, she would go on a rampage and create oceans of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132, Sword Slave. Chapter 1132, Sword Slave. When everybody was fighting, a mysterious group of influence with a holy weapon had appeared and captured Lin Feng. Immediately after, they used a teleportation spell to leave. The strong cultivators from Tiantai didn't even have time to fight back. It's them. The crowd remembered those people on the other day who had threatened the celestial land of alchemists in Sword City. They had told everyone Lin Feng was theirs. Now, they had shown how strong they really were. They had managed to kidnap Lin Feng while everyone was still fighting to get near him. All those who had already died had died for nothing. They didn't know who had kidnapped Lin Feng, but after that great battle, everybody knew that Lin Feng had defeated the holy girl from the celestial land of alchemists. Maybe he wouldn't die, maybe the diviner in Fortune City would pronounce Lin Feng's name one day. There was also Lin Feng's wife, that beast which had transformed into a human. Bzzz. A dazzling, holy, celestial light surrounded Meng Qing's body. The pill were having an even more intense effect on her body, to the extent that a mysterious and strange strength appeared. She looked like an illusion. What kind of beast is she? Whispered many people. They had never heard of such a beast. Even Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao looked perplexed. Not only was she more beautiful than them, but she was probably as gifted as them. She had to be from an aristocratic animal family, otherwise she wouldn't have possessed such a holy and celestial qi. Many old men were looking at her with twinkling eyes, especially the elders from the celestial land of alchemists. When they saw her, they immediately thought of a specific animal clan. It doesn't look good at all, thought Xiong Qi. Some people already knew Meng Qing's social status, and in that world, it was better to hide such delicate information. The nature pill revived her holy celestial energies. Now, if she could gain her ancient memories, that would help a lot. Xiong Qi was thinking. Tiantai's strong cultivators came to protect Lin Feng. They coldly glanced around at the crowd. The sadhu put his palms together and said, several influential groups participated in the battle today. If something happens to the Tiantai's first imperial cultivation disciples, we will have to settle accounts. If nothing happens to him, but Zun cultivators from the other influential groups attack him again someday, we will take drastic measures. Humph. A few strong cultivators groaned and rose up in the air. They had nothing to do there now that Lin Feng was gone. Now, they couldn't capture the girl either because Tiantai people would go insane. After Lin Feng was kidnapped, he saw lights shine as he appeared in a vast and quiet forest. There were 8 imposing and domineering Zun cultivators standing next to him. He glanced at them and asked, "Who are you? Why did you kidnap me?" Nobody replied to him. A few people even left. The others remained to guard the surroundings and remained silent. He continued thinking about the situation. Where was he? Why had they taken him there? Why did they take such great efforts to capture him? Why? But, no matter what, Lin Feng realized he had no way to leave. He didn't stand a chance against those guards. Very quickly, those who had left a moment before came back. They glanced at him indifferently and said, "Follow us." All the strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and released qi to constrict his body. He had no choice but obey them. The one who had just talked led the way. Those people didn't kill him and didn't seem interested in his weapons, so what exactly did they want? They came out of the forest and Lin Feng saw many buildings. It's them. Lin Feng hadn't been to that place for a very long time. But why? Why would they want to capture him? Lin Feng didn't understand. He followed those people and arrived in another place he recognized. That place looked so old, Lin Feng had a strange feeling walking up to it. Lin Feng was standing in Zhanga and in front of him was the sword grave. Is it because I drew Emperor Wu Tianjian's attention? Thought Lin Feng. What were they hiding? At that moment, Jian Wu Bei arrived outside. When he saw Lin Feng and the strong cultivators around him, he looked surprised and very unhappy. Wu Bei, did you prepare the sacrifice? Asked the elders to Jian Wu Bei. It's good now, but great-grandpa, Jian Wu Bei looked reluctant. Wu Bei, I know that you hoped you could rely on your own strength, but I also hope you can become strong like your ancestors. You have to understand that we're not as glorious or prestigious as we were in the past, we are becoming weaker. If we didn't have the ruins, Jiangya would have disappeared already. Therefore, apart from relying on us, you also need to rely on this. We need to make Jiangya become glorious again, said the strong cultivator. Why take such risks though, great-grandpa? We might not be able to control the godly weapon, said Jian Wu Bei. Stop talking. The godly weapon was Emperor Wu Tianjian's weapon, how can say that? Asked the strong cultivator. Jiangya had to be revived. In Sword City, there were many powerful groups which oppressed Jiangya. If things continued that way, they'd be destroyed someday. Open the sword grave, shouted the old man furiously. In a flash, a terrifying sword chi emerged which smelled like blood. They had started the blood sacrifice by washing the holy weapon with blood already. What are you doing? Asked Lin Feng. He wanted to move back but the strong cultivators were holding him firmly. Jian Wu Bei's great-grandfather slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. For a short time, you'll become a peerless sword cultivator, able to kill anyone who wants to harm you. Haste brings no success, I don't need that kind of opportunity, said Lin Feng. He could guess what they wanted to do with him. Humph. We don't need you to agree. You'll become a member of our clan whether you want it or not. You'll become a peerless sword cultivator, said that person. Lin Feng had no choice. I don't suppose you'll let me think about it for a few days? Insisted Lin Feng. Go in immediately, said the strong cultivators pushing him into the grave. Lin Feng immediately sensed energies and they were lethal. Jiangya wanted the sword soul to use Lin Feng's body. Then he would become the sword slave. He would never be himself again. Why me? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Because the godly weapon chose you, you should feel honored, said the strong cultivator coldly. Then, he shouted, go in now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, Swallowing the Demon Sword. Chapter 1133, Swallowing the Demon Sword. Honored? Repeated Lin Feng. Turning into a sword slave was nothing great. Lin Feng's soul would die just from the sword intent. The old man said even colder, if you don't go in, we will help you, but... Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold way, but the old man was looking at him in a calm way. Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low so he couldn't do anything. Alright, I'll do it. Lin Feng grinded his teeth and jumped towards the depths of the grave. Wasting time won't change anything, you're doomed and in any case. Sacrificing yourself for Jiangya is an honor, said the old man coldly behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued walking into the grave and arrived where the emperor's sword was buried. The door of the grave slowly closed itself. The strong cultivators sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. They looked expressionless, but their hearts were pounding. They were going to help Jiangya rise again. That sword was Emperor Wu Tianjian's godly weapon. Emperor Wu Tianjian and that sword's souls had fused together into that sword. Using Lin Feng's body, the sword would live again. Sword cultivators were scary. They couldn't wait to see their ancestor come back to life in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng entered the grave. The sword was emitting sad wailing sounds. Its energies directly moved towards Lin Feng. Bzzz. Sword intent emerged. The godly weapon was dazzling as its energies surrounded Lin Feng. The godly weapon rose up in the air and continued emitting wailing sounds. Lin Feng could feel how sad the sword was, how badly it wanted to go outside again. It seems like the sword doesn't want to use my body, thought Lin Feng. He could feel the sword's emotions. Woo, woo. The sword was crying, it couldn't stop weeping. The other swords started shaking with it. It was as if they had sensed offensive energies. Bzzz. The dazzling sword lights moved to Lin Feng all of a sudden. Finally, the sword pointed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back, but he could be as fast as that sword. It reached him instantly. Bzzz, the entire grave was shaking. A terrifying and aggressive chi surrounded the sword. The godly sword stopped and Lin Feng suddenly released his own demonic chi at the sword. It was Lin Feng's demonic sword. The demon sword had sensed the danger and broke through the demon sealstone. Lin Feng was sweating intensely. A moment before, the sword had almost penetrated into his body. He couldn't control that sword if it made succeeded. Whose chi is that? Thought Lin Feng. When the godly sword had tried to penetrate into his body a moment before, he had sensed an aggressive and incredible chi. It was familiar, but it quickly disappeared again. The demonic sword faced the godly sword. Bzzz. A terrifying strength appeared. It looked like all the other swords had to obey their king. The demonic sword's chi was easily oppressed, making it shake and emit buzzing sounds. Back then, Lin Feng had asked his grandfather about the demon sword's life. A strong cultivator had used that sword to fight against the ancestor of the Yu clan, then the Zun cultivator turned it into a holy weapon. That strong cultivator had become a demon, that's why the demon sword was so evil. After that, the ancestor of the Yu clan and another strong cultivator divided it into 9 parts and sealed it in the 9 Swords Mountain. All the swords of the world had to obey to that sword. The godly sword released absorbing energies and the demon sword was going insane trying to resist. Finally, a sound was heard as the demon sword was drawn towards the godly sword. It was slowly absorbed by the godly sword as terrifying demonic energies appeared as the demonic sword was roaring furiously. Boom, 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 the sword suddenly started bouncing off the walls of the grave. A huge hole appeared and the ground was shaking. Lin Feng was petrified as he watched the swords fighting. Their chi was incredible. Finally, the demonic sword became one with the godly sword. Some lights appeared on the godly sword, as if it hadn't breathed in a long time. The sword is eating the demonic sword. Lin Feng's body twitched. The demonic sword, which had its own spirit, was swallowed by the other sword. Lin Feng was furious. He had just lost a holy weapon for nothing. But now, he was even more worried for his own life. A strong and powerful chi invaded the grave again. The godly sword shook as it released its powerful energies at Lin Feng. It pointed to Lin Feng again. There was a connection between that sword and Lin Feng now because of his previous connection to the demonic sword. The godly sword suddenly became dazzling. Ah! Suddenly, someone screamed. Lin Feng realized that someone else had appeared at the grave. Lin Feng had already seen that person. Last time he left the grave, Lin Feng had seen the protector of the grave, a sick-looking old man. That old man taken out a broom and swept the interior of the grave sighing. How sad, the sword needs to rely on another sword to become strong again, said the old man, sweeping the dust away. He kept sighing. Then, they had hope for Janga again, but the sword hadn't swallowed a human, it had swallowed another sword. The godly sword was still shaking. Lin Feng found out that it was slowly moving towards the sick-looking old man as it started penetrating into his third eye. Master! Lin Feng shouted. The old man had no chi, he didn't even look like a cultivator at all. Nonetheless, Lin Feng didn't underestimate him. I'm a sick-looking old man, there's no need to call me master. Don't think that I got the sword thanks to my skills. I've been cleaning the grave for such a long time that the sword and I became friends. All those swords are alive too, so they're my friends as well, said the old man, shaking his head. He stretched his hand and grabbed the sword. An incredible chi came out from the sword and caressed the old man's head. I would be stupid if I believed him, thought Lin Feng. He glanced at the old man. The old man was at least a low-level Zun cultivator, otherwise the sword chi would have killed him then. But now, all his hope was in his hands. Master, your cultivation level may be insignificant, but I have only broken through to the 5th Tian Chi layer. I think using my body to host the sword would be a disgrace for Emperor Wu Tianjian, said Lin Feng politely. The old man looked at Lin Feng and smiled indifferently. He stretched out his hand, waving, and said, "Little boy, sit down." Then, he put his broom on the ground and sat down too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134, The Old Man's Teachings. Chapter 1134, The Old Man's Teachings. Lin Feng looked at the sword in his third eye, his mouth twitched, but he sat down too. He didn't feel great remaining there. He had almost been swallowed by that sword, the old man could easily shake his hand and Lin Feng would become the sword's slave. Don't worry. The sword fused together with your demon sword, which contained your chi. It won't replace your sword with yourself. It doesn't want to turn into a human being, whispered the old man as if he was trying to calm Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly and nodded. Worrying was useless at that point. Master, how do you know it doesn't want to turn into a human being? Asked Lin Feng. Cough, cough. The old man coughed. He raised his head and smiled. I'm old, it might make you laugh, little friend, but I'm really just an old man. I've been cleaning this grave for 100 years now, which means I've known these swords for 100 years. How many days and nights have I spent with them? I understand them better than anyone else, so I can easily know what they are thinking. 100 years. Lin Feng stared at the old man. Was that old man really ordinary? No wonder that the swords liked him. I see, so why did it attack me? Asked Lin Feng, glancing at the sword. It shook a little, staring Lin Feng again. That sword was threatening him. It is just naughty. Don't blame it for its demeanor, said the old man, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Jiangya's people only know that the sword belonged to the emperor back in the day. They only consider it as a peerless godly weapon. What they don't know is that when the emperor condensed his soul in that sword, he didn't condense much of his soul in it before disappearing. Therefore, the sword is like a human child, it is still childish. A child, Lin Feng was speechless. The emperor used that sword and the old man described it as naughty. Could people from Jiangya know those swords so well? Jiangya's people are old sword cultivators and they don't understand the sword's personality. They only know how to borrow the strength of a sword to the extent that they want to use your body as a weapon, making you turn into a sword slave. Continued the old man, sighing and shaking his head. But, even though that sword is naughty, it has its own life and it knows many things. For example, people from Jiangya are Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendants, therefore, last time a strong cultivators attacked Jiangya, it attacked too. That's why they're looking for a sword slave. Unfortunately, they chose you, but the sword doesn't want to do it. However, it wanted to help the emperor's descendants, so it thought it had no choice. Woo, the sword was weeping again. It felt so sad. Lin Feng was skeptical. Did the old man tell him the truth? Master, what about what happened the other day? Asked Lin Feng. The old man sighed again and shook his head again. He looked disappointed. Jiangya's people are the emperor's descendants. They think that they actually understand swords, but in fact, they don't. They're not even worth calling sword cultivators. They'll never be able to control the emperor's sword. Not worth calling sword cultivators? If someone heard the old man now, how would they react? Lin Feng couldn't say anything anyway, he was the same as those people. He didn't understand swords either, especially compared to an old man who had spent 100 years alone with them. They've tried to control that sword many times, but they can't. Imagine, that sword was the emperor's and it's already so old. They don't even know how to study sword cultivation, they only know how to release explosive energies using swords. They know how to use swords to win battles, but that's all. Later on, they thought about the sacrifice and you appeared. Last time the sword reacted that way because it knew you understood it. It likes you. But Jiangya's people didn't understand what it meant and thought it meant that the sword had chosen you as its host. Not only did they misunderstand the sword, but they also humiliated it. The old man kept sighing and shaking his head. Maybe that old man was disappointed as well. Master, are you not from Jiangya then? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. No, I'm just a cleaner. They don't even pay attention to me, replied the old man. If the old man was telling the truth, Jiangya's people were really disappointing and pathetic. Even the old man, who wasn't that strong, understood swords better than them. He was probably the only one who understood the emperor's sword. Actually, they should consider themselves lucky to have such a person in Jiangya, but they didn't even realize how interesting he was. On top of that, they misunderstood the emperor's sword and had thought it wanted a slave. Little friend, you're a sword cultivator, right? Asked the old man. Lin Feng shrugged. As the old man saw it, Jiangya's people were not worth calling sword cultivators, so how could Lin Feng say he was one? I wouldn't dare call myself a sword cultivator, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Don't be humble. You're not strong, but my little friend likes you. It means that you're smart and that you understand swords. They can't even do that. You're a better sword cultivator than them, at least, said the old man. His kind words were reassuring. Maybe that I'm just lucky. I don't believe in luck because I'm old. Everything exists for a reason. Luck is just something you create. Show me your sword intent, said the old man. All right. Lin Feng nodded, stood up, walked backwards and released his level 8 sword intent. Sword Chi whistled and started making all the swords whistle too. 5th Tian Chi layer, level 8 sword intent, not bad. Come here, said the old man. He then asked, do you understand swords? Not much. Maybe you can teach me some things. said Lin Feng, nodding. He admitted that he didn't know much. After your sword intent reaches its highest level, what will it become? Asked the old man. Abstruse sword energy? Whispered Lin Feng. There are many sorts of abstruse energies, it just depends on people's understanding. There are fire and water abstruse energies, gold and wood abstruse energies, lightning abstruse energies, wind abstruse energies, empty space abstruse energies, absorbing abstruse energies, even decay abstruse energies, and reincarnation abstruse energies. There are many kinds of abstruse energies, but have you ever heard of sword abstruse energies? What is sword abstruse energy? Creating a sword with your thoughts and energies? Even sword intent can do that. Sword abstruse energy doesn't exist? Lin Feng was surprised. He was trying to understand what sword abstruse energy was. When you understand wind abstruse energies, you can move as fast as the wind and it has an impact on your speed. When you understand fire abstruse energies, your attacks become more explosive and you can burn the earth and sky. When you understand decay abstruse energies, you can make things decay, but what could sword abstruse energy be? Asked the old man. Lin Feng remained silent. What was sword abstruse energy? Thinking and creating a sword? Thinking and killing people? Was there nothing after sword intent? But why did so many people practice sword cultivation and say that sword cultivators, at high levels, were terrifying? Lin Feng realized that he had always misunderstood something in the field of sword cultivation. The old man saw that Lin Feng remained silent, he smiled indifferently and said, "You don't come from a rich and prestigious family. You've just broken through to the 5th Tian-Chi layer, that's already amazing. You probably understand some spells of the Zun-Chi layer even. So, if you don't understand swords, do you understand Zun cultivators?" Asked the old man. Zun cultivators? They can understand abstruse energies. Replied Lin Feng. Can Zun cultivators understand only one type of abstruse energy? Of course not, some can comprehend more than that. Replied Lin Feng. Indeed. There can be huge differences between Zun cultivators of the same level, much larger than Tian cultivators of the same level. In what way do the differences lie? Well, some people understand several abstruse energies, first and second. Some cultivators understand more powerful types of abstruse energies. For example, a cultivator who understands an ordinary type of abstruse energy is a lot weaker than a cultivator who understands decay abstruse energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135, Raising a Sword. Chapter 1135, Raising a Sword. Lin Feng remained silent, he understood what the old man meant. Zun cultivators of the same level had different understanding abilities of abstruse energies. It was like abstruse crystals, at the same level, they had different levels of efficiency. For example, a normal abstruse crystal of high quality and an abstruse crystal of high quality with a spirit were different, the latter was a lot more expensive. Do you know how to evaluate if a Zun cultivator is a genius or not? Asked the old man, smiling at Lin Feng. It seemed like he had completely forgotten about why Lin Feng was in there, the sacrifice and so on. He was fascinated by swords and their cultivation. Lin Feng was also becoming captivated by the topic. The old man was offering him priceless advice on cultivation, after all. Those who understand several types of abstruse energies and who have a high understanding of abstruse energies. Replied Lin Feng. Kind of, but not only. It's not about understanding as many types of abstruse energies as possible, control is essential too. Even at a low level, geniuses can release strong abstruse energies. Ordinary people, even at a high level, cannot release powerful abstruse energies. Therefore, some Zun cultivators are old, but remain at a low level. Of course, we can't underestimate low-level cultivators. Some people are strange too. Some people study abstruse energies for 100 years, but don't see a rise in level. They don't show how strong they really are, but sometimes they can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. For example, I heard about someone who understood life and death abstruse energies. He had meditated for 100 years studying just those energies. When he came out, he had only broken through to the second Zun-Chi layer, so everybody despised him. However, he could kill medium-level Zun-level cultivators easily. He could even fight cultivators at the top of the Zun-Chi layer. That was because he had a level 8 life and death abstruse energy. With only one thought, he could steal people's lives. Besides, when he started fighting, he also started leveling up very quickly. He quickly became an emperor. It was as if nobody could stop him anymore. That's what a genius is. Second Zun-Chi layer, level 8 life and death abstruse energy. He went straight to becoming an imperial-level cultivator. Unfortunately, Zheng's people don't understand swords. They don't even try to understand the sources of strength. Sometimes, they even do counterproductive things like trying to find extremely powerful sword spells and techniques or incredible swords. Even that thing with the sacrifice, it's the opposite of what a real sword cultivator should do," said the old man, shaking his head and sighing. He looked grave and said, "Back then, Emperor Wu Tianjin studied how to control swords for 3 years, then he studied sword energies for 7 years, and then he learned how to raise swords for 10 years. Then, someday, he used his swords and amazed the world. 3 years to control swords, 7 to study their energies, 10 years to raise swords. What did that mean?" Lin Feng didn't understand, but the old man continued, "Emperor Wu Tianjin was a real genius. He studied how to handle sword for 3 years, during which he learned spells and techniques. In just those 3 years, he learned a myriad of sword skills and techniques. After that, he decided to give up swords and studied only their energies. He didn't touch a sword for 7 years. After 7 years, he decided to touch swords again, but not to kill people. He wanted to learn how to raise swords, so he did that for 10 years. How to raise a sword?" asked Lin Feng. He was captivated. You need to understand things related to the Zun Qi layer before you can understand that. When you break through to the Zun Qi layer, the path of cultivation doesn't become broader. It becomes narrower because Zun cultivators must rely on their understanding abilities. They must know how to control abstruse energies. Some people only understand basic abstruse energy, such as fire abstruse energy, so they need other things to fight, such as tools. That kind of cultivator is weak. Even powerful external sources have their limits. Then, some people understand several types of abstruse energies. Their cultivation is less limited and they can resort to more way of fighting. Sword cultivators have terrified people since the antiquity, therefore, many people want to become sword cultivators. But really strong sword cultivators are rare. In the last 5,000 years, Emperor Wu Tianjin is the only who has amazed Ba Huang. Even though he left his legacy in Zheng, there are no strong sword cultivators here, quite the opposite. People have always feared sword cultivators because the sword is the king of weapons. You'll see that swords act rarely like other holy weapons. You'll realize that holy marks, which contain abstruse energies, are not as numerous or as dazzling on swords. Swords don't have special powers either. The most important thing for a sword is its soul, like your demonic sword which has a demon soul. Lin Feng was lost in thought. Indeed, his sword was different from his other holy weapons. Swords don't need special powers, repeated the old man, before adding, "Just try and use that sword." The old man wanted Lin Feng to use the emperor's sword. "Little boy, go and see him," said the old man to the sword. Lin Feng was speechless. "Little boy?" The sword buzzed and went towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he stretched his hand. The sword turned around him, which scared Lin Feng to death. Luckily, it didn't try to invade his body. It then slowly fell into his hand. Lin Feng suddenly felt extremely confident. It was as if he held all the strength of the universe. How scary, thought Lin Feng. His heart started pounding. That sword was incredible and gave him an incredible feeling. Besides, he also felt like he was close to that sword. It was probably because it had swallowed his demonic sword. Don't you feel invincible? You can release an incredible strength with that sword. Try and release thunder abstruse energy to attack, said the old man, smiling. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and thunder abstruse energy suddenly emerged from the sword. It was purple and dazzling to the eyes. Lin Feng's stomach contracted as he then immediately recalled the energies. How scary. I can release thunder abstruse energy? Lin Feng was in disbelief. He knew it wasn't his own abstruse energy, of course. Try to release ice energy, said the old man. Lin Feng frowned and tried. Suddenly, ice energies surrounded him. Lin Feng knew he didn't have to try anymore. That was ice abstruse energy, capable of freezing the earth and sky. Don't you want to try to release other types of abstruse energies, for example empty space abstruse energy? Said the old man, smiling. No need, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He knew that he could release all sorts of abstruse energies with that sword. You understood? Asked the old man. At that moment, the sword left, leaving Lin Feng smiling wryly. Swords contain all sorts of abstruse energies, therefore, there's no need to do anything special to them. The old man nodded and said, Indeed, those holy weapons with special powers are powerful, but they only contain one kind of power. Swords are different. You can use swords to release any kind of abstruse energy, but for that, you first have to understand those abstruse energies. That's why real sword cultivators are terrifying. Those abstruse energies found in swords don't belong to the swords themselves though, right? Asked Lin Feng. The old man loved swords and loved talking about them. He considered swords as the emperors of weapons. That's why Emperor Wu Tianjian spent years learning how to use swords, how to use skills and techniques, and how to raise swords. Said the old man with admiration. He learned how to raise his sword using 5 types of abstruse energies, including empty space abstruse energies and lightning abstruse energies. You can raise your swords with other kinds of abstruse energies if you want, but the most important thing is that you understand those abstruse energies as much as possible first. And when you master that aspect, then your sword can raise you and teach you how to use even more types of abstruse energies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136, The Young Master. Chapter 1136, The Young Master. Swords can raise humans. Lin Feng was amazed after hearing that. It was as if he had just heard an incredible secret. Sword cultivators have to focus on 2 sorts of cultivation practices. The first one is to understand abstruse energies on their own, the second part is to understand swords. Then they can raise swords, imbuing them with some abstruse energies, and when a cultivator's soul fuses together with the sword becomes similar to a human being and can teach the cultivator in return. People's views on cultivation are often limited, so being able to understand all sorts of abstruse energies is incredible, even without practicing sword cultivation. Thought Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't imagine what it was like. He had so many options on the path of cultivation. The second method was like becoming a sword. It was also a chance at learning abstruse energies. The path of cultivation is complex and it becomes even more complex as you progresses. Apart from natural abilities, a cultivator also has to rely on his spirit sometimes. Those who come from better families have better spirits. A cultivator's personality is important too. The stronger a cultivator becomes, the more he has to rely on himself. If you obtain an abstruse crystal, but you don't understand what it is, then it's useless to you. Understanding abstruse energies isn't so simple. So studying several types of abstruse energies is even harder. Those who rely on themselves, study hard and understand things are actually gifted. What about spirits? Asked Lin Feng. You inherit your spirit at birth and it has an impact on your cultivation. If you have a silver spirit, you can move faster and it allows you to understand wind intent a lot better than wind abstruse energy. If you have a shadow spirit, you can understand shadow abstruse energy better. The spirit itself is also a powerful tool. It can even help you understand several types of abstruse energies. Some powerful spirits can even grant you a special body. Explained the old man patiently. Little friend, do you want to learn how to raise swords? Asked the old man smiling. Lin Feng was incredulous. Raise swords? Teaching a sword how to use abstruse energies and then use them for himself. Of course, that was extremely beneficial. If you are willing to teach me, I am, of course, willing to learn. Replied Lin Feng respectfully. Alright, relax, I'll transmit a technique to you. Said the old man. Lin Feng nodded. The old man opened his third eye and a light appeared. It moved towards Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng closed his eyes and said nothing. He slowly inspected what the old man had transmitted to him. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again. His mouth was hanging wide open. He smiled at the old, speechlessly. Do you still want to study? Asked the old man with a smile yet not a smile. Lin Feng was staring back at the old man. He smiled wryly and nodded firmly, of course. You use your soul to raise a sword. If you want your sword to learn how to use lightning abstruse energies, you must prepare it for that. You need to strike the sword's soul, using your own soul, 5 times with thunder to make it understand thunder abstruse energies. Of course, during the process, the sword will release sword abstruse energies. The process is very painful. Do you think you can withstand the pain? If you want to teach your sword how to use fire abstruse energies, you'll be attacked by fire. That will burn your soul, and then your sword will know how to use fire abstruse energies. I'm sure you can imagine how painful it is. Each time you teach your sword how to use a new abstruse energy, you first have to bear the pain. Back then, Emperor Wu Tianjian spent 10 years raising swords while traveling around the continent. He looked for the best fire, the best thunders, he sensed the best energies. That is how he became an emperor, through lots of suffering. Could you bear that much suffering? The old man asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was suddenly filled with an indomitable will as he nodded. You must take great efforts on the path of cultivation, you must defy the laws of the universe. There is no easy way down this path. To create the best abstruse energies, you have to pay the price. Besides, you gave me an opportunity to become stronger, so I will cherish that opportunity," said Lin Feng, standing up. He bowed in front of the old man. He now had a sword-raising technique. He would have to defy the laws of the universe to practice it. He would need to be struck by lightning, to be burnt directly by fire. The old man smiled, shook his head and sighed, "Poor Jiang's people. Emperor Wu Tianjian left so many incredible spells and techniques for them and nobody practices them. They just want to get his sword." Lin Feng remained silent. There was a saying, wealth never survives 3 generations. It was a philosophical theory which didn't imply that rich people's descendants were incompetent, it was just that they were too dependent on their families. Jiangya was no exception. Emperor Wu Tianjian was their ancestor, so they were proud. The emperor had left so many things for them and in the end, they neglected the fundamentals and concentrated on the materials. "Master, why don't you teach all those things to the people of Jiangya?" asked Lin Feng. "If they showed interest, I would. I am willing to teach anyone if they feel like it. But they've never shown any interest. Besides, for them, I am just a sick old man whose job is to clean, that's all," said the old man, sighing and shaking his head. "Master, does it only have a sword soul?" asked Lin Feng. According to the memories he had received, the sword's soul had been created using the emperor's soul because he wanted to raise it, now the sword had grown up. Lin Feng was wondering if a sword needed several souls to possess several abstruse energies. That sword's soul seemed so simple though. The old man smiled and shook his head. "You also noticed. That little boy doesn't have a soul now, he has already grown up and changed. Now he's a wise spirit." "What exactly is he then?" "A sword spirit," said the old man in a solemn way. "He has a spirit, a life, he's still young for a spirit though, so he's still immature. A sword with a spirit, like an animal. Do you want him to stay with you?" asked the old man, smiling. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He scratched his head and said, "Naturally. Little boy." The old man looked at Lin Feng and smiled wryly, scratching his head. "Even though he's young, the fusion of many souls gave birth to his spirit. He's both aggressive and naughty, he won't listen to you. If you could control him, that would be great for your cultivation, but right now he is useless to you. I can just keep him, I don't need to use him. He can protect me if things ever get too bad." "Protect you?" The old man scratched his head and looked at Lin Feng, smiling. "Alright, you say you can use him to protect your life. I'll tell him to listen to you 3 times in protecting your life. Then, I'll make him come back to this grave." Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He was thinking about many things. That sword had a wise spirit and could control abstruse energies. Even if he didn't use it, he could still try to make friends with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137, Kneeling Down. Chapter 1137, Kneeling Down. Of course, being able to try to use it 3 times was already good enough. Even if Zune cultivators threatened him, he would be able to oppress them with that sword. "Will you really tell him to listen to me 3 times? said Lin Feng in a weak voice. "If the sword didn't listen, he would be doomed." "Don't worry, I've known him for 100 years, so he listens to me," said the old man, nodding and smiling. Then, he said to the sword, "Little boy, you understood what I said. You follow him and listen to him 3 times, after that you will come back to the grave." But the sword kept shaking while it pointed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt strange. It was as if the sword really was a person. "Go, after 3 times, come back to the grave," repeated the old man. It started flying around and became dazzling. Suddenly, it attacked the wall and broke the ceiling of the grave as it dashed to the sky. Bzzz. It then pointed at Lin Feng, fell down from the sky and penetrated into his body. "Gotcha!" Lin Feng clenched his fists. He was soaked in a cold sweat. Phew, he breathed in deeply. Fortunately, it wasn't doing anything. If the sword wanted, it could turn Lin Feng into a slave, so Lin Feng was nervous. Of course, he also knew that the old man wouldn't harm him, he didn't need to. Outside of the grave, many strong cultivators were releasing a powerful qi. When the sword broke through the ceiling of the grave and pierced through it, they sensed that the energies could even hurt them. Was the sword in Lin Feng's body now? At that moment, an old man looked at the grave in a serious way and tears appeared in his eyes. He raised his head and said, "The sword became a human being. We're going to rise again." He hoped Jiangya would become glorious like in the past. He didn't know that the old man inside the grave had kept insulting them and claimed that they didn't understand swords. However, at that moment, the old man in the grave told Lin Feng to be quiet. He released energies and fixed the ceiling. He couldn't let those people release their godly awareness and inspect the grave. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Little boy, stay in here and study swords. There are too many people outside who hope that the sword took over you." "All right," said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. He took out his Tianji sword. It was a gift from Tianqi, the symbol of Tianqi, and it was a holy weapon. Lin Feng wanted to raise that sword in the future. "Master, in the future, I want to raise this sword. After having condensed souls inside, will I be able to modify it and level it up?" asked Lin Feng. Back in the day, Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword was less strong than that sword. Your sword will continue to become stronger after you condense souls in it. If you think it's not powerful, you can also change some parts to modify it and so on, so don't worry. "Thank you so much for your teachings," said Lin Feng, nodding. He loved his Tianji sword because Tianqi had given it to him as a symbol. He would never forget Tianqi. He would raise the sword with love. He raised his Tianji sword and cut his finger, then blood dripped. He cut all his fingertips and even more blood dripped. At the same time, Lin Feng released his souls and they went into the Tianji sword. To raise a sword, he needed to give it a soul. He needed his soul to fuse together with the sword. He had to completely be one with his sword, and then it would start living at some point. Lin Feng put his fingers on the marks on the Tianji sword. Many broken souls appeared and penetrated into the sword. It felt like there were beating hearts in his bleeding fingertips. Then, the Tianji sword started shaking and emitting buzzing sounds. Lin Feng's soul was inside the sword and fusing together with it. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and let go of the Tianji sword. However, the sword remained in the air. It was an incredible feeling. His sword and him were becoming one. He was using the sword to sense the energies of the earth and sky too. It was very different, as if he existed in his sword. Lin Feng closed his eyes and became motionless. He continued drawing things as he released energies into the sword. It was as if connections were established between his millions of broken souls and his sword. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword moved with incredible speed and crashed into the ground. A gigantic fissure appeared. "That's the technique. You give birth to a sword with your soul and it can act on its own. In the past, I had to control the sword in an ordinary way, but now the sword can protect me automatically," thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng practiced for 3 days. Then, he stayed inside for another 3 days. Those people sitting outside didn't know what was going on. On the 6th day, the strong cultivators from Jiangna were still waiting there. They were waiting, calmly. They didn't dare act rash, lest they interrupted the process. They were trying to sense the sword chi coming from inside the grave, but didn't because they didn't want to offend Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword. Boom, boom, boom. Subtle yet clear sounds could be heard. The eyes of the people from Jiangna started twinkling. Finally, the door was opening itself. The elders' eyes were twinkling and their hearts started racing. Finally. Had it worked or not? Had the sword turned into a human? Someone came out and that silhouette was surrounded by an incredible sword chi. That person was dazzling, like a sword. "The ancestor's sword!" shouted someone. Surprisingly, someone knelt down. Even though the chi wasn't powerful, it was their ancestor's chi. Tap. That young man looked like their ancestor's sword. His long hair looked as sharp as swords. Sensing their ancestor's chi was incredible for them, their hearts were pounding violently. Tap, tap, tap. Each of his steps made their hearts beat even faster. "Kneel down!" shouted someone furiously and suddenly. Very quickly, all the strong cultivators from Jiangnan knelt down in a respectful way. Jin Wu Bei was the only young man who didn't. But finally, he knelt down too. "That's not Lin Feng, that's the ancestor's sword. You're a bunch of morons. What a disgrace. From now on, I am Lin Feng and Lin Feng is me. I'm not a sword anymore. Do you understand?" said Lin Feng in an extremely aggressive voice, releasing chi so that they could sense his energies even more and become fully convinced. They no longer had any doubts because they checked the grave with their godly awareness and realized the sword had really disappeared. So it was definitely in Lin Feng's body. "We understand," said everybody in a very respectful way. That was their ancestor's sword. It had been trying to come back to life for 5,000 years now. "Everybody, come," said Lin Feng coldly as he streaked across the sky. Nobody objected. All those sword cultivators in the sky look like shooting stars or shooting swords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138, Conversation in the Void. Chapter 1138, Conversation in the Void. Jian Wubei glanced at the grave one last time. He glanced at the old man who was sweeping. Maybe to the old man, it didn't mean anything in particular. Jian Wubei also followed the others. He was surprised and sad at the same time. The only hope for the people of Jianghe was a sword. That was embarrassing to admit, to say the least. Even if it was the ancestor's sword, it was only one sword. Did the people of Jianghe think that nobody could make Jianghe rise up again? When everybody left, the old man continued sweeping slowly. After that, he entered the grave again and closed the door. Once inside the grave, he was alone again. He swept the ground a little bit more and then sat down. He looked at the empty air and said, "There's nobody left anymore, you can come out." "Why would I need to?" said a voice. The old man didn't look surprised, he knew that person. "Why did you help him? How do you know him?" asked the old man. "It's not important. As long as things work out, that's the main goal. Today, you gave him something incredible. Maybe that the sword will bring back an incredible cultivator the next time it comes back. It's a nice thing that you helped him. Besides, you must have noticed something to let him go with the sword." "That was a gamble," said that voice. It was still difficult to know where it came from. "I don't gamble. Besides, the sword can't do much here. And that little boy gave me a good impression. Besides, good things could happen to Jianghe too. It's probably better this way. I didn't want Jianghe's people to offend someone like you," said the old man. He was still sitting and chatting normally. He didn't even know who he was chatting with. "I'm off." The qi disappeared and the grave became normal again. The old man knew that the person had already left. He slowly stood up again, he was crooked and looked sick. He took back his broom and continued sweeping the grave, cleaning all those old swords. Back in Sword City, where Lin Feng and Shui Baiyao had just fought a few days before, there were still many people, including terribly strong cultivators. The town was bathing in dazzling lights, however, it was because of the moon. The moon wasn't as dazzling as when Lin Feng and Baguio had battled, but it was a different kind of shine. It was dazzling. Some strong cultivators were trying to hide it, but they couldn't manage to hide those lights completely. Those were celestial lights and it had been that way for a few days already. A holy, celestial girl was creating those lights. She was wearing white clothes and possessed a snowy white skin. The people from the celestial land of alchemists hadn't left yet because of her. She was called the Celestial Girl, but now she didn't look as celestial and as holy as before. Nature pills are high-quality holy pills, but they can't have that powerful of an effect either, whispered Shui Baiyao. The holy celestial lights still illuminated the city, but it had been a few days since she had taken the nature pill. The nature pill had activated a special strength she had lingering inside her body and helped her become even stronger, said an old man next to her. Shui Baiyao nodded, she had the same thought. That special strength is incredibly powerful, whispered Shui Baiyao. Beasts and humans are different. Humans progress step by step and they become stronger gradually relying on their own natural abilities. They need to understand cultivation. For animals, it's different, they become stronger automatically as they grow. For some animals, it's even scarier because they can inherit incredible powers at birth. Those are the kings of the jungle, so to say, said the elder from the celestial land of alchemists. He sounded slightly excited. Shui Linglong was a snow celestial being from the Snow Clan, she might be the queen of the Snow Clan. However, in Bahuang province, there were no traces of the Snow Clan. Steal her, said a young man from the celestial land of alchemists greedily. Such a beautiful girl, even if she had been an ordinary animal, he would have been aroused. We're not the only ones who want to steal her, I think. Somewhere in the distance, many strong cultivators appeared who recognized Shui Linglong. Sword City and Fortune City weren't very far from each other, so there were many strong cultivators in the region. If the strong cultivators from Tiantai hadn't been protecting her, many people would have tried to kidnap her already. Her qi was gradually becoming paler. Time passed slowly. But then those people approached, hiding in the dark. Someone wants to attack, thought the crowd. It looks like they have been planning this for some time now. Tian-level cultivators couldn't do anything. The strong cultivators from Tiantai could destroy any Tian-level cultivators in the blink of an eye. Bzzz, many silhouettes appeared in the sky, so many that people couldn't see the sky anymore. Boom! The atmosphere shook as a gigantic hand appeared. Finally, some people had started fighting. Seems like my help will be needed again, said the sadhu. He put his palms together and a gigantic golden Buddha appeared. He said in a solemn and respectful way, "The Buddha is at the source of creation." In a flash, abstruse energies invaded the area. Redeem lost souls by making offerings and saying prayers, release souls from suffering. Die, said the sadhu, releasing more golden abstruse energies. His lights turned into a gigantic blade. The golden lights immediately surrounded all the low-level Zun cultivators. Boom boom boom. People everywhere started battling again. At the same time, in the distance, dazzling sword lights appeared. This time they had their ancestors' sword with them, so they felt like the strongest cultivators of the region. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139, Everybody Must Die. Chapter 1139, Everybody Must Die. Such pure and holy, celestial lights. I can't imagine who she is, said someone as if he had been warning everybody. Even more people were attacking. They didn't need anyone to tell them who the girl was, they could already guess. Of course, they attacked because that animal clan didn't exist in Ba Huang province, otherwise, they wouldn't have offended an imperial family. According to legends, such incredible monarch-like animal families had ancient secrets, and if they managed to acquire those ancient secrets, they'd become unimaginably strong. Capture her, said someone in the crowd. People were going insane. People who would disrespect their strong cultivators were quite numerous. What a bunch of morons. If anyone gets near, I'll destroy them, said Xiongqi furiously. With her beauty and social status, it was no wonder that she drew so many people's attention. Slash, 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 it seemed like swords were whistling in the air. The Tian-level cultivators who weren't participating and were just watching from the distance were in awe. Sword energies were dashing to the skies and rolling in waves. Many people who were fighting slowed down when they saw all those sword energies. Many strong cultivators raised their heads and gazed into the distance. They were astonished when they saw the leader of that group of swords cultivators. Lin Feng. Lin Feng was back, and he was alive. On top of that, behind him were incredibly strong sword cultivators. Some of them were monstrously strong, their energies could suffocate the entire crowd. Jiangya's people. The crowd was surprised. Those people had to be from Jiangya. Apart from Jiangya, there weren't any other groups of sword cultivators who were that strong. However, why were they following Lin Feng? Besides, were those mysterious people who had captured Lin Feng last time from Jiangya as well? At that moment, many people were confused. What had happened after Lin Feng's kidnapping? Lin Feng looked different from the last time they had seen him. This time he looked as sharp as a sword. They didn't look like a group of people, they looked like a group of swords. Lin Feng looked at all those people in the darkness. The one who had talked a moment before seemed scared. Kill him, said Lin Feng coldly. Those strong cultivators all released sword energies as dazzling as thunders and started killing those people who had come from Mengqing. Blood suddenly splashed everywhere. Most people didn't even have time to realize what was going on before they died. A strong Zun Qi layer was killed by sword energies in a flash, he couldn't even shriek. It was a cultivator of the 4th Zun Qi layer, proving how strong and fast the newcomers were. How come he is giving orders to those strong cultivators from Jiangya? If they listened to Lin Feng, he would probably order them to destroy everyone. Tiantai's people were also surprised. Many of them started laughing though. What an incredible guy, he had managed to bring so many strong cultivators to help them. Meng Qing opened her eyes when she sensed something. Her eyes were even more dazzling than the stars. She laughed in a sweet and radiant way when she saw Lin Feng. He was safe, so she was happy. Shui Baiyao saw Lin Feng too. She had lost against him at the same level last time. Now he had brought back a bunch of incredibly strong cultivators. He was quickly climbing up the hierarchy in the cultivation world. Lin Feng glanced at the people in black clothes. His eyes revealed everything. If anyone touched Meng Qing, he'd kill them all. Kill everyone, don't let a single one live, said Lin Feng coldly. The strong cultivators from Jiangya were hesitant. Kill everyone? They were all extremely strong cultivators from Jiangya and they were all quite old. They were completely able to kill everyone, but what would happen if they did that? All those people had a social background. Wouldn't their groups, sects, clans and so on be furious? Wouldn't it trigger a great war against Jiangya? At that moment, an old man from Jiangha wanted to say something, but didn't know how to call Lin Feng. It was his ancestors' godly weapon which had turned into a human being, he was their only hope. "Young master," said the old man. He finally found the words. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the old man, sword lights were twinkling in his eyes. "Kill." The old man's mouth twitched, the sword had taken control of Lin Feng. It was unruly, aggressive, brutal. They had no other option than to obey. Sharp lights appeared in his eyes as he said, "Obey, our master has given us an order. Kill everyone." Boom! Sword energies flooded the region. The crowd couldn't handle those dazzling sword lights. Slash, slash, blood splashed everywhere and a few Zun cultivators instantly died. Many people started shaking, their hearts started racing. Jiangha's strong cultivators were calling Lin Feng young master and obeying his orders. Now he wanted everyone to die. 8th Zun Qi layer, and 3 cultivators of the 7th Zun Qi layer. Everybody could sense those strong cultivators' power. Those were the real heroes of Jiangha, the strongest cultivators Jiangha had. Under that moonlight, blood continued to spill. Some of the strong cultivators started running away. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would come back with such strong cultivators and kill all of them mercilessly. How and why? Why were Jiangha's strong cultivators calling Lin Feng young master? "Don't let any of them off, everyone has to die," said Lin Feng coldly. People started panicking, they were scared to death. It seems like the sword was influenced by the body it took control of. Thought the strong cultivators from Jiangha. That was the only explanation. Now that the sword had taken control of Lin Feng, it was also influenced by Lin Feng's personality. When the strong cultivators thought about that, they felt even more hot-blooded, they felt like heroes. They wouldn't let anyone off now. Nobody wanted to fight them anymore. Who would dare challenge Lin Feng after that battle? Lin Feng was standing in the air, looking at the enemies in a cold way. Those people wanted to kill him and they wanted to kidnap Meng Qing, but they were going to die, all of them. He also needed to control the strong cultivators from Jiangha with power and authority. He was Lin Feng, the godly weapon who possessed a human body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140, Astonishing Battle. Chapter 1140, Astonishing Battle. Blood splashed everywhere and rivers of blood were flowing. Meng Qing's qi was becoming even paler as the effects of the pill were soon going to disappear. A few days ago, they all wanted to hunt down Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Now, those same people had turned into Lin Feng's prey. There were countless corpses of Zun-level cultivators laying on the ground. Why? Why did the strong cultivators of Jiangha call Lin Feng young master though? Thought so many people. They didn't understand. They couldn't know that those strong cultivators thought that Lin Feng was their emperor's sword. They could only guess that the ones who had kidnapped Lin Feng last time were people from Jiangha, but after that, what had happened exactly? At that moment, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the crowd in the distance. His eyes looked like sharp swords. That crowd suddenly looked scared, many of them hoped to avoid Lin Feng's gaze. Luckily, they hadn't participated to the battle, otherwise, Lin Feng would have killed them. So many people that Lin Feng didn't like were already dead. Shui Baiyao had come with many strong cultivators, however, she was now all alone there. Some of the young men who liked her and the elders who were with her had died, while some of them had escaped. "Go back now. If anything happens, I can call you. There's no need to follow me all the time," said Lin Feng to the strong cultivators. That was an order, what could they say? He knew that those people couldn't confront him, otherwise it would be like confronting Jiangha. Lin Feng wasn't Lin Feng, he was a godly weapon, their emperor's godly weapon. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't keep those people with him for too long and he didn't feel like it anyways. He needed to keep some distance from them. If he managed to keep that distance, he'd be able to use them for various purposes in the future. Many people would remember him forever after that battle. They wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would command all those strong cultivators to kill everybody only because they sought to steal Meng Qing. "Roger, young master," said the strong cultivators from Jiangha. The godly sword now had a human body, so it had to live its own life. It was Emperor Wu Tianjian's godly weapon, so they didn't need to be worried for it. It would become sharper and stronger again, just like the old days. They would become a prestigious group in Ba Huang and everybody would fear them. The cultivator of the 8th Zun Qi layer looked at the crowd and said, "If some Zun cultivators plan to bully weak people again or to disrespect our young master, we'll kill everyone involved." After that, their sword qi dashed to the skies. Some people who hadn't fought were astonished. Jiangya used to be a famous and powerful group in Bahuang, so they had no enemies. Nobody knew exactly how strong their cultivators were, but from now on, nobody would think about attacking Lin Feng again. "Young master, we're off. Break that talisman if you're ever in trouble," said the old man, giving a talisman to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and took it. The strong cultivators then left. Lin Feng watched as those strong cultivators leaving and then said to the crowd, "If someone dares attack me again before the event in Fortune City, you'll bear the responsibility for your clan's demise." In the distance, the crowd understood that they had to leave. Shui Baiyao looked at Lin Feng and she looked indifferent, so it was difficult to know what she was thinking. She turned around and left too. "Thank you," said a voice to her using telepathy. She didn't turn around so Lin Feng could only see her back, but in any case, she nodded and left. Shui Baiyao thought Lin Feng was incredible. Even though she wanted to kill him before, after losing against him, she felt even more motivated than before. Also, Lin Feng had risked his own life to save Meng Qing with her pill. She thought that was touching. Lin Feng turned around and walked to the sadhu and the others. He smiled and said, "Brothers and sisters, we'll never forget that one, I bet. You're a member of Tiantai and another group of influence protected you, you even obtained a high rank there. Nobody will attack you anytime soon, I think. In Fortune City, you'll have great opportunities, so cherish them," said the sadhu. "I will," said Lin Feng, determined. "I really wonder why Jiangya's people now call you young master. You're our first imperial cultivation disciple too. You're absolutely extraordinary. I can't wait to see you become stronger. We're going back to Tiantai now," said the sadhu, smiling at Lin Feng. He looked at his other fellow disciples and thanked them. Everybody rose up in the air and left. Xiongqi looked at Lin Feng and continued running around Lin Feng. "Little bastard, tell this emperor what happened these past few days. Let's walk and talk. You still dare call yourself emperor, even when people kidnapped me right in front of you," said Lin Feng. "I wasn't prepared enough," said Xiongqi furiously. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and ignored him, infuriating Xiongqi. "Xiongqi, let's find a palace where nobody else is and practice cultivation. We'll go to Fortune City together. Help me protect that guy as well," said Lin Feng, tapping on Huang Fulong's shoulder. He walked towards Meng Qing, took her hand and left with her. Huang Fulong said, "Now that his wife is here, he ignores his buddies and leaves me alone with this." Roar! Xiongqi spat out flames at Huang Fulong. Lin Feng had said annoying things before, so Huang Fulong did the same. "I'm an emperor, a great emperor, not this. You should be honored to spend any time you can with me," said Xiongqi. "Oh no, not again," said Huang Fulong, scratching his head. On the way there, Xiongqi kept bragging about how he used to be an emperor and used to have sex with countless celestial girls in luxuriant palaces. Roar! Xiongqi roared again. Huang Fulong thought that Xiongqi was a show-off, but he also recognized how strong he really was. Lin Feng took Meng Qing to a palace and closed it. He turned around and looked at her. For some reason she looked angry. "Meng Qing, what's wrong?" said Lin Feng, smiling. He scratched his head, wondering what was wrong. "You're finally looking at me," said Meng Qing in a sweet and gentle voice. She was teasing him, just for fun. "Ow," said Lin Feng. He didn't say much, he just stared back at her. When Meng Qing saw how Lin Feng continued to stare at her, she lowered her head and said, "What are you doing?" Lin Feng stretched out his hand and put it on her face, caressing her cheeks and her hair. He then whispered, "I didn't dare look at you before because when I look at you, I can't take my eyes off of you. I could spend the rest of my life just looking at you." Meng Qing rolled her eyes. She was embarrassed. Lin Feng put his hands around her waist. Meng Qing shivered and raised her head. They both smiled. "Not only could I look at you for the rest of my life, but I would be satisfied to kiss you for that long as well," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, he put his hand around her neck and dragged her face to his, kissing her passionately. MMH. MMH. Meng Qing couldn't breathe anymore. Lin Feng's kiss was too passionate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141, Washing His Sword. Chapter 1141, Washing His Sword. The date of the event in Fortune City wasn't decided yet. Everything was in the diviner's hands. Many heroic cultivators had gathered in the 4 big cities around Fortune City and they couldn't wait for the event to start. It was said that each time the event in Fortune City took place, it revolutionized the history of the region. The diviner was one of the most mysterious living beings in the world. He would only appear each time that event in Fortune City took place. Nobody knew who he really was, to the extent that many people didn't even know how strong he really was. Many people assumed that he was an emperor, but nobody knew exactly what he was. In any case, he was able to attract so many strong cultivators to gather there, that was enough to prove that he was incredible. It was said that there was a strange vitality in Fortune City where having imperial blood or a rich family was useless. It was said that people were cut off from the rest of the world once they entered the city. And when people died in Fortune City, the outside world wouldn't know how they died. Back in Sword City, everything had become calm again. Nobody continued chasing Lin Feng because Jiang's people were protecting him now. In a palace outside of Sword City, there was a girl and boy sitting on window. The girl was incredibly beautiful and possessed a celestial chi. She had her head resting on the young man's shoulder, and she was smiling. They didn't talk, they were just sitting there. "I wish time could freeze right now," said Meng Qing, gazing into the distance. Lin Feng and her, only the two of them sitting there in silence, staring up at the moon. "There are so many beautiful things in life and there's still so many places I want to take you. I hope we can be together and enjoy life for thousands or even dozens of thousands of years from now," said Lin Feng. In his previous life, Lin Feng hoped he'd live to be 100 years old. In this new world, thanks to cultivation, people could live well beyond that. He hoped to become strong enough to protect the people he loved with that time. "I'll always stay with you then," said Meng Qing, smiling in a resplendent and sweet way. "We spent some time together already, shouldn't you go and practice cultivation already?" said Meng Qing, lowering her head. She wanted to let Lin Feng practice, but at the same time she wrapped her arms around him as if she didn't want him to go. "Even if you're here, I can practice cultivation," said Lin Feng, smiling. He released sword energies which dashed to the skies. He raised his head and sharp lights appeared in his eyes. He looked at the sky as if he was trying to defy the heaven. His sword energies shook in the air and emitted metallic sounds. The energies gradually pointed to the moon. "Borrowing the vitality of the earth and sky, I'll render the lights of the moon and sky to ashes and use their remains to clean my sword," said Lin Feng. Then, the vital chi of the earth and sky condensed around his sword energies and then ashes appeared and cleaned the sword, which became dazzling. Lin Feng wanted to raise his sword, and in the memories from the old man, Lin Feng knew that cleaning his sword was a part of the process. Lin Feng didn't understand why the old man had helped him, but he didn't think too much about it. He knew that the old man didn't mean him any harm, that's all that mattered. That old man could have easily killed someone like Lin Feng, so there was no need to trick him. "You're cleaning your sword?" Meng Qing looked surprised and laughed. She still had her head resting on Lin Feng's shoulder. Some people noticed something in the sky and raised their heads. They saw a sharp and powerful sword very high in the air, and it was being cleaned by the energies of the earth and sky. Many people lowered their heads again and didn't think about the sword too much. Such an incredible sword probably belonged to someone stronger than them, so it was pointless to linger on it. However, some people were still too greedy and couldn't help it. Someone even rose up in the air next to the sword. It was a young man who wanted to go to Fortune City, but he didn't have a powerful weapon to do so. Now, a holy weapon appeared in the sky, so of course, this was his chance. The young man looked hesitant, but then he released some energies towards the sword, causing it to start shaking. "Piss off!" shouted a voice. The young man and everything around started to shake. He looked at the sword, his eyes were twinkling. "Who are you?" asked the young man coldly. "I told you to piss off." The sword turned around and pointed at the young man. The young man felt rather cold now. He turned around and left, scared to death. Someone could make a sword talk and release its own energies. He wanted nothing more to do with that. After the young man left, the sword continued rising up in the air towards the moon. Many people had watched the young man a moment before, so nobody thought about trying to steal the sword anymore. That sword probably belonged to an extremely powerful cultivator. There were even more geniuses in Fortune City now. Many people were just silently practicing cultivation, attempting to get stronger before the festivities started in Fortune City. Those next few days, both every evening and every night, people would see a holy weapon flying in the sky. Some people tried to take it each night, but each time they heard the sword talk, they were scared to death and backed off. That sword belonged to an incredible sword cultivator, so they didn't dare take it. That cultivator could probably kill them without any effort, and they still had to be careful before the beginning of the event. Lin Feng practiced that technique for half a month. Then, on that final night, a full moon appeared, and in the direction of Fortune City a mist appeared as a gigantic city slowly emerged from the mist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142, Mysterious Fortune City. Chapter 1142, Mysterious Fortune City. Fortune City. Fortune City has appeared. Everyone in the 4 towns surrounding Fortune City raised their heads and looked at Fortune City. It looked like a Gothic painting, like an illusion. It appeared to be ancient, majestic, domineering, lofty, intense. Fortune City is an illusion according to the legends, but many people have gotten lucky there, thought some of the crowd. The event in Fortune City wasn't something planned, they couldn't just show up on a certain date. Everyone had to wait for the city appear on its own. Usually, when people looked in the direction of Fortune City, they saw nothing, no buildings and definitely no city. The mist disappeared only when the diviner started an event. What's going on? Why are there so many castles rising up in the air? Thought some people. The castles were gradually emerging from the ground and rising high into the sky. Some people started wondering if the city wasn't an illusion, just that it was underground most of the time. I can see some beasts too, said someone else, surprised. Some people are going in. A crowd of people began entering Fortune City and disappear inside. How fast? Some people couldn't wait any longer, it seems. The diviner can predict people's future and can even influence their futures. My life will certainly become better after I visit Fortune City. I'll reach the clouds, said someone loudly. He sounded extremely proud as he entered Fortune City. Fortune City. At that moment, Lin Feng also saw Fortune City. Meng Qing didn't say anything, she remained calm while sitting next to him. Let's go, said Lin Feng, grabbing Meng Qing's hand. In another palace nearby, a young man and an animal also saw Fortune City rising. Huang Fulong, Emperor, shouted Lin Feng, landing on their palace. Little boy, you only just remembered us now, said Xiongqi angrily. Lin Feng hadn't spent much time with them those days. He just gave them the 2 Zoom cultivator souls and explained that they needed to find 2 bodies for them, but Xiongqi didn't know where to find bodies for them. What did you do to Huang Fulong? Lin Feng exclaimed. Huang Fulong's face was gray and it looked burnt. I saw that he needed to become stronger, so I taught him some things. He's lucky to have me as a teacher, said Xiongqi, putting his paw on his chest and sounding proud. Huang Fulong just looked exasperated and shrugged. He was smiling, but didn't look that happy. Lin Feng, if you leave me alone with him again, we won't be friends for very long, said Huang Fulong, scratching his head and grinding his teeth. Lin Feng looked at Huang Fulong with compassion. You're lucky to have me as a teacher, but surprisingly, you dare criticize me, said Xiongqi, looking back at Huang Fulong in a ferocious way. Huang Fulong quickly lowered his head. Lin Feng didn't look happy either. Emperor, did Fortune City exist when you were still alive? Asked Lin Feng, pointing at Fortune City. Xiongqi was 1,000 years old and he used to be a great emperor, so he might know some things. It did. It's been there since the creation of the continent of the 9 clouds, said Xiongqi, staring at the illusion. Is there anything particular I should know going in? And do you know anything about the diviner? Asked Lin Feng. He knew that the diviner could predict people's future and influence it. Xiongqi's eyes twinkled and he looked nervous, he almost frowned. He stared at the illusion and shook his head. Nothing. Nothing? How was that possible? Xiongqi was bragging all the time that he used to be a great emperor. He definitely had to know something. I can tell you because it's more complicated than you can handle, said Yan Di back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent and then said, I heard some people had asked emperors about Fortune City, but they wouldn't say anything about it. All they would admit was that each time the young geniuses from all around went there, the course of history changed drastically. Baohuang Province. When Xiongqi heard Lin Feng, he started laughing. Lin Feng was confused by this erratic behavior. Xiongqi noticed his confusion, so he said, Your views are too simplistic. Do you really think that only the Baohuang Province is attending? Lin Feng looked surprised. It wasn't just the Baohuang Province? Did people from other places, provinces, regions, etc. come to Fortune City as well? What do you mean? Asked Lin Feng. You'll see when you go inside. Even though I have the status of a great emperor, I'll only have the strength of the Tianqi layer once we step inside. Let's go to Fortune City, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng was surprised. Our emperor's not allowed in Fortune City. I never said that, said Xiongqi, sighing. There are just some customs, usually people stick these conventions, but a few people will go against them, even great emperors. Lin Feng said, what you mean to say is that there are definite rules in the continent of the Nine Cloud? If great emperors aren't supposed to enter Fortune City, is it because a great emperor organizes the event? I told you, I don't know. If you want to understand, you'll have to go there, said Xiongqi indifferently. Lin Feng looked at Fortune City, his eyes were twinkling. Lin Feng, at that moment, Huang Fulong scratched his head. He looked confused as he said, Lin Feng, what do you mean? Is he a great emperor? Huang Fulong was pointing to Xiongqi, it was as if he had seen a ghost. From Lin Feng and Xiongqi's conversation, it sounded like Xiongqi had been a great emperor. Bullshit, of course I am, said Xiongqi proudly. He almost got killed by someone, but he managed to come back to life. Don't mention it to anyone, said Lin Feng to Huang Fulong using telepathy. Huang Fulong was astonished. Xiongqi really was a great emperor. After a while, Huang Fulong didn't look that angry anymore. He looked back at Xiongqi and even smiled, Emperor, didn't you say you wanted to give me some skills? What about now? Piss off, said Xiongqi in a disdainful way. Huang Fulong was now extremely disappointed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, Fortune City Shrine. Chapter 1143, Fortune City Shrine. Yan Di, be my teacher, said Huang Fulong laughing. I gave you your opportunity, but now it's too late, said Yan Di. Then, he saw just how disappointed Huang Fulong was, so he said, but we'll see if you're lucky in Fortune City. What you obtain there is even more precious than anything I could give you. Of course, you first have to become stronger. Eh? Lin Feng heard their conversation and sounded surprised. What Fortune City would give them was even better than anything Xiongqi had to offer. Fortune City is not only about the diviner's predictions. Your life will be in your own hands. Inside Fortune City, you'll still have to rely on your own strength to define your own path, said Yan Di in a solemn and respectful way. Lin Feng was surprised to see that even Xiongqi respected that place so much. Let's go. Once you're inside Fortune City, you'll hear and see things, then you'll understand. That's why I don't need to tell you anything right now. I can only warn you to be careful and to be tough. You'll have to remain determined to move on. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, even I will benefit from that opportunity, explained Xiongqi. Meng Qing. Lin Feng dragged her hand and nodded at her. Then, he looked at Huang Fulong. There's a teleportation portal at the entrance of Fortune City. As soon as you set foot in there, you'll all be teleported to different places, but if you're strong enough, you'll find each other again, said Xiongqi. Lin Feng seemed annoyed. What is the fastest way to find each other? Go in and you'll see, said Xiongqi. He slowly rose up in the air and looked again at the ancient illusion. He then threw himself at the illusion and quickly, he disappeared from their vision. What a guy, thought Lin Feng. In any case, if Xiongqi told them that they would be able to find each other again, there should be no worries. Huang Fulong, even though he's not easy to get along with, he knows a lot. Don't miss any opportunities when you're around him, said Lin Feng. Huang Fulong nodded. I know, I won't distract you any longer, said Huang Fulong, scratching his head. Then he turned around and entered Fortune City. Lin Feng and Meng Qing glanced at each other and walked towards the illusion together. Meng Qing, once we're in Fortune City, the first thing I'll do is look for you, said Lin Feng, standing just outside the illusion. But Meng Qing shook her head and said, nah, do your own things. I'll come and find you instead. Lin Feng looked at her in a gentle way, nodded and said, all right, I'll wait for you. Then, they entered Fortune City and energies instantly surrounded them. Lin Feng felt like he was going to faint from being so dizzy. He reached out his hand to grab Meng Qing's, but they were already separated. As he was entering Fortune City, some memories appeared in his brain. Fate seeds can be exchanged against anything, whispered Lin Feng. At that moment, inside his third eye, red things appeared. They each contained memories and there were 5 red seeds in total. He had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, so when he entered Fortune City, he had received 5 of these fate seeds. What is this place? Who is the master here? How strong is the diviner? Whispered Lin Feng. In his brain, some more things appeared and they were all related to fate. Once inside Fortune City, he was going to understand his destiny and become stronger. At the Shrine of Fortune City, if he was lucky enough, he would obtain everything he wanted. Lin Feng glanced around the ancient town he had appeared in. He didn't feel like he was in an illusion, it really did look like an ancient town. Fortune City seems to be incredibly vast. Lin Feng thought about what Xiongqi had told him. Apart from the people from Bahuan province, were there geniuses from other places? This place is similar to where the first part of the great competition of Shuiyu took place. It's just that Xingong was far from being that developed and skilled. Perhaps they had imitated Fortune City? Whispered Lin Feng. However, the great competition of Shuiyu was only a small event, it couldn't be compared to this event in Fortune City. Even great emperors didn't understand Fortune City's event properly. Maybe people from everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds were there. Lin Feng could see a lofty building, taller than all the other buildings. Fortune City's shrine can give me anything I want, and Xiongqi told me that I had to remain determined and tough in here. That meant that Lin Feng had to be willing to take risks, he couldn't go through this half-heartedly. Some sounds were heard and Lin Feng looked surprised. Lin Feng immediately disappeared as a shadow appeared. The shadow immediately hid under the shade of a building. Someone arrived where Lin Feng was before and glanced around, then that person frowned. I sensed some qi, said that person to themselves. That person opened their third eye, there were 6 dots, which meant that that person had broken through to the 6th Tian Qi layer. It also meant that they hadn't started hunting other people's destinies yet. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng's direction. He rose up in the air, very slowly and vigilantly. They were in Fortune City, so nobody would know if they died in there. He took a few steps forward and released some qi. Then, he abruptly rose up in the sky and disappeared. Lin Feng was surprised, he hadn't tried to hide when he first got there, nor was he as vigilant as that guy. Bzzz. Lin Feng ran quickly while creating a whirlwind behind him. He quickly arrived at the entrance of Fortune City's shrine. The shrine was open to everyone, but they had to pay with fate seeds to enter. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and entered the shrine. Immediately after, one of his fate seeds disappeared from his forehead. Once inside, apart from an old man, there was nobody else there. Master, I have a question, said Lin Feng, bowing in front of the old man. 20 fate gems, replied the old man indifferently and expressionlessly. Each seed was worth 10 fate gems, so Lin Feng had just spent 10 fate gems to enter the shrine. Now, just to ask a question, he had to pay 20. What is the best thing we can trade in the shrine? You can get anything you want in this shrine if you have enough fate seeds. People of different levels can get different things. Some people need skills and techniques, while others need an ice blade. There isn't anything which can described as the best thing. Lin Feng remained silent and asked, can I exchange seeds for more time? That's your second question, said the old man. Lin Feng only had 20 gems left. Alright, my second question is, I need 100 days of time and I need those 100 days to act as if time hadn't passed in the outside world. How much would I need to pay for that? 10,000 gems, replied the old man calmly. 10,000 gems, that was 100 a day, but it also proved that he could buy himself time inside the shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144, Seed Hunting. Chapter 1144, Seed Hunting. How expensive. I must remain tough and determined. Lin Feng left the shrine and thought about Xiongqi's words. If he had enough seeds, he might even be able to buy cultivation levels. But buying cultivation levels, if possible, was probably extremely expensive. I wonder where Meng Cheng is, thought Lin Feng. Meng Cheng had said she'd find him, so he didn't need to look for her. He couldn't ask anyways because he had no more gems. Lin Feng, don't wait for me, practice cultivation. I'll help you find seeds, said a voice at that moment. Lin Feng turned around, that was Meng Cheng's voice. He smiled wryly, he was speechless. He then whispered, why? I don't believe you. Lin Feng didn't believe that Meng Cheng didn't want to stay with him all the time, so why would she go and find fate seeds without him? You should take care of yourself first, said Lin Feng. Meng Cheng was strong, so as long as she didn't encounter monster-like cultivators, she had nothing to fear. After leaving the shrine, Lin Feng's third eye looked pale, having lost all of his seeds. What Lin Feng didn't know was that somewhere else, there was a guy who had spent all his fate seeds even faster than him. That guy had exchanged all his fate seeds to teleport once to the most crowded place. He hid for a while there and then he came out and trampled the ground loudly. He drew many people's attention, particularly because he was a beast. He was very famous after all, it was the wild beast, Xiongqi. People dreamt of capturing him and taming him. Therefore, many strong cultivators attacked. Once everybody started chasing him, he ran to another place and hid. Then, everybody started fighting to steal each other's seeds. After that, a beam of light illuminated the area and enveloped everybody inside. In a flash, all their seeds appeared in Xiongqi's third eye. After getting so many fate seeds, Xiongqi went back to the shrine, getting ready to spend them and teleport somewhere else. If Lin Feng knew that Xiongqi had obtained so many fate seeds that way, he would teleport to Xiongqi and ask him for some fate seeds as well. Bzzz, at that moment, Lin Feng sensed some teleportation energies. Then, he saw a shadow appear on the ground. Hunter of Darkness, thought Lin Feng. He shouted furiously, die. Sword lights came out from his mouth, seemingly capable of destroying anything. Lin Feng's level 8 sword intent was terrifying. Blood appeared as Lin Feng saw the shadow trying to run away. Stay here, said Lin Feng coldly. He was already extremely fast, his wind intent was level 6, coupled with his Xiaoyao agility technique. He took out his Tianji sword and attacked his opponent again. Blood splashed as his opponent's fate seeds appeared in his third eye. How fast? The cultivator with the shadow spirit appeared and fell down, dead. He had broken through to the 6th Tianji layer and had 60 fate gems already. But now, they belonged to Lin Feng. I'll kill any hunter of the darkness I encounter, said Lin Feng coldly. He didn't have to kill people in Fortune City to obtain seeds. He just had to defeat them. However, Lin Feng would kill anyone who tried to kill him. There were some people Lin Feng would kill automatically if he encountered them, for example, the Hunters of Darkness, the assassins from the Imperial Assassin Union, people from the Celestial Land of Alchemists and people from Tianlong Divine Castle. The area was vast and flat around the shrine, so it wasn't great for hiding. However, it was a good place to obtain fate seeds. People who had a lot of fate seeds would go to the shrine to spend them. The Hunter of the Darkness had that same idea, that's why he wanted to wait there. What is the best method to obtain as many fate seeds as possible in the shortest time as possible? Thought Lin Feng. There were many people in Fortune City right now. Even in Sword City, there were so many cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng needed to obtain fate seeds quickly if he didn't want to miss out on any opportunities. Unfortunately, practicing cultivation was difficult. If he had a high cultivation level, he could have run around and taken all the fate seeds he wanted. But with his current strength, that was too difficult. There were many people who were stronger than him, so he had to fight people one by one to take their fate seeds. 10,000 fate seeds was a terrifying number, he would need to fight a lot of people. Lin Feng ran to a building and jumped to its top. Lin Feng unsheathed his Tianji sword and allowed it to rise up in the air. He used his sword to look around. He could see very far away with that skill. So many people, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his silver wings and his shadow spirits at the same time. Then, he abruptly rose up in the air and started moving. Bzzz. Two people rose up in the air to grab his Tianji sword. Surprisingly, someone left a holy weapon there, I'll take it, said one of them coldly. He put his hand on the sword and released his godly awareness. He wanted to put his godly awareness inside the sword and take control of it. But very quickly he frowned, that holy weapon wasn't normal. There were no openings that he could find to allow his godly awareness to enter the sword. It seems like I can't control it, said the first one. The next guy did the same thing as the one before him and grabbed the holy weapon. Bzzz. The Tianji sword was now shaking, it seemed like it was going to submit to him. But once those two started smiling, a terrifying voice appeared, Soul Sword Fusion. / two dazzling lights appeared and entered those two's third eyes. Ah! They both gave a horrible shriek at the same time. Their godly awareness had been attacked and their souls were greatly damaged. Fate seeds, come to me, said a cold voice. They both sensed a gigantic hand moving towards their third eyes this time, and it contained a terrifying sealing strength. Lin Feng knew the Million Sword Fusion, then the Human Sword Fusion and now the Soul Sword Fusion. He could already be considered an accomplished sword cultivator. They both looked at Lin Feng furiously, their souls were hurt badly. A cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer had surprisingly fooled them. They had each broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer and one of them already had 110 gems, the other one had 70 gems, and Lin Feng had taken them all. Lin Feng's fate seeds condensed and turned orange. He now had 240 gems, but in his third eye, he saw 2 orange dots and 4 red dots. Lin Feng sensed that his vitality was becoming even stronger. Did those seeds have special powers? I'm off, said Lin Feng, waving at those two people. Then, he left. His Tianji sword was still floating in the sky. Lin Feng continued to use it as a bait. Strong people would want to get it, but what they didn't know was that the sword could attack on its own. They just had to grab the sword and then they would have to submit to its attack. Only people who possessed an incredibly godly awareness or special abilities could withstand that surprised attack. After an hour, Lin Feng had already obtained 500 gems. During that time, some people had chased him, and he escaped or he would fight them and win. Half a day after, Lin Feng already had 1,500 gems. Now they had turned yellow and they contained an incredible strength. Lin Feng's chi had become even more powerful with them. He was now convinced that those seeds could help people become stronger. Fortune City was extremely vast. In Lin Feng's eyes, the city was getting even more mysterious. But all he knew now was that if he got lucky, he would be able to achieve anything. I'm too slow. I need to find seeds faster, thought Lin Feng. After half a day, he had already obtained 1,500 gems, but it wasn't enough. If other people had heard him, they would have been furious. But even then, there were some extremely strong people who had managed to steal even more seeds than Lin Feng. Amongst them, there was an animal whose fate seeds were green. That meant he had already obtained 10,000 fate seeds or more, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145, Terrifying Number. Chapter 1145, Terrifying Number. After 3 days, Lin Feng's fate seeds had turned green. His third eye was diffusing dazzling green lights from them. He could sense the vitality from the seeds and had noticed that his blood was becoming stronger too. I wonder if I can take these incredible seeds out of Fortune City, thought Lin Feng. If he could take them with him, then he would use them to continually empower his strength. Something annoyed Lin Feng though. Because the seeds were too powerful, his chi was becoming too thick. He couldn't use his shadow spirit anymore. Even while hiding, people could still clearly and distinctly sense his presence. 10,000 fate seeds, I must have that many now, thought Lin Feng. He decided that this would be a good to go to the shrine, so he entered it. It was the same as before, the old man was still there. Lin Feng still didn't understand what they had to do there though. It was a riddle to him. What do you need? Asked the old man, glancing at Lin Feng's third eye. He didn't look surprised. I need to fix this weapon, said Lin Feng, handing over his bow. Fixing a holy weapon was a lot easier than making one, so 10,000 gems had to be enough. It's not that damaged, there's only one crack mark, but because it's a high-level holy weapon, it'll be 10,000 gems, said the old man indifferently. Lin Feng then handed them over without saying anything. The old man put his hands on the bow and in a flash, dazzling lights appeared on it. He didn't release any chi, but in a flash, the bow started emitting buzzing sounds. Take it, said the old man. At the same time, almost all of Lin Feng's gems disappeared. Now he only had 40 left. The incredible strength Lin Feng had sensed before disappeared with them. Master, since I can exchange seeds for weapons, can I also exchange weapons for seeds? Asked Lin Feng. You can, replied the old man. 20 gems disappeared from Lin Feng's third eye again. Can I redeem my holy weapons at the same price? Asked Lin Feng. You can. The old man wasn't very talkative. Now, Lin Feng had no gems left, but Lin Feng smiled indifferently. The shrine was such a nice place. Master, I want to exchange that weapon, said Lin Feng, taking out the bow again. He didn't even ask what the price was. The old man took the bow and dazzling blue fate seeds appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. The bow was worth 1,000,000 gems, which meant that to get the bow back, people had to defeat hundreds of thousands of cultivators. No wonder Lin Feng had to pay 10,000 gems to fix just that one crack. Lin Feng smiled and took out a bunch of broken holy weapons, more than a dozen. Master, I want them all fixed, said Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. Initially, he had thought he'd need a strong weapon manufacturer to fix his weapons, but it would have been extremely expensive. Everything was possible in Fortune City, though. 10,000 gems to fix the bow, that was a real bargain. He had even obtained 1,000,000 gems in exchange for the bow, which he could take back later. You're very smart, said the old man, smiling indifferently. He then started fixing all the weapons. There were 27 weapons in total. Lin Feng had spent 80,000 gems to fix them all. He kept 10 weapons with him, 2 defensive weapons, a 7-colored Taoist robe made of feathers and an armor. The 7-colored Taoist robe made of feathers was, apart from the bow, the only high-quality holy weapon he had, and he was keeping it to give to Meng Qing. The armor was a low-level holy weapon that he was keeping for himself. He also kept the halberd, which he had already used before. It was a medium-level holy weapon and was extremely powerful. He also kept some others with him just in case. Then, he gave up the other 17 weapons to the shrine without hesitation. Lin Feng now had 1,300,000 gems because most weapons he traded were low-level. He also had a few medium-level holy weapons, but they weren't nearly as expensive as the high-level weapons. High-level weapons were 100 times more expensive than the low-level ones. "I want the bow back," said Lin Feng to the old man. He took his bow back, and now he only had 300,000 gems left. That was enough, though. Apart from the bow, he had 10 other weapons, including a holy weapon. He could sense an incredible vitality inside his body again. Even if people attacked him, they wouldn't be able to kill him now. There was probably nobody else who had that many gems. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that the broken weapons he found in the small world would be so useful in Fortune City. "Anything else?" said the old man when he saw that Lin Feng wasn't leaving. "I want 100 days and a very peaceful, calm atmosphere. I need a place filled with a very powerful vitality from the earth and sky," requested Lin Feng. "Transmit your thoughts into my head," said the old man. Lin Feng nodded and imagined the place of his dreams, then he turned it into a memory and transmitted it to the old man's brain through his third eye. 100 days for 10,000 gems, a calm place with an incredible vitality from the earth and the sky, 40,000 gems, that's a total of 50,000 gems. "Deal," said Lin Feng, nodding. The old man started performing hand seals. In a flash, Lin Feng's body disappeared and he appeared at the top of a mountain. It was an incredible place with dazzling stars. There was a gigantic and dazzling moon above him. That was the place of his dreams. "The old man from the shrine is incredible," thought Lin Feng. At that moment, he had 250,000 gems left since he had just spent 50,000 of them. So, his vitality was still incredible. His fate seeds made him feel even more alive. He took out his Tianji sword and his bow. He allowed his Tianji sword to rise up in the air and kept the bow in his hands. He continued cleaning his sword with the vitality from the earth and sky. At that moment, his sword's soul was still similar to an embryo. Dazzling lights shined down on his Tianji sword. 50,000 gems, that's a lot. If I didn't have so many weapons, I would have needed a long time to get them all. But, now I will be able to stay in here for 100 more days than everyone else. That was definitely worth it," whispered Lin Feng. In 100 days, he would be able to get some more fate seeds again. With his soul, he could make his Tianji sword come to life and then raise it. Lin Feng had also started using his bow. It was a high-quality holy weapon which he could kill many people at once with. If he managed to use it properly, he would become a slaughtering machine. It was a bit like his demonic sword in that he could use it to defeat Zune cultivators. Though the bow didn't have the demonic sword's evil temper, so there wasn't much of a difference between them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146, Hunting Lin Feng. Chapter 1146, Hunting Lin Feng. 100 days passed quickly and Lin Feng's Tianji sword was now dazzling. "I need to do all that I can to improve my sword." Lin Feng had his bow on his back and was holding his halberd in the other hand. He was standing at the top of the mountain. For that sword, having spent 100 days in a place like this was like spending a year in the outside world. Emperor Wu Tianjian had spent 10 years raising his sword, so Lin Feng had just begun the process. Besides, he had also practiced with his 3 holy weapons, the bow, the halberd, and his armor. "It's time now," whispered Lin Feng. Lights appeared and Lin Feng disappeared. He appeared once again inside the shrine. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath in and asked the old man, "Master, how much time has passed in the outside world?" "1 day," said the old man indifferently. "1 day." Lin Feng was happy. "Was that cosmic energy?" asked Lin Feng. He was curious. On the path of cultivation, there were abstruse energies, and after abstruse energies, there were cosmic energies. "You're asking too many questions, I can't answer that. You should leave now," said the old man indifferently. "Master, I still want to trade some things," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He still had 250,000 gems, so he didn't want to leave. "You have to wait," replied the old man. Why? Said Lin Feng frowning. Someone spent gems to have you teleported to them, so we need to treat their request first. Now leave. When you come back, you'll be able to trade with me again, said the old man. So, for example, someone had requested that Lin Feng be teleported to them while Lin Feng was in the different space. Since Lin Feng had requested to be sent there before, the old man had to wait for Lin Feng to come out. Now that he was out, the old man could fulfill the other person's request. The old man shook his hand and Lin Feng disappeared. When he appeared somewhere else, he heard a horrible shriek. Someone had just been killed and their fate seeds had been taken by someone else. Lin Feng was furious to see the dead cultivator. It was someone from Tiantai. And when Lin Feng saw the killer, he was even more furious. Tianlong Divine Castle. There were 4 people from Tianlong Divine Castle. The leader was Long Tang and with him was Gu Xiao and 2 other cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer. Long Tang's fate seeds were green. He had 3 green seeds, which meant that he had at least 30,000 gems. Gu Xiao had at least 10,000, the 2 others had a few thousands. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, they looked into his third eye and saw a blue-green color. Lin Feng had 2 blue-green fate seeds, which meant he had more than 200,000 gems. Long Tang, we're lucky, said the 2 cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer. I'm surprised. I just had to spend 1,000 to make him teleport to us. I just wanted to kill him and take his holy weapons. I wouldn't have thought he'd have so much to offer as well, said Long Tang, smiling indifferently. Congratulations, said Gu Xiao, laughing as he continued staring at Lin Feng. All those gems would end up in Long Tang's hands now. They wouldn't try to steal the gems from Long Tang, they just wanted Lin Feng to die. That was good enough for them. I only have 1 holy weapon and it's a medium-leveled one at that. I'll keep 200,000 gems for myself. I will get another medium-level holy weapon and use another 100,000 to get abstruse chips to better understand abstruse energies. I'll give you guys the rest, 50,000 gems, said Long Tang. Good idea, said Lin Feng coldly, releasing energies. Long Tang, look at that little boy, he thinks he can fight us. He defeated Shui Baiyao at the same level, so now he feels like he is unstoppable, said one of the 4 mockingly. Do you think you can kill me? You're too weak, said Long Tang indifferently. He despised Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't planned for this scenario. I told you that once inside Fortune City, all the members of Tiantai would die. With all the gems I can get from you, I could actually make them all teleport to me, said Long Tang, releasing dragonic chi. Lin Feng took out his bow and an incredible chi emerged. Long Tang looked at the bow greedily. Bzzz. Lin Feng didn't say anything as he condensed pure chi into his arrows and shot 4 of them. Whistling sounds were heard as the chi from the arrows made the 4 cultivators feel like they were suffocating. Die, said Lin Feng. His 4 arrows soared through the air and turned red, like shooting stars, but as hot as the sun. A high-quality holy weapon, get back, shouted Long Tang furiously. He condensed a terrifying amount of pure chi in his hands and dragon scales appeared on his hands and forearms. He put his hands in front of him, but the arrow's energies continued to push him back. At the same time, Gu Xiao took out his own holy weapon, a golden bell. His golden bell collided with one of the arrows and emitted metallic sounds. Piss off, shouted the 2 others furiously while running away. However, the arrows were too fast. Long Tang jumped towards one of his friends and punched the arrow, saving them. The other wasn't so lucky though, he gave a horrible shriek as the dazzling lights from the arrow swallowed his arm. Bzzz. The area continued shaking. 2 dazzling arrows appeared again as Lin Feng was aiming them at the 2 cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer. They both turned deathly pale. Get behind me, Gu Xiao, use your golden bell, shouted Long Tang. The 2 cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer hid behind Long Tang, and at the same time, Gu Xiao's bell rose up in the air and grew in size as it launched towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained expressionless as he moved like the wind. At the same time, he condensed pure sun chi, planning to shoot a 3rd arrow. Gu Xiao. Dragon claws, shouted Gu Xiao furiously. His arm turned into dragon-like claws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147, I must kill you. Chapter 1147, I must kill you. Gotcha. Gu Xiao's illusion-like black dragon arms cracked under Lin Feng's scorching hot sun energies, and then turned to ashes. Gu Xiao looked furious, just now realizing how incredible Lin Feng's arrows were. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, but with that holy weapon, he was pressuring them. "Dragon imprint!" shouted Gu Xiao furiously. He rotated his hands and a dragon illusion appeared. It then began to grow larger. Boom! The dragon was terrifying, but as before, Lin Feng's arrows easily destroyed it. Gu Xiao was propelled backwards and groaned. However, he continued weaving hand signs and his golden bell moved towards Lin Feng. "Piss off!" Lin Feng took out his halberd and attacked the golden bell. A very loud metallic sound was heard as they collided. The golden bell broke and flew away. The sounds were unbearable and the energies made the ground crack. Lin Feng then continued running forwards. Another holy weapon. Gu Xiao's heart twitched. No wonder Lin Feng had been able to make a bet with the celestial land of alchemists. According to the rumors, Lin Feng had put his precious treasures at stake. It seemed like the rumors were true, he did have several holy weapons. He had a terrifying halberd, a bow with scorching hot arrows. "Back!" shouted Long Tang while he was transforming. Dragon scales continued appearing on his body. Dragon skin, dragon scales, he looked like he was going to become a dragon. On top of that, a dragon-like armor appeared around him. "Break!" shouted Long Tang furiously. He suddenly punched the air. His gigantic arm flickered as he grabbed the arrow. He was also using a holy weapon, a dragon armor. Lin Feng didn't seem to be affected. He just continued shooting arrows, one after the other. Each of them contained scorching hot sun energies. "It's useless. I've had this dragon armor for a year, it's now a part of my flesh. Even though you're using a high-level holy weapon, you can't destroy my armor. Just give it to me." Long Tang jumped forwards. Tianlong Divine Castle's dragon skills and techniques had an explosive power. When they roared, Lin Feng felt like he could hear real dragons roaring. Lin Feng rose up in the air and continued shooting arrows, but the dragon continued breaking them. "You can't escape," said Long Tang. His arm was like Gu Xiao's a moment before, but his chi was a lot stronger than Gu Xiao's dragon claws. A strong wind surrounded Lin Feng. He opened his silver wings and rose up higher in the air, avoiding the dragon claws. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and condensed more sun energies, and pure sun chi flames roared in his hand. He then condensed them into an arrow. Lin Feng was using a terrifying amount of pure chi at that moment. Finally, he shot it at Long Tongue. "Sunset," said Lin Feng. His arrow descended from the sky like the sun during sunset. Lin Feng's arrow turned into a fire dragon, annihilating everything in its path. Long Tang jumped backwards, however, Lin Feng's had almost reached Long Tang already, he couldn't escape it. After shooting that arrow, Lin Feng ignored Long Tang and used his fastest speed to throw himself at one of the cultivators of the 7th Tianqi layer. Silver Wings, Level 6 Wind Intent, Xiaoyao Agility Technique. Those three things together made him unparalleled in speed. Roar! That guy looked furious. Die! Lin Feng had his halberd in hand and incredibly destructive energies were emanating from it. Lin Feng didn't use too much strength, but his opponent's head exploded from the attack. Lin Feng instantly obtained the guy's gems. However, at the same time, a terrifying chi appeared from behind Lin Feng. The other cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer wanted to take this opportunity to crush Lin Feng with his dragon claws. Slash! Dazzling lights appeared. Lin Feng moved away as a dazzling sword appeared from his body. However, even with his sword, it was still difficult for Lin Feng to move. The other cultivator had the time to turn into a dragon already, so he was a lot stronger. Soul kill, said Lin Feng. His Tianji sword appeared and shined. Then, it shot out straight towards his enemy's third eye. At the same time, Lin Feng did a 360 degrees and attacked with his halberd. He cut open his enemy's skull and obtained his gems too. Gu Xiao looked back at Lin Feng in a cold way. He was running towards Lin Feng now. Lin Feng was too fast. Thank you for remembering me. Gu Xiao, the next time we meet, I'll make sure you die, said Lin Feng coldly. Long Tang and Gu Xiao were extremely strong, having broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and possessing holy weapons. Especially Long Tang with his dragon body and his holy weapon, a dragon armor. Lin Feng had to run away. Gu Xiao looked at Lin Feng with hatred. What Lin Feng meant to say was that he was going to make him teleport to him. With all his holy weapons, Lin Feng posed an actual threat to him. If Lin Feng broke through to the next Tianqi layer, he would be able to kill him easily. For cultivators had attacked Lin Feng and Lin Feng had left after killing two of them. You think you can leave? said Long Tongue, rising up in the air and flying towards Lin Feng. He used an ancient dragon skill where he opened his mouth and roared, "Come back!" Behind Long Tang, a dragon appeared and fused together with him. It opened its mouth and started absorbing qi. A terrifying strength appeared and quickly surrounded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and attracted the strength of the sun to shoot an arrow towards the dragon mouth. Roar, roar, roar! The dragon roared. The arrows continued colliding with that strength, but when got anywhere close to the dragon mouth, they were destroyed. The dragon was extremely powerful, and with Long Tongue's strength, it was extremely difficult to defeat him. "Dragon constriction!" shouted Long Tang furiously. In a flash, the dragon-like illusion turned into several dragons who all bared their fangs and surrounded Lin Feng. "Empty space bestial illusion technique," said Lin Feng. He was instantly inside a snowy tunnel and wasn't affected by the constrictive dragon energies anymore. His Tianji sword appeared under Lin Feng as he surfed across the sky on it. He quickly disappeared from Gu Xiao and Long Tang's vision. "Long Tang, Gu Xiao, wait for me. I'll kill you soon," said a cold voice in the distance. Long Tang angrily watched as Lin Feng's silhouette disappeared, but Gu Xiao was scared. Lin Feng had incredible sword skills and techniques, as well as several holy weapons. He had even defeated Shui Bai Yao the other day. At the same level, it seemed like nobody could compete with him. Besides, Lin Feng's sword had changed since he last saw it. Had he learned something special in Zhanga? "I must kill you," thought Long Tang coldly. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to escape from him with more than 200,000 gems. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148, Resisting. Chapter 1148, Resisting. Lin Feng kept running and didn't stop. He looked around and found that there were people everywhere. However, those people didn't seem to have visited the shrine yet. Lin Feng was surfing in the sky using his sword. Very quickly, he was found by a cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer. That person was amazed when he saw Lin Feng and his face suddenly turned deathly pale. Lin Feng was surfing on a holy weapon, the Tianji sword, and he was holding another holy weapon in his hand, a bao, with a halberd on his back. Even with the strength of the 5th Tianji layer, he could easily defeat stronger cultivators. Even the soul of the cultivator from the 6th Tianji layer started to shake when he saw that. "Give me your fate seeds and I won't kill you," said Lin Feng coldly. The cultivator took out all his fate seeds and gave them to Lin Feng. They immediately appeared inside Lin Feng's third eye. However, Lin Feng already had 250,000 gems, so a few hundred were nothing to him. After taking those, Lin Feng's sword whistled again and he disappeared into the distance. "A guy with blue-green fate seeds stole 100 from me." The cultivator was annoyed. He hadn't been able to do anything yet and now he had lost the few fate seeds worked so hard to get. Had he stolen those 250,000 gems or did he earn them some other way? That was a terrifying number. Very quickly, Lin Feng appeared in front of someone else. This person was a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer, but when Lin Feng knocked an arrow in his bao, the cultivator remained silent and just gave his 2,000 fate seeds to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng left, the cultivator felt the same as the cultivator from a moment before, angry. That bastard, had he stolen all those gems? Could anyone compete with him? Lin Feng stole many gems from several cultivators from the 3rd to the 7th Tianqi layer. Nobody even tried to oppose Lin Feng. He remained vigilant only when facing cultivators of the 8th Tianqi layer. At the same time, some people were surrounding someone. However, they soon realized that the person had nothing. They were angry, damn it. The person they were insulting was someone that Lin Feng had just stolen fate seeds from. The guy didn't want to fight anymore, he just hated everyone. Boom boom. Rumbling sounds were heard. People raised their heads and saw someone with a terrifying number of gems, 2 blue-green fate seeds and 5 green. That meant he had 250,000 gems. Besides, he also had a few holy weapons, a halberd, a bao with dazzling arrows and an incredible sword. Of course, that person was Lin Feng. Someone, seize him. People understood that Fortune City was a place where everything was possible. Someone must have spent many gems to make Lin Feng appear there in the sky. That way, everybody would see him and they'd all want to capture him. That bastard had stolen gems from people who didn't have much and now, finally, someone was going to make him pay for it. At the same time, Meng Qing raised her head. Then her silhouette flickered as she streaked across the sky. Shui Bai Yao, Feng Xian and the others also saw that silhouette, so they too moved in that direction. So many people started moving in the same direction. Too many people wanted to capture Lin Feng before he made it to the shrine. He had more than 250,000 gems, they had to get some for themselves. Xiongqi also had some blue-green gems and was surprised when he saw Lin Feng. He thought, that little boy is faster than me. Long Tang and Gu Shao appeared outside of the shrine. They looked up at Lin Feng's silhouette in the sky and smiled coldly. This time, Lin Feng was going to die. Lin Feng had seen a lot in Fortune City. He also had 270,000 gems, but he wasn't satisfied though. He needed to move faster. Of course, he had 1 million gems before, so that's why he still wasn't satisfied. If other people knew about this, they'd be furious. He could already do so much with all those gems, but still, it wasn't enough. But when Lin Feng saw all those silhouettes appear in the sky, he was quite angry. He knew that Gu Shao and Long Tang had done this. Bzzz. Someone appeared in front of Lin Feng. That person had teleported. He was surprised to see Lin Feng, but quickly became greedy when he saw those blue-green fate seeds. That was more than he thought. Give them to me, said that person, throwing himself at Lin Feng. His energies surrounded Lin Feng. He had to kill Lin Feng quickly to get his fate seeds, then nobody would be able to teleport. He would have enough time to leave and spend those fate seeds. Slash. The sword which was under Lin Feng's feet moved towards that cultivator with incredible speed and power. Piss off! Shouted that cultivator, furiously releasing an incredible amount of energies to block the Tianji sword. However, he was surprised when Lin Feng also raised a bow and shot an arrow at him at the same time. Boom boom! The light from the sword surrounded his body. He felt like his body was going to burn, dry out and become ashes. In the end, he hadn't managed to steal Lin Feng's fate seeds, instead, Lin Feng had obtained his. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. That person had only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, so he had just brought about his own destruction. Bzzz. Bzzz. Two more people appeared around Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer and a cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was getting ready to fight, but not far away another cultivator appeared of the 8th Tianqi layer. Let's go! Lin Feng's Tianji sword flew back under his feet and he quickly flew away. The cultivator who had just arrived chased after Lin Feng. Long Tang, Gu Shao, said Lin Feng coldly. He understood what was going on. So many people had teleported to Lin Feng because they wanted to steal his gems. In such a short time, 4 people had already teleported to him. More people were probably coming, but they had to reach the shrine first. Bzzz. Someone appeared in front of Lin Feng again. However, as that person appeared, he was instantly met with dazzling sword lights. He didn't have time to react to Lin Feng's sword as pierced through his head. Lin Feng easily obtained his fate seeds. Poor guy, he didn't even have time to see Lin Feng's face properly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149, Hurricane. Chapter 1149, Hurricane. Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice-cold. He continued surfing on his Tianji sword and strong cultivators continued to teleport to him. Lin Feng killed those who were too weak and took their fate seeds. He was surprised to see so many weak cultivators wanting to attack him. In a short time, 3 blue-green fate seeds appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. He felt extremely strong as his chi was dashing to the skies. He already possessed 300,000 gems. Bzzz. Another cultivator appeared and that person possessed a bestial chi. Lin Feng continued surfing on his sword, ignoring that person. He couldn't afford to stop, otherwise, he would quickly be outnumbered. He had to find his friend. Stop, said someone aggressively. Purple lightning appeared and froze the atmosphere. The energies oppressed Lin Feng's body. He would get electrocuted if those energies reached him. Slash, kaboom, dazzling purple light shook the sky, even distorting it. Lin Feng turned around and looked at that person. He was wearing purple clothes, had animal-like hair, a long mouth, and was surrounded by dust. That person also had wings which were a dark purple color. Obstinate and unruly. What a powerful bestial chi. Lin Feng sensed those bestial energies and noticed that the cultivator had the eyes of a great rock. Give me your fate seeds and holy weapons. I won't kill you if you're willing to cooperate, said the cultivator with the absurd bestial chi. He had the strength of the 8th Tianqi layer, but he was a Tian-level beast. Lin Feng took out his bow and condensed pure sun chi into his arrows. Then he started shooting them at his opponent. You dare confront me? Die! said the animal. He opened his mouth and spat out lightning which emitted thunderous sounds. Purple lightning filled the sky. Boom! It was a clash of elements as lightning and thunder energies confronted the celestial, scorching hot fire. Lin Feng's arrows were sharp and could pierce almost anything, but so could his enemy's lightning. However, the thunder could also corrode Lin Feng's scorching hot energies. Lin Feng's opponent spat out lightning again and finally, the arrows disappeared into ashes. Lightning has an explosive power, they're the symbol of destruction after all, thought Lin Feng. He continued condensing pure qi into his arrows and shooting them at his enemy. Thunder blast, die! Shouted Lin Feng's enemy furiously. His thunders condensed into an incredibly destructive thunderbolt which shot straight towards Lin Feng. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind, seemingly charged with electricity. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He shook his hand and cast his empty space bestial illusion technique spell. This battle was too difficult. Kacha, kaboom, Lin Feng crossed avoided the attack, leaving the young man in purple clothes shocked. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could cast illusion spells which his lightning couldn't destroy it. You can't escape, said the young man coldly. Immediately, golden lights appeared in his purple thunderbolts. They turned into an electric fog swept the sky, far and wide. Boom boom. The sky continued to emit crackling sounds and it even trembled under those terrifying energies which were chasing Lin Feng. Piss off! Lin Feng took hold of his halberd and attacked his enemy's energies. A terrifying energy quickly surrounded Lin Feng, and at the same time, the purple lightning assaulted the halberd in Lin Feng's body. It was only the tail end of the lightning, so it couldn't hurt Lin Feng. A golden strength, thought Lin Feng as he sensed the energies within. Those lights contained 5 different sorts of energies: lead, ice, thunder, gold energies, and gold intent. That was a terrifying attack. Even Lin Feng's illusion spell had been broken from it. That cultivator could probably compete with Zun cultivators with that strength. Ba Huang province was gigantic and thus, there were many geniuses. Some of the young cultivators were beasts who were brutally strong, apparently. Bzzz, more people surrounded Lin Feng now. While he was fighting, some more people had teleported to him. They all had greed in their eyes for Lin Feng had 3 blue-green fate seeds and several holy weapons, a halberd, a bow, and a sword. The thunder cultivator looked at those people and said, "He's mine. Nobody else can attack him. Thunder Beast, if you manage to capture him, please do so," said someone in an indifferent tone. They were wearing white clothes. Blue-green fate seeds, and 3 of them. I wouldn't have thought that someone could be so strong, said someone who was wearing fine clothes. His chi radiated celestial energies. There was a golden eagle pattern on his clothes surrounded by a sun. At that moment, golden light surrounded that person and it seemed like he was absorbing the strength of sun. Lin Feng glanced at those people. He had seen the young man in white clothes before when Jian Wubei had invited them to Jianghe. In his third eye, there was a green fate seed with 8 marks. That meant that he hadn't used any of his gems yet. The one in fine clothes had a green fate seed in his third eye, but he had 9 marks. Concerning the one who practiced thunder cultivation, he also had a green fate seed but with only 1 mark, which meant that he had more than 100,000 gems. All those people were incredibly strong. Lin Feng had obtained so many gems because he had exchanged them with holy weapons. He had only managed to steal 50 to 60,000 gems relying on his own abilities. Those people weren't afraid of Lin Feng, but they were scared of each other. They were convinced that, very soon, someone would obtain Lin Feng's treasures and then an even larger fight would break out. The ultimate winner would end up with more than 1,000,000 gems, then he would be able to go back to the shrine and obtain whatever he wanted. Lin Feng didn't do anything. He knew that he was serious danger. If he tried anything fishy, those strong cultivators could kill him in the blink of an eye. Luckily, while those people were thinking of what to do, even more people arrived. Shui Baiyao had 60,000 gems, not because she wasn't as strong as those people, but because everybody had their own methods of getting fate seeds. Some people were incredibly efficient though, for example Qiong Qi, but where was he though? He had even more gems than Lin Feng. When Shui Baiyao saw that Lin Feng was surrounded by those strong cultivators, a strange expression appeared on her face. Lin Feng had 300,000 gems and several holy weapons. But in the end, it had nothing to do with her after all. She just didn't want Lin Feng to die so soon. On the inside, she hoped he'd become stronger and that they would have another opportunity to exchange views on cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, The Advantages of Fate Seeds. Chapter 1150, The Advantages of Fate Seeds. The atmosphere was calm even though more and more people were teleporting in. The more people there were, the less options there were to escape. They were all cultivators of the 8th and 9th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd around him. Many people had green fate seeds, but some of them even had green-blue fate seeds. Altogether, those people had more than 3 million fate seeds. What a terrifying number. The Thunder Cultivator's mouth looked sharp and his eyes looked like those of an eagle. He wasn't trying to kill Lin Feng anymore. There were so many strong cultivators around that whoever decided to Lin Feng would be grave danger as well. Even though he felt confident, those people could still pose a threat to him if they acted together. Many people were thinking the same, so everything remained calm. How should we share his treasures? Asked the Thunder Cultivator. Of course, he wasn't talking to everybody, he was just talking to the strongest ones. He didn't even question what would happen to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had precious weapons and seeds, he was definitely going to die. With your thunder skill, you can trap him in a thunder cage. Then, those who don't want to fight can piss off. Said the cultivator in golden clothes indifferently. And those people have a lot of seeds too, we can't share the loot with them. It would be better to take their seeds as well. As he said that, several people started moving back, but the Thunder Cultivator had already tempted the other strong cultivators. The Thunder Cultivator's purple aura was dazzling as a gigantic thunder cage appeared. The thunder cage also contained sharp golden energies. It doesn't look good, let's go. Thought many people. They wanted to escape, but they were already imprisoned in the cage. They wanted to destroy the cage, but it was too strong. Die! Shouted the Thunder Cultivator. Everybody in the cage was suddenly surrounded by thunderous energies. Kaboom, boom boom boom, many people died instantly and many others were injured. Lin Feng put an arrow in his bow and shot it at the Thunder Cultivator. At the same time, the Thunder Cultivator attacked the prisoners who hadn't died. A few of the stronger cultivators also attacked the weaker ones. They couldn't let the Thunder Cultivator keep all the seeds for himself. That's the law of the jungle. Thought Lin Feng. That was the only expression suitable to describe his situation. Of course, Lin Feng held no compassion for them, those people had come to Fortune City knowing that they could die, besides, they had come to kill him as well. Many people stopped moving when they saw that the Thunder Cultivator had killed so many of them. Initially, they wanted to steal some of the prisoners' seeds. They didn't attack. However, at that moment, Shui Baiyao looked perplexed. The elders of her sect had always said that killing people was necessary to become stronger. Only 20 people were left in the Thunder Cage and those 20 people were outstanding youths from the Bahuang province. Of course, there were many more geniuses in Fortune City who came from Bahuang province. They were busy elsewhere or maybe they knew that so many people would try to kill Lin Feng so they didn't come. Those who remained now had tons of gems. The Thunder Cultivator now had even more gems than Lin Feng. He had just killed a few hundred people and obtained 400,000 gems, plus the ones he already had. He could sense how his vitality had improved. 5 to 6 people's fate seeds had turned blue-green, which meant that they had more than 100,000 gems. I heard that if you obtain more than 1,000,000 gems, your physical body can become a lot stronger. If you obtain 10 million gems, your body can become unbreakable, you could even block my 9 Thunder's celestial attack. When I get your gems, I will have almost 1,000,000, then my fate seeds will turn blue and my body will become indescribably strong. Said the Thunder Cultivator staring at Lin Feng. His fate seeds are mine, but you can share his holy weapons. What do you think? His bow is a high-quality holy weapon, if you take it, you can all obtain blue fate seeds. Then you would be the same as me. 1,000,000 gems make the seeds turn blue and your body even stronger, 10 million make your fate seeds turn purple and you can become almost indestructible, thought Lin Feng. He then smiled coldly and said, you want to take all my 300,000 gems and give the others my holy weapons, you're really smart. Shut up! Shouted the Thunder Cultivator. He released thunderous energies at Lin Feng. Lin Feng groaned coldly and released chi from his halberd. Explosions sounded, as the destructive energies of the halberd and the thunder energies collided. I gave you a few more minutes to live, so if you want to die now, I don't mind. Shouted the Thunder Cultivator furiously. Lin Feng said nothing, he just raised his bow and condensed fire energies into his arrows. The crowd was surprised. Was Lin Feng taking the initiative to attack the Thunder Cultivator? That was suicidal. However, at that moment, the atmosphere became dark. The crowd was surprised when they raised their heads and saw that outside of the cage, a gigantic mountain was falling down on them. That gigantic mountain was moving incredibly fast. Kacha, kacha, terrifying sounds invaded the atmosphere. The ground cracked and deep canyons appeared. The cage broke apart and the mountain disappeared, leaving everything back to normal. However, everybody looked glum. Another monstrously strong cultivator had arrived. At that moment, in the distance, an incredibly robust and muscular person appeared holding a black wooden stick. No wonder he had attacked the thunder cultivator. They all knew that beast. It seemed like he had become stronger too. A thunder beast actually blocked me with a thunder cage. Damn, you're not friendly. Since you have a human form, you must be sick of life. Yuan Fei pointed at the thunder cultivator with his wooden stick. The thunder cultivator looked upset. He released more bestial chi which dashed to the skies. The thunder beast hated it when people humiliated him, and here was Yuan Fei was humiliating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151, The Watcher's Arrow. Chapter 1151, The Watcher's Arrow. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. He had broken through to the 8th Tian Chi layer since the last time they saw each other. Now he could destroy the thunder cage with one strike from his wooden stick. Everybody was amazed by his explosive power. You want to die? Said the thunder beast to Yuan Fei furiously. He was instantly surrounded by terrifying purple thunder energies. He then spat out lightning at Yuan Fei. Be kind to your daddy, said Yuan Fei, raising his wooden stick. The crowd sensed his terrifying and explosive energies. It was as if a mountain had been falling down from the sky again. Kaboom! The terrifying thunders disappeared, destroyed by Yuan Fei's wooden stick. Yuan Fei rose up in the air and a myriad of wooden stick illusion appeared, blotting out the sky and assaulting the thunderous energies. The thunder beast was furious as he released even more thunderous energies at the illusion of wooden sticks. Even people in the distance could sense their explosive energies. Those people were beasts, in both senses of the word. Bestial chi was now dashing to the skies. The purple thunders looked sharp and indestructible. The cultivator had used golden thunderous energies to cast that spell. Even some Zun cultivators' battles don't look that explosive, thought the crowd, shivering. Lightning continued striking down. It seemed like they destroyed bits of the sky each time. Lightning was striking Yuan Fei as he was standing in the middle of the lightning, using his gigantic destruction rod spell ward them off. That thunder beast is so strong, thought Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was already incredibly strong. He was a high-level Tian-level beast whose strength and attacks were explosive, but that thunder beast could actually compete with him. Who exactly was his ancestor? The remaining cultivators were now closing in on Lin Feng. Even though they were surprised that Yuan Fei and Lin Feng were friends, they were still reluctant to give up Lin Feng's fate seeds and holy weapons. The young man who was wearing fine golden clothes released his own fire energies and an illusory golden crow appeared. They couldn't let him fight alone. Lin Feng had too many precious treasures, so they wanted their share of the prizes. You've already surrounded me. If you attack me now, we'll be enemies and you will have to pay the price for it, said Lin Feng, raising his bow. Everybody looked at him again. Was he serious? Did he really think he was going to survive? He had only broken through to the 5th Tian Chi layer and was surrounded by incredible cultivators who wanted to kill him. Bzzz. The guy with the golden crow heard Lin Feng, but didn't take him seriously. His golden crow absorbed energies from the sun and moved towards Lin Feng like a shooting star. Lin Feng condensed sun energies in his arrows and prepared to shoot one. However, at that very moment, a terrifying strength suddenly appeared. Lin Feng frowned and saw an arrow appear in the sky in front of him. Boom boom! The golden crow started burning and was destroyed. The attackers all frowned as another buzzing sound was heard. Another arrow appeared, but it didn't contain the same terrifying energies. This one was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confused. He looked at the small dazzling arrow move towards him and frowned. It didn't seem like it was meant to harm him, so Lin Feng let the arrow hit him. The dazzling golden arrow crashed onto Lin Feng's body, but he didn't feel anything. The arrow just penetrated into his body. A tiny bit of blood appeared which then turned into a golden thread of blood. What's that? The crowd was astonished. The crowd in the distance was just as surprised too. A protector's arrow. A protector had shot that golden arrow at Lin Feng. That was the first protection arrow which had been shot since the beginning of the event. How come? There were so many strong cultivators, all of them were geniuses. For example, Yuan Fei, the great ape emperor's grandson, the thunder beast who also had a terrifying background, the celestial girl Shui Baiyao, the one with the golden crow, but the protector didn't shoot at any of them. Instead, he shot at a cultivator of the 5th Tian Chi layer. The others' geniuses all hoped the protector would shoot an arrow at them. Not only did it mean that they would be protected, but it also meant that they had the potential to become emperors. The fact that the protector had shot a golden arrow at Lin Feng meant that he thought Lin Feng had the potential to become an emperor. Lin Feng was confused. A protection arrow? He didn't even know who the protector was. He had seen him once in Sword City, but that was all. Lin Feng didn't understand why the protector would choose him either. They gazed into the distance and looked at the crowd in the horizon, looking for the protector. However, they saw nothing. The Watcher was an adept at hiding, that was one of his secrets to protecting people. The Watchers and the Imperial Assassin Union's assassins were both experts at hiding. Because of the Watcher's arrow, Yuan Fei and the Thunder Cultivator also stopped fighting. The Thunder Beast, however, looked furious. His hair was messy, his body was surrounded by dazzling purple lights. A moment before, Yuan Fei had hit him 81 times with his wooden stick. That was his gigantic destruction rod spell and he hadn't managed to block it that well. "Little crow, you're a bad boy too, I'll be your daddy and pluck you like a little chicken," said Yuan Fei while raising his wooden stick. The crow cultivator's eyes were suddenly filled with flames. A gigantic golden crow appeared from his back and cawed. "Jin Xing, let's join hands and kill that boy and the stupid Watcher as well. We'll take their fate seeds and their holy weapons," said the Thunder Beast while flapping his wings. "Try if you dare," said a cold voice. They turned around and watched girl in white clothes approach them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152, Wife and Husband Joining Hands. Chapter 1152, Wife and Husband Joining Hands. The crowd was speechless when they saw that girl. She looked like a goddess. They looked at Shui Baiyao and compared both girls. Shui Baiyao looked beautiful and did have a certain celestial appearance, but that new girl surpassed her by far. Meng Qing was a breathtaking beauty. When Lin Feng saw Meng Qing, he shook his head. She landed next to him. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, tickled her nose and smiled. "I knew you'd come. But you know, I can handle this matter myself. Even those people were terrifyingly strong, Lin Feng didn't mind using Emperor Wu Tianjin's sword and kill them all with it. That way, he would obtain millions of gems. He would probably obtain many high-level holy weapons as well. But Lin Feng feared that if he killed all those people, he would be in danger in the outside world. Ba Huang province was vast, but people would still find him there. Even though killing anyone was fine in Fortune City, people still had to avoid killing anyone with a strong backing. Sometimes, even in Fortune City, it was better to hide. Meng Qing looked so docile and affectionate when she saw Lin Feng's warm and tender smile. She also smiled in a warm and gentle way. They were all jealous, they were all prestigious and proud young men. Why didn't they have such an incredible wife? And Lin Feng did. "Lin Feng, who is she?" asked Yuan Fei, scratching his head. Lin Feng had a lot of good fortune with his love affairs. "My wife," said Lin Feng, smiling. Everybody felt even more jealous and envious when they heard that. "Ha, I see, that's my little sister then. You guys are a perfect match," said Yuan Fei, smiling fatuously. Meng Qing looked at him and nodded politely. She had been out of the Black Wind Mountain for a while now, so she had understood human customs a lot better now. Meng Qing turned around and looked at the Thunder Cultivator coldly. The Thunder Beast felt like he was going to freeze under that glare. Meng Qing's cold look pierced his bones. Incredible, that beautiful girl could make him feel that way with just one look. Snowflakes appeared in the air, practically a blizzard of them. Some people stretched out their hands and touched the snowflakes, and found that just one of those snowflakes could freeze them solid. What kind of skill had that girl studied? Bzzz. Suddenly, Meng Qing disappeared. Many people thought that they were hallucinating. Then, at the same time, the Thunder Cultivator sensed an incredible coldness wash over him. It was as if he was going to freeze to death. Kaboom! He released terrifying purple lightning energies, and at the same time, someone appeared in front of him. It was Meng Qing. Meng Qing punched the air in his direction, but it was just a normal-looking punch. But in that instant, the thunderous energies started to freeze. Then, wind brushed against the Thunder Cultivator's body and Meng Qing's fist crashed onto his own fist, freezing it solid. It was as if nothing could resist that coldness. Crackling sounds could be heard as the Thunder Cultivator started freezing. Half of his head was already frozen. His face turned deathly pale. "Thunderscape!" shouted the Thunder Cultivator furiously. Thunderous lights appeared everywhere in the sky, and then his body disappeared. He reappeared even higher in the sky. Then his thunders broke the icy layer which had covered his body, and he looked down at Meng Qing. She had the strength of the 7th Tianqi layer, so he was stronger than her, but why did he feel so cold when facing her? Meng Qing's snow strength would soon contain abstruse energy. He wasn't the only one who was surprised, everyone else was. In one attack, Meng Qing had immediately taken the advantage. Even though he had been a bit careless, it didn't mean that Meng Qing wasn't strong. He was still wondering how Meng Qing had disappeared and then reappeared in front of him. That was scary. She hadn't even released any energy to do that, she just used her terrifying snow energies. Lin Feng was also surprised. He didn't know that Meng Qing was that strong. He would have to practice cultivation a lot more if he wanted to catch up. Meng Qing's mother had taught Lin Feng the empty space bestial illusion technique, but Lin Feng still didn't know how to use it properly. What he could do with it was only the tip of the iceberg. When used properly, cultivators could cast the empty space bestial illusion technique on other people and imprison them in the illusion with the so close yet so far effect. But Meng Qing was different, for she was a snow celestial being. Her clan had to be a mysterious and very powerful clan. Snow was genetically deep in their bodies. Meng Qing was also the queen of the clan. So it was no surprise that she could hide in the snow and reappear as she wished. Snowflakes continued floating around when Meng Qing disappeared again. This time, Lin Feng took a step forwards and raised his arrow, condensing sun energies into his arrows. Unfortunately, his bow didn't have an evil personality like the demonic sword. The demonic sword could have the initiative because it had its own personality. Lin Feng could only control the bow and use its power to this extent because he had only broken through to the Tianqi layer. If he was stronger, with a high-level holy weapon like that bow, Lin Feng could have easily killed any Tian-level cultivator. Sunset! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. A sun appeared in front of the thunder beast. He knew that some kind of strength was preventing him from moving. His facial expression looked hideous. He flapped his wings and raised his claws. However, the sun was already burning his skin and Meng Qing was following him closely, slowing him down. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Why are you trying to escape now? Coward! Said Lin Feng mockingly. He was angering the thunder beast on purpose. Die, I could kill you like a little insect, said the thunder cultivator. Then, he heard Lin Feng laugh and say, if I were you, I would get ready to be humiliated. Yuan Fei was right when he said you were crap. You want to die? Shouted the thunder cultivator furiously. He was more than furious as he threw lightning at Lin Feng. Empty space bestial illusion technique, said Lin Feng as the thunders crashed onto him. At the same time, Meng Qing appeared and punched the air in his direction. He started freezing and at the same time, Lin Feng's empty space bestial illusion technique reappeared again as he shot another arrow. Lin Feng didn't need to say anything. Meng Qing disappeared again and Lin Feng's arrow aimed at the thunder beast. Roar! The thunder beast roared, but he couldn't escape anymore. Golden and purple lights appeared in front of him, which turned into an animal's arm and then into a body. Bestial chi dashed to the skies. Roar! The beast was pushed back. He was in pain and blood was dripping from his claws. The arrow hasn't broken yet, so blood continued pouring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1153, Yuan Fei's Fury. Chapter 1153, Yuan Fei's Fury. The Thunder Beast was actually a golden thunderbird. Thunderbirds possessed incredible abilities. His father was an emperor, so after breaking through to the Zun-Chi layer, he would immediately understand 3 types of abstruse energies. His claws were as hard as iron. However, that sword still managed to make his claws bleed. Bzzz. Fire continued burning from Lin Feng's arrows and he didn't stop. He shot even more arrows. At the same time, Meng Qing was in the distance and was punching the Thunderbird into an icicle. Break! Shouted the Thunderbird furiously. Bestial chi dashed to the skies as the gigantic bird broke out of the ice again, but at the same time, Lin Feng's arrows arrived. With his wings, he created a tornado which moved towards Lin Feng and Meng Qing. PFFF, Kacha, the Thunderbird spat out thunders in the direction of Lin Feng's arrows. At the same time, another sound was heard. A black arrow which contained destructive energies was flying at the Thunderbird. He put his claws in front of him and attacked the black arrow head-on. Ah! The Thunderbird gave a horrible shriek. The crowd looked at him and saw that the black arrow was stuck in his claws. He couldn't control his energies anymore. The Watcher is attacking again, thought the crowd, shivering. The Watcher's arrows were terrifying. Even the Thunderbird found it difficult to face them. You all want to die, shouted the Thunderbird furiously. Lin Feng continued rising up in the air. His hands were shining under the sunlight. He was firmly holding his bow as he said, You all came here to kill me for my fate seeds, but you won't take them now. Even if you really could kill me, I'd give them to Yuan Fei before I let that happen. Besides, that crappy Thunderbird has more fate seeds than me. Die. When the Thunderbird heard Lin Feng say he was crappy, golden and purple shot out at Lin Feng again. At the same time, he turned into a beam of light and threw himself at Lin Feng. He continued crashing into Lin Feng's arrows. His body looked like a sharp sword which wanted to lacerate Lin Feng. What an incredible body! Thought the crowd. Some beasts had inherent abilities. Only peerless cultivators or people with incredibly special abilities could compete with such beasts. That Thunderbird's ancestor was an emperor, so it made sense that he was so proud and arrogant. He had never faced such a difficult fight. Now, he was injured and had gone insane. Did you think I wouldn't fight you still? Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He shook his wooden stick and illusory, gigantic, black wooden sticks appeared, blotting out the sky again. Die! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He used his gigantic destruction rod spell again. People couldn't see wooden sticks anymore, all they could see was a gigantic mountain range falling down from the sky. Boom boom boom. The ground was shaking. Yuan Fei was in a frenzy. His mountains continued colliding with and bombarding the Thunderbird, each strike was more powerful than the previous one. Frenzy! The crowd was watching Yuan Fei. Everybody knew that the great ape emperor loved fighting. Apes were incredible warriors, and with the gigantic destruction rod spell, they were even more powerful. Apart from their belligerent personality, brutal temper, and incredible gigantic destruction rod spell, they also had another special skill: they could activate a frenzy mode and turn into a mad ape. At that moment, Yuan Fei had activated that mad ape rage. Roar! The Thunderbird was starting to falter. Terrifying hurricanes surrounded his golden body as he turned around and started running away. He wanted to avoid those falling mountains, so he rose up in the air. Lin Feng looked at the bleeding Thunderbird, but didn't seem satisfied. He didn't underestimate the geniuses from Ba Huang. My cultivation level is too low, whispered Lin Feng. At the same level, he didn't fear anyone, but because against people had higher cultivation levels than him, he couldn't manage. The Thunderbird, Yuan Fei, and so on were incredible cultivators. They could easily destroy ordinary Zun cultivators. Lin Feng still remembered that Yuan Fei, when he had only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, could actually threaten Zun cultivators. Lin Feng was convinced that Yuan Fei and the Thunderbird could easily destroy cultivators at the 1st Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng could only rely on his holy weapons to injure cultivators like the Thunderbird. Without them, without abstruse energies, without a higher cultivation level, he couldn't do much. Yuan Fei, I'll kill you sooner or later, said the Thunderbird coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, we'll see how long you'll be able to hide behind other people. After that, he flapped his wings and left. Meng Qing landed next to Lin Feng and looked at the crowd in a cold way. Yuan Fei tapped the ground with his wooden stick and said to the crowd, because you're too weak to get the Thunderbird's fate seeds, you decided to steal my brothers? If anyone else attacks him, they won't leave this place alive. The beautiful girl was incredibly strong, the Watcher had protected Lin Feng, and now Yuan Fei. Plus Lin Feng's holy weapons, that was starting to be quite an army. Not only were they strong, but offending them would probably have consequences in the future, especially Yuan Fei. Besides, Lin Feng had told them that even if they killed him, he still could give his fate seeds to Yuan Fei and then nobody would steal them from him. There will be many other opportunities in the future to obtain fate seeds in Fortune City, all of this is just starting, said someone as they left. Then, people gradually followed suit. It was important to keep in mind that the diviner held everything under control in Fortune City. Nobody knew what would happen. So, it was also better not to waste time right now. But as soon as the crowd turned around to leave, Lin Feng took out his flag and sealed the space around them. Holding his bow, he jumped forwards and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled coldly and said, since you guys like fishing in troubled waters and taking advantage of a crisis for personal gain, I will now take all of your fate seeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1154, If you want to kill me, I'll kill you. Chapter 1154, If you want to kill me, I'll kill you. In the distance, the crowd looked at Lin Feng raising his bow and their facial muscles twitched. Did he want to steal their fate seeds after all of that? Yuan Fei looked surprised and then smiled. He struck the ground with his wooden stick and jumped forwards. Kacha sound spread resonated in the distance as a gigantic canyon appeared. The crowd in the distance sensed that strength moving towards them. You're all worthless insects. I'll give you 10 seconds to hand over your fate seeds, and if you don't blame me for acting violently," shouted Yuan Fei. His voice echoed in the distance and made the crowd shake. They only had 10 seconds. Bzzz, some people's silhouettes flickered as they tried to escape. Dazzling swords moved towards them and explosions sounded. They weren't like the Thunderbird or Long Tongue, they couldn't resist Lin Feng's sunset bow. One person already died. 7 seconds, said Lin Feng. The fate seeds of the person who had just died appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. He was merciless, but that was the law of the jungle. Some people had decided to teleport themselves to Lin Feng, so now, they were going to pay the price for it with their fate seeds. Some people's faces turned deathly pale. Lin Feng raised his bow again and Yuan Fei was slowly rising up in the air. Some people decided to give their fate seeds to Lin Feng without resisting. 3 more seconds, said Lin Feng. Their hearts started racing as they took out their fate seeds as well. Then, their fate seeds quickly began to gather in Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng now had 550,000 gems. All those people who had come to take his fate seeds already had a lot, all those people together held more than 200,000 gems. 5 green-blue lights appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng sensed those energies which began to strengthen his physical body. The animal was right, if I manage to get blue seeds, my physical body will start changing. If I manage to get purple seeds, I might even be able to resist against those Thunderbird's energies, thought Lin Feng. He suddenly had many ideas. But in any case, he needed fate seeds. Piss off, said Lin Feng to all those people who had handed over their fate seeds. Then he put his flag away and the crowd looked at him coldly before leaving. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. He wanted to see if he could find the Watcher, but there was nobody there. Thank you, said Lin Feng smiling at Yuan Fei. One would know who their true friends were in 2 kinds of circumstances, when in trouble and when in need of something. Fate seeds were important to everyone in Fortune City, but Yuan Fei didn't ask Lin Feng for any of them. He gave them all to Lin Feng. Why the hell did you thank me? You need fate seeds more than I do, take mine too, said Yuan Fei. He had 70,000 gems himself. No need, said Lin Feng shaking his head. Even though Yuan Fei was the great ape emperor's grandson and had access to many incredible treasures, there were things which were priceless in Fortune City. He couldn't give up his fate seeds. I need to kill some people, can you help me? Said Lin Feng. Yuan Fei thought for a few seconds and said, let's go to the shrine. Meng Qing. Lin Feng didn't need to say much to Meng Qing, he just had to look at her or smile at her and she understood what he intended. The 3 of them left, they had no time to look for the Watcher. Who knew when the diviner would interrupt them? Lin Feng guessed that Fortune City was a small world, a terrifying one at that. Maybe terrifyingly strong cultivators controlled Fortune City. According to Cheong Chi's hypothesis, nobody could imagine how terrifying that place truly was. Those 3 flew quickly and soon arrived at the shrine, then entering it. When the old man saw Lin Feng, he immediately said, someone is looking for you. He shook his hand and Lin Feng disappeared. When Lin Feng reappeared, he saw someone he knew. His body was dazzling and that person was smiling coldly. You're fast, said Lin Feng. Since Long Tang had made him teleport once, he knew that other people would do the same to him. Because of those people, Lin Feng wouldn't have any opportunities to use the shrine. If I weren't quick, how would I be able to take your fate seeds? Said his interlocutor smiling in a cold and detached way. I said it earlier, I'll kill anyone who dares attack me. Apart from the Thunderbird, you're the only one who had attacked me before, said Lin Feng. That person was the Golden Crow, the Thunderbird who had asked him to join hands to fight Lin Feng. You're not a bad fighter, but your cultivation level is too low, said Jin Xing, releasing dazzling golden flames. 2 beams of light appeared, making Jin Xing frown. Those people were Yuan Fei and a beautiful girl who had arrived at the same time. You were prepared, said Jin Xing, staring to Lin Feng coldly. Then, he threw himself at Lin Feng and turned into a golden crow. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved back and took out his halberd. This time, he didn't use his sunset bow because he was too close to Jin Xing. Snowflakes appeared as Meng Qing disappeared and a piercingly cold energy invaded the space. At the same time, Yuan Fei released his own terrifying energies. Jin Xing frowned, he knew he was in trouble now. I'm off, said Jin Xing. He turned around, rose up in the air and started to run away. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way, he was definitely going to kill him. Seal, said Meng Qing. At that moment, a holy, celestial chi surrounded Jin Xing's body. Meng Qing appeared in front of him and sealed the space around him with ice. Boom boom. Jin Xing wanted to break the ice, but the ice layer was too thick. His body had also started to freeze. "Brother, sister, move aside!" shouted Yuan Fei furiously. His wooden stick fell down from the sky, leaving a black trail behind it as it moved towards Jin Xing. "Godly crow flames!" shouted Jin Xing furiously. Golden flames appeared as he turned into a crow god, bathing in flames. His flames sufficed to make the ice melt. However, the gigantic wooden stick struck him and broke several of his bones. "I told you not to bully my brother and sister, Jin Xing. In Fortune City, nobody will care about your death. Let's have some roasted crow for dinner." Roar! Yuan Fei roared and a gigantic ape appeared from his back. The ape was holding a wooden stick which was 100 meters long. "Die!" shouted Jin Xing furiously. Golden and fire energies flooded the sky as a real golden crow was about to appear. He wanted to block the wooden stick, but the golden crow knelt down and blood splashed everywhere. At the same time, Meng Qing got close again, so Jin Xing had no time to react. She released ice and cancelled Jin Xing's fire. "You asked for it," said Lin Feng. He jumped forwards with his halberd, which now contained demon, fire and desolate strength. He struck Jin Xing's head with his halberd. Something stopped the halberd as it crashed onto Jin Xing's head. However, Yuan Fei and Meng Qing attacked again, and with that, Lin Feng's halberd pierced through Jin Xing's skull. They were definitely going to kill him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155, Traveling and Working. Chapter 1155, Traveling and Working. Jin Xing looked furious. He couldn't believe that he'd die in Fortune City. He thought his life would change after Fortune City. He was one of the most incredible geniuses present at the event. On top of that, he was only dying because he had envied the fate seeds of a cultivator at the 5th Tian Chi layer. Roar! Jin Xing roared. It was the last roar before death. His fire dashed to the skies as well as his golden strength. "Lin Feng, get back!" shouted Yuan Fei loudly. Lin Feng continued releasing desolate chi into Jin Xing's brain. Jin Xing knew that he was dying. Lin Feng took his halberd out of Jin Xing's skull and moved back. Rumbling sounds and dazzling lights oppressed Lin Feng, making him cough up blood and pushing him down to his knees. Then, Jin Xing stopped breathing. Lin Feng could barely breathe as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Jin Xing had surprisingly attacked Lin Feng while he was dying. However, a sixth fate seed appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. Now he had 600,000 fate seeds. Lin Feng was still not satisfied. That still wasn't enough. "Let's go again. If anyone tries to attack you, we'll kill them too," said Yuan Fei aggressively. Surprisingly, Jin Xing had forced Lin Feng to teleport to him. Fine, if people continued to force Lin Feng to teleport to them, they'd continue killing them. That guy probably had a lot of treasures. Even if you don't need them, you can always trade them for fate seeds. Lin Feng found a ring which wasn't broken on Jin Xing's body. He didn't give it to Yuan Fei, not because he was greedy, but because Yuan Fei was an emperor's grandson, so he was rich. Yuan Fei could have anything he wanted, including peerless holy weapons. However, it seemed like the great ape emperor didn't want Yuan Fei to rely on holy weapons. Therefore, Lin Feng thought that because apart from the black wooden stick, he had never seen Yuan Fei use any other holy weapon. But in any case, that ordinary-looking stick was actually a terrifying weapon. Jin Xing was from the southern part of Bahuang province and was very famous. According to legends, he had inherited the blood of the golden crow, a supernatural three-legged, golden bird which lived in the sky. Apart from incredible cultivators at the top of the Tian Chi layer, nobody could defeat him. "This time we killed him together, but he had asked for it," said Yuan Fei to Lin Feng. The three continued walking. Perhaps more people would try to attack Lin Feng. "So then, who are those most incredible cultivators here?" asked Lin Feng to Yuan Fei. He didn't know much about Bahuang province. He would probably meet those people in Fortune City, but he knew for sure that Yuan Fei was one of them. Lin Feng now had a different opinion about the Bahuang province. He didn't believe it was that big. When he had just arrived, he met Yang Zilan, who was already considered a genius. Then he met Xian Yuan, who was also considered a genius. Then, he met Yuan Fei, who was a real genius. In the past, Lin Feng admired even ordinary Zun cultivators, but now, he didn't think that way anymore. Ordinary low-level Zun cultivators could easily be defeated by people like Jin Xing. People Lin Feng admired were also people he wanted to surpass. The event in Fortune City was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lin Feng. No need to talk about them for now. The continent of the Nine Clouds is gigantic. Strong cultivators aren't necessarily those who have inherited a strong blood, you probably understand what I am referring to. For geniuses who want to become strong, becoming an imperial cultivation disciple means broader opportunities, better cultivation tools, and more friends of the same level. Then, when emperors attach importance to them, they will receive even more opportunities. Therefore, Bahuang Province's most outstanding young cultivators are those who have received emperor's direct teachings. This time, in Fortune City, you'll meet them," said Yuan Fei, talking and walking. "I can't wait to see them," thought Lin Feng. But according to Yuan Fei, people like him and the Thunderbird weren't the most outstanding cultivators of Bahuang, or at least that's what he figured he meant. Maybe they're strong now, but it won't be that way in the future. Recently, several incredible cultivators have appeared in Bahuang Province. Besides, some younger people are also starting to rise up, like you. It's a constant race, so it's too early to know who the best ones are. Only time can tell us those things. If you really want to know, become an emperor and defeat those people," said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng came from the small country of Shuiyu, in the small Shuiyu region. He understood those things better than most. In Bahuang Province, he wasn't considered a strong cultivator, but in the Shuiyu region he was one of the strongest. In different places, people had different views and different perceptions. Lin Feng was on the right path, so if he wanted to become an emperor, he'd end up fighting those people sooner or later. The three of them soon arrived at the shrine again. This time, the old man didn't make Lin Feng leave right away, which meant that nobody had asked for Lin Feng to be teleported. "It seems like nobody asked for me this time," said Lin Feng, shrugging and smiling. He looked at the old man and said, "I need possess an incredibly strong qi. I need to look like I have the strength of the top of the Tianqi layer." Eh? Yuan Fei heard Lin Feng and instantly understood what he meant. How sly was this guy? The old man nodded, shook his hand, and suddenly, Lin Feng's qi was at the top of the Tianqi layer. Even though it was fake, nobody would know. Lin Feng paid 1,000 gems for that. "Lin Feng, I'm off," said Yuan Fei, leaving. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng had asked Yuan Fei for help because some people wanted to kill him. However, Yuan Fei didn't have time to take care of them both. He had helped him, so now Meng Cheng and Lin Feng could protect themselves together. Yuan Fei also needed fate seeds. The old man teleported Yuan Fei to a place with many people. Lin Feng also asked the old man to teleport him and Meng Cheng to a place where there were many people, but not to the same place as Yuan Fei. That way, the three of them could get even more fate seeds. Lin Feng and Meng Cheng appeared somewhere else, and Lin Feng's Tianji sword instantly rose up into the sky. Lin Feng and Meng Cheng then jumped onto it. Dazzling golden lights appeared as Lin Feng took out his bow. The qi from the top of the Tianqi layer flowed through his body. "Let's go!" Lin Feng changed his face and his Tianji sword rose up in the air, soon appearing above someone who had a few thousand fate seeds. Lin Feng shouted furiously, "Give me your fate seeds or I'll kill you." That person sensed Lin Feng's qi and saw his bow. He looked petrified and obeyed. He had no choice but to give his fate seeds if he wanted to live. Lin Feng took the fate seeds and left. He didn't stop as he continued to do that with many more people. A cultivator at the top of the Tianqi layer holding a terrifying bow, riding a holy weapon, and a girl with a celestial qi. People had choice but to hand over their fate seeds. Many people felt dispirited. Some people had already seen Lin Feng's bow before, but now it wasn't the same guy who had it. With a strength at the top of the Tianqi layer, he had probably stolen it and now he was stealing their seeds. How cruel. He had broken through to the top of the Tianqi layer, so why did he need to steal holy weapons too? What infuriated people even more was that he was surfing on a sword which was also holy weapon. What a spoilt brat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156, Insane Demon. Chapter 1156, Insane Demon. Lin Feng continued riding his Tianji sword around and stealing fate seeds. People had no choice but to give their fate seeds to him because he was at the top of the Tianqi layer and he had holy weapons, both a sword and a bow. In Fortune City was filled with endless opportunities, so nobody wanted to die there. Losing fate seeds was annoying, but they could still find seeds again. If Lin Feng he stole from 100 people who had 100 gems, that was 10,000. Lin Feng had chosen a place where there were many people on purpose. In half a day, Lin Feng already had 8 blue-green fate seeds and his vitality was changing to become even stronger. 8 blue-green fate seeds, that was 800,000 gems. 2 more fate seeds and Lin Feng would have 1 million gems and his fate seeds would turn blue. Most people didn't realize they could exchange fate seeds for high-level holy weapons. Even if people thought about it though, how many were capable of obtaining 1,000,000 gems? That was a terrifying number. Even if Lin Feng had broken through to the top of the 9th Tianqi layer and had holy weapons, that was still a terrifying number. On his way, Lin Feng encountered other strong cultivators, but they stayed away from him. They could easily get gems from weaker people, so fighting against a cultivator who had 800,000 gems wasn't worth it. Lin Feng didn't care about what people thought, all he concerned himself with was getting more fate seeds. He needed to have more than 1,000,000 gems and then he could go kill some people. There was a girl called Qi Jiao Jiao flying over Fortune City. She was looking for more people to steal fate seeds from, but after she glanced around, she saw nobody. Qi Jiao Jiao was wearing a blue robe, and her fate seeds were a blue-green color with 2 fate seeds. This meant she had 200,000 gems. She had her own way of getting fate seeds. She only stole fate seeds from people who had at least 10,000 gems, that way, she didn't have to work too hard. Finally, she had found her next prey. Bzzz. In the distance, whistling sound was heard. She suddenly turned around and saw 2 people riding a sword in the air. How scary, what a terrifying Qi! Thought Qi Jiao Jiao. She looked at the boy's third eye and saw that he already had 8 blue-green seeds, and he was coming towards her. Slash! A terrifying arrow which was on fire was pointing at her. Hand over your fate seeds, said Lin Feng. The girl was beautiful and cute. She was as beautiful as Shui Bai Yao and those other girls. However, Lin Feng didn't care about that right now, he only cared about her 200,000 gems. If he obtained her fate seeds, his fate seeds would turn blue and he would have 1,000,000 gems. You dare steal from me? Said Qi Jiao Jiao. His Qi was at the top of the Tianqi layer and he had holy weapons. His Ba was at least a medium-level holy weapon, the sword he was using to surf on was a holy weapon too. You have 3 seconds. Said Lin Feng, trying to scare her. Qi Jiao Jiao's beautiful eyes were twinkling. She had taken such efforts to steal fate seeds, and it was the first time someone thought to steal from her. I will give them to you if you want, but you will definitely regret it. Said Qi Jiao Jiao handing over her fate seeds. Bzzz. A terrifying strength suddenly dashed to the skies. Lin Feng now had 1,000,000 gems, so his fate seeds turned into 1 blue seed. The last time he was in the shrine, he hadn't really sensed it because he hadn't taken the time to. Now, he could sense how his body was changing. Most people, if they had a blue seed, would go and exchange it in the shrine. After obtaining Qi Jiao Jiao's fate seeds, Lin Feng's Tianji sword streaked across the sky. He left without even glancing at her. You will regret it, said Qi Jiao Jiao looking at the back of Lin Feng's head. Qi Jiao Jiao was one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the Bahuang province. She was from a rich family and many men courted her. She also had a big brother who was incredibly strong. Given her talent and position in Bahuang province, nobody had ever offended her before. Lin Feng didn't think about Qi Jiao Jiao at all. He thought she was beautiful of course, but he didn't know that she was one of the 4 most beautiful girls in Bahuang province. He also didn't know that she was from one of the most powerful families in the province. They were different from other rich families. The Qi clan was from the eastern part of Bahuang province and they had an emperor. Lin Feng continued moving around and stealing fate seeds until he had 5 million gems. Finally, he stopped and went to the shrine with Meng Qing. Once in the shrine, Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword and looked at the old man. Master, I need 100 days in a mystical space with thunders. The thunder must be exactly as powerful as this sword can handle. How many fate gems? Show me the place, said the old man calmly. Lin Feng transferred memories to the old man. 550,000 gems, said the old man. For 2 people? Asked Lin Feng again. For the price he was going to pay, Lin Feng hoped Meng Qing could benefit from it too. Add 100,000, said the old man. Lin Feng nodded, he could afford that. I'll exchange this high-level holy weapon first, said Lin Feng handing over the bow. The old man took it and a second blue seed appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. Master, what I asked you just now, let's start, said Lin Feng. The old man shook his hand and in a flash, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were teleported somewhere else. It was the same calm place as the one Lin Feng had requested last time. The moon was shining, there were stars, the strength of the earth and sky were full of vitality, but this time, there was also an area with terrifying thunders. Lin Feng looked at those thunders and his eyes started twinkling. He was going to raise his sword in those thunders. Lin Feng had thought about exactly this after fighting against the Thunderbird. Thunder had an explosive force and was extremely fast. With his incredible understanding abilities, Lin Feng would understand fire abstruse energy someday, and his ultimate goal was thunderfire. Meng Qing, I need to practice cultivation and study a special power. It'll be extremely painful for me, so I wanted to warn you before so that you don't worry when you see me. I won't die with the blue fate seed I have," said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Feng was strong and didn't say anything even when he was in pain, but now he was telling her it was going to be very painful, so that meant it was going to be really painful. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the thunders roaring in the distance. From just his facial expression, all one could see at that moment was an indomitable will. Mu Chen had said it before, if a cultivator wants to become an emperor, he had to be insane sometimes. Lin Feng had to be insane if he wanted to become a beast like Yuan Fei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157, Thunderworld. Chapter 1157, Thunderworld. Lin Feng closed his eyes and his facial expression turned serious, then he sat down. His Tianji sword was emitting whistling sounds as it moved towards the dark clouds, the thunders and lightning. Kaboom! A terrifying lightning struck the Tianji sword. As Lin Feng's soul was in the sword too, he sensed the lightning and shook violently. He felt like his soul was going to be kicked out of his body. He spat out blood. "Lin Feng," said Meng Qing. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale and so did Meng Qing's face. "Don't come here," shouted Lin Feng as he continued, "Meng Qing, do your own things during these 100 days, practice cultivation too." His soul shook again and Lin Feng's body kept twitching. At the same time, his fate seeds continued to nourish his body and regenerate it. The pain was more bearable that way. Meng Qing was worried about Lin Feng. He was spitting out blood and it looked very painful. "I'm practicing cultivation, I'm alright," said Lin Feng, smiling. More thunderclaps struck Lin Feng while emitting roaring sounds. The technique he was using to raise his sword consisted of nourishing the sword with his own soul strength. As he cleaned his sword with the thunderous energies, he was only developing one soul, he needed several to condense them. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword is like a human, thought Lin Feng. Emperor Wu Tianjian had raised his sword for 10 years, so he must have suffered immensely to become an emperor. For 10 years, nobody knew him, and then all of a sudden, he had amazed the entire Bahuang province. The skill was terrifying, therefore, not many people practiced it, probably only madmen did. But real geniuses were also, often insane. The Tianji sword continued shaking violently in the dark clouds. Some cracks even appeared on it, but it was enduring the pain. After being cleaned this way, it was also healing and slowly changing. When Meng Qing saw how much Lin Feng was suffering, she turned red with worry. But Lin Feng would smile at her now and then, so she felt relieved. After 3 days of suffering, Lin Feng didn't feel the pain as much as before. His Tianji sword was even more dazzling. The sword had also grown used to being thunderstruck. Even though it was still painful, it wasn't so bad. After 7 days of suffering, Lin Feng felt even more relaxed. He could even stand steadily on his feet and watch his sword be cleaned by the thunder and lightning. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng's back and smiled in a resplendent way. He wasn't suffering so badly, now he was standing steadily. Lin Feng turned around, smiled in a resplendent way and said, "Practice cultivation, otherwise, I'll soon surpass you." "All right," said Meng Qing, nodding. Then, she also started practicing cultivation. She was thinking that if she became stronger, Lin Feng wouldn't need to suffer that much anymore. Of course, that was a woman's thought, she was just worried for her husband. How could a man like Lin Feng let a girl protect him? What he wanted was to protect his wives, family, friends. He wanted to become stronger. 30 days passed. The Tianji sword was easily absorbing those purple thunderous energies. "It can now be struck by lightning without any problem," whispered Lin Feng. He slowly walked towards the thunder. Kaboom! When Lin Feng walked to the edge of the thunderous area, a terrifying thunder struck him and he spat out blood as he fell to his knees. However, he didn't emit any sounds because he didn't want to disturb Meng Qing, who was practicing cultivation. 600,000 gems for that, I can't waste any of this. Since my sword is now clean, I have to improve my physical strength too. Even though Lin Feng had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he was still smiling. He released demonic energies and used his 3 lives Buddha demon skill. He jumped up in the air and was propelled back to the ground immediately. He did that over and over again. He had already lost so much blood, but at the same time, he could sense that he was becoming stronger from it. Maybe he would be able to understand thunder energies like his sword, then he wouldn't need to use his sword to confront thunderous energies. He continued this thunder training for 30 more days. Demonic strength continued flowing through his body and that lightning never stopped striking him. Finally, he managed to walk further into the clouds where the lightning was even more brutal. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't a holy weapon himself. Even though he had demonic strength and fate seeds, he couldn't bathe in those thunders. He was becoming a lot stronger and even more muscular. Lin Feng didn't know that Meng Qing, who was practicing cultivation next to him, was crying. After 80 days, Lin Feng realized just how much stronger he had become. He had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer. Just thinking about it made him laugh to death. Surprisingly, bathing in lightning was therapeutic. 100 days finally passed. Lin Feng had suffered a lot, but he was still disappointed because he wanted to spend more time suffering under those energies. When Lin Feng arrived back at the shrine, there were thunderous energies sparking around his hands. He was smiling in a resplendent way. "You've been thunderstruck so many times that you've become stupid," said Meng Qing. Lin Feng was smiling fatuously. He had been struck by thunder so many times and it had been extremely painful, so now he was just smiling fatuously. "A few more times and I would have broken through to the next Tianqi layer again. My physical body is incredibly strong now. Besides, I now understand thunder intent. I even have level 7 thunder intent. I don't mind being thunderstruck a bit more," said Lin Feng smiling. What surprised him the most was that he had learned thunder intent and even level 7 thunder intent. Of course, Lin Feng was perfectly aware that he had learned how to use thunder intent so fast because he already understood 3 other types of intent. Lin Feng couldn't wait for his Tianji sword to progress even further. His sword had become stronger too. It hadn't become a medium-level holy weapon yet, but soon it would. His sword now had its first soul. It was rudimentary, but still. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158, Revenge. Chapter 1158, Revenge. After Lin Feng came out, he took back his bow, so now he only had 400,000 gems left. Of course, that was still more than most people, but as before, Lin Feng wasn't satisfied, especially after having had his own blue fate seeds. Lin Feng didn't feel like trading his sunset bow either. It had already become his weapon. "Meng Qing, how's your Taoist robe made of feathers?" asked Lin Feng smiling. Meng Qing's clothes were diffusing 7 different colors. It was a high-level holy weapon. With all those lights and her celestial qi, she looked incredible. "You look extremely good in it," said Lin Feng laughing. Meng Qing took it off. With that robe, apart from Zun cultivators, nobody could defeat her. "Didn't you want to go and kill someone?" said Meng Qing. "No hurry. Let him help us get some more fate seeds first," said Lin Feng laughing evilly. "Some people wanted to kill him, so he'd be merciless in return. Let's go and find more fate seeds," said Lin Feng taking out his Tianji sword. They surfed in the air riding his Tianji sword again. Lin Feng arrived above someone, took out his bow and shouted, "Give me your fate seeds." That person looked at Lin Feng, his mouth twitched, but he gave them to Lin Feng like a good boy. Lin Feng's Tianji sword streaked across the sky once again, quickly disappearing from that person's field of vision. "Damn, he's so fast," thought that person. He had taken great efforts to get a few thousand fate seeds and in that second, Lin Feng had taken them all. No wonder that guy already had 4 blue-green fate seeds. Lin Feng moved at this speed and continued stealing fate seeds for 2 full days. Wherever Lin Feng had been, nobody was left with fate seeds anymore. Fortune City was incredibly large, so the strongest cultivators were not easy to encounter. If Lin Feng saw someone stronger than him, he avoided them. "It's blue again," whispered Lin Feng. He sensed that indomitable strength in his body again. His fate seeds had turned blue again, so his physical body was becoming stronger without him needing to do anything. "I can easily kill people of the 7th Tianqi layer now solely relying on my physical strength," thought Lin Feng, clenching his fists. His physical strength now contained thunder energies, plus his demon and Buddha energies. He was extremely muscular. "Meng Qing, do you need anything?" "I can help you," said Lin Feng. He now had more than 1,000,000 gems. Meng Qing just lowered her head. "Nah, I just want you to be happy." "Silly girl," said Lin Feng, caressing her hair and smiling wryly. Meng Qing never had any special requirements, she was just happy to be with Lin Feng. "Let's go to the shrine then, I have some accounts to settle." Lin Feng's Tianji sword streaked across the sky again, in the direction of the shrine. A powerful qi was emerging from his holy weapon. Even though his fate seeds had turned blue, nobody thought to confront him. He still had the chi from the top of the Tianqi layer after all. In a short time, Lin Feng and Meng Cheng were inside the shrine again. "Master, we want to be teleported to that person," said Lin Feng, transmitting a young man's image to the old man. "Go," said the old man, shaking his head. In a flash, Lin Feng and Meng Cheng disappeared. Long Tang and Gu Xiao were still together looking for seeds. Long Tang already had more than 400,000 gems and Gu Xiao had more than 200,000. At that moment, Long Tang was holding someone's head and broke their skull. A few thousand gems moved towards Long Tang's third eye. His hands were covered in dragon scales and there were a few corpses around them. Bzzz. Another blue-green seed appeared in Long Tang's third eye. He now had 5 blue-green fate seeds. "Congratulations, soon you'll have 1,000,000, said Gu Xiao, smiling. "When I have 1,000,000, I'll go to the shrine and ask to understand abstruse energies," said Long Tang with twinkling eyes. He wanted to understand abstruse energies more than anything else. "Should I bring you there?" asked Lin Feng. Long Tang and Gu Xiao turned around and saw Lin Feng and Meng Cheng standing behind them. Blue fate seeds. They were both incredulous. Lin Feng had more than 1,000,000 gems. Long Tang looked at him greedily and said, "You brought me a gift, how could I refuse?" "Yep, come and take them," said Lin Feng. His flag appeared and he sealed the space around them. Long Tang and Gu Xiao glanced at each other. Lin Feng was sealing himself on purpose? "You want to bring about your own destruction." Long Tang's eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. Long Tang and Gu Xiao already had dragon scales reaching up their arms. "Meng Cheng, help me block him first and after I kill him, I'll help you," said Lin Feng, pointing at Long Tang. Lin Feng knew that Meng Cheng was an expert at fighting. The nature pill had enhanced her strength beyond belief, and now, she was becoming even stronger. She had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, so she could easily block Long Tang. Snowflakes appeared and froze everything around her. Then, Meng Cheng jumped towards Long Tang in a graceful way. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped towards Gu Xiao and the earth and sky were whistling. It was as if Lin Feng was condensing force. Gu Xiao looked at Lin Feng, a bit scared. Lin Feng's chi had the strength at top of the Tianqi layer. He quickly understood that it was fake, but still, he didn't feel safe. "Die!" shouted Gu Xiao, furiously releasing dragon chi. He then punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng didn't dodge, instead, he continued running towards Gu Xiao and punched the air in his direction as well. "You want to die?" shouted Gu Xiao. He was surprised. Lin Feng didn't use any energy, he was simply using pure physical strength to punch him. Kaboom! Their fists collided and Gu Xiao's facial expression changed drastically. How come Lin Feng's physical strength was so explosive? "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Thunder and fire energies emerged from Lin Feng's fist and Gu Xiao was electrocuted. He started shaking violently, forcing himself to move back. "I'll kill you," said Lin Feng, taking out his halberd. He attacked Gu Xiao with his halberd this time, but Gu Xiao took out his golden bell which collided with the halberd. Bzzz, the golden bell shook violently and moved backwards. Gu Xiao could sense energies spilling out from his golden bell as it came back to him. He could barely breathe when Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and attacked him again. Roar! Gu Xiao's arms turned black and his golden bell resonated as it struck the halberd. However, at that same moment, he raised his head and saw a sharp sword falling down from the sky. That sword contained both fire and thunder energies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159, Strangeness in the Sky. Chapter 1159, Strangeness in the Sky. Gu Xiao raised his head and instantly turned pale. That sword was terrifying, it even had its own soul. "Bestial shadow!" shouted Gu Xiao furiously as he moved backwards like Long Tang the other day. Tianlong Divine Castle's dragon skills were nothing short of incredible. "Piss off!" Gigantic claws streaked across the sky. Kaboom! Gu Xiao wanted to grab Lin Feng's Tianji sword, however, lightning struck his hand and electrocuted him. Then, he started shaking violently again. He couldn't stop Lin Feng's halberd this time, so sent flying. Die! Lin Feng attacked Gu Xiao with his Tianji sword again and at the same time, he rose up in the air and took out his bow. Gu Xiao was panicking. He was surprised by Lin Feng's battling style. What a terrifying combo! Boom! His golden bell moved towards the arrows. He could block the arrows, but Lin Feng was also attacking him with the halberd. A light appeared and moved straight towards Gu Xiao, instantly breaking his dragon armor. Gu Xiao groaned. He had tried using almost everything now. Die. Lin Feng was determined to kill Gu Xiao. Bzzz. Gu Xiao stopped fighting, turned around and ran towards Long Tang. He was hoping that Long Tang would protect him, however, Long Tang was fighting Meng Chang and was struggling. At that moment, he was almost completely frozen and could barely move. There was no way he could help Gu Xiao. Slash! Lin Feng punched the air in Gu Xiao's direction, his hands contained both fire and thunder energies. He was also holding his halberd in his other hand. Roar! Gu Xiao's chi became chaotic. He turned around, he wanted to grab the halberd with his dragon armor, but in the end, he couldn't block the halberd. The strength of the halberd penetrated his chest and he groaned coldly. Blood began to spill out of his abdomen. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and ran towards him again. Lin Feng's Tianji sword fell down from the sky and into his hand. Gu Xiao's heart started pounding violently and he looked terrified. Destroy! Shouted Lin Feng, attacking with his sword. Thunderfire streaked across the sky, ripping apart some of the space. Then everything suddenly became calm. Gu Xiao was petrified as a mark appeared on his forehead and blood started spilling out from that mark. No! That was Gu Xiao's last word. Then, his body, cut clean into two. His fate seeds moved towards Lin Feng's third eye, over 200,000 gems. Die! Long Tang punched the air, breaking the ice around him. His eyes were bloodshot. Gu Xiao was dead and Lin Feng had killed him. Go! Lin Feng's Tianji sword streaked across the sky towards Long Tang. Thunder and fire energies rolled in waves behind it. At the same time, Lin Feng shot 3 arrows at Long Tang. Dragon body! Long Tang's dragon armor appeared. He quickly turned into a ferocious dragon, his eyes looked even more bestial. Tian Lon's dragon body. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. Long Tang was a lot stronger than Gu Xiao. And with his armor, he was even stronger. Lin Feng, I'll use my special holy celestial attack on him, get ready to kill him. Said Meng Qing using telepathy. Alright. Said Lin Feng using telepathy as well. Long Tang was in a frenzy, blocking him with ice was impossible now. At that moment, Meng Qing rose up in the air and released holy, celestial energies. Multicolored clouds appeared and she looked like a goddess. Meng Qing performed some hand seals and suddenly, she disappeared in the snow clouds. A dot then appeared which was pointing at Long Tang. Die! Shouted Long Tang chasing Meng Qing. However, as soon as he reached Meng Qing, she had her finger pointing at him. When he touched that finger, he was frozen completely solid. Snow seal! Said Meng Qing. Snowflakes were now pouring heavily and they quickly surrounded Long Tang. At the same time, Lin Feng attacked with his halberd and his Tianji sword simultaneously. His halberd was aimed at Long Tang's heart. However, something blocked him. Long Tang's dragon armor was tougher than he thought, his halberd couldn't pierce it. Meng Qing attacked too and punched him, but the same thing happened. Then, Lin Feng attacked with his Tianji sword which contained fire and thunder energies. Lin Feng wanted to cut Long Tang's head off, but it only slightly cut Long Tang as blood appeared inside the ice. Roar, roar, the ice broke. A terrifying strength attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Meng Chang moved back as Long Tang appeared again. He could barely move because the ice was still restricting him. He was bleeding, but if he hadn't been for his dragon armor, he would already be dead. He looked at Lin Feng and Meng Qing, then he rose up in the air and attacked the flag sealing the space around them, breaking it. Then, he rose up in the clouds and escaped. Lin Feng didn't chase him. Instead, he just watched. Long Tang had managed to break the flag seal with a single attack. Lin Feng had managed to injure Long Tang, but killing him proved to be more difficult, especially considering his dragon armor. He's so strong, but there are people stronger than him in the Bahuang province. Even with the strength of the 6th Tianqi layer, I am too weak. Whispered Lin Feng. Step by step. The first time we met, you were so weak. Now, look at yourself. Almost nobody can compete with you at the same cultivation level. And as you level up, you'll become even stronger. Said Meng Qing smiling. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing. Bzzz. At that time, a strange strength appeared around them. Lin Feng and Meng Qing raised their heads and saw some portraits appear. Diviner, is the cycle of reincarnation going to start? Whispered Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng had seen life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160, Fire City. Chapter 1160, Fire City. A strange landscape appeared in the sky, but Lin Feng and Meng Qing weren't the only ones who saw it. Everybody raised their heads to look at the changing sky. Some people had heard their elders' stories about Fortune City and knew what it meant. Those people immediately rose up in the air. A mirage, whispered Lin Feng. There was another illusion in the sky. Lin Feng had the same impression from when he had first seen Fortune City, but the landscape in the sky looked even more like an illusion. Something is going to happen. It's not surprising though, those people can't give us unlimited time in here after all, whispered Lin Feng. People had already obtained incredible treasures inside Fortune City, but many people had died too. Of course, everybody had a different fate. Lin Feng was thinking, what was going to happen next? What was Fortune City? Had Fortune City appeared in other places such as Jiuyu or the Holy City? He couldn't understand any of it. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. They jumped on his Tianji sword and rose up in the air. Lin Feng saw some other people rising with him. They glanced at each other, they seemed to know that there was something there. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the landscape again. Something was definitely going to happen. We can follow that path to find the real place, said Meng Qing. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, the landscape in the sky seemed to be indicating a path. Lin Feng couldn't miss that opportunity. However, Lin Feng didn't expect the path to be so long. They continued flying for 4 days, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Lin Feng continued running along and stealing fate seeds. Now he had 2 blue fate seeds in his third eye, and with them, his physical body was becoming even stronger. He gave a blue fate seed to Meng Qing, but she gave it back to him. It seemed like sometimes she would listen to him and sometimes she was stubborn. Lin Feng, did you sense that? Whispered Meng Qing. Lin Feng nodded. The landscape above them was becoming hotter as they got closer. Apart from that, there were even more people, and those people seemed stronger than the average cultivators they had come across so far. Right, that illusion is merging with Fortune City, whispered Lin Feng. At that moment, connections were being established between the air and that place. It was slowly becoming tangible. Lin Feng didn't try to steal any more fate seeds. There were many people at the 8th and 9th Tianqi layer now. Some people were even at the very top of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng stood no chance against them. Nobody decided to attack him either. Lin Feng possessed 2 incredible holy weapons and 2 million gems. How hot! Finally, Lin Feng saw some flames in the distance. We arrived, whispered Lin Feng. There were already many people in the distance. It was a city on fire. There weren't just flames, it was a desolate place with wrecked buildings. Even the roads were burning. Those rods were created on purpose for us to walk across them, said Meng Qing. There were several roads to choose from. Maybe that place was created for fire cultivators? Whispered Lin Feng. He looked at the sky and saw that the illusion was still there. It was strange to look at, as if what he saw wasn't real. Life, fire, water, and thunder areas, whispered Lin Feng. There were all sorts of places there, as if they had been made for different sorts of cultivators. The illusion directly ahead of them was pointing towards the city on fire. It probably indicated that there were more areas than that fire space, just that they had to cross that place to see the other places. Lin Feng wasn't sure about it, but that was his guess. To go there, you need to have a blue fate seed. I just saw someone enter and he had a blue seed. After he went inside, he immediately disappeared, said someone to the side of them. Blue seed to enter? The crowd wasn't happy. There were many people there, but only a few had blue fate seeds. Just what was that place? If you have blue seeds, maybe your life will change forever, said someone else. Maybe possessing blue seeds was the price to pay to seize the next opportunity. Not only that place, I heard someone who said the other areas were the same. You need blue seeds to pass, otherwise, you can only watch from outside. I also heard that if you can enter one of those places, you'll have the chance to learn abstruse energies of your choosing, said someone else. Everybody was talking and several people were nervous about it. There was only one solution for those who didn't have enough seeds: they had to steal more fate seeds from people. Many people looked at Lin Feng, who had 2 blue seeds. If they managed to defeat him, they could get their blue seeds and enter one of the special areas. Humph. Lin Feng smiled in a cold way. Some people wanted to fight him now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1161, Nice Shot. Chapter 1161, Nice Shot. Meng Chang, we will need to separate, said Lin Feng. Apparently, there were different areas there, so Lin Feng hoped that Meng Qing would go to the place most suitable for her instead of following him. I don't know where to go. I don't even know if there's a place suitable for me, said Meng Qing in a low voice. She needed a pure, celestial place or a snow place, definitely not that fire area. Look over there, that should be a snowy place, said Lin Feng, pointing at the map in the sky. There was a place which looked to be covered in a blizzard. What about you? Where are you going? Asked Meng Qing. A thunder place if there's one. I need to practice thunder cultivation to finish my sword, said Lin Feng, smiling. He was going to bite off more than he could chew. His thunder intent was already so powerful, so now he wanted to master that strength. Of course, if he could, he also wished to go to the other places. Maybe some of those places could teach cultivators about abstruse energies. There was also a place filled with the source of life in the sky. It was blue like water and contained an incredible vitality. Feng Xian had bought something with a vitality abstruse crystal on the island of the 9 dragons. Vitality was a kind of mysterious strength, so it made sense that a place filled with it would appear in Fortune City. Meng Chang nodded. If she could find a place with snow or pure, celestial energies, she would benefit the most from them. The stronger she was, the less Lin Feng had to worry. You, said someone coldly. Lin Feng sensed cold energies, so he turned around. He saw a girl, a very beautiful girl. Lin Feng recognized her. Even though he had only seen her once and it was only for a few minutes, such a beautiful girl was difficult to forget. Qi Jiao looked upset when she saw Lin Feng. Nobody had ever stolen from or attacked her before. Even in Fortune City, many people were polite with her. Jiao, is he the one who disrespected you? Asked someone. There were a few people on Qi Jiao's side. They surrounded her as if she were a queen. Even though she didn't need protectors, the Qi clan was too famous in Baohuang province. In the eastern part, absolutely everybody knew her. Indeed, he changed his face though. Back in the shrine, I made the request to find him, but that person didn't exist. Now I even suspect his Qi to be fake, said Qi Jiao looking at Lin Feng coldly. She wasn't dumb. Since the old man had told her that that person didn't exist, she understood that Lin Feng had used a special power to disguise himself. Even though everything was possible in the shrine, nothing could be created out of nothing. Therefore, Lin Feng had probably disguised himself. Indeed, he must have the strength of the 5th Tianqi layer, but changed his face. Some people must have seen him, said someone behind Qi Jiao indifferently. Lin Feng glanced at that person. He had seen him already. He was there when Lin Feng had been surrounded by all those people, but he hadn't attacked. It's him, said someone else. That Bao, they had seen it before. 5th Tianqi layer. Qi Jiao bit her lips. Surprisingly, a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer had stolen 200,000 gems from her. How was that possible? It seems like Brother Wu chased him before, but failed. I wonder why, said someone else mockingly. There were tensions between them apparently. Yuan Fei is one of his best friends, so he came and kicked the Thunderbird away. Then the others gave up. Unfortunately, Jiao's second brother wasn't there, said Brother Wu indifferently. Someone brought blue seeds here. It's a good thing. Blue fate seeds, you fooled so many people, said Qi Jiao staring at Lin Feng. Many people heard that and they sounded surprised too. He had changed his qi? He only had the strength of the 5th Tianqi layer, but he had 2 blue fate seeds. Qi Jiao walked towards Lin Feng. Her facial expression looked cold. Jiao, you don't need to fight such weak people, said a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer. He was holding a black spear which contained its own destructive energies. I can help too, said 2 other people. Lin Feng had blue seeds, so they had to get involved if they wanted to share the loot. They would give 1 blue seed to Qi Jiao and share the second one between themselves. Of course, if nobody had said that Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, they wouldn't thought to attack. Meng Qing, let's go, said Lin Feng indifferently. They had to go to the fire area first. Then, Lin Feng wanted to find the thunder area and Meng Qing the pure celestial or snow area. Those people were dumbstruck. Lin Feng was ignoring them? You want to die, said the one with the spear. He immediately threw his spear at Lin Feng and a terrifying chi surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around, his eyes were filled with sword and thunder energies. Bzzz. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique, rose up in the air and attacked with his halberd. Gotcha, the spear broke and the halberd continued moving towards the cultivator. He was shocked and was shaking violently. The others who were getting ready to attack Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Kaboom! Lightning struck the cultivator and his body disappeared. Lin Feng glanced at those people coldly and said, "If anyone annoys me again, I don't mind taking their fate seeds." "I just stole your fate seeds," said Lin Feng glancing at Qi Jiao Jiao. He was convinced that she understood what he meant. Is he a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer or is he at the top of the Tianqi layer? Those people were trying to judge Lin Feng. One of them had said he had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer a moment ago. He's really only a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer, but he's good at fighting and he's got holy weapons, so killing cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer isn't a problem for him, said that person indifferently. The people who were with Qi Jiao Jiao immediately surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at them and raised his bow. "Meng Qing," said Lin Feng. He rose up in the air and 8 arrows appeared in his hand. Meng Qing understood what Lin Feng meant. Snowflakes appeared and surrounded all of them. "Freeze," said Meng Qing. The space around them began to freeze over, and at the same time, Lin Feng's arrows started shining like the sun, emitting crackling sounds. Then, as he shot his arrows, all their fate seeds went to Lin Feng's third eye. Those who had attacked were shaking. Lin Feng had killed all those people in one shot. Lin Feng had even killed cultivators of the 8th Tianqi layer. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. Meng Qing rose up in the air and they left together. You, the young man who had been called Brother Wu, looked upset. "I forgot to tell you, that girl is also strong and can easily kill cultivators of the 8th Tianqi layer. Lastly, a watcher is protecting them," said that person laughing indifferently. The others looked at him in a cold way. "Jiao Jiao, we can't do anything to them. We lost a few crappy cultivators, but that's not such a bad thing," said that person nodding. Qi Jiao Jiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1162, Jun Mo Shi. Chapter 1162, Jun Mo Shi. Qi Jiao Jiao was surprised. Wu Yan was the strongest cultivator on her side and he said they couldn't do anything to them. That was surprising to hear that from him of all people. Even more surprising to hear considering Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. Wu Yan had killed many people, so she didn't blame him for not killing Lin Feng. "Of course, if you fight against him alone, you may be able to defeat him," said Wu Yan smiling in a devilish way. Qi Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "I see. I could obviously defeat a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer, however, I am surprised that the guy is protected by a watcher." After that, she frowned, the watchers only protected people who had the potential to become emperors. Qi Jiao Jiao had only heard legends about the watchers. Lin Feng was riding his Tianji sword as they moved forward. There were even more people ahead, and they were progressively stronger than those before them. Lin Feng and Meng Qing quickly realized that the fireplace was gigantic. It took them an entire hour to go around it. After that, they arrived at a dazzling golden place. They continued on ahead. Some people were looking at Lin Feng greedily now because of his blue fate seeds, but when they sensed his chi, they didn't attack. Top of the Tianqi layer, blue seeds, a terrifying sword, he was probably too strong for them. The third area they found was an earthen place, the fourth one was a wooden one, the fifth was a water one. Lin Feng and Meng Qing glanced at each other. "The 5 basic elements. Do you think we'll end up in the fireplace again?" whispered Lin Feng. As they continued, they really ended up in the fireplace again. "There are only 5 areas. We spent a lot of time running around, but that place shouldn't be so big. It doesn't look like the landscape in the sky at all," said Lin Feng. He remained silent for a few seconds and said, "Where is the thunder place, where is the life place?" "Moon, sun, 5 elements," whispered Lin Feng as if he had thought of something. "Maybe you're right. When considering thunder, some people would say it originates from wood while others would say earth. When considering life, some people say wood as well. Maybe abstruse energies are made of these 5 elements, including the very elemental energies themselves," whispered Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked at her and said, "You mean that we have to use those 5 areas to get to the other areas?" "Maybe," said Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked pensive and then smiled. He put his hand on his heart and said, "Come out." Two silhouettes appeared in front of Lin Feng. They were astonished when they saw Lin Feng. Meng Qing was astonished. She looked at one of them, a young man who had a powerful and aggressive qi, but he had only broken through to the second Tian qi layer. Lin Feng looked at them and said, "That is absolutely hilarious." Those two people were the spirits from the Huang Sea. Lin Feng had promised them he would help them find bodies. Since then, he had put them in Jade Emperor's palace so they could choose a body inside. One of them had chosen the body of a strong cultivator from the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King. The other one, which made Lin Feng even more speechless, had chosen Duan Wu Dao. "That body is powerful and is quite suitable for me. I even have a little bit of dragon strength," said the Dragon King. They had practiced cultivation inside and had learned how to control their bodies. That person was really gifted. Unfortunately, you imprisoned him inside. Even though his cultivation level was really low, I'll solve that issue quickly enough," said Duan Wu Dao. "All right." Lin Feng was speechless. He was talking to two people he hated and had imprisoned in the Jade Palace. It was a very strange feeling, but Duan Wu Dao used to be strong, indeed. "Did Fortune City exist when you were young?" asked Lin Feng, quickly forgetting about those people's new bodies. "Fortune City?" They both looked incredulous. They looked at Lin Feng and said, "I've never heard of Fortune City, but I've heard of the Fortune Shrine." Fortune Shrine. Lin Feng and Meng Qing glanced at each other. He had told Meng Qing about those people before, so she knew they were from the antiquity. "What was the Fortune Shrine?" asked Lin Feng. Maybe that Fortune Shrine they were talking about wasn't the same one they were now in. They both shook their heads and the Dragon King said, "It was a terrifying strength in the continent. It was said that the Great War had started because of it. We, Zun cultivators, were considered low-level cultivators, so nobody told us anything about it. Even our master, the Vice-Emperor, wasn't considered a strong cultivator during the war. There were many secrets he didn't know even." Lin Feng was surprised. The Vice-Emperor didn't count as a strong cultivator during the Antique War. Thunder abstruse energy, life abstruse energy, massacre abstruse energy, etc. Are all those abstruse energies related to the 5 elements? Of course, the 10,000 things of creation are created by moon and sun energies. All the energies of the earth and sky are not pure. Every energy can be defined according to the moon, the sun, and the 5 elements, nothing more," said Duan Wu Dao. Lin Feng nodded. Meng Qing was right. Just who had created Fortune City? "Let's go to the water area," said Lin Feng. "No need, your cultivation is based on the sun and you understand fire energies. You should start from there. Besides, since you can hide people within your palace, I should be able to enter without having to pay the blue fate seeds, right?" said Meng Qing. Lin Feng remained silent and said, "Let's go, we're going to the shrine." "To the shrine?" Meng Qing was surprised. "We'll take a few people." Lin Feng's Tianji sword became bigger. Lin Feng brought Meng Qing and the 2 others to the shrine. They soon arrived in the shrine and Lin Feng looked at the strong cultivator. "Master, we want to go to that person." Lin Feng then transmitted an image to the old man. The old man inspected the memory and said, "You don't have enough fate seeds to go where he is, you need 1,000,000 fate seeds for each person." Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He asked, "Really?" "I don't lie," said the old man indifferently yet slightly coldly. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. A moment before, Lin Feng transmitted Jun Mo's image to the old man. He was still alive and to go see him, he needed 1,000,000 fate seeds. That meant that Jun Mo had been to one of those 5 elemental places. Lin Feng was terribly excited. Lin Feng had hoped that his friends were in Fortune City as well. The chances were low, but apparently, it happened. "What about her?" asked Lin Feng, transmitting Tang Yu's image to the old man and firmly staring at him. "She's never been here," said the old man. "She must have come, master, are capable of making mistakes?" asked Lin Feng. "Fortune City is omniscient. She may have come, but I can't tell you. If she came, it was with a different face." Lin Feng was disappointed for a second. If Yu was alive, maybe she hadn't come to Fortune City, maybe she was still somewhere else. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1163, Beast Palace. Chapter 1163, Beast Palace. Lin Feng and the others went back to the place where the elemental areas were. Lin Feng, Meng Qing, Yunfei Yang, Huang Fulong, the Dragon King and Duan Wu Dao were all there. In the Shrine Palace, Lin Feng had also asked about Yunfei Yang too, but he wasn't in Fortune City either. Then, he asked to have Huang Fulong and Yun Fei Yang teleported to him. Since he had a way to cheat, why not bring them to the elemental areas too? Lin Ruotian initially wanted to take Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba too, but letting them know about his Jade Emperor's palace was too risky. If anyone else came to know about it, it would end badly for Lin Feng. "Let's go now?" asked Lin Feng. "Wait, fate seeds first," said Yuan Fei with a strange expression. He jumped far away, into the horizon, his wooden stick streaked across the sky and crashed onto the ground, leaving a great canyon in its place. "Give me your fate seeds!" shouted Yuan Fei aggressively. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Yuan Fei did whatever he wanted. "Yuan Fei, everybody wants to continue, so why do you do that?" "It's not fair," said someone who recognized Yuan Fei. That person was polite, but Yuan Fei's wooden stick fell down from the sky again, forcing many people to dodge. Bzzz, his gigantic wooden stick stopped just above that person who was suddenly soaked in a cold sweat. "Give them!" shouted Yuan Fei extremely loudly. People's mouth twitched. Only the poor guy was left after everyone ran away, so he handed over his few dozens of thousands of fate seeds over to Yuan Fei. "Alright, calm down now," said Yuan Fei going back. Lin Feng was speechless, but he then took out his palace and put it on the ground. "You guys, go in. When we're in the fire area, I'll take you out," said Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was surprised to see that palace. It had an ancient qi. They all entered the palace, and with their strength, there were quite a few things they could benefit from inside. Lin Feng hid the palace away again and entered the fire area. The first thing he noticed was that the ground looked like an illusion. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at it when his blue fate seed disappeared. As expected, a blue fate seed was required to go in. What we see from the outside is different than what is inside. The area looked like a wasteland, the qi was old and scorching hot. It was a land of fire, indeed, but it was quite different from what people saw from the outside. Yuan Fei and the others came out and were surprised when they saw the place. "How come it looks like an ancient town which had suffered a great war?" asked Yuan Fei. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, that qi was ancient. "Why did Fortune City send them there?" "Let's go," said Lin Feng. The four of them walked around to get a better understanding of the area. Roar! At that moment, a roaring sound was heard. Bestial qi appeared, and then they saw a building of an animal. That animal had the body of a lion, its eyes were red, its qi was incredible, and its body was gigantic like a building. The beast looked at Lin Feng and his friends, making them feel uncomfortable. Lin Feng was surprised because that beast had 2 green-blue seeds in its third eye. "I have a feeling we went back into the past." The Dragon King and Duan Wu Dao's eyes were twinkling. They continued, "That beast is the evil fire lion, an ancient beast with a ferocious temper. He looks like Qiong Qi." Lin Feng was surprised. That beast was a wild beast. Lin Feng thought Fortune City was getting even stranger now. "The most important thing is that we can still get fate seeds, so let's do it," said Yuan Fei. He immediately jumped up in the air, and while holding his gigantic wooden stick, the lion roared and a black fire appeared around his body. Then he jumped towards Yuan Fei's wooden stick with his claws, leading the assault. Boom! The lion was injured, but it continued moving towards Yuan Fei. "I'm a beast too," shouted Yuan Fei furiously. His arms became gigantic like those of a gorilla and collided against the lion. The lion wasn't stronger than Yuan Fei, so he wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Rumbling sounds appeared, and after the 10th punch, the lion was dead and his fate seeds went to Yuan Fei's third eye. Phew! Huang Fulong gulped down, "That beast would have killed me." Huang Fulong was speechless, Lin Feng was too. 2 blue-green fate seeds, it seems like the strength of the beasts in here are related to their fate seeds. They also want to steal our fate seeds to become stronger, thought Lin Feng. That lion was more interested in Lin Feng, seeing how he had stared at him the whole time. "Indeed, maybe there's an ocean of fate seeds in here," said Yuan Fei, who was excited now. Where there was danger, there were opportunities. Bzzz, in the distance, a strong cultivator appeared. He went to the center of the wrecked city. People who could go there were strong cultivators who already possessed 1,000,000 gems. "We need to hurry, people who go there have blue seeds, so there are sure to be many more opportunities," said Lin Feng. They all continued moving ahead. In the distance, now and then, they would notice bestial qi rising up. Fortune Shrine. At that moment, a dazzling palace appeared. There was fortune energy dashing to the skies above it. That must be Fortune Shrine. Few people could see it and even fewer people went to it. What's that there? There was a palace not far from the fortune shrine. That palace looked scary and bestial chi emanated from it. Let's go and see, said Yuan Fei as if he had sensed something. The building was surrounded by black clouds so people couldn't really see it. Yuan Fei immediately entered the building, leaving Lin Feng speechless. Yuan Fei was a man of action, he didn't think too much when he wanted to do something. That place could be dangerous. Boom! A silhouette flew out and crashed onto the ground. It was Yuan Fei and he was shaking. Damn it! That bestial chi is terrifying. Yuan Fei was now swearing. He got up using his stick and released his own bestial chi. He moved towards the palace, step by step. The ground kept shaking, but Yuan Fei was furious. You guys should leave, this palace is not suitable for you. Go and seize other opportunities. This place is like Fortune City, it can change your destiny, said Yuan Fei entering the building again. Everybody sighed and Lin Feng smiled wryly. Boom, boom, boom. Collision sounded again as bestial chi dashed to the skies. After a long time, the atmosphere became calm again. A beast palace. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he said, let's go, this palace is his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1164, Beasts. Chapter 1164, Beasts. Lin Feng heard more buzzing sounds as he turned around and found that a mysterious strength was emanating from the palace, sealing strength. The beast palace is closing? Whispered Duan Wu Dao. Yuan Fei had gone into the palace and now it was closing itself. Only one person could enter the palace at a time? Do you want to walk around and find more suitable things for you? Asked Lin Feng to the Dragon King and Duan Wu Dao. The Dragon King was extremely strong. If he managed to control his body entirely, he would become even stronger. Duan Wu Dao was weaker though. Alright, we'll transmit a memory to you so that you can find us, said Duan Wu Dao. He knew that Lin Feng was worried about them. However, that guy now had Duan Wu Dao's body and could use some of Duan Wu Dao's abilities along with his own. Besides, without fate seeds, few people would chase him. Those two people left and Lin Feng took out his animal tower, releasing all the animals. It's an ancient town, you guys may have some opportunities here. You can go now, but be careful. They all said goodbye to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng, my mother made that animal tower herself. It can have an explosive power if I use it, so you should give it to me, said Meng Qing. That animal tower was a holy weapon which could oppress animals. In that ancient city, there would be terrifyingly strong beasts, so maybe Meng Qing would be able to capture some more beasts with it. When Meng Qing wanted something, Lin Feng could only please her. He then looked at Huang Fulong, and Huang Fulong understood what Lin Feng meant because he had the same idea. He smiled and said, I'm off. Alright, be careful, said Lin Feng tapping Huang Fulong's shoulder. He took out his holy weapons and asked Huang Fulong, do you want anything? My dragon axe already has an explosive power, but I'll take the ancient shield, said Huang Fulong taking the black shield. Then, he left. He couldn't rely on Lin Feng to protect him and he wanted to become stronger too. No, said Meng Qing shaking her head. Lin Feng hadn't even talked yet, but she knew what he was going to say. Instead, he took her hand and they walked together. That place was a gigantic, ancient city. Lin Feng saw a few fire animals who all had blue-green fate seeds. They looked ferocious and were difficult to fight, so Lin Feng didn't try to fight them. Lin Feng, over there, said Meng Qing pointing in a direction with billowing towers of red flames. What a scary fire. Let's go and see, said Lin Feng, who was interested because he practiced fire cultivation. When they arrived near those flames, they found that two beasts were fighting. It looks like a three-legged golden crow, thought Lin Feng looking at one of the beasts. It had terrifying flames which were burning the ground under its feet. The beast fighting it was a fire beast as well, but it looked like a turtle with wings. Lin Feng had never seen such a beasts before. Maybe those ancient beasts were now extinct. That ocean of flames is its own fire city. The golden crow seems like it's trying to claim a firestone, said Meng Qing looking at that winged turtle's claws. It was holding a firestone. Caw! The golden crow spat out flames. The turtle also released its own fire energies which gave birth to a hurricane made of fire. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were not so near, but they could still sense those scorching hot energies. Those flames were almost to the abstruse fire level. However, the turtle opened its mouth and swallowed the sun, leaving Lin Feng and Meng Qing aghast. Fighting against a beast of the same type wasn't easy. Unless one of them had a much stronger fire chi than the other one, it was almost impossible to kill the other beast. Bzzz. Then, the atmosphere started shaking. Lin Feng saw a young man walking towards those beasts slowly. Soon he had walked into the middle of them, as if the flames didn't affect him. A strong cultivator, thought Lin Feng, fixedly staring at him. That guy did a knife hand strike onto the turtle and a star appeared. The turtle was suddenly caged inside it. Die, said the young man. His hand was dazzling as it contained star energies. Blood and fire mixed as the turtle was killed. The young man grabbed some of the remaining fire. He turned around and walked towards the golden crow, still looking calm. Caw! The crow cawed, turned around and took off. It wanted to escape. The young man opened his hand, jumped up and disappeared. His terrifying stars appeared again and surrounded the golden crow. The golden crow was struggling to break free by flapping its wings, but the young man performed another knife hand strike to it. The crow cried and then its body was cut in two. Its fate seeds also went to the young man's third eye. He's terrifying strong, thought Lin Feng, shivering. That guy's knife hand strike was astonishingly powerful. That guy was breathtakingly strong. Even if they joined hands, Meng Chang and Lin Feng wouldn't necessarily be able to kill those fire beasts. What a beast, thought Lin Feng. They didn't know him. Was he one of the strong cultivators Yuan Fei had told him about? He used star skills and techniques which could break space itself. Perhaps that young man understood abstruse energies, including an incredible type of abstruse energy, empty space abstruse energy. The young man looked at Lin Feng, but didn't attack. He took the firestone and jumped into the fire. Lin Feng understood that the guy probably understood empty space abstruse energy as well as fire abstruse energy, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken that firestone and jumped into an ocean of flames. Meng Cheng, I want to go and see, said Lin Feng. Meng Cheng nodded and smiled. Go, I'll wait for you here. If I'm left waiting too long, I'll leave and find a more suitable place for myself. Be careful, said Lin Feng in a gentle voice, caressing her head and smiling. Then he jumped into the ocean of flames. Apart from him, some other people went there. They were probably all fire cultivators as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1165, Golden Crow. Chapter 1165, Golden Crow. As Lin Feng fell into the flame-filled abyssal hole, he used pure fire chi to surround his body and protect him. Sometimes, purple thunderous energies attacked him too. Lin Feng had a strong physical strength and also practiced fire cultivation, so he was confident in his fire resistance. That city on fire is big, thought Lin Feng. He jumped forwards where fire chi was thicker and found that this place was good to practice fire cultivation. Last time, he had bathed in thunders and it was very beneficial, but painful. Lin Feng slowly observed the fire. Pure fire chi was flowing around him as he was absorbing fire. Lin Feng turned around and saw a cultivator who was faster than him at absorbing fire chi. He was inhaling and exhaling very quickly. He was absorbing fire chi and spitting out flames. That guy's fire skills must be incredible, thought Lin Feng. That guy glanced at him and continued running. Lin Feng had the strength at top of the Tianqi layer and a blue seed. Nobody wanted to challenge him still. Lin Feng studied the flames, he inhaled and exhaled the scorching air. He began using his cosmos burning sun technique and he closed his eyes. A sun pattern appeared on his body as he attracted in sunlight. Bzzz. At that moment, Lin Feng's sun pattern became dazzling. Lin Feng opened his eyes and found that his fire energies had suddenly become a lot stronger. Fire strength. Lin Feng realized that his cultivation speed was incredible here. Even if he attacked other fire cultivators, he would probably be able to hurt them with his new fire. It wasn't long before Lin Feng started sweating and his pure chi which had surrounded his body wasn't enough. It was starting to become painful. On that road, Lin Feng later saw 4 to 5 people who were all fire cultivators that possessed incredible fire chi. They were primarily cultivators of the 8th Tianqi layer, but there were also a few cultivators of the 9th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng found it strange that nobody attacked anyone else. They were all walking on the same path, the path of fire cultivation, so perhaps they thought of each other as fellow cultivators. Lin Feng decided to move and walked for a long time. Even though he had an incredible physical body, he was still suffering. Sometimes, Lin Feng stopped using defensive strength and just based in the flames. He wasn't the only one who did that, many other people did the same. Almost there. Lin Feng could sense the heat was increasing. In the distance, he saw huge flames emanating out. He had made it. Golden Crow? Lin Feng gazed into the distance, saw a three-legged golden crow swallowing flames and spitting out ocean of flames in return. Just behind that golden crow was a sun. The three-legged golden crow lived on the sun according to legends. He was the god of the sun. That was according to legends, but still, the golden crow was a symbol of the sun. That's why I was attracted here? Lin Feng's Cosmos Burning Sun technique was an authentic sun technique which created its own sun. The golden crow in the distance was going in and out of looking real and becoming an illusion. It mustn't have been a real golden crow, otherwise, he would have attacked by now. Lin Feng saw the young man again. He was walking forwards and looking at the golden crow in a relaxed way. There were 3 people next to him who were all looking at the golden crow as well. Lin Feng remained motionless and also looked at the golden crow. The place was remained calm for a long time and more people arrived. The very strong young man walked towards the golden crow very slowly. When he got closer, the others released terrifying energies and their target was the golden crow. Bzzz. The strong young man also released energies in the form of white stars which quickly surrounded the golden crow. However, Lin Feng saw through the illusional fire energy. The white stars disappeared at the same time. It's not a golden crow, it's not an animal at all. It's a flame, thought Lin Feng. The fire chi was so incredible that it had taken the form of a golden crow. No wonder those people attacked at the same time. Lin Feng suddenly thought about the void fire in Ahsoka. That fire in front of him now was much more powerful than the void fire from before. That fire can take the form of a golden crow and it's similar to my technique, thought Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the young man was getting even closer without using any strength. The fire surrounded him and he didn't use any special powers to stop it. If the golden crow attacked him, it would be dangerous. Purple thunderous energies appeared around Lin Feng. He also put on his armor and walked towards the golden crow. He got near, but stopped. He didn't feel safe moving any closer. He stretched out his hand and the fire burnt his hand. However, the blue seal healed the wound immediately. If only Cheong-chi were here, he would use a skill to take that fire, thought Lin Feng. He had a treasure in front of him, but couldn't take it. Cheong-chi had taken the void fire last time. If he had been there this time, he would have taken the golden crow fire too. The young man began releasing little stars again. What is he doing? Thought the crowd looking at him. He was creating small star circles which were surrounding the space. Does he want to take away a piece of the space? Thought the crowd. Besides, Lin Feng had seen how strong that guy was. As far as everyone here was concerned, he had the best chance to succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1166, Attacked. Chapter 1166, Attacked. When the young man moved back after he finished his technique, he had wrapped up the golden crow in star energies and now the space was shaking. Bzzz. A terrifying chi appeared and the stars broke. Then, everything became chaotic. The golden crow started oppressing the crowd again and swallowing flames. Even though the young man controlled abstruse energies, he still wasn't strong enough yet, so the golden crow broke through it. Bzzz. At that moment, a dazzling jar appeared and fell onto the fire. A holy weapon. The crowd saw the jar which began swallowing a terrifying amount of flames, including the golden crow. The dazzling jar became red as it filled with fire. The crowd could even see the golden crow inside. Come back! Shouted someone furiously and the holy weapon flew back to his owner. A crackling sound spread in the air as the cultivator groaned with pain as the jar broke into pieces. It couldn't contain the golden crow fire either. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as other people tried their own techniques, but they weren't strong enough either. Without incredible holy weapons, they couldn't get the golden crow fire. Lin Feng was silent as he continued to maintain a certain distance between him and the golden crow fire. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, calmly absorbing the flames. The crowd was surprised by Lin Feng. He was the only one who didn't try to get the fire. Maybe it was because he knew that he wasn't strong enough? No matter, practicing cultivation there was a good idea. Time passed slowly and a sun pattern soon appeared on Lin Feng's body, absorbed sun energies even faster. 2 days passed and in those 2 days, the strong young man had broken the firestone he took from the turtle and his fire energies grew even stronger from it. He tried to take the golden crow fire again, but failed. Then, he decided to leave. There were many other things to do in that place, wasting too much time there wasn't worthwhile. People gradually left and other people arrived. Some tried to take the Golden Crow fire, but left when they failed. Only 2 people were left, Lin Feng, who was still sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation, and another person. Once they were alone, he went to Lin Feng, smiled and said, "You are at the top of the Tianqi layer and you're still practicing cultivation here. Don't you think it's a waste of time?" Lin Feng opened his eyes, smiled and said, "What about you? Why are you here?" "I want to see if you can take the fire," said that person, looking for Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng looked at him and said, "That's all? Indeed. I'm weak and I can't surpass other people, so all I can do is watch. I want to see who will take this fire in the end," said the young man, smiling fatuously. He had an ordinary fire robe with flame patterns. He had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer and his fate seeds were yellow. Lin Feng wondered how he had made it that far. "Alright, I'll try then," said Lin Feng, smiling and standing up. "So, I was right, you waited for the other people to leave because you knew how to take the fire all along," said that person, taking a step back. "I don't know if I can, but I can definitely try," said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng understood that if he didn't try, then that guy wouldn't leave. Did he really just want to see someone take the fire? Lin Feng didn't believe him in the slightest. A gigantic cauldron appeared in the air and it diffused pale lights. That is, the Heavenly 9 Dragon Cauldron. That person recognized the cauldron. "Unfortunately it's broken, but it's still a precious treasure from the antiquity. I'm sure you'll get the Golden Crow fire," said the young man, sighing. Lin Feng then had the cauldron surround the fire. The Golden Crow fire continued burning in the Heavenly 9 Dragon Cauldron and the fire was explosive, but the cauldron didn't break. "It worked!" thought Lin Feng incredulously. Lin Feng jumped to his Heavenly 9 Dragon Cauldron. Bzzz. Energies moved towards Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng didn't need to turn around to know what was happening, he had already anticipated this reaction. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His Tianji sword appeared and it contained purple thunderous energies. Slash, Lin Feng lacerated his opponent's body, however, the opponent had turned into several illusions who all they threw themselves at Lin Feng. "Come back!" shouted the opponent furiously. He condensed again into one body and released an extremely strong wind to oppress Lin Feng. It was the kind of spell Jiang's people had used when they had originally kidnapped him. "You want to die?" Lin Feng turned around and took out his halberd. Then he used the wind his opponent released to move even faster. Bzzz, they both released terrifying fire energies which filled the entire room. Lin Feng's opponent was releasing fire energies from his sleeves. Then, out of his sleeve, 2 silhouettes appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. At the same time, both of those silhouettes rose up in the air. Lin Feng's enemy then pointed to the cauldron and said, "Cosmic Sleeve, come here." The cauldron turned around and Lin Feng could barely control it anymore. The cauldron moved towards Lin Feng's enemy and disappeared into his sleeve. Subtle sounds spread in the air as he sealed the cauldron. Then, Lin Feng sensed that he had lost his connection to the cauldron. At the same time, Lin Feng attacked the 2 silhouettes, but they moved back to the young man. He smiled and said, "You're not weak, but my fellow disciples aren't that weak. Concerning the cauldron and the Golden Crow fire, remember me and my 2 fellow disciples. You might have a chance to get your revenge someday." Lin Feng looked at that guy's indifferent smile. He didn't look like someone who was evil. That kind of person was dangerous. Especially that his sleeves could hide people, that explained how they had made it that far. His 2 friends were also quite strong, 8th Tianqi layer. "How should I call you guys and where are you from?" said Lin Feng, smiling. He remained calm even though he had just lost 2 precious treasures. "I'm Fu Hei and those 2 are my 2 disciples. We come from a fire mountain and are Emperor Yan's disciples." "What about you?" asked the guy. "Lin Feng from Tiantai. The first imperial cultivation disciple of Tiantai, you're famous already. Thanks again for today. We're off," said Fu Hei and then the 3 of them left. Lin Feng was intrigued. Fu Hei had stolen things from him and after that, they acted as if they were friends. Lin Feng didn't chase them, it was useless because he couldn't do anything to them. He still had to become stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167, 7th Assassin. Chapter 1167, 7th Assassin. Golden Crow Fire. Whispered Lin Feng. Fire was like a weapon and after reaching a certain level, it could be explosive. Fire was even more important than weapons for fire cultivators. Obtaining a powerful fire could be even better than obtaining a holy weapon. Last time, Zhang-Chi had taken the void fire and grew many levels stronger. That golden crow fire was even more terrifying than the void fire, and it suited him even more. He almost obtained the golden crow fire, but someone stole it from him. Lin Feng wasn't happy, but it wasn't as if he had obtained nothing those days. Even his fire intent was level 7, and soon, he would have level 8 fire intent. Lin Feng left the place. Once everybody made it that far, strong cultivators would start stealing fate seeds again. When Lin Feng made it out, he found that Meng Cheng had already left. With her strength and her Taoist robe made of feathers, Lin Feng wasn't worried. He was more worried about Huang Fulong and Qiu Yuxian. Huang Fulong wasn't that strong and the dangers here were high. Lin Feng hadn't looked for Qiu Yuxian for 2 reasons. The first was Meng Cheng and the second was his general concern for her safety. Lin Feng continued wandering around. Now and then, he came across powerful wild beasts with blue-green fate seeds. Lin Feng even saw a terrifying beast with blue fate seeds, but he didn't attack them. His goal was to look for the shrine. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at a shrine. He transmitted Fu Hei's image to the old man and said, "Master, I need a pair of eyes to see where he is and his surroundings." The old man looked at Lin Feng and said indifferently, 200,000 gems. That was expensive, but for such an incredible power, that was normal. Lin Feng had guessed that it'd be even more expensive. Lin Feng nodded and condensed 3 images in his brain, which he transmitted to the old man. "Same thing, I want to see where they are and their surroundings." "No problem, 800,000 gems," said the old man. A pair of eyes appeared in Lin Feng's third eye and 800,000 gems moved to the old man. Lin Feng wasn't happy to spend so much, but it would be worth it. He stepped out of the shrine, now knowing where Fu Hei was. He was alone, but from time to time, he stopped and glanced around looking for people. Lin Feng knew that he had hid his friends in his sleeves again. He could also see Meng Cheng, who had found an ice place. One of the other people he was spying on was the extremely strong young man who could control fire and empty space energies. Lin Feng also practiced fire cultivation and was interested in empty space energy, therefore, he decided to spy on him. If that guy found the empty space area, Lin Feng would go there as well. The 4th person Lin Feng spied on was the Thunderbird. Even though he wasn't incredibly strong, he could resist Yuan Fei's assault to a certain degree. Lin Feng had decided to study thunder energies thanks to him, so if he found the thunder area, Lin Feng would go there too. Everything was possible in Fortune City, but first people had to think about what they really wanted and how they could achieve it. That's why he was spying on Fu Hei. Lin Feng didn't worry. He could spy on those people, and if they found something Lin Feng wanted, he could simply teleport to them. Lin Feng wanted to spend fate seeds to see the whole city clearly, but he knew that it wasn't possible given the expense. He could have also asked to break through to the next Tianqi layers or to understand abstruse energies, but the same applied, it would have been incredibly expensive. That's why he had bought time and a place with thunder to practice cultivation. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that the ground was shaking underneath him. "Some people are fighting," thought Lin Feng as he ran in that direction. After a short time, he saw some people fighting. Canyons and craters had appeared in the ground and terrifying fire energies were dashing to the skies. Lin Feng recognized the girl. It was the hot girl, Feng Xian. Feng Xian was fighting someone who was wearing black clothes and looked evil. He had a sly way of fighting, sometimes he would feint his attacks, but the attacks were never complex. Feng Xian looked exhausted. Then, from Feng Xian's back, a phoenix appeared. Even though that guy's attacks are not complex, but he has so many attacks, thought Lin Feng. That young man in black clothes wasn't as strong as Feng Xian, but he understood all kinds of strength. The beautiful Feng Xian, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in Bahuang province. "Come and give daddy a hug," said that guy in a perverted way. Feng Xian was fighting in an even more ferocious way. She knew he was just provoking her, but it was distracting. "Lin Feng, help me," said Feng Xian. Lin Feng noticed the guy released energies and wanted to attack him. He sensed the energies and understood that Feng Xian was suffering greatly. "You want me to fight?" said Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought it would be difficult to fight that guy. "No need. Just watch out for those hiding in the darkness and prevent them from attacking," said Feng Xian. Lin Feng was surprised. There were people hiding in the darkness? "They're from the Imperial Assassin Union. He's one of the 7 assassins," said Feng Xian. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Imperial Assassin Union. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168, Killing the Seventh Assassin. Chapter 1168, Killing the Seventh Assassin. No wonder those attacks were so strong. That guy was one of 7 assassins. Since that guy could fight Feng Xian, the others were probably strong as well. Back in Sword City, Lin Feng had sensed an assassin's energy and then the Watcher had helped him. He told him that there was always someone observing in the darkness. Feng Xian was facing one of those assassins, which meant there was someone else hiding. Bzzz. Lin Feng raised his bow. Even though Feng Xian hadn't asked him to fight, Lin Feng wouldn't let them off. Last time they had tried to kill him, this time he wouldn't give them a second chance. Lin Feng condensed sun energy into his arrows and shot them at the assassin who was fighting Feng Xian. If the one in the dark attacked too, Lin Feng would concentrate on him then. Another terrifying energy surrounded Lin Feng and the bow was oppressed. Phoenix! Shouted Feng Xian. Her hand turned into a phoenix and shot out towards the enemy, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The assassin was distracted by Lin Feng, so he had moved away from Feng Xian. Feng Xian continued using her phoenix spell without hesitating. Seal! The assassin was surprised. He wouldn't have thought that Feng Xian would continue attacking him, but she did. He wanted to kill her, so how could he flinch? He placed his left on his heart and sealed himself. Golden lights appeared around him and they looked indestructible. Boom! The phoenix crashed onto the assassin's golden body and broke it through the protection. Blood splashed and a hole appeared. At the same time, the assassin had attacked and it landed on Feng Xian's third eye. Blood splashed from both sides. How sly! Thought Lin Feng. Caught again. Feng Xian ignored the pain and continued attacking. The assassin moved back, he was already soaked in his own blood. At the same time, he released energies to attack Feng Xian again. Nirvana healing! Shouted Feng Xian, furiously releasing vitality lights to heal her wounds. The assassin was upset after seeing this. Feng Xian had an ancient phoenix body, which meant she had phoenix blood and its healing techniques. Vitality energy. Lin Feng sighed. According to legends, phoenixes could heal themselves and even come back to life after dying. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng was surprised to sense energies around him. A sharp and terrifying energy appeared behind him. Kaboom! Lin Feng released terrifying thunderous energies, but the energies were oppressive. Luckily, his physical body was extremely strong and his low-level armor protected him. He condensed more thunder energies, as well as fire energies, and released them. Slash! A subtle sound was heard and the terrifying sensation of danger vanished. Lin Feng turned around and saw an arrow in his opponent's forehead. Someone had shot an arrow at the last moment. The Watcher! Thought Lin Feng. Last time, when he was surrounded by all those strong cultivators, the Watcher had shot a golden arrow at him which had melted and mixed with his blood, but Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that the Watcher would constantly follow him until now. He does his job well. Lin Feng sighed. He didn't understand who the Watcher was. He glanced around, but saw nobody. According to the legends, the Imperial Assassin Union and the Watchers were mortal enemies. When Lin Feng turned around, he prepared his bow again without hesitation. He wanted to kill the assassin who was still fighting. He thought that his friend would easily kill Lin Feng, but he had failed so quickly. The assassin didn't feel like fighting anymore. He was wounded and he was losing too much blood. Lin Feng's sword was extremely fast, so the assassin couldn't escape. Slow down! Shouted the assassin, turning around. A strange strength enveloped the space and Lin Feng's arrow slowed down. At the same time, he released another kind of energy which weakened the arrow. Slash, slash, Lin Feng continued shooting arrows. The assassin released golden lights which wrapped around him again. Then, he confronted the arrows. Rumbling and crackling sounds rang out as he took out a dazzling sword and cut the arrow, but his sword broke. Kaboom! A dazzling purple light descended from the sky and struck his body. It had aimed for the wound on his chest. His muscles twitched and at the same time, a sword appeared on his throat. It was Lin Feng's sword. The assassin was astonished, his face turned deathly pale as he smiled. I wouldn't have thought that I, the 7th assassin, would die by your hands. Today, I failed because I wasn't strong enough. I needed more time. 7th assassin. Lin Feng was surprised. The 7th assassin? He was already so strong. I am not an enemy of the Imperial Assassin Union and I am not strong or talented. Why does the Imperial Assassin Union want to kill me? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Because you must die. Said the assassin, laughing in a cold way. I didn't manage to kill the Phoenix girl today, but there are 6 more assassins who they are stronger than me, especially the first one. You cannot even imagine, you guys stand no chance. You are just stepping stones for us. Slash. Lin Feng slit his throat and his head flew away. Difficult enemy, said Feng Xian, arriving next to Lin Feng. She had already recovered, surprising Lin Feng. Thank you, said Feng Xian. They also wanted to kill me, so there's no need to thank me, said Lin Feng. Why had the assassin said he had to die? Was it because he had seen them when they tried to kill Shui Baiyao? No matter what, if you hadn't appeared today, I might have died. Even though that guy was only the 7th assassin, he understood several types of intent and strength. He had many skills and techniques, he even understood acceleration, deceleration, gold, and empty space energies. Those assassins are terrifying, said Feng Xian. She had an ancient phoenix body, but it alone wasn't enough to contend against them. Acceleration and deceleration energies, whispered Lin Feng. A moment before, the assassin had shouted slow down and his arrow had been slowed down. That must have been deceleration intent. If a cultivator understood deceleration abstruse energies, he would be able to freeze opponents and kill them mid-air. Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance. Thank you very much for your help. If you ever feel like it, you can show yourself for me. No reply. The Watcher was almost like a god watching him from the sky. I suppose you're the first one the Watchers protect. I wonder how strong you'll become in the future, said Feng Xian, staring at Lin Feng. Being protected by the Watchers meant that a cultivator was going to become gloriously strong. No matter who wanted to kill Lin Feng, they had to think twice before trying, for there was a mysterious Watcher protecting him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, Terrifying Thunder Heart. Chapter 1169, Terrifying Thunder Heart. Who knows what will happen in the future, said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. Feng Xian took out a stone which contained vitality strength. Feng Xian put it in her mouth and chewed it. Then, her vitality started flowing throughout her body. Feng Xian saw that Lin Feng looked intrigued, so she said, "That's an abstruse energy vitality tablet that I found in the ancient cities. That kind of tablet is different from abstruse crystals. You can use abstruse crystal to understand abstruse energies and practice cultivation, while tablets can be modified or swallowed directly to enable cultivators to sense abstruse energies." Lin Feng could guess that those abstruse tablets were probably even more expensive than abstruse crystals. He had seen the powerful young man take the firestone, so that must have been a tablet. He had broken it though, unlike Feng Xian who had swallowed it. If you reach the top of your intent level, chewing abstruse tablets can be really helpful. It can even help you understand abstruse energies, said Feng Xian. She had completely recovered already and her vitality was powerful. Maybe, if Feng Xian understood abstruse vitality, it'd be impossible to injure her. Then she might be able to increase her own lifespan. When we were outside of the 5 elemental areas, I saw that there was a source of life in the sky map. Maybe that you can go there, Lin Feng mentioned. Feng Xian had an ancient phoenix body, which meant that she understood fire and vitality energies, maybe even other types too. For Feng Xian, the source of life was very important. I will, but the source of life is holy water. It can make people come back to life, but it's not easy to find. Besides, the map we saw outside was simple to understand, but it's not really that easy to find those things. Apart from the source of life, there were other places to mention. Sister Xian, said someone in the distance. A girl wearing a fire robe ran over to Feng Xian. She looked easygoing and quite young, only 15 to 16 years old. She was already extremely beautiful, to the extent that she could make fish sink and birds chirp up. Ling, said Feng Xian. She shook her head and said, "Who let you come?" "The teachers let me. Why wouldn't I be allowed since you were going?" said Feng Ling, giggling. She looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, "Sister, is he your?" "Stop it," said Feng Xian. She glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, that's my little sister, Feng Ling. I'm sure many people are crazy about you girls," said Lin Feng honestly. 2 years later, her sister would catch up with Feng Xian. Besides, Feng Ling was still young and had managed to come to that place on her own. That meant she was already quite strong. "Lin Feng," said Feng Ling, giggling. Then she said, "You should know that many people want to go out with my sister." Lin Feng smiled wryly. She had a completely different personality from her sister. At that moment, cold lights appeared in Lin Feng's eyes, but then he laughed and said, "I have something to do. I'm off." He nodded at the two girls and ran over to the shrine. That guy doesn't seem to have any special feelings for women, it seems. He doesn't even know how to protect flowers, said Feng Ling when she saw that Lin Feng leaving so suddenly. Feng Xian rolled her eyes. Why did Lin Feng leave that quickly though? Lin Feng arrived in the shrine and condensed the Thunderbird's image in his brain. Then he transmitted it to the old man. Send me to him, but I want to be 10 kilometers away from Hyde and for you to hide my chi, including the vitality my seeds contain. Lin Feng didn't care about fate seeds that much anymore, he just wanted to become stronger. Bzzz. Lin Feng disappeared and appeared in a thunder area where terrifying thunders were booming everywhere. There were incredible thunder beasts as well. In front of that beast was a thunder pearl. That thunder pearl was releasing incredible thunders which solely might have been responsible for forming the entire thunder place. Sometimes, thunder tablets even emerged from that pearl. What a precious treasure, thought Lin Feng. He had found that place thanks to the thunder beast. At that moment, his chi couldn't be detected thanks to the shrine. He also used his shadow spirit, so he was completely undetectable. Someone neared the pearl and they were bathing in thunders, as if they didn't hurt him. It's not a thunder tablet anymore, it is now a pearl that can give birth to thunder tablets, said someone sighing. Thunder beast, what are you waiting for? Asked that person. The thunder beast turned around and coldly glanced at him saying, I'm waiting for more thunder tablets and then I'll swallow that pearl. Anyone who tries to steal it from me will die. His eyes were purple. Swallow them? Asked that person surprised. The thunder beast nodded and said, indeed, that's Zune level beast's heart. I'm lucky that I found it first. With it, I'll swallow it and I'll break through to the Zune chi layer. Now, protect the entrance and don't let anyone come in, said the beast. Don't worry, after I swallow that pearl, I'll give you 10 thunder tablets each, and even if I don't break through to the Zune chi layer, I'll be at the very top of the Tian chi layer, so I'll protect you, said the beast. His chi was dashing to the skies. He had broken through to the 8th Tian chi layer, but since he was a thunderbird, that heart was perfect for him. If I protect you now, I think you'll kill me, said that person. He wasn't as strong as the thunderbird, besides the thunderbird probably had other powerful weapons. He couldn't steal anything so he could just guard the area and accept a few tablets. I, the great thunderbird, don't lie. I don't care about a few tablets anyways, so will you accept or not? Thunders were emerging from his body and he looked like a thunder god. That person narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a few seconds and nodded, alright, I'll guard the area. Then, he left. Remember, kill anyone who tries to come in. If someone disturbs me, I'll kill you all, said the thunderbird. The other one grinded his teeth but said nothing. After he left, the thunderbird created a thunder cage and sealed the space around the pearl. Lin Feng could see everything, though. That guy was extremely strong, but getting the thunder heart wouldn't be so easy. Lin Feng had seen it the last time with the dragon heart. But the thunderbird wasn't ordinary. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't do anything hastily. If he had been able to defeat the thunderbird easily, he would have attacked already instead of waiting there. There was also the one who was now guarding the area. The thunderbird shook his hands and a picture scroll appeared. It alone swallowed an incredible quantity of thunder energies. Very quickly, the picture scroll fell onto the heart and swallowed the heart's incredible thunder strength. Then, the thunderbird threw himself at the heart. He sat down and performed hand seals. Now he was bathing in incredible thunders and thunders continuously struck his body. Roar, the thunderbird roared and his purple hair fluttered in the wind. His chi had started to become even more powerful. He's using a special skill to increase his strength, thought Lin Feng. The thunderbird was probably increasing his strength before attempting to swallow the heart, otherwise he wouldn't be able to. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1170, Sword's New Soul. Chapter 1170, Sword's New Soul. The thunderbird cut his hand with his other hand and blood dripped down onto the thunder heart. Can you sense that? My blood is the same as yours, it's thunder-based blood, said the thunderbird. The thunderbird was slowly establishing his own connections to the heart, and the heart didn't look that scary anymore. At least it wasn't releasing explosive thunder anymore. It even started to rise up slowly and began moving towards the thunderbird's mouth. Who's that? At that moment, the thunderbird turned around as dazzling thunders emerged from his eyes. Kaboom! Roar, a dragon roared. The Thunderbird only saw 7 dragon heads move towards him and opened their mouths in an attempt to eat him. "Thunderscape!" shouted the Thunderbird furiously. The Thunderbird's hands turned into claws and attempted to grab the heart. He didn't understand that someone was secretly spying on him. Roar! The dragon roared again and another dragon head appeared. It moved towards the heart and immediately swallowed it. The Thunderbird who had attempted to grab it ended up grabbing air instead. Where did that dragon come from? Lacerate! The Thunderbird released bestial chi in a fury. His bestial chi turned into a thunderblade and he lacerated the air in front of him. "Come back!" shouted the Thunderbird furiously, but the dragon had disappeared. Mountain-like illusions appeared in the sky which seemed extremely heavy and were falling down. Die! The Thunderbird was going insane. He instantly broke all those mountains and rose up in the air. He saw the silhouette of someone running away. It must have been the one who had stolen his heart. "You'll die!" The Thunderbird instantly recognized Lin Feng. He opened his purple wings and chased Lin Feng. However, a dazzling sword appeared under Lin Feng's feet and he quickly disappeared into the distance. "Stop him!" shouted the Thunderbird furiously. Lin Feng was still flying away, however, the cultivator who was guarding the place looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. Someone had actually stolen the heart from the Thunderbird, he had to be extremely strong. "Die!" said that person furiously while releasing thunderous energies in Lin Feng's direction. However, Lin Feng didn't dodge. Instead, his Tianji sword spat out its own thunders and crushed the oncoming thunders. "Curse!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Black cursing energies appeared and crashed onto that guy. "Soul cursing," said Lin Feng. He was standing next to that person when he released those cursing energies. That person's body and soul started shaking, his face also turned deathly pale. He moved away, he didn't feel like blocking Lin Feng anymore. "Die!" But the curse had been cast and Lin Feng wouldn't let him off. He took out his halberd and cut that person's body. Blood splashed everywhere as Lin Feng's Tianji sword then continued streaking across the sky. By the time the Thunderbird arrived, the guard was already dead. The Thunderbird sensed some black energies, but he didn't know what they were. They made him feel cold. "I'll kill you. I'll find a way," shouted the Thunderbird furiously. He flapped his wings again. He was tired right then. He had used a special power to get the heart because he wanted to do it as fast as possible, but he had failed. That was the second time that Lin Feng had escaped from him. The Thunderbird moved in the direction of the shrine with his fastest speed. He wanted to kill Lin Feng no matter what. Lin Feng wasn't afraid. If he had been afraid, he wouldn't have taken the risk to go and steal the Thunderbird's heart in the first place. Even though the Thunderbird was at the same level as the guy Lin Feng had just killed, he was a lot stronger. Lin Feng couldn't kill him yet, so after taking the heart, he also went to the shrine. He didn't know if he could modify it or not and needed some time. In the shrine, Lin Feng asked for another 100 days in a calm place. Now in the air, Lin Feng's dragon appeared and the head which had swallowed the heart spat it out. It was calm because the Thunderbird had absorbed most of its energy. If the Thunderbird hadn't done that, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to take it away like that. Lin Feng released dazzling purple thunders and assaulted the heart. Kacha, boom boom boom. Dazzling thunders struck the heart with an explosive power. The sky was shaking and the calm area suddenly turned into a thunder area. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and observed the energies. At the same time, his Tianji sword was whistling and had turned into a gigantic sword which rose up in the air and swallowed those terrifying thunders. Lin Feng practiced cultivation diligently with this time he had purchased. Lin Feng now had level 8 thunder intent and his Tianji sword was becoming stronger. These days, the heart had even given birth to some thunder tablets. Lin Feng swallowed the tablets immediately. Lin Feng had the 9-headed dragon spirit, so after breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, he would use his spirit and create blood strength. It was only a matter of time. Lin Feng already had a special power and he could swallow strength, therefore he swallowed those tablets without hesitation. As expected, after swallowing the tablets, Lin Feng realized that the sensation was completely different from when he had used abstruse crystals. He could sense abstruse energies as if they were part of him. His abstruse strength and intent continued changing. His thunder intent was explosive and quite terrifying. With acceleration intent he would appear to move faster, and deceleration intent could seemingly slow down his opponents. But with abstruse energies, it was real, he could actually speed up and slow down things. Lin Feng had seen his fellow disciple use decay energies and could actually age people. Abstruse energies could kill people almost instantly if used properly. Bzzz, at that moment, Lin Feng's soul shook. His Tianji sword also shook violently as it emitted sharp whistling sounds. In just 9 days, the sword had swallowed all the thunderous energies. Is it going to have its very own soul? Whispered Lin Feng. Suddenly, the Tianji sword dazzled and the heart was absorbed by the sword. The sword soul condensed it and then that heart gave a new life to the sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1171, Fighting Against the Thunderbird Again. Chapter 1171, Fighting Against the Thunderbird Again. Lin Feng's sword was like an animal with the heart of a thunder animal. Lin Feng shivered and closed his eyes again. He calmly sensed the energies from the abstruse tablets he had just taken. If his sword finished condensing its soul, it would have an explosive power. But Lin Feng had to remain stronger than his sword to use it properly. His ultimate goal was, apart from making his sword a peerless and sharp sword, to understand abstruse energies better than anyone else. On the 19th day, dazzling thunders dashed to the skies and purple lights broke through the heavens. His Tianji sword very active with a seemingly infinite amount of thunders surrounding it. The sword had finished consuming the heart now. I wouldn't have thought that the first abstruse energies I'd study would be thunder abstruse energies. Whispered Lin Feng. He had swallowed 3 tablets of abstruse energies and now his thunder intent was now level 9. Since his sword had a thunder soul, the first abstruse energy he'd understand would probably be thunder abstruse energy. His Tianji sword streaked across the skies and landed in Lin Feng's hand. It was buzzing, like it was trying to communicate with Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had several holy weapons, the relationship he had with the Tianji sword was the most intimate. The Tianji sword's soul was born thanks to Lin Feng's very own soul. Unless Lin Feng died, nobody could steal his sword. Lin Feng thought about Ganyu and Tianchi. Tianchi had been so nice to him. Someday, Lin Feng would make the sword become a peerless weapon in the world. He would amaze the entire world with it. His Tianji sword rose up in the air again and Lin Feng wanted to give the sword a second soul. But first, he had to clean the other soul fragments still present in the sword, just as before. 10 days later, Lin Feng came out of the world. The old man smiled at him and said, "Someone paid to force you out." Lin Feng had prepared himself for this already. He had another pair of eyes which allowed him to see the Thunderbird at all times. When the old man shook his hand to teleport him, Lin Feng was already condensing forces. Bzzz. Lin Feng landed in another place. The Thunderbird was surprised, turned around and saw a terrifying lightning strike move towards him. The atmosphere broke and a black hole had appeared. Thunderscape. The Thunderbird released thunderous energies which turned into a thunder shield. Kaboom! The purple energies crashed onto the thunder shield and instantly broke it. A terrifying strength crashed onto the Thunderbird and he groaned with pain, blood splashing out of his mouth. Lin Feng's attacks were explosive. His shield was broken and even though he had an incredibly powerful physical body, he was still injured. Lin Feng's sword had actually injured him, he couldn't believe it. Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The Thunderbird reacted quickly. He was the descendant of an emperor, so he had many precious treasures and skill sets. Lin Feng initially wanted to prepare an attack to kill him, but the Thunderbird wasn't ready to die easily. The Tianji sword was swallowing sword energies at that time. The Thunderbird opened his wings and flapped, creating great winds to repel Lin Feng. But the sword continued chasing him and attacking him. How come? In only 1 day, his thunder energies became so powerful. Thought the Thunderbird. That Tianji sword could release its own incredible thunder energies. The Thunderbird couldn't afford any careless movements. The first time he had fought against Lin Feng, he had only broken through to the 5th Tianchi layer and wasn't that powerful. How could he know that Lin Feng had been struck by thunder millions of times and had swallowed several thunder abstruse tablets? How could he know that Lin Feng had given his thunder heart to the sword as well? Bzzz. Thunders continued to strike him, suppressing the Thunderbird's movements. An arrow containing fire and thunder energies then streaked across the sky. The Thunderbird released an infinite amount of golden and purple energies. At the same time, a thunder drum appeared in his hand. Kaboom! The Thunderbird hit the drum with his fist and waves of energies assaulted the arrow. A thunder holy weapon. Lin Feng was surprised. The Thunderbird was a thunder beast, so when he used a thunder holy weapon, his power was even more explosive than a normal cultivator's. It was the same as when he used his Tianji sword. The Tianji sword kept chasing the Thunderbird, and at the same time, Lin Feng continued shooting arrows one after the other. Even though the Thunderbird was using his drum, his movements were a bit chaotic because he was so furious. Roar, the Thunderbird roared again and turned into a golden Thunderbird. His claws were now hitting the drum and the drum's energies were stronger. The space between the Thunderbird and Lin Feng seemed like it was going to collapse as dust was splashing everywhere. Even the ground was riddled with gaping wounds. Their attacks were already as powerful as the attacks of some Zune cultivators. People in the distance were amazed. Their battle drew many people's attention. 4 or 5 people came and watched the battle, but when they saw Lin Feng, they were dumbfounded. It was the same guy who had several holy weapons, but he didn't have blue fate seeds anymore. He had probably used them by now. Fight in a fair way if you have balls. The Thunderbird was trying to swing the fight into his favor. The Tianji sword and the bow were way too powerful. He felt like the battle wasn't fair anymore. What you mean to say is that you want to restrict your cultivation level to the 6th Tianji layer and fight me? I don't mind at all, said Lin Feng smiling. Was that what the Thunderbird meant by fairness? If the Thunderbird was of the same level as him, Lin Feng would be absolutely fearless. Celestial thunder, destruction body! Shouted the Thunderbird furiously. In a flash, thunders rolled in waves in the sky and gigantic black clouds appeared. The earth and sky became painstakingly pale. That guy isn't strong enough with so many holy weapons. Now he's going to be killed by the Thunderbird. Should we attack and steal his holy weapons? Asked someone greedily while looking at the bow. He was scared to attack alone though. Lin Feng might shoot arrows at him and immediately kill him. Right, but if we kill him now, how will we share the weapons? Nobody was compassionate there. They were all there to benefit from as many things as they could. Kaboom! The Thunderbird was absorbing a monstrous quantity of thunders that he wanted to crush Lin Feng with. Lin Feng couldn't dodge that attack, but of course, he didn't want to dodge either. Die! At the same time, the others threw themselves at Lin Feng. They wanted to kill him and steal his weapons before the Thunderbird got them all. Kaboom! A terrifying amount of thunderous energies crashed onto Lin Feng's body and singed his hairs. One of them raised their golden fist, wanting to grab Lin Feng's bow. Bzzz. The bow disappeared and Lin Feng's halberd appeared instead. It shook and moved towards the hand of the one who originally wanted to steal Lin Feng's bow. He had thought that when Lin Feng was struck with the thunderous energies, even if he didn't die, he would at least be paralyzed. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be affected by thunders at all. They were already so close to each other that cultivators couldn't dodge Lin Feng's halberd anymore. Suddenly, the halberd ended up in that cultivator's throat and they died. Curse! Said Lin Feng suddenly turning around. He released cursing energies at his enemies. Destroy! Lin Feng pulled back his halberd and released sharp, blade-like energies at another opponent. A few hundreds of thousands of gems moved to Lin Feng's third eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1172, Exploring the Ancient City. Chapter 1172, Exploring the Ancient City. 3 people were left and they were petrified. They didn't want to attack anymore. Lin Feng's level 9 thunder intent plus his halberd scared them to death. Their thunders didn't even stop Lin Feng for a second. Lin Feng's physical body was incredible. Sharp celestial thunders! Shouted the Thunderbird. His drum turned into a body containing dazzling thunderous energies. Then it became a beam of light shooting towards Lin Feng like lightning. Lin Feng attacked the air in front of him with the halberd filled with terrifying thunderous energies. The thunder energies broke apart when they hit the halberd and brushed past Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. Those energies even made his Tianji sword scared. Thunderous energies continued to roll in the air. Lin Feng condensed all his thunder energies in his right hand and grabbed his halberd. Halberd in hand, he moved towards the drum to attack it. Kaboom! The thunderous energies dashed to the skies, now looking like a thunderous snakes. The 3 other people were incredulous. How terrifying. Both Lin Feng and the Thunderbird were propelled backwards. Lin Feng immediately followed up by attacking with his Tianji sword again. The Thunderbird rose up in the air and was quickly surrounded by thunderous energies. He looked like a thunder god despising the world. Wait until I can control abstruse energies, I'll kill you then. Kaboom! The Thunderbird hit his drum again. Lightning struck the ground in Lin Feng's Tianji sword. The Thunderbird opened his wings and flapped them furiously. Maybe I'll be the one to kill you even after you understand abstruse energies, said Lin Feng, watching the Thunderbird disappear. Lin Feng had spent 200,000 gems to spy on the Thunderbird. If the Thunderbird found any more incredible treasures, Lin Feng would definitely chase him. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the 3 other people in a despising way. With the strength of the 6th Tianqi layer, he managed to force the Thunderbird to run away. What is his name? I hope he can teach us some things. Brother Feng, you're very strong. You'll definitely have the opportunity to fight against him in the future. The three people, surprisingly, were smiling and talking in a positive way about Lin Feng. They were scared, so they hoped Lin Feng would forgive them. Why fight another day? We have the opportunity now. Weren't you just asking to learn things from me a moment ago? Said Lin Feng, glancing at them. He was now holding his Tianji sword and releasing qi. Brother, there's no rush. We are three people, together we don't fear you, said one of them coldly. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique, meanwhile his Tianji sword swallowed thunderous energies. He threw himself at the enemies. That person raised his hand and condensed ice energies to protect himself. Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky and Lin Feng shook his hand. Then his Tianji sword fell from the sky, dazzling and surrounded by thunderous energies. That cultivator wanted to block the attack, but suddenly that guy was immediately destroyed. As soon as he was struck by the thunder sword, his body exploded. Even the Thunderbird didn't dare block Lin Feng's Tianji sword directly, and those people were a lot weaker than the Thunderbird. Die, said Lin Feng. His Tianji sword rose up in the air again and moved towards the second one. It fell down again and the sword struck him, cutting him into pieces. The last one wanted to escape, but Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Curse." Cursing energies fell down on that cultivator. He was so terrified that he didn't even realize his soul had been cursed. Now he was confused and even started hallucinating. The Tianji sword crashed onto his head and chopped it clean off. Lin Feng wasn't an assassin, that's why he usually threatened people to steal their fate seeds, instead of killing them. He didn't enjoy killing that much. However, if people threatened him, he had to kill them. Lin Feng had 7 blue-green fate seeds in his third eye. He had killed 5 people and obtained 700,000 gems from them. Lin Feng sensed the energies from those fate seeds and put his Tianji sword away. Then, he went to the shrine and spent another 200,000 gems to spy on someone else, Feng Xian. There were no tensions between him and Feng Xian, so he wouldn't steal from her if she obtained treasures, but observing another person wasn't a bad idea. If she found the source of life, Lin Feng would go there too. He left the shrine, now with eyes on Meng Qing, Feng Xian, Fu Hei, the strong young man and the Thunderbird. Lin Feng walked through the city. The 5 people he spied on before were all incredibly strong. Lin Feng was convinced that they would remain until the end, so if anything happened in Fortune City, Lin Feng would continue to learn by spying on them. Go, said Lin Feng. His Tianji sword appeared and streaked across the sky. Then it disappeared from his field of vision. As it traveled around, Lin Feng could see everything his sword was doing. Lin Feng himself was walking around and came across a blue-green animal, with the shape of a bull. It had 4 extremely thick and solid trotters and blue-green wings. With each step it took, the ground broke and would even shake Lin Feng. That beast had 3 blue-green fate seeds, 300,000 gems. When the beast turned around, it looked at Lin Feng with a certain coldness. Lin Feng released terrifying energies towards the beast. Bzzz, 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 the ground was buzzing and crackling. The beast charged and large holes were left in the ground behind it. Lin Feng threw himself at the beast, condensing the force of the earth and sky. Die! Lin Feng condensed thunderous energies in his fist and punched the beast head-on. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng punched the beast, the ground cracked, and a canyon was created from their collision. Die, 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 shouted Lin Feng as he punched the bull 3 times, releasing thunder and fire intent together. The bull roared, causing the buildings around it and in the distance to shake. Finally, the bull's muscles twitched and collapsed. Then, Lin Feng obtained its fate seeds. Lin Feng looked at his own fist and smiled. He could now punch powerful beasts and crush them. Lin Feng put a foot on the beast, looked around, then left. He wanted to go hunting and get more fate seeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173, The Source of Life. Chapter 1173, The Source of Life. His sword continued to travel around. Typically, there was nobody around the sword, but sometimes, the sword would stop and glance around. Many people wanted to take the sword, but the sword didn't let them take it. If they tried to steal it by force, the sword would release thunderous energies and attack those people. Once the sword killed people, their fate seeds moved far off into the distance to its owner's third eye. Many people sighed after seeing that. The owner of the sword was probably an incredibly strong cultivator. The owner was far away, but his sword could still kill people. The Tianji sword in the sky was one of the strangest things in the ancient city those days, but it was far from being the only strange thing. For example, each time Fu Hei cheated people, he realized that the items he wanted disappeared as if they had never existed. For example, each time Qi Tianshang fought someone, some abstruse tablets disappeared. He knew someone was acting in the darkness, but he couldn't know who it was. Maybe that person had made a special request in the shrine. Lin Feng continued killing beasts and stealing their fate seeds. After that, he went to the shrine and asked for a place to practice cultivation again. Those days, Lin Feng was free and unrestrained. He was alone and could do whatever he wanted. After stealing all those fate seeds, he could sense his strength blossoming. Lin Feng ate a few more abstruse tablets. He had used empty space illusional technique to steal empty space abstruse tablets from Qi Tianshang. He had also done the same to steal fire abstruse tablets from Fu Hei. With his Tianji sword, he had even found some wind abstruse tablets. In total, while other people had spent only 30 days in the ancient city, Lin Feng, by buying time in the shrine, had already spent over a year there. Lin Feng didn't have too many fate seeds left over, he only had 4 blue fate seeds. He still had a long way to go before obtaining purple fate seeds. His thunder intent was already at the max, so the next step would be abstruse energy. His fire intent was now level 9, his sword intent was level 9, his wind intent level 8, and, without Lin Feng realizing it, he had swallowed those empty space abstruse tablets and his empty space intent was now level 7. Lin Feng felt annoyed because of one thing, he had focused on abstruse energies and intent, but it hadn't affected his cultivation level. It was as if he was stuck, but he had only reached the top of the 6th Tianqi layer. Imperial cultivation disciples and emperor's descendants didn't lack tools to practice cultivation. It was easy for them to obtain abstruse tablets. So, why did so many people from rich sects, clans and imperial families only study a few kinds of intent and not so many? Lin Feng only knew that Emperor Wu Tianjian had raised his sword for 10 years to instill several souls and several types of abstruse energies. The 7th assassin was the same, he knew 3 types of intent. If he had continued living and leveled up, he would have only known 3 types of intent. When Lin Feng left the calm space, he looked at what the people he was spying on were doing. The Thunderbird was practicing cultivation alone, for he had swallowed a Thunderbird. Lin Feng was speechless. Why did he swallow it? Of course, Lin Feng knew that the Thunderbird hadn't swallowed a real Thunderbird, it was only a kind of strength, like the Golden Crow fire. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was practicing cultivation when the Thunderbird found that kind of thunder strength. After that, his strength would be even more terrifying. Meng Qing, Feng Xian, Qi Tianshang and Fu Hei had all acquired incredible treasures. Of course, Lin Feng had obtained a great many things too, and he still had plenty of abstruse tablets. If he could, Lin Feng wouldn't mind staying in the calm space practicing cultivation all the time, then stealing fate seeds again and going back to practice cultivation. Lin Feng left the shrine and continued hunting beasts. It was a lot faster for him to kill ferocious beasts now. Soon, Lin Feng already had 7 blue fate seeds. An incredible strength was flowing throughout his body. What astonished Lin Feng the most was that he could also study and understand the vitality flowing throughout his body. But on that day, the 5 elements dashed to the skies and surrounded the city. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the strength of the 10,000 things of creation were rolling in waves across the ancient city. Mist appeared and scared some of the weaker cultivators. Editor's note: shouldn't gold be changed out for wind? How cold! Lin Feng had just killed a beast when he sensed the change in weather. He raised his head and saw the 5 elements in the sky. Then, Lin Feng realized that the map he had seen outside of the elemental area had appeared once again. The earth and sky are changing, whispered Lin Feng. His Tianji sword came back to him. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing, raising dusts with it. People couldn't see clearly anymore and it was painful, like sharp blades cutting at their skin. Lin Feng was surprised, his physical body was incredible but those energies still felt like blades against his body. People who weren't strong enough could die by that wind. Very quickly, Lin Feng couldn't even keep his eyes open anymore. The world was drastically changing. It lasted for a long time and then, finally, Lin Feng opened his eyes and could see clearly. The landscape was becoming more distinct. Lin Feng soon realized that he was another world. The wind was blowing and could even pick up stones. Sounds were painfully piercing people's eardrums. Is that the ancient battle? Thought Lin Feng. He looked around and was surprised. He saw a lofty mountain with a stream flowing slowly. That water looked pure, it was azure blue and seemed to contain the energy of life. Is that the source of life? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Then, he looked around and saw thunders, fire and other desolate landscapes. The map they had seen in the sky was now appearing in front of them. Where am I? Thought Lin Feng, breathing deeply. He wasn't the only one surprised. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1174, Rinlei. Chapter 1174, Rinlei. Even though the landscape was becoming more distinct, that strong wind was still blowing and emitting sharp whistling sounds. That place was filled with deadly energies, and in the distance, there was a myriad of silhouettes. There were less than 500 people left from the Ba Huang province left. Those people were all extraordinarily cultivators with dazzling blue fate seeds in their third eyes. I hope Meng Qing and the others are here too, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. He realized that the most central place was the source. Its water was a precious treasure, seemingly capable of giving birth to new life or instantly killing people. There were 4 beams of light and everybody could see them, 4 palaces, 4 lofty shrines. It was as if the shrine was following them. And that fortune shrine followed them no matter where they were. Lin Feng, said someone extremely loudly. It was Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei's facial expression was strange, his qi was ferocious and terrifying. In the Beast Palace, he had probably obtained incredible treasures. This place looks like the battle from the past, said Lin Feng. The air was filled with death and many people were walking towards the source in the middle. However, 2 people were struck by lightning and died instantly, so everyone stopped. That place seemed to be dangerous. Indeed, I have the same feeling. The elemental area was the city and this here seems to be the battlefield. We can even hear all the sounds of the war here, said Yuan Fei, glancing around. He was also wondering why the diviner had sent everybody in there. Meng Qing, Huang Fulong. Lin Feng saw Meng Qing and Huang Fulong and called out for them. They also joined the group. Lin Feng continued looking for people he knew: Zhong Qi, the Dragon King, Duan Wudao, Zhe Yuexian, Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba. Lin Feng, shouted a voice. Lin Feng frowned and then he saw someone come towards him. That person was robust and looked quite strong. Lin Feng was beyond happy to see him. That young man also smiled at Lin Feng in a resplendent way. Huang Fulong, shouted that person running towards them. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong both smiled in a resplendent way and both walked towards the young man. The 3 young men clapped each other's fists and tapped their shoulders. They were happy to be together again. Mo Shi, how did you survive? The young man who had arrived was Jun Mo Shi. I ended up in a small world and was teleported out, replied Jun Mo Shi. Then, he looked at Huang Fulong and said, You're alive too, I'm happy. Where are you and Yun Fei Yang? I don't know. I still haven't seen them, said Huang Fulong, clenching his fists. He was still worried for his friends. After the events in the Huang Sea, what had happened to Tang Yu and Yun Fei Yang? They'll be alright. I'm sure they're alright. They probably found some small worlds in the Huang Sea like you guys, said Lin Feng. In fact, he was worried too, but hoped they had found small worlds and teleported out. Indeed, nodded Jun Mo Shi. He turned around and said, Shaddai, come here. But Lin Feng and Huang Fulong were surprised to see a girl walking over to Jun Mo Shi. She was extremely beautiful and her qi was extraordinary. Apparently, Jun Mo Shi had some luck since they last met. Lin Feng and Huang Fulong are my friends and they are like my brothers, said Jun Mo Shi, introducing his friends to the girl. Then, Jun Mo Shi looked at his friends and said, She's my future wife, my fiancée. She looked at Lin Feng and Huang Fulong and nodded, smiling in a resplendent way. You guys are lucky to have such beautiful wives, said Huang Fulong, smiling fatuously. Jun Mo Shi looked over at Meng Qing and said, Lin Feng, I'm happy that she's recovered. Congratulations. I'll introduce you to a nice girl someday, said Jun Mo Shi to Huang Fulong. Then everybody laughed. Xiao Dai then looked at Yuan Fei. She looked surprised and curious. Jun Mo Shi's friends had some high-class friends. Oh right, that's Yuan Fei. Jun Mo Shi, said Lin Feng. Yuan Fei smiled and said, Jun Mo Shi, huh, I know who you are. Damn, I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you so soon. Awesome, bro. This must be fate. Lin Feng was confused. Did Yuan Fei hear about Jun Mo Shi before? He wouldn't have thought he'd meet him so soon? What did Yuan Fei mean? Well, maybe, said Jun Mo Shi, clapping hands with Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei looked very happy. All of Lin Feng's friends were now acquainted. Lin Feng, do you have any alcohol? Asked Jun Mo Shi. I do, said Lin Feng, nodding. He still had some hot unit left, so he took out some bottles. Hee hee, awesome, we're going to drink, said Yuan Fei, smiling happily. Everybody sat down and cheered, cheers. Gotcha. Everybody drank. Good stuff, said Yuan Fei. More. Lin Feng said nothing and took out more bottles, then they all continued drinking together. Those strong cultivators were in the middle of an ancient battlefield and drinking alcohol. What a scene, Dut. Unfortunately, Yu and Fei Yang aren't with us, said Jun Imoshi, sighing. He hoped all his friends could be with him right then. Many people from a distance looked at them with surprise. Under such circumstances, some people were getting drunk as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. Another beautiful girl came up to them. Xiao Dai, you seem happy. Can I have a drink too? Said that girl. Your Excellency has so many fate seeds, can I have a few? Said that girl, looking at Lin Feng. That girl even did a puppy dog face when she asked Lin Feng. He grinded his teeth and came back to his senses. Yiren Lei, if you want to have a glass, I don't mind, said Xiao Dai. She seemed to know that girl. She was also one of the 4 most beautiful women of Bahuang province. My brother has a wife anyways, so don't flirt with him, said Yuan Fei at the girl. That girl now seemed scared. Yuan Fei, Yiren Lei was just joking, said Xiao Dai. Lin Feng frowned. He had become a lot stronger those days, but when he looked at that girl, he felt strange. It was as if a simple yet meaningful glance could influence him. That girl is from the Heaven's Desires Palace, she can cast illusion spells. She's also one of the 10 strongest cultivators from the Bahuang province, and she's the only girl in the top 10. Few men can resist her beauty, said Yuan Fei. He apparently respected that girl a lot. One of the 10 strongest cultivators from Bahuang, no wonder. That girl also had 5 blue fate seeds in her third eye. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175, The 10 Strongest Cultivators. Chapter 1175, The 10 Strongest Cultivators. 5 fate seeds, that meant 500,000 gems. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of special powers she had, but only one meaningful glance was enough to make him lose control. With such powers, she might just need to look at men to make them hand over their fate seeds. The Heaven's Desires Palace has a special skill called Kamanhatu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion. It's a very powerful skill. She's the holy girl of the Heaven's Desires Palace and her social status is similar to Shui Baiyao's status, but she's a lot stronger. Many men are in love with Shui Baiyao, but even more are in love with Yiren Lei and her illusion magic. She's interested in vitality energies and she practices 4 different types of abstruse energies, explained Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei was strong, but even he had to admit that Yiren Lei was strong. Who are the others in the top 10? Asked Lin Feng. They're all here. Bahuang province is divided into 8 areas. Translator's note: Ba means 8, Huang means desolate, east, west, south, north, southeast, northeast, southwest and northwest, but because it is difficult to differentiate the areas, many people say eastern part of Bahuang, southern part of Bahuang, western part of Bahuang, northern part of Bahuang, central part of Bahuang, brutal part of Bahuang, celestial part of Bahuang, and sanguinary part of Bahuang. Each part is vast and has its own groups of influence. If we have to classify the areas in terms of strength, the central part of Bahuang is the strongest and the northern part of Bahuang, where Tiantai is the weakest. The central part of Bahuang has the 4 cities outside of Fortune City and each city has imperial clans or powerful groups of influence. Jiangya is included in this. The central part of Bahuang has 3 geniuses, Si Kongxiao from the Sikong clan, Wen Tiango from the Wen clan and Mu Fanchun from the Magic World Heavenly Palace. Then, in the eastern part of Bahuang, there's Qi Tianshang from the Qi clan, there's Fu Hei from Fire Mountain in the southern part of Bahuang. In the western part of Bahuang, there is Bai Qiu Luo from the Sunset Pavilion. From the brutal part of Bahuang, there's M. Oping from the Bestial Imperial Palace. In the celestial part of Bahuang there is the Buddhist monk Kong Mingxiao from the Celestial Thunder Temple and Yiren Lei from the Heaven's Desires Palace. And finally, in the sanguinary part of Bahuang there is Wu Tian from the Abyss of Sufferings, explained Yuan Fei. Lin Feng now better understood how Bahuang province worked, but he didn't know the details from them all still. Fu Hei from the Fire Mountain in the southern part of Bahuang, Wu Tian from the Abyss of Sufferings in the sanguinary part of Bahuang, whispered Lin Feng. He was interested in the both of them. Fu Hei was one of the 10 strongest people in Bahuang. That bastard had cheated him. He had even hidden people inside his sleeves. And Wu Tian reminded Lin Feng of Emperor Wu Tianjian's. Fu Hei is a bastard, he possesses a fire body and is quite strong. He can roast and eat tigers, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng wasn't surprised, other people also knew how sly Fu Hei was apparently. And Wu Tian. Wu Tian comes from the abyss of sufferings who are imperial assassins. They hope that he will be as glorious as Emperor Wu Tianjian, so he ended up with that name. Yuan Fei, you come from the mountain of flowers and fruit, that must be in the brutal part of Ba Huang, right? Can you not contend against Mo Ping from the bestial imperial palace? Asked Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was a frank and an honest person, he wouldn't mind a direct question. Those people from the bestial imperial palace had chosen an aggressive name. Do you know what Mo Ping's body consists of? Asked Yuan Fei. Lin Feng shook his head. A great oriental greenfinch rock, a godly bird. Mo Ping is the third strongest cultivator on the list. In Ba Huang, he's considered as a peerless cultivator in terms of speed and physical strength, said Yuan Fei. But even though they're considered the 10 strongest cultivators of Ba Huang province, we're in Fortune City now and many more incredibly strong cultivators have come here. After all we went through in Fortune City, maybe some people are going to rise up and those people will fall down the rankings. In Ba Huang province, people like to classify things, so that's why they like having a top 10. From generation to generation, geniuses of the Tianqi layer are classified and everybody is amazed by those people. In the end, if they don't die, they usually become terrifying cultivators. For example, the 10 strongest cultivators of the last generation have already become all-powerful Zun cultivators. Your fellow disciple Ho Ching Lin is just an example. Lin Feng, you'll have such opportunities too, said Yuan Fei smiling. Lin Feng was captivated and continued nodding that he understood. People liked to classify geniuses everywhere, not only in Ba Huang province. Back then, Shuiyu also had a ranking system, but now that was a thing of the past. You too, said Lin Feng smiling in a friendly way. Lin Feng was feeling determined, he'd have to defeat those people if he wanted to replace them someday. He, and all our brothers and sisters. We will all have such opportunities, said Yuan Fei looking at Meng Qing, Jun Emoshi. He had seen Meng Qing fight only once, but he was impressed. He heard about Jun Emoshi too, he had heard that he had come back to life from certain extreme circumstances. Everybody will, said Lin Feng. He couldn't wait to be a peerless cultivator. He recalled back when he was a cultivator of the Xianxi layer, and now he's trying to understand abstruse energies. What would he be doing 10 years from now? The power gap is also related to its geographical position. In the other provinces, there are many places suitable for cultivation, so many emperors chose to settle there before. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu are new emperors, so they were left to settle in the northern part of Ba Huang. The northern part of Ba Huang is near the sea and has the Huang Sea to deal with. There aren't so many precious treasures in that land. Maybe, said Lin Feng smiling. At that moment, some lights started dazzling and illuminating the space above them. 10 bridges appeared and at the same time, a hologram appeared. It was a person with a star robe, his hair was long and white, he looked like a god or a wizard, not like a normal human being. Everybody was staring at the old man. One name came to their mind, the diviner. Was that old man the diviner? The old man looked at the crowd. It was as if he knew everybody. Unconsciously, people feared him. If that old man was the diviner, who was he exactly? What was his cultivation level? To create a city like Fortune City to which even great emperors didn't dare go, he must have been incredible. Lin Feng couldn't even imagine. The reincarnation wheel is going to roll. Those 10 bridges connect the areas of this place. You all will divide into 10 groups and choose from the bridges that have appeared. The number of people who can make it onto the bridges is limited. Of course, if you choose to go to the same bridge as some weaker people, you might just be killed by the environment, said the old man with a resplendent smile. This time, the strongest cultivators were going to stand out. Their lives were in the hands of destiny. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1176, Surrounded by Hot Girls. Chapter 1176, Surrounded by Hot Girls. This will be the last challenge in Fortune City. After that, I'll tell you about your destiny, said the old man. Then, he gradually disappeared. 10 bridges connecting to 10 incredible areas, the source of life, the long rivers, the illusion, the mountains and rivers. Where do you want to go? Asked Yuan Fei. The places where the bridges led would influence their cultivation and understanding of abstruse energies. Each bridge leads to another place, but in fact, the places are interconnected too. Even if people are separated into 10 groups now, they will ultimately meet again," said Lin Feng. He had already stood up. The 5 elements were the basic elements constituting the 10,000 things of creation. No matter which bridge they chose, they were going to learn something. Apart from the 5 elements, there were some thunders too. The second half of the bridges seemed like they were covered by the thunders in the sky. "I choose the source of life one," said Lin Feng, pointing in the distance. For him, it was something important that he still needed to explore. If he managed to obtain a source of life, his friends, family members, or even Lin Feng himself would be able to heal faster. Before reaching the top, nothing was certain for anyone. Therefore, Lin Feng was interested in the source of life. It would be a good way to protect himself and his friends in the future. Meng Qing didn't say anything. She would follow Lin Feng no matter where he went. "Alright, I'll come with you because I'm not interested in the others," said Yuan Fei, nodding. "Jun Emoshi, Huang Fulong, stay with us. If we need to get to something, it'll be easier for us as a group." Many of those people will also stay in groups. It was important to remember that the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuan were there with them. There were also cultivators like the Thunderbird. Everything was possible, they could even fail at this juncture. "All right," said Jun Emoshi, nodding. They decided to stay together. Many silhouettes flickered and people quickly appeared on the bridges. Lin Feng and his friends went to the life bridge. He looked at the other bridges, looking for people he knew. "Where's that bastard?" wondered Lin Feng. He couldn't see Qiongqi, but he was convinced that Qiongqi had made it this far. Lin Feng hoped that Qiongqi and Fu Hei would end up on the same bridge. That would be fun. Very quickly, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the foot of the life bridge. The bridge was made of pure energies and could accommodate many people. A pale breeze containing pure energies brushed against their bodies, and it was a very pleasant feeling. Lin Feng also noticed Yiren Lei. Yiren Lei had chosen the same bridge as them. "What a coincidence," said Yiren Lei, smiling. People thought she was talking to herself while smiling fatuously. How strong, a single smile can make people lose their mind. That must be abstruse energy, thought Lin Feng. "Sister, why didn't you go to the illusional bridge?" "Why here?" asked Xiao Dai, smiling. They seemed close, and at the same time there was a distance between them. "We are women, so we won't be beautiful forever. If I choose the source of life, I can remain young for longer. I also plan to learn some new things here," said Yiren Lei indifferently. "But you're so strong already," said Xiao Dai. Every woman dreamt of staying young forever. In the distance, some other people noticed that Yiren Lei had chosen that bridge. Yiren Lei is one of the strongest cultivators and she's extremely beautiful. Staying with her should be a safe choice, and at the same time we could enjoy looking at her. Absolutely. There's also the snow girl, she's hot like a goddess. If men are more attracted by Yiren Lei, it's only because Yiren Lei practices particular skills and techniques. Feng Xian is there, and Shui Baiyao, and who's that one? The crowd frowned. 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls of Bahuang were there, and the crowd could also see Meng Qing. After looking at her, some of them completely forgot about Qi Jiao Jiao. Yiren Lei is very strong and Shui Baiyao has a celestial body. Feng Xian has a phoenix body, and Yuan Fei has an explosive power. That bridge will be the best one. More people continued to come to that bridge, including some other strong cultivators. Of course, the 2 bridges next to this one had some very strong cultivators too. Qi Tianshang, his sister Qi Jiao Jiao, Wu Yan, and some other strong cultivators. They chose the empty space bridge, which would help them cast even more powerful deployment spells. On the other side was the great oriental greenfinch rock, Mo Pang. He had a long purple robe, his hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked even more incredible than the Thunderbird. Speaking of, behind him was the Thunderbird, Mang Niu from Mang Niu Mountain, and other very strong animals which also had a human form. There was also Long Tang from Tianlong Divine Castle and other strong cultivators. The crowd also noticed that there was one of the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang province on each of the bridges. They sort of became the leaders of the groups. They didn't have to do that, but it was better for them not to get into a large battle. Lin Feng was extremely excited. The diviner had triggered the last step of the event. Everybody would have to prove how strong they were now. Only those who were brave and strong could become emperors, while those who enjoyed bullying weaker cultivators were doomed. Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao soon arrived. They couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. Yuan Fei laughed. That guy certainly attracted girls. "Sister, isn't it the guy who likes you?" How come he's now with that girl who is as beautiful as you? Said Feng Ling. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. When did he say he liked Feng Xian? Stop talking, Ling Ling, said Feng Xian embarrassed. She looked at Lin Feng and Lin Feng smiled wryly. By the way, sister, I heard that a guy who bullied out sister, Shui Baiyao, was called Lin Feng. Could it be the same person? Asked Feng Ling giggling. Cough, cough, Lin Feng, Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao all remained speechless. You're really lucky, said Yiren Lei smiling at Lin Feng. Many young men around were looking at Lin Feng enviously. That bastard. He was hanging around with 4 amazingly beautiful girls. Meng Cheng looked at Lin Feng and rolled her eyes while saying, What did you do? Then she laughed. Lin Feng knew Meng Cheng wouldn't get angry because of such things. He said indifferently, Shouldn't we go up? Then, everybody started walking. Yiren Lei smiled at everybody and said, He's right, let's go up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177, Intent, Abstruse Energies, and the Zun Qi Layer. Chapter 1177, Intent, Abstruse Energies, and the Zun Qi Layer. Everybody looked nice and happy, but everybody understood that once on those bridges, there would soon be tensions between them and nobody would be merciful. The 5 elements were rolling in waves in the sky and were continuously oppressing the cultivators on the bridges. Things looked apocalyptic all around them. The deadly energies made everyone believe even more that this was a battlefield and that everybody was going to have to fight to survive. From time to time, there was a fire which made people sweat, sometimes there was ice which chilled everyone to the bone, sometimes there were golden winds as sharp as blades, sometimes mud appeared which slowed their movements, and sometimes there was wood. Apart from those 5 elements, there were terrifying thunders which were always looming. Many people couldn't dodge the lightning and had to endure the pain. Yiren Lei led the way so the pressure was the greatest for her, but she was still smiling. She smiled at Shui Baiyao and Feng Xian while saying, 2 sisters, one has an ancient phoenix body and the other one has a celestial body. Both of you use energies related to life and vitality. I'm a bit envious. Yiren Lei, you're one of the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang province, my sister and Shui Baiyao are the envious ones, said Shui Ling. She was young but in the future, she'd be extremely beautiful. Yiren Lei can use 4 types of abstruse energies, so I have a long way to go before I can catch up with you, said Shui Baiyao. Even though she sounded indifferent, everybody knew she didn't like competitions. I only know 3. This time, the diviner created 10 bridges and each bridge can help people study abstruse energies. I'm sure that the worst of us will still be able to learn 1 type of abstruse energy. I'm almost certain that the diviner is looking for someone who can understand 10 different sorts of abstruse energies this time. Do you think such people exist? Asked Feng Xian. No matter what the others think, I am convinced there are some, said Yiren Lei smiling in a resplendent way. The beautiful girls were walking, talking, and laughing. People sighed as they watched the scene. But concerning their topic, not many people believed that someone could understand 10 different types of abstruse energies. Abstruse energies are related to a person's body. Some people are considered strong, like you Yiren Lei, because they already understand 4 types of abstruse energies, said Feng Xian. Abstruse strength was close to soul strength in that it was linked to the cultivator's body. Some very talented cultivators could understand a 2nd or a 3rd type of abstruse energies, but that was already incredible. Feng Xian knew some people who understood 4, 5, 6, or even 7 types of abstruse energies, but those people were already astonishingly powerful. She couldn't believe that anyone could understand 10 types. Because I know that 1,000 years ago, someone could understand 10 different types of abstruse energies, so why wouldn't I believe it? Said Yiren Lei smiling, making the girl shiver. 1,000 years ago, someone actually understood 10 different types of abstruse energies. Who? The Demon Emperor, the peerless Demon Emperor, said Yiren Lei indifferently. Everybody shivered when they heard that name. Everybody knew his name, but few people knew about his life. How did Yiren Lei know that the Demon Emperor understood 10 different types of abstruse energies? Was it true? Not only that, according to legends, there are also cultivators who understood abstruse energies before they even broke through to the Zun Qi layer and had leveled it up to the maximum, said Yiren Lei indifferently. How was that possible? The continent of the 9 clouds was gigantic, were there really such people? Maybe, whispered Feng Xian. Did such people really exist? Not maybe, I know it. I also heard that 5,000 years ago, Emperor Wu Tianjian used a sword technique and knew 10 different types of abstruse energies, said Yiren Lei like it wasn't a big deal. Lin Feng put a tablet in his mouth and chewed it while they continued moving. When he heard the Demon Emperor's name, he shivered. 10 types, that almost sounds like me. Lin Feng had a strange feeling. Could he become such a monstrous cultivator? Lin Feng was unhappy when he first arrived in the world because he didn't have a special body or special tools, but when he studied sword cultivation, he easily understood sword intent. When he studied wind, he understood wind, then fire, thunder, empty space, vitality, plus his spirit, which, in the future, would have something to do with abstruse energies. At that point he would know 5-6 sorts of abstruse energies. He had also studied holy marks and alchemy. Even though he didn't know much in those fields, he made quick progress in their fields. He could also learn bestial skills and had even managed to understand desolate chi. The Demon Emperor. Lin Feng couldn't stop thinking about it, and then he smiled. Maybe he really was like the Demon Emperor. Chomp chomp. Lin Feng put another abstruse tablet in his mouth. Brother, what are you eating? Asked someone at that moment. Lin Feng looked at him. That man was very handsome. Abstruse tablets, said Lin Feng indifferently. The young man's eyes twinkled, he smiled, and said, You're really incredible. Then, he walked forwards as if he wanted to get closer to Yi Rinlei. The people behind Lin Feng were speechless when they heard him. Abstruse tablets? He was eating such precious treasures like mere chewing gum? Lin Feng turned around and saw those people were annoyed. Lin Feng had a few abstruse tablets on him, so why not enjoy them? He had to get his intent levels up to level 9. Lin Feng had taken great efforts to obtain those tablets. He even spent fate seeds to find some while his sword found some others. So, why not use them if he could afford it? Lin Feng took out another abstruse tablet and threw it into his mouth again. They were also surprised that he had just eaten tablets of several different types. Did he think he could study all these kinds of strength? Or was he just eating them like candies? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178, Church of Desire. Chapter 1178, Church of Desire. Kaboom! Terrifying thunders suddenly struck Lin Feng. It was as if karma was paying him back for acting so carefree a moment before. Many people now smiled in a cold way. However, they quickly realized that the thunders flowed throughout his body, and then they saw him put another tablet in his mouth as if nothing had happened. The 5 elemental energies continued attacking, but Lin Feng remained unaffected. When he swallowed a fire abstruse tablet, he then studied fire abstruse energies. When he swallowed a wind abstruse tablet, he studied wind abstruse energies, sensing the wind brushing against his body. Boom boom boom. At that moment, more lightning struck down. The crowd looked at that special place in the horizon. It looked apocalyptic. Soon after that barrage of lightning, many abstruse tablets exploded and fell from the sky. Abstruse tablets. The crowd became overwhelmed with greed. Bzzz, bzzz, many people rose up in the air to take the abstruse tablets, but the energies were too oppressive and prevented them from rising up. Someone gave a horrible shriek as their head exploded in the air. The people behind him had attacked him to prevent him from taking the tablets. Yi Rinlei rose up in the air too. She looked as if she were dancing. She continuously moved around and grabbed abstruse tablets. Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao also started gathering abstruse tablets. Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword, which easily rose in the air and attracted abstruse tablets like a magnet. Many people looked at that move enviously. Come back! Shouted Lin Feng loudly. His Tianji sword came back and Lin Feng took all the abstruse tablets. At the same time, the crowd also flew back down to the bridge. You're fast, little boy, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Yuan Fei was talking to Lin Feng's sword and had even called it a little boy. He could be funny sometimes. Lin Feng smiled and took an abstruse tablet. It was dazzling and contained pure energies. It was blue and it was a vitality abstruse tablet. Perfect, I wanted to understand that kind of strength, thought Lin Feng smiling. His third eye was filled with vitality chi from his fate seeds. Now it was about time for him to start studying it. Would he ever be able to understand 10 different types of energies? Lin Feng put the tablet in his mouth and closed his eyes. He calmly sensed the energy of life, vitality abstruse energy. It was as if he was a newborn discovering what it felt like to live for the first time. He could feel his organs, bones and muscles acutely. No wonder Yi Rinlei was interested in that kind of strength, the strength of life. What a subtle, mystical and incredible sensation. There are too many people. The bridges aren't large enough and the abstruse tablets are limited. Shouldn't we clean up a bit? said the young man who had talked to Lin Feng just before, but now he was talking to Yiren Lei. You're right. Let's clean up some, said someone else on the next bridge over. Two silhouettes rose up in the air. Many people were now looking at Lin Feng. After arriving there, Lin Feng's special power to hide his qi had stopped working. People could now see that he had only broken through to the 6th Tian Qi layer now. 6th Tian Qi layer, 7 blue fate seeds, many abstruse tablets. Lin Feng hadn't been discreet. Meng Qing released an ice-cold qi that instantly chilled the crowd. At the same time, Jun Emoshi, Xiao Dai and the others arrived next to Lin Feng and released their own energies. We definitely need to clean out the trash. More of the crowd was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. That guy had too many friends. Lin Feng looked calm though, as if nothing was happening around him. His eyes were closed and he was sensing vitality energies. It was exactly like Yiren Lei had said, people who would survive would be the ones who had the potential to understand abstruse energies. However, it depended on how well they could understand them, or how many types they could understand. Lin Feng wanted to benefit from Fortune City's opportunities to the fullest. After leaving, he wouldn't have such great opportunities to understand abstruse energies again. And it definitely wouldn't be easy to find abstruse tablets in the outside world. Yiren Lei ignored what was happening over there and continued walking. She smiled in a resplendent way, then turned around and said to everybody, "You're right, we need to fix this. Only 30 people can continue to this new area. So, I'm going first," said Yiren Lei smiling. Then she turned around and entered the new area. Everybody was astonished. Indeed, even though they could see Yiren Lei, it was like a hallucination for she had already entered another area. Let's go. Many people started running as fast as they could. Yuan Fei immediately hit a lot of people with his wooden stick and sent them flying backwards. Let's go, said Yuan Fei. Meng Chang and Jun Mo she followed them to the next area. It was the same for all the bridges. As they got closer to the special areas, the qi was becoming thicker. After 30 people reached the next area, the bridges cut themselves and the people who were stuck on the previous levels looked at each other coldly. In people's heads, memories suddenly appeared. They understood that the battles were going to start now. From that moment on, they had 1 month to practice cultivation, and after that month, they would continue on to the next level. Only 20 people would continue to the next level, which meant 10 people had to be eliminated during that month. We're almost there, we're getting close to the purest vitality energies, said Yiren Lei smiling in a resplendent way. Then, she sat down and began studying the vitality energies, the energies of life. Of course, apart from the energy of life, people could also sense all the basic elemental energies too, including thunder and wind energies. Lin Feng took out a vitality abstruse tablet and put it in his mouth. Lin Feng needed to continue improving himself. A young man with bestial eyes glanced at the crowd, from time to time at Yiren Lei, from time to time at Shui Baiyao, Feng Xian, and Meng Cheng. From time to time, he also glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way. Zhong Renyu, you practice passion and desire cultivation, but you better behave yourself here, said Yuan Fei to the young man who was glancing at all the girls. He was from the Church of Desire, which was also found in the celestial part of Ba Huang. The Church of Desire and the Heaven's Desires Palace were two powerful yet unconventional groups. The Heaven's Desires Palace only accepted beautiful girls and taught them how to use their beauty to attack other people. The Church of Desire only accepted men and taught them passion and desire skills. People from the Church of Desire liked the women from the Heaven's Desires Palace, but because Yiren Lei was stronger than Zhong Renyu, he couldn't do anything. The Heaven's Desires Palace and the Church of Desire had many powerful cultivators. I was thinking, who are we going to eliminate? Said Zhong Renyu smiling evilly. He then looked at the other people and said, I think we should join hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179, Celestial Palace of the Immortal's Descendant. Chapter 1179, Celestial Palace of the Immortal's Descendant. Lin Feng wasn't strong because he had only broken through to the 6th Tian Qi layer, so he wouldn't be difficult to deal with, but he had strong friends such as Yuan Fei and the beautiful girl in the white clothes with the ice qi. Jun Mo Shi and Xiao Dai were also extraordinary. If he wanted to eliminate Lin Feng, he couldn't do it alone. We should start by eliminating weak cultivators indeed. But, relying on other people's strength is not acceptable. Indeed. Everybody started talking. If they killed Lin Feng, they'd get 7 blue fate seeds. They would easily withstand the lightning strikes after that. Besides, they'd also have the opportunity to use those fate seeds at some point. Apart from his fate seeds, they wanted his abstruse tablets and holy weapons. If you eliminate people who are not related to me, I don't mind, but you can't eliminate people who are with me, otherwise, try and you'll see," said Yuan Fei ferociously. Many people frowned. In the Ba Huang province, apart from the 10 strongest geniuses, there were also people like Yuan Fei who were extremely strong that they didn't want to provoke. "I can take care of Yuan Fei," said Zhong Ringyu at that moment. Then, sharp lights appeared in the other people's eyes. "If you don't practice cultivation and become stronger, how will you eliminate the other people? You're the ones who are going to be eliminated if you don't," said Xiao Dai at that moment. Yi Renlei, Shui Baiyao, Feng Xian were all practicing cultivation already, sensing the energies and understanding them. Lin Feng was doing the same as well. "That girl is not bad, even though she's not as hot as the 4 most beautiful girls of Ba Huang, I'd go for her." "Zhong Ringyu, you wanna have some fun with her as well?" said someone smiling evilly. But Zhong Ringyu glanced at him and ignored him. That guy was stupid. That girl rarely came out, so not many people knew her. Jun Mo, she slowly turned around and looked at that person. Boom! Jun Mo, she's fist turned golden as he punched the air in that guy's direction. Die! He also punched the air in Jun Mo, she's direction. He didn't think that Jun Mo, she could injure him. That guy completely turned to gold and threw himself at Jun Mo, she. He understood gold intent, so he didn't fear Jun Mo, she. Slash, slash. Strength pierced through his golden body and reached his vital organs. His face turned deathly pale. Die! A terrifying strength bombarded Jun Mo, she's body. However, Jun Mo, she immediately recovered and golden lights appeared around him as well. His opponent continued punching him, but it was useless. Jun Mo, she's blood was boiling and he was recovering with insane speed. Die! Shouted Jun Mo, she furiously. In a flash, that guy was violently propelled backwards and his life had almost entirely been taken. He only had one mouthful of air left. That's vital abstruse energy? After that, he closed his eyes. The others were talking. No, it's not. It's not vital abstruse energy because no chi appeared. What was that? There was only one possibility, an immortal body. You're from the celestial palace of the immortals, said someone suddenly. Immortal blood, immortal abstruse energies. Finally, they thought about someone. The news was very recent that the emperor of the celestial palace of the immortals had found his descendant and had transmitted his immortal body as well as his immortal skills. He had replaced his descendant's blood hoping he would become strong very quickly. At the same time, the emperor had also made his granddaughter, Xiao Dai, marry his descendant. Many people were jealous of that news and now it seemed like he was in front of them. If that guy was the one, then the girl they had just humiliated was Xiao Dai. Many people were angry. Yuan Fei was enough, now 2 more important people had appeared. Jun Mo, she looked at them, but wanted to meet his gaze. Another genius. Maybe he would become one of the strongest cultivators in the province and replace the previous ones. Huang Fulong looked at Jun Mo, she scratched his head and smiled wryly. You managed to survive the difficulties of the Huang Sea and it seems like your luck didn't stop after that. Jun Mo, she shrugged and smiled. In the Huang Sea, not only had he survived, but he had also teleported to a place near the celestial palace of the immortals. Then, he had encountered Xiao Dai and he didn't know who she was back then. They became close to each other quickly and after that, Xiao Dai brought him to her house. Jun Mo, she initially didn't know what the celestial palace of the immortals was. But then he had met the emperor and what a coincidence, his body was similar to the emperor's. So, he received the emperor's teachings, blood and skill set. I hope you and Fei Yan were as lucky as you, said Huang Fulong smiling. Being as lucky as Jun Mo, she would be difficult. The celestial palace of the immortals was an incredible place after all. The crowd calmed down after they learned what Jun Mo, she and Xiao Dai's social status was. Nobody wanted to provoke them now. The crowd looked around. One person had died, so 9 more were left. No, whispered someone. How come there are only 28 people? He was in disbelief. 28 people. The crowd hadn't even counted. They then counted and their facial expressions changed. 28 people, Jun Mo, she had just killed one person, which meant that only 29 people had made it originally. Impossible, thought the crowd. They looked around, someone was hiding, but nobody could see that person. I don't know if you're a watcher or an assassin, but you should come out now, said Zhong Ringyu indifferently. Many people felt like they were in danger suddenly. Interesting, whispered Yuan Fei. Surprisingly, someone had come in secret. There were the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang province there, but there were also incredibly strong cultivators, the Watchers, and the Assassins. People had heard that the 7th assassin came to Fortune City. Maybe that mysterious person was one of the 7 assassins too. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180, Occupy, Invade and Kill. Chapter 1180, Occupy, Invade and Kill. Yuan Fei hit the ground with his wooden stick and made the ground shake. Then he sat down and practiced cultivation as well. Who would dare attack him? The crowd calmed down. Not many people could sit down and practice cultivation calmly. Some people were scared for their safety. Maybe they would be attacked after closing their eyes? Some other people were scared because there was someone that nobody could see. The 3 beautiful girls of Bahuang were practicing cultivation calmly and worryless. The people who could become emperors were different from other people. More than 20 days passed and the girls practicing cultivation at the front were surrounded by vitality. They had managed to understand vitality intent was good for Shui Baiyao and Feng Shan, but Lei didn't know what was good for her, just that vitality energies were not bad to have. The crowd was surprised that Lin Feng and his wife had also managed to study vitality intent. Was vitality intent of any use to him and his wife? The crowd didn't understand. Some people couldn't help but fight there. Some people were killed by surprise, some others because they kept staring at the beautiful girls and forgot to watch themselves. Some were too weak, and in the end, they were eliminated and died. A month had almost passed, so some people were getting ready to fight to move on to the next step. Those who had been practicing cultivation since the start now opened their eyes. Lin Feng smiled and swallowed another vitality abstruse tablet. How pleasant. Then, he closed his eyes again and studied vitality intent again. He should die. Said someone talking about Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the weakest one left and he was practicing cultivation safely in front of everyone else only because so many people were protecting him. The young master from the Celestial Palace of the Immortals, the young master from the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit, the Celestial Girl, and on top of that he ate abstruse tablets like they were cheap candies. But nobody had attacked him since the first day. Finally, a full month passed. Lin Feng stopped practicing cultivation and he was smiling resplendently. He stood up, looked at his friends, and said, Yuan Fei, some people want to be the first ones to go to the next level, let's see who will make it. How cruel. Thought the crowd. Hee, let's see. Said Yuan Fei laughing. He raised his gigantic wooden stick and remaining no-names took a few steps back. Then he hit the ground and a gigantic canyon appeared. Cross that hole and I'll hit you with my stick. Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Ha, are you just sitting and waiting for death? Asked Zhong Ringyu. Someone came to him and said, we have so many people, so why do we fear him? We. A sound spread in the air. That person lowered his head as a black flame appeared on his heart and he died. He didn't even know how he had died. People with evil intentions should die. Said Lin Feng indifferently and mockingly. He looked at Zhong Ringyu and said, some people better shut the hell up. Even though what Lin Feng said wasn't pleasant to hear, it wasn't groundless. The one who had just died didn't even know who or what had killed him. Those who have managed to make it this far are all tough, just think about it. Said Lin Feng laughing. Boom boom boom. The ground seemed like it was going to collapse and a strong wind buffeted the cultivators' bodies. Kaboom! Lightning struck the crowd and many people didn't have time to react, so died instantly. In that brief moment, 20 people moved to the next step and the others failed. What a powerful strength. Thought Lin Feng. They arrived in the next area and the energies were even thicker there. They were nearing the special places where gold, wood, fire, earth, water and thunder energies were even more intense. And now, some pure abstruse energies were also present in the air. Kaboom! Thunders continued striking the ground. Then, many abstruse tablets appeared. Lin Feng shouted and unsheathed his sword to grab some. Everybody moved at the same time and with extreme speed. Lin Feng's Tianji sword made its way back to him and had brought back a few dozen abstruse tablets. Lin Feng was satisfied. He instantly swallowed another vitality abstruse tablet. His vitality and empty space intent were the only ones which weren't level 9 now. All his other types of intent were one step away from becoming abstruse energies. Give me some abstruse tablets! Shouted someone furiously. Bestialchi dashed to the skies and moved towards Lin Feng. The Thunderbird. The crowd turned around and saw the Thunderbird attacking. The different bridges were now getting closer to each other so the Thunderbird could see Lin Feng. "You again!" shouted Yuan Fei furiously. His wooden stick blotted out the sky and crashed on the Thunderbird violently. Explosions sounded and Yuan Fei was propelled backwards. Abstruse strength. The Thunderbird's thunders had already reached the strength of abstruse energies. "I'll teach you what abstruse energies are!" shouted the Thunderbird furiously. Thunders rolled in the air and then condensed. Then, he released more energies at Lin Feng and his friends. "I'll teach you!" shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He released a terrifying chi which dashed to the skies as well. He raised his wooden stick and struck it down. At the same time, mountains appeared in the sky and fell down. Boom boom boom, the terrifying thunders broke the mountains, but Yuan Fei jumped forwards and roared. An ape appeared from his back. Yuan Fei was furious. The Thunderbird had learned how to use abstruse energy, so now he was acting too arrogantly. "Only 10 people can go to the next area. If you think you have no chances here, go to their bridge and try to move to their next area," said Qi Tianshang laughing and pointing at Lin Feng. Qi Tianshang was on the empty space bridge to improve her deployment spells. Even if they were going to be eliminated on that bridge, they could still steal other people's areas. It's an opportunity. Yuan Fei is distracted. "Only 10 people can go to the next area. If you count the girls in them, you all won't make the cut. It's your last chance," said Zhong Ringyu in a serious way. The crowd suddenly released terrifying energies. They had to join hands to eliminate Lin Feng and the others. "It's your chance now. You should join hands and invade their bridge. You all can still win," said Qi Jiao Jiao pointing at them again. Many people looked at that bridge and thought they might have a chance against them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1181, You're dead now, so you can't have them. Chapter 1181, You're dead now, so you can't have them. Qi Jiao Jiao was trying to convince other people to invade the other bridge. Apart from Lin Feng, 3 of the 4 most beautiful women of the region were there, as well as Meng Qing. Qi Jiao Jiao had recently heard that some people called them the 4 most beautiful girls of the province, excluding her from the rankings. Many people's silhouettes flickered. It was the first day on the new level, so they had time to check if they could handle the pressure. Even if they only managed to eliminate a few people, that'd be well worth it because it would mean more openings later. Jun Emoshi looked at those people and said coldly, "Come and fight." He rose up in the air. He was dressed in fine clothes and his immortal chi was rolling in waves in the air. "Only if you can eliminate them will you have the opportunity to continue ahead. If you attack us, the consequences will be tragic," said Zhong Ringyu. "Die." The crowd released terrifying energies. Meng Qing, Xiao Dai, Huang and Fu Long rose up in the air. The new area was too small, so they couldn't stand there and fight. Feng Shen looked at what was happening and jumped up in the air as well. From her back, a phoenix appeared. "What? Feng Shen is going to attack them?" said Zhong Ringyu surprised. Feng Shen looked indifferent. She just looked at Lin Feng without saying anything. Lin Feng had helped her once, so she had to repay that kindness. "Since it's that way, let's fight." The crowd didn't look happy. If Feng Shen wanted to fight, so what? There were only 6 cultivators on their side and 9 on their own. If Zhong Ringyu could control Jun Emoshi, the battle would be even easier. "Kill the weakest ones," said Zhong Ringyu indifferently. Then immediately, Golden Chi appeared and a gigantic hand threatened Lin Feng. At the same time, a gigantic fire dragon appeared bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Everybody was attacking at the same time now. "Sharp Phoenix, deadly technique," shouted Feng Shen. Then a gigantic phoenix appeared and blotted out the sky. Meng Qing released her ice-cold energies and snowflakes started floating around in the air. Xiao Dai was strong as well. Her chi looked like a golden rain descending from the heavens, but it was extremely sharp. Those people seemed to have underestimated Xiao Dai and the others. At that moment, Zhong Ringyu, who hadn't attacked for the entire time, smiled and said, "I'll show you, I can kill them in one shot." But that bastard, thought the crowd. How shameless. He waited for a crucial moment to attack and steal their fate seeds. But they couldn't do anything about it at this point. Only one person wasn't fighting yet, Lin Feng. He was standing in the back and watching with a cold smile on his face. He took out his bow and knocked 8 arrows in it. "Meng Qing!" shouted Lin Feng. Meng Qing understood. Snow seal. Snow blanketed those people and they felt like they were going to freeze. At the same time, Lin Feng shot 8 whistling arrows filled with terrifying fire energies. Horrible shrieks sounded as 2 people, the weakest ones, died instantly by those arrows. Now, only 6 were left. Die! Shouted Jun Mo Shi. He released incredible energies and suddenly, blood splashed as 1 person died. The battle was suddenly balanced in terms of numbers. Now, this is a fair fight, said Lin Feng. He put his bow away and took out another holy weapon, a halberd with a terrifying chi. Zhong Ringyu's facial expression turned even colder. That guy. Meng Qing attacked someone and froze him, then Lin Feng immediately jumped and cut off that person's head with his halberd. As that happened, Feng Xian's phoenix was fluttering around someone and continuously attacking him. He continued dodging her attacks, however, a halberd soon crashed into him and killed him. Lin Feng retreated after killing that person. He didn't want to participate in the battle anymore. He had just done what Zhong Ringyu had just said, attack and kill people in one strike. Zhong Ringyu, are you still not fighting? Said someone furiously at that moment. His face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng had attacked him by surprise and now there weren't too many people left. However, Zhong Ringyu had still chosen not to fight. A destructive energy rose in the air, then a strong wind blew and that person's head exploded. How noisy! Said Zhong Ringyu looking particularly evil. Huang Fulong, who was now in front of Zhong Ringyu, was surprised to see him kill an opponent so quickly. Bastard! Only 2 cultivators were left and their chi was chaotic because they were panicking at this point. By this time, Yuan Fei and the Thunderbird's battle had calmed down. Neither of them had the advantage. The Thunderbird controlled abstruse energies, but Yuan Fei had an incredible physical strength. In the end, he had managed to make the Thunderbird move back. Zhong Rinyu took a step back when he saw Yuan Fei glance around. Then, he looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and said, "Good methods, however, I am more competent than you and that's why I should go to the next level. It's unfortunate that so many people here are protecting you, I can only go somewhere else." Then Zhong Rinyu moved to another bridge. Those who had left were now panicking. They had initially wanted to go through their bridge, but now Zhong Rinyu was going to take theirs. Despicable and shameless. You shouldn't be able to continue to the next level, said Qi Jiao Jiao mockingly while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and looked at Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei, we're done here I think. We can come back whenever we want now. Shouldn't we go to another bridge to learn about other kinds of abstruse energies? Yuan Fei smiled and said, alright, let's go. They both rose up in the air and went to another bridge. Lin Feng put his halberd away and took out his Tianji sword instead. After a few seconds, Lin Feng and Yuan Fei landed on the edge of the empty space bridge. I want to practice cultivation here for a few days, said Lin Feng laughing calmly. No problem, I'm staying with you, said Yuan Fei nodding. Qi Jiao Jiao, with a slight smile, said coldly, how audacious, you actually dare to share our bridge. The others looked at Lin Feng furiously. Didn't they want to go to our bridge too? Why couldn't we come to yours? Besides, I'm just going to practice cultivation here for a few days, that's all. We don't intend to invade your bridge, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile, as if he had just said something normal. But those people weren't as easygoing as that. That guy underestimates you, so you should solve the issue yourselves, said Qi Jiao Jiao in a cold way. One of the strong cultivators on the bridge said, you're not scared because someone protects you. But I'm interested in your weapon though. You want to bring about your own destruction. That person suddenly released oppressive energies and condensed empty space energies in his hand. He then threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. His eyes were twinkling as he said, I also know how to use empty space energies. Slash, a subtle sound spread in the air, as if the atmosphere was going to break. The crowd watched as dazzling empty space energies collided. Boom boom. Rumbling sound spread in the air and then, the crowd was dumbstruck when they saw the guy who had provoked Lin Feng suddenly explode. He was dead. It's true that I have holy weapons, unfortunately, you're dead now so you can't take them, said Lin Feng, breaking the eerie silence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182, Purple Fate Seeds. Chapter 1182, Purple Fate Seeds. One strike. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had killed his opponent in one strike. That bastard hid his strength. That sword contains empty space strength as well as thunderous energies. The crowd was outraged. Lin Feng had those powers during the battle before, but instead of using them, he had only relied on his halberd and bow. The crowd hadn't expected Lin Feng to be that strong without using any holy weapons. Qi Jiaojiao was just as surprised as everyone else. She had underestimated him. Lin Feng had killed a few people and he had killed an extremely strong cultivator, so now he had 9 blue fate seeds in his third eye. Soon, he would have purple fate seeds, which meant he'd have 10 million fate seeds. If I kill him, I'll have purple fate seeds myself. Maybe then I'll be able to go to the very central special area and change my destiny forever. Thought several people greedily. Once in the central area, there was a special kind of thunder that created many abstruse tablets with each strike. However, if they wanted to stand in the middle, they needed to have an incredibly strong physical body. You wanted to take my vitality bridge, now, give me your fate seeds and I won't kill you, said Lin Feng, who was now rising in the air slowly. He was holding his Tianji sword and facing the few strong cultivators left. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was threatening them? How arrogant. Even if his sword contained terrifying thunder energies, so what? This was a 6-on-1 fight. Did Lin Feng think he could defy the laws of physics with the strength of the 6th Tianqi layer? Kill him. One shot, crush him and take his fate seeds. Terrifying energies quickly emerged. Lin Feng was insane to threaten them all together. Dimensional blade, die, said someone, raising a blade which contained empty space energies. That blade could cut open the air and empty space energies enhanced its speed. With abstruse energies, that blade could teleport itself. Die, empty space constriction, shouted someone else. Lin Feng was quickly surrounded by these energies. Lin Feng jumped forwards while releasing the force from the earth and sky. Million sword fusion. Suddenly, a million swords appeared in the air, but in a flash, they condensed into one. Lin Feng's sword energies destroyed the cage of energies around him and released dazzling purple thunder energies outwards. Ah, someone gave a horrible shriek. His head exploded and his body disintegrated. Threatening energies emerged from behind Lin Feng. He used his Xiaoyao agility technique as well as his level 9 wind intent to evade. The attack from behind was making the ground shake, but Lin Feng's sword suddenly shot at that person. Back! That person's face turned deathly pale. That sword was terrifying, it seemed alive and could even swallow thunder energies. Kaboom! Dazzling thunder energies emitted explosive sounds. The Tianji sword was whistling as it approached his head and pierced through it. Another strong cultivator was dead. Slash, slash, whistling blade sounds were approaching Lin Feng. Another strong cultivator had appeared in front of Lin Feng holding an empty space crystal ball in his hand. Lin Feng's hair was fluttering as he took out his halberd and jumped forwards, condensing all the physical strength in his body. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky. His halberd and the empty space crystal ball collided, however, a lightning ball crashed onto the chest of Lin Feng's opponent, making him shriek horribly. After which, the halberd continued moving and lacerated his body. Die! An infinite amount of energies surrounded Lin Feng. Someone was behind Lin Feng and was smiling evilly. After all, Lin Feng didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't do 10 things at the same time. Lin Feng was now bleeding, but he took out his armor. The enemy looked distraught because that armor was surrounded by purple energies. The enemy had no way to kill Lin Feng now. Die! Shouted the enemy furiously. Terrifying lightning crashed into Lin Feng's enemy. At the same time, Lin Feng turned around quickly and condensed thunderous energies in his fist. Then, he punched the opponent in front of him. At that same time, someone was being attacked by the Tianji sword, which seemed alive and could attack people by releasing its own thunderous energies. In a flash, out of 6 strong cultivators, only 1 was left. 5 people had been killed in such a short time. The crowd was astonished, they even felt dizzy. How could a cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer be so terrifying? How many kinds of intent does he know how to use? The crowd was astonished, explosive thunderous energies, atmosphere lacerating empty space energies, scorching hot fire energies, extremely quick wind energies. He knows 4 types of energies already? Besides, Lin Feng had gone to the vitality bridge, so did he understand vitality energies too? Impossible. In any case, that was only intent, so it didn't count. For it to count, he would have to turn those into abstruse energies in the future. Many geniuses who understood 5-6 types of intent only managed to turn 3 into abstruse energies. 4 types of abstruse energies was astonishing. No matter what, they didn't think that Lin Feng could become one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province anyways. The last one remaining was looking at Lin Feng evilly. He had an uneasy feeling right then because Lin Feng was smiling back at him. Die! Lin Feng said only one word. His Tianji sword emitted furious whistling sounds and thunderous energies emitted blasting sounds. The strong cultivator's face turned deathly pale. He performed some hand seals and suddenly turned into an illusion. Subtle sounds were heard as he became transparent. The Tianji sword pierced through him, but it didn't kill him, almost as if it had gone through a hologram. He shouted furiously and threw himself at Lin Feng. This was his last chance. Lin Feng jumped forwards, condensing the natural force of the earth and sky. He raised his fist and used his gigantic holy spell, which made his fist as heavy as a mountain. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng's enemy furiously. "You won't have any chance," said Lin Feng, condensing 3 different types of energies in his fist, as well as natural forces. "Die!" Lin Feng's Tianji sword came back like a boomerang and pierced through his opponent's head. The enemy exploded and his fate seeds went to Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng grabbed his Tianji sword and slowly turned around. His forehead was dazzling, it seemed like he was bathing in an explosive strength. Lin Feng now had a purple fate seed in his third eye. Lin Feng could sense his vitality increasing, he felt stronger than ever. Purple, 10 million gems. The crowd was astonished. Were they hallucinating? Even the 10 strongest cultivators of the province didn't have that many. Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 6th Tianxi layer, now had a purple fate seed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183, Celestial Funders, The Path of Enlightenment. Chapter 1183, Celestial Funders, The Path of Enlightenment. Vitality is the source of life. Without vitality, nothing would exist. And with these purple seeds, you feel more alive, like your body is being cleansed from impurities. It feels as if I was reborn. The world around him became much clearer and even more distinct. He felt much stronger too. Those purple fate seeds could make an ordinary cultivator become as strong as a dragon. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhongrenyu and purple lights appeared. Zhongrenyu smiled and said, "I helped you get a purple fate seed, let's see how you intend to thank me." "With your fate seeds," said Lin Feng. His Tianji sword rose up in the air and thunders flashed. Zhongrenyu slightly trampled on the ground and rose up in the air, then he jumped backwards and landed 1,000 meters away. "Brother Lin, don't exhaust yourself and keep some strength. Many people will want your purple seed," said Zhongrenyu, smiling indifferently. He then left for another bridge. "Useless cultivator, you can't even manage to seduce women, so all you can do now is escape. The first abstruse energy you studied must have been wind energy, so you could escape," said Yuan Fei disdainfully. Zhongrenyu's speed was incredible, so he probably used wind abstruse energy. Lin Feng nodded. He had noticed how fast Zhongrenyu was too. His Tianji sword came back to him and appeared above his head. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, sensing the empty space abstruse energy. "Those who dare attack me will die," yelled Lin Feng coldly. "What an incredibly arrogant guy. He dares practice cultivation on another bridge and threatens everyone else." "I can practice cultivation anywhere," said Yuan Fei, smiling. Then, he sat down next to Lin Feng, further surprising the crowd. Qi Jiaojiao's mouth was twitching. She was fixedly staring at Lin Feng, but to Lin Feng, she didn't exist. She was one of the 4 most beautiful girls of the province, so everybody found her extremely attractive. Lin Feng was different though. The only thing he did since the first time he saw her was steal her fate seeds. Qi Jiaojiao looked at her brother, Qi Tianshang, who was sitting at the front of the crowd. Nobody wanted to sit next to him. He was trying to practice cultivation as much as he could, benefiting from the advantages of Fortune City, step by step. The bridges were a gift from Fortune City, how could he let such an opportunity slip? "Practice cultivation as much as you can," said someone to Qi Jiaojiao. Her eyes twinkled and her mouth twitched. She walked towards Qi Tianshang and started practicing cultivation next to him. Her brother's empty space intent was at level 1, soon, it'd be level 2. The others also started practicing cultivation. Lin Feng had told them that he wouldn't stay there long, so he wasn't going to steal their open spots. The celestial thunders struck down now and then, which caused abstruse tablets to fall from the sky. Lin Feng had managed to obtain plenty of empty space abstruse tablets during that time. With the empty space energies being so thick and rich, coupled with the tablets, his empty space intent was level 9 after 20 days. He opened his eyes and smiled. Yuan Fei and Lin Feng then went back to the other bridge and continued studying vitality energies. Vitality intent was the only one he hadn't understood up to level 9. He didn't waste time, he immediately continued studying it until the end of the allocated time. At the end of the 30 days, there were only 10 people left: Lin Feng, Meng Qing, Yuan Fei, Jun Emoshi, Xiao Dai, Huang Fulong, Yi Renlei, Shui Baiyao, Feng Xin, and Feng Ling. Well, everyone could see 10 people, but with the invisible one, there was one more person. Therefore, everybody had a strange facial expression. Lin Feng was annoyed because the 10 of them got along quite well. However, the extra one could be a watcher. If that was the case, Lin Feng hoped he'd continue on as well. On the bridge next to them, people were fighting already. Shi Tianshang had stopped practicing cultivation and had killed a few people and stole their fate seeds. Shi Tianshang didn't choose his opponents according to their strength, he chose them according to the number of fate seeds they had, and he didn't give them any chances. That kind of strong cultivators was merciless, they used corpses as stepping stones to become stronger. Shi Tianshang wasn't the only one. The great oriental greenfinch rock was the same on his bridge. However, he only killed human beings and was merciful towards other beasts. Everybody, I'm not like the others, I don't want to fight. However, we have 11 people, so we should solve that problem, said Yi Renlei, smiling in a seducing way. Don't worry, sister, I won't continue, said Feng Ling, smiling. She then said, I just came to see my sister, the next level won't be as fun anymore, so I won't be going. After that, she walked back. Since you want to give up, the problem is solved, said Yi Renlei, smiling in a resplendent way. She then looked at Lin Feng in a seducing way. Lin Feng shook his head, a meaningful glance from Yi Renlei was enough to make any man collapse. If she managed to learn abstruse energies, then she'd be even more terrifying. People who weren't as determined could easily lose to her. The bridge illusion started shaking, it was time. Yi Renlei and the others continued to the next level as the bridge behind them collapsed. Now, the 10 bridges were linked and had turned into a gigantic, ancient battlefield. Terrifying energies dashed to the skies and lightning struck the ground. Vertical bridges led to the special areas, and each bridge could lead to a special area. For example, Lin Feng's bridge led to the source of life. 100 people were left in total, and they all had the opportunity to go to those special areas. However, not everybody continued on. The energies were so brutal there that some people immediately died. Be careful, I'll go and try first, said Lin Feng to his friends. Everybody nodded. Lin Feng jumped, and suddenly, an incredible rain of energies assaulted his body. Kaboom! Lightning struck Lin Feng's head. However, his purple seed protected him as he bathed in those purple lights. The purple thunders continued flowing throughout his body, as if he was taking a shower. Bzzz, 2 whistling sounds were heard overhead as Moping rose in the air. His body was made of gold and he looked like a divine bird, the great oriental greenfinch rock. The thunderbird also jumped forwards and the ensuing lightning flowed through his body. He loved that feeling. 3 people had now made it to the center of the battlefield. But those special areas were above the battlefield. It seems like I can stand being here, thought Lin Feng. Only those who could stand it had an incredibly powerful physical strength. Lin Feng walked step by step. It seemed like he was reaching heaven. He didn't stop, despite the terrifying energies, and he soon made it to the central area. Lin Feng then stopped and raised his head. That was the very center of the area where the celestial thunders were roaring. Each time they struck, it was at this central area. Purple lights were continuously assaulting his body. He looked like he was fighting the sky. Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was staring at Lin Feng like he was insane. Everybody else was staring at Lin Feng. Was he insane? Even though he had a purple seed, it surely wasn't enough. Boom boom boom, purple lightning continued crashing into his body. Rumbling and explosions sounded each time. Boom! He knelt down and coughed up blood. His head was sore and he could barely breathe. He sat down cross-legged and raised his head to look up at a black hole. He smiled, looking like a madman, and said, "Celestial thunders, show me the path of enlightenment." Thunders continued crashing onto his body. If he didn't have those 10 million gems, he would have died and vanished without leaving a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184, Lin Feng's Explosive Strength. Chapter 1184, Lin Feng's Explosive Strength. Even if he could stand those strikes, Lin Feng would lose half his life each time they hit him. However, the purple fate seed instantly regenerated his vitality each time. Enlightenment, what a madman. He's really determined though, thought the crowd. Kaboom! Another lightning struck Lin Feng's body and made him shake violently. Lin Feng's muscles twitched. He coughed up blood, but he raised his head again, looked up at the sky and screamed, again. A thunderous energy had appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He slowly closed his eyes and sensed the explosive and destructive thunderous energies. Each type of abstruse energy was suitable for a certain kind of personality. Thunderous energies were suitable for impulsive, explosive, and arrogant people. If I came to master thunderous energies, I'd make my opponents burst like bubbles, whispered Lin Feng. Explosive lightning was still striking him and the electricity flowed throughout his body. However, this time, Lin Feng just shook and didn't spit out blood. He slowly stood up, and between his hands was a lightning ball. At that moment, the Thunderbird wasn't very far away as he was staring at Lin Feng. His eyes were bloodshot. He should be the one with the purple fate seed and the one sensing the thunderous energies so close their source. Die! The Thunderbird's silhouette flickered just after a lightning struck Lin Feng. His hand was filled with thunderous energies and he was aiming for Lin Feng's head. However, at that same moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and two dazzling purple lights emerged. Real abstruse energy! The Thunderbird was astonished. He could see the abstruse energy in Lin Feng's eyes. However, he faltered. Little bird, try if you dare! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. But Meng Qing quickly said, Lin Feng is alright. Yuan Fei was surprised, but then he looked at Lin Feng and saw, from his eyes, that he was fine. When someone disturbs me while I'm practicing cultivation, I will kill them, said Lin Feng coldly. He raised his fist, around which were millions of bolts of electricity. Everybody had to look away since his energies were too bright. Die! Lin Feng said one word and punched the air in the Thunderbird's direction. The ancient battlefield was shaking violently under this one attack. The Thunderbird roared violently as he sensed a terrifying and painful energy crawl up his arm. Cracking sounds spread could be heard and his fist started bleeding profusely. He flapped his wings and flew back. He then screamed at Lin Feng, how come your physical body is stronger than mine? He couldn't believe his eyes. He was a beast whose physical body had always been strong. He was a golden Thunderbird and possessed dark gold strength. Humans shouldn't be able to compete with him in terms of physical strength. However, a moment before, he had sensed how terrifying Lin Feng's physical strength was. Lin Feng's fist contained destructive abstruse energies even though it was soaked in blood. You were stronger than me before, but from now on, you'll only be weaker than me, said Lin Feng indifferently. That simple sentence had a terrible impact on the Thunderbird's cultivation. The Thunderbird went insane when he saw how confident Lin Feng looked. Boom! More lightning struck Lin Feng's body. He raised his head and looked at the sky in a despising way. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the strength of the lightning. His body was now becoming thunder itself. Physical strength was humans' weakness, or at least, it should be. The remaining people on the bridge didn't know Lin Feng, but from that moment on, they would remember him. Elsewhere on the battlefield, there were other people like Lin Feng who had purple fate seeds, but they weren't as determined. Those powerful thunders filled their hearts with hesitation. Thunderbird, if you can't even manage to kill a feudal cultivator of the 6th Tianqi layer, who on top of that influences your intent on the path of cultivation, you don't deserve to become a bestial emperor, said Mo Peng, who was now next to the Thunderbird. Mo Peng's fate seed had a dazzling purple color. The Thunderbird shivered under this sentence. Mo Peng was telling him to come back to his senses and remember that he had to devote his life to cultivation. Brother Feng, said someone who looked rather ordinary. His skin was black and he was smiling indifferently, exuding an almost friendly appearance. Fu Hei, I trust you have been well since we last met, said Lin Feng smiling indifferently. Even though Fu Hei had only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, Lin Feng still didn't trust him. I'm alright. I've always known that you were an extraordinary person, said Fu Hei as if they had always been friends. I think the same about you, brother. By the way, I lent you my Heavenly 9-Dragon Cauldron as well as the Golden Crow Fire. When do you intend to give them back? Said Lin Feng smiling. Then he added, I trust that they are still in your sleeve. Fu Hei's mouth twitched. Lin Feng was talking loudly, so everybody could hear him. Brother Feng, I like your sense of humor. I'll continue to practice cultivation now. With that, I'm off, said Fu Hei. He then rose up in the air. He wanted to go to the special fire area. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. He had talked loudly enough so that Xiongqi could hear him. Xiongqi needed such fire to become stronger, so now he could go and have fun with Fu Hei. Lin Feng then sat down cross-legged. His Tianji sword was floating around and was struck by the lightning as well. An infinite amount of energy surrounded Lin Feng, they were attempting to break his soul. He had used his soul to raise his sword and used certain strengths to clean it. His Tianji sword flew into the black hole in the sky, but it seemed like it was going to break. That sword's soul exists thanks to abstruse energies. After cleaning my sword, the soul I gave it became its very own soul. The first soul I gave to my sword is a thunder soul, but now I need to give my sword soul created from empty space energies. Lin Feng was soaked in a cold sweat. His soul felt extremely sore, but he was determined. The lightning that struck him were his ingredients to make his physical body stronger and to make his sword stronger too. At that moment, a dazzling sword light moved towards Lin Feng, specifically towards his third eye. Someone was attempting to attack Lin Feng by surprise. "Be careful!" shouted Meng Cheng. Lin Feng was motionless, nobody could disturb him now. Die! Lin Feng was surrounded by abstruse thunder energy and empty space strength. He released the energies and suddenly the surprise attacker's head exploded. Thunder and empty space energies together created an overwhelming strength. Many people noticed Lin Feng, and after they saw his attacks, they didn't dare get close. Another beast had appeared. He was on the path of enlightenment. He was seated, practicing cultivation, defying the laws of heaven, and if anyone dared attack him, he'd destroy them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185, The Evil Black Mage. Chapter 1185, The Evil Black Mage. Abstruse thunder energy and a powerful empty space intent. The crowd was incredulous. Some people are going up and you don't need a purple seed to go up there, but you can only go up via the bridge. Said someone. You go, I don't need anyone to protect me. Said Lin Feng to Yuan Fei and the others. They nodded, all right. You be careful. Everybody said that before rising up via the Vitality Bridge. Kaboom! A terrifying energy crashed onto Lin Feng's body and shook his soul violently. However, he grinded his teeth, blood splashed out of his mouth, and raised his head. Empty space area, the source of life, the fire area of desolation, the deadly wind area, I want all those abstruse energies. Said Lin Feng, jumping. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng rose up towards the black hole. Terrifying lightning striking him and the energies were incredibly oppressive. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He was bathing in those terrifying thunderous energies and moving towards the sky with an indomitable will. Kaboom! Lightning struck Lin Feng again and pushed him down. Boom! Lin Feng jumped and rose again. Lightning kept striking him, but it didn't affect his determination. Lin Feng tried a few times before finally he rising up in the air. Those who kept falling down looked at him enviously. Lin Feng was the first one to go up from the center. On his left and right were some special areas, on his left was an icy world, and on his right was a world of fire. Above him was a windy world with hurricanes and tornadoes. Farther above that was the empty space world. And above that were rivers of deadly energies, and finally, above those was the source of life. Boom boom boom. The clouds in the air looked apocalyptic. A few steps more and he directly entered the empty space world. Lin Feng's flesh and soul felt were hurting so much, as if his body were going to explode. Normal people couldn't stand that level of pain. He was now studying empty space abstruse energies. They were piercing through his skin, through his pores, like a million needles. Thunderous energies were explosive and destructive, while empty space energies could create its own spaces, it could also lacerate the atmosphere, it could also influence speed and distances. It was one sort of abstruse energy which included several other types of strength. Cultivators had to study it intensively to understand it at higher levels. Lin Feng closed his eyes and examined the empty space energies flowing throughout his body. Even though it was painful, Lin Feng ignored the pain because it would help him in the future. Apart from Lin Feng, other people came to the empty space area and studied the potent empty space energies. From outside, the empty space area looked small, but from inside, it was gigantic. One couldn't see the end of it if they tried. The other areas were probably like this too. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and meditated. He sensed the empty space energies cleansing his soul and body. He started understanding that energy, especially its lacerating properties. Lin Feng thought about Qi Tianshang, back when he had killed the golden crow using empty space strength. The difference between people who understood its lacerating properties and those who didn't was enormous. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged for 3 days like this. In his hand, he condensed a golden strength which could lacerate space itself. If someone looked at it, they would find that it kept changing every second. Abstruse empty space energy. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He was getting ready to leave for the other areas, however, a terrifying energy emerged. He turned around and saw someone in a dazzling robe in the distance. What a terrifying holy weapon! It contains authentic abstruse empty space energies. Lin Feng shivered. At the same time, the others also noticed that robe. Many people's silhouettes flickered towards that robe. Bzzz. Lin Feng changed his face and clothes, as well as his chi. Now he was surrounded by evil cursing energies and looked like a black mage. He started running with the scepter in his hand. When the crowd sensed those evil energies, some people turned around and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Who's that guy? Asked someone. He was surrounded by cursing energies and his chi was incredibly evil. Curse! Lin Feng stretched out his hand and energies appeared which dashed to the skies and crashed onto that dazzling robe. Someone stretched his hand out and put his hand on the robe, but suddenly, he gave a horrible shriek. The cursing energies had enveloped his hand. Cursing energies, who are you? Asked that person turning around and looking at Lin Feng coldly. Had that black-cloaked character been hiding there the whole time? That robe is mine, said Lin Feng in a deep and evil voice. He continued moving towards the robe. No one could see Lin Feng's real cultivation level because he was surrounded by those cursing energies. Die! Shouted someone in who then released lacerating energies. Destroy! Lin Feng pointed at that person with his scepter and his enemy's lacerating energies disappeared. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and said, "Those who try to confront me will die." Curse! Cursing energies descended from the sky and that person's pure chi dashed to the skies, but the cursing energies were too powerful. Lin Feng pointed his scepter at the enemy and cursing energies surrounded him again. Then he slowly lied down and died. Everybody was shaking. That scepter was even better than a high-level holy weapon, it was a peerless holy weapon. Those who tried to block its owner had to die. Who are you? Asked someone staring at Lin Feng in a cold way. It was one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, Qi Tianshang, but that's not important, those who confront me will die. Lin Feng was still releasing cursing energies with his scepter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186, Stealing the Robe. Chapter 1186, Stealing the Robe. He's surrounded by cursing energies, so we can only see his face. The crowd was staring at Lin Feng and trying to figure him out. The Watchers, the Assassins, the Black Mages, had all those incredible people come out for real? Had they been hiding in the darkness the whole time, to the extent that people didn't even know that they were there or who they were? The crowd was furious. That robe was probably a peerless holy weapon and had something to do with empty space energies. It was perfect for people who practiced empty space cultivation. Qi Tianshang was holding a golden tower which suddenly became gigantic. Qi Tianshang was from the Qi clan in the eastern part of Baohuang. Die! The tower suddenly released terrifying empty space energies and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his hand with the scepter in it and an ancient tree appeared. It suddenly grew with incredible speed. It had some red marks on it. Nobody knew what kind of skill that was, it was probably an ancient spell. Dazzling cursing energies appeared from the tree, those must be holy marks from the antiquity. Boom! The tree rose up in the air and crashed into the tower. Dazzling golden lights shined bright, but they didn't break the tree at all. Soul cursing, said Lin Feng, releasing cursing energies which dashed to the skies. Qi Tianshang was surprised. Lin Feng's peerless holy weapon was too terrifying. He recalled his tower and at the same time, he released golden lights and disappeared. Lin Feng suddenly sensed energies surrounding him. Die! Dazzling beams of light appeared and moved towards his head, but Lin Feng had anticipated that move. He shook his hand and released his own empty space abstruse energies, weakening those lights. Curse! Said Lin Feng. At the same time, he condensed cursing energies in his fist and punched the air. Then a silhouette appeared. Qi Tianshang still looked calm. He performed some hand seals and a cross filled with empty space strength appeared in front of him. At the same time, Lin Feng's fist was stopped by that empty space energy. Even so, the cursing energies were too terrifying and crashed onto Qi Tianshang's body, making him shake. Then, he disappeared. You're mine! Shouted Qi Tianshang furiously, and at the same time, he used his tower to oppress the dazzling robe. However, the robe blocked it and he couldn't take it. As expected, thought Qi Tianshang. The tower couldn't take the robe because the level of the robe was too high. Instead, he now released fire energies to attack the cursing energies. That scepter must be a peerless holy weapon since it actually enveloped the robe, thought Qi Tianshang. He needed to destroy the cursing energies to take the robe, it was suicidal to try otherwise. Lin Feng continued moving forwards, not fast, but with each step he took, he pronounced a word like he was chanting incantations. Nobody can compete with the cursing scepter, if they try, they'll die. Lin Feng was still chanting incantations and was destroying the crowd's intent, bit by bit. You're insane! Shouted Qi Tianshang furiously. He released his soul, but it was useless, his face started turning black as if he was dying. Are you not afraid of a backlash? Asked Qi Tianshang while releasing more scorching hot flames. He wanted to burn the cursing energies away. Qi Tianshang understood cursing energy, it was a mysterious energy which had millions of forms, of which it could be used to destroy people's souls. However, if the target's soul was strong enough, it could cause backlash and curse the caster. Cursing strength was even scarier than demonic and Buddhist energies. Lin Feng could only use a small part of the Peerless Scepter's power, otherwise, he would even have been able to kill powerful Zun cultivators with it. There's no concern because I know that my soul is stronger than yours, said Lin Feng in a deep and scary voice. Qi Tianshang pulled a long face, he had to destroy those cursing energies, otherwise, the consequences would be tragic. I will find out who you are, said Qi Tianshang in a cold way. Then, he disappeared. The others looked furious as well. Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold way and then their silhouettes flickered and left. Even if the robe was extremely powerful, it wasn't worth risking their lives for. Cough, cough, after the crowd left, Lin Feng coughed up blood. The cursing strength had an impact on him. Luckily, he had a strong soul, otherwise, he would have been even worse off. His face was deathly pale at that moment. His cursing strength disappeared and then he put his hand on the robe. However, a terrifying strength appeared above his head. Die! Lin Feng punched the air with his hand filled with empty space energies. Slash, Lin Feng's hand was cut and blood gushed. His face became even whiter. If he didn't have such a powerful physical strength, his hand would have been cut off right there. Piss off! Lin Feng released cursing energies again and attacked the strength above his head. However, a dazzling empty space blade moved towards his head. He had to block the attack with his scepter. The enemy still hadn't showed himself. How shameless! Thought Lin Feng. If he had been too slow, the enemy would have stolen the robe from him. Qi Tianshang's abstruse strength was already level 2. Lin Feng took his hand back, with the robe, and released vitality energies to heal it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and sensed the painful empty space energies attacking his soul. He was lucky that his will and intent were now as solid as iron. But with Qi Tianshang already back, he couldn't do much. He especially couldn't risk unveiling who he was. For his scepter, the strongest cultivators would attack him to steal it. Alone against Qi Tianshang was already dangerous, but if someone as strong as Qi Tianshang joined hands with him, Lin Feng would be doomed. At that moment, a beautiful silhouette appeared and made Lin Feng smile. It was Qi Jiao. She was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way, scared. Bzzz. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He threw himself at Qi Jiao and released cursing energies to surround her. You dare attack her! Shouted Qi Tianshang furiously, stepping in front of Qi Jiao and releasing energies to block the cursing energies. Die! Said Lin Feng. His cursing energies gushed forward. However, Qi Tianshang was as fast as lightning. He grabbed Qi Jiao and they both moved backward at full speed. But even then, the cursing energies were still heading in their direction. Lin Feng smiled and rose up in the air as fast as he could. He put his scepter away and immediately moved towards the source of life. As Qi Tianshang threw himself at the cursing energies to block them, he watched as a silhouette went into the area with the source of life. Qi Tianshang had a bad feeling and went to the area with the source of life too. Vitality energy was omnipresent in that area, it was pure and felt like a waterfall of pure energies. The scepter and the cursing energies had completely disappeared and there was a dozen people there. He knew that the scepter-wielding cultivator was now in the crowd or maybe that person had already left the area. Qi Tianshang sat down cross-legged and cleansed the cursing energies which were still sticking to his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1187, Tear Stain, Source of Life. Chapter 1187, Tear Stain, Source of Life. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the area with the source of life, bathing in the pure energies. He had already taken off his mask. From outside, the area of the source of life seemed small, like a fountain. Once inside, it was a gigantic waterfall of pure vitality water. However, the water was flowing very slowly. Lin Feng felt great in there. That place was completely different from the empty space area. Lin Feng now felt like he was having a bath, and it was extremely pleasant. Vitality strength. Lin Feng was bathing and his blood was circulating better. The painful sensation he had since the empty space area was now fading. He continued going against the current of the waterfall. Even though he knew that Qi Tianshang was there, he didn't look at him. If he hadn't used his scepter against Qi Tianshang, he would have lost for sure. Now he had to be careful when using the scepter though, he couldn't show everyone he had it. Also in the water were some beautiful girls, Yiren Lei, Shui Baiyao, Feng Xian and Meng Qing. They were searching for the very source. However, even though the water was warm and pleasant to be in, it also contained an incredible strength which seemed to be falling down from the heavens, and it was oppressive. Even with her strength, Yiren Lei couldn't go up. Lin Feng had a strong physical body and a purple fate seed which granted him with an incredible vitality. He rose up and even passed in front of some people. Some people saw him, those with whom he got along well all smiled in a resplendent way. Prince Lin is also interested in the vitality tear stain, said Yiren Lei looking at Lin Feng and smiling. She was higher up than he was currently. You are extremely beautiful, just like a celestial being. You're like my wife even. I'm going to look for the tear stain you're talking about, said Lin Feng smiling. Even though all the people in there weren't his enemies, he was convinced that he'd have to fight if anything good appeared. I hope you will succeed, said Yiren Lei smiling in a seducing way. There was a girl not far from her and she was beautiful too. Even though she wasn't one of the 4 most beautiful girls from the Bahuang province, she was extremely beautiful. She looked similar to Yiren Lei. It looked like she had something resembling an cold plum in her third eye. Apart from those beautiful girls, there were also 4 young men. Lin Feng recognized one of the 2 men at the front, he was Zhong Ringyu. The other one was a young man in white clothes with a majestic qi, he looked like a hero. Yuan Fei had told him about that person, it was Wen Tiange from the Wen clan. Interesting, thought Lin Feng. 2 of the strongest cultivators were there. The water was flowing onto Lin Feng, preventing him from moving any faster. What a big difference, thought Lin Feng looking at Yiren Lei and the others. Meng Qing, let's give up, said Lin Feng suddenly smiling at Meng Qing and using telepathy. The distance was too important, Lin Feng figured they wouldn't be able to get to the tear stain. Meng Qing nodded. She didn't mind, she wasn't as strong as Lin Feng. Since he said that he wanted to give up and had smiled calmly, she smiled too. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and sensed the vitality energies. A buzzing sound spread in the air. Lin Feng sensed hot energies pass next to him. He opened his eyes and saw Qi Tianshang, he even stole a glance at him. Qi Tianshang thought that no matter who was there, women or men, anyone could hide their face, their qi, and even their voice. So the one with the scepter could be anyone. Of course, the one with the scepter could already be gone too. I can recover much faster in here, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and saw empty space energies surrounding Qi Tianshang. Surprisingly, Qi Tianshang was faster than everyone else. If Qi Tianshang wanted to participate, he had an advantage over all the others. Even more interesting, thought Lin Feng smiling as if all these things had nothing to do with him. He just calmly studied the vitality energies. Before coming to that place, he had leveled all his types of intent to the 9th level, so it was a lot easier for him to understand abstruse energies now. He knew he wasn't extremely strong, but he was confident that his understanding abilities were above average. He could understand everything he studied. Time passed slowly and then rumbling sounds were heard. Some people had made it close to the source of life, Qi Tianshang had caught up with them and now he wanted to steal the treasure. However, Yiren Lei and Wen Tiange couldn't let him get it. Yiren Lei was releasing abstruse energies of seduction. Even Qi Tianshang was influenced by her beauty. Besides, Yiren Lei also knew how to use illusional abstruse energies. Her energies quickly surrounded Qi Tianshang, even his destructive empty space energies couldn't destroy her energies. Wen Tiange was also strong. When he moved his sword, it made people feel like they were going to die. Later, with abstruse energies, he'd become terrifying. Seeing such people battle makes me want to battle, thought Lin Feng. He wasn't as strong as the 10 strongest cultivators from the province, but he was convinced that soon, even without holy weapons, he would be stronger than them. Meng Qing, don't participate in that fight. You should find a place you like or stay here to study vitality energy. There's no need to follow me, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. He then hastily turned around and left for the wind area. There had already been a battle there and someone had obtained the treasure of that special area. There were now 2-3 people sensing wind energies. Lin Feng found a place to sit and studied the wind energies. The wind was brushing against his skin, making him shiver. However, wind could also be as sharp as blades. Lin Feng wasn't only concentrating on wind though. In the area with the source of life, everybody was fighting, but because the energies were too oppressive, their strength was also weakened. How can you fight against a beautiful girl? Do you want to see me grow old and become ugly? Said Ren-lei in a fragile voice. Men and women were all influenced by her voice, especially the men when they looked at her lips. If I can get it, no beautiful girl will be able to resist me, they'll all beg me to sleep with them. Said Zhong Rinyu evilly. Bzzz. At that moment, a sword streaked across the sky and moved towards the tear stain, which was actually a stone resembling jade. It doesn't look good, thought the crowd. Then, that sword took the stone, opened a hole, and left through it. The crowd was astonished. While they were fighting for the tear stain, a sword had stolen it from them. That sword was filled with empty space energies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188, Fu Hei's Misfortune. Chapter 1188, Fu Hei's Misfortune. It's him, thought the crowd, thinking about a particular someone. Sword and Thunder abstruse energies. He was there practicing cultivation a short time before, then he had left and nobody had paid attention to him. Lin Feng is becoming even more interesting. Ren-lei smiled and followed the sword out of the area with the source of life. The others followed her too. However, they saw the sword emit whistling sounds as it moved to the wind area where a black hurricane had appeared. They frowned, annoyed. All those areas contain special terrifying energies, except the area with the source of life. That's why so many people had gone there. They couldn't go to the wind area because the energies were too scary there. Even if they went there and could stand the energies, they wouldn't be able to fight very effectively. Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao went back to the water from the area with the source of life. As they were at the edge of the wind area, they had felt the terrifying wind energies brush against them. They needed to be stronger to go there. Prince Lin understands so many abstruse energies, but he should remember to give me back the tear stain. Ren-lei, who was smiling. Her voice was carried by the wind. Then, she went back into the water. At that moment, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in the wind area and holding the tear stain in his hand. His body was filled with vitality. That was a precious treasure, but it wasn't the right time to modify it. He put it away and continued studying wind abstruse energies. At the same time, his Tianji sword absorbed the wind strength. His Tianji sword already had an empty space soul from before. Now, his sword had 4 souls in total. Outside of Fortune City, he wouldn't have the opportunity to find so many places to condense sword souls, so he had to do as much as he could while he was still there. Lin Feng had stolen 2 treasures already, he was very satisfied. Some people glanced at him in a cold way now and then, but he ignored them. Everybody was benefiting from being there and studying the abstruse energies. After that, Lin Feng left the wind area and went to the fire area without wasting any time. After that, I'll have studied everything I could in here. This has been life-changing, it certainly changed my destiny, thought Lin Feng. Indeed, Fortune City had been life-changing for him. Once inside the fire area, Lin Feng saw 4 other people, 3 of them he had seen before. Fu Hei and his 2 fellow disciples. The other one was wearing a Taoist robe, chanting mantras. Lin Feng, brother, long time no see, said Fu Hei, smiling as if they were good friends. Long time no see, said Lin Feng, smiling. Then, he sat down cross-legged and immediately started studying the fire energies. 2 days later, his Tianji sword streaked across the sky and flew next to him. The Tianji sword then started absorbing fire energies. Lin Feng started using his Cosmos Burning Sun technique as dazzling sun patterns appeared all around him. Half a month later, Fu Hei stood up, turned around, and went to the one in the Taoist robe. He was smiling indifferently. I lent you the fire pearl for a while now, could you please give it back? The fire pearl should belong to a monk or a nun, an almsgiver shouldn't ask to have their gifts given back, said the Taoist monk with the demeanor of a transcendent being. You're joking, I saw it first and I lent it to you. You've had it for a month now even though I agreed to lend it to you for only a few days. Have you forgotten our promise? Said Fu Hei, smiling as if they were friends. Have I ever said that? Said the Taoist monk, looking surprised. Fu Hei was angry on the inside, but he continued smiling and said, it seems like we are of kindred spirits, but Fu Hei then took a few steps and said, "You promised you'd give it back, now it's time." "Why deny it so flatly? I didn't promise anything and I don't lie. Why make fun of me and tarnish my reputation? I am a Taoist monk," said the monk loudly. Fu Hei didn't know how to react to this. This time Fu Hei walked around before saying again, "The monk promised." "I never said that." "You promised." Fu Hei was speaking even louder. Fire appeared and his little flames looked like small snakes bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. The flames also contained some black lights. "That was void fire. Evil fire," whispered the Taoist. Fu Hei's fire was a celestial fire, but the Taoist monk made fun of him. "Do you remember now?" said Fu Hei, smiling indifferently. "Little boy, I told you I never said anything like that, that's all there is to say," said the Taoist monk, standing up. He took a few steps and shouted furiously, "You think carefully now, dot." Boom boom. Fire suddenly engulfed the entire area as a gigantic fire dragon appeared and stared down at Fu Hei. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the fire around the monk. Fu Hei's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't look indifferent anymore. How was that possible? "It seems like you don't remember well, little boy." Very quickly, Fu Hei looked normal again, but his mouth was twitching. "I was right, I've heard you always do that kind of thing where you incriminate people who are honest. Show me your ring and we'll see if you're not a liar," said the Taoist monk calmly. Fu Hei tried to look normal again. "You're joking. My entire life is in my ring." Roar, the dragon spat out black flames. The Taoist monk stared at Fu Hei and said, "I'm not joking. You're a bad person, so if you don't show me your ring, I'll kill you." "We shouldn't go to such extremes," said Fu Hei. The Taoist monk's dragon was too monstrous, Fu Hei couldn't deal with it. "All right, remember me," said Fu Hei. The Taoist monk took the ring and threw into the dragon's mouth. With its powerful fire, it destroyed the connection between Fu Hei and the ring. Fu Hei was dumbstruck. The Taoist monk then took it and let his mind inspect inside. Then, he smiled happily, controlled himself to look normal again and said, "That ring is mine." Fu Hei smiled and grinded his teeth at the same time, "It's yours." "Indeed, take off your clothes and give them to me," said the Taoist monk calmly. "You? Take them off," said the monk aggressively. The dragon spat out some flames again. Fu Hei was furious, but he took off his clothes. The monk found the sleeve and found many things inside it. An ancient cauldron with fire inside, many abstruse tablets and several other things. The monk took everything and then threw the clothes back at Fu Hei. He smiled and said, "You're a good fire cultivator, even if you're a bad boy sometimes. Next time, remember to be a good boy. Remember to be a good boy." Fu Hei wanted to kill him, but he wasn't strong enough. Go, and remember what I said," said the monk, waving. His dragon then disappeared. Fu Hei was furious. When he saw Lin Feng, his mouth twitched. He wanted to cry. Lin Feng was looking at him in a compassionate way. "Emperor, I just want my cauldron and the fire," said Lin Feng using telepathy. He knew that the monk was actually Qiong Qi. "Those are my things, it was difficult for me to get them." "Why should you get them now?" said Qiong Qi to Lin Feng using telepathy. "Emperor, I know you can do anything in here, but at least give me back what's mine," said Lin Feng, smiling. "Alright, the Heavenly Nine Dragon Cauldron is yours. There were many other good things in the sleeve, I am interested in all of it. Little boy, remember what I said to him," said Qiong Qi, making Lin Feng laugh. The two friends were talking with their usual banter again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1189, 6 Desires. Chapter 1189, 6 Desires. Even though Qiong Qi used to be an emperor, now, his soul was broken. There were many things he couldn't do, like skills, techniques, etc. But in that fire area, his strength was enhanced. That was also precisely why Fu Hei couldn't deal with Qiong Qi in there. Fu Hei was seated at that moment, but he didn't feel like practicing cultivation anymore. He had lost everything he had gathered for the past 10 years. He had thought that his things were safe in his sleeves, but didn't believe someone would take everything. The worst thing was that the monk had told him to be a good boy. Lin Feng didn't think too much about. He had some compassion for Fu Hei, but Fu Hei was now suffering a double loss after trying to trick his enemies. Lin Feng closed his eyes and practiced cultivating his fire energies again. A sun pattern appeared around him and didn't take much longer before he understood abstruse fire energy. Thunder, empty space, vitality, wind, and fire. Thought Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. He was more talented than he had thought. He already understood 5 different sorts of energies, but he wanted to study more. As Lin Feng was thinking, a terrifyingly oppressive energy surrounded him. He looked in the horizon and saw thunders. Kaboom! Lin Feng didn't have time to react before that blasting sound of thunder made his soul shake. The landscape changed and Lin Feng realized that he was now in a different place. The fire had disappeared, the other special areas had disappeared too. Many abstruse tablets were falling from the sky now. Bzzz. Silhouettes flickered as people started gathering the abstruse tablets. Xiongqi had kept the special pocket which was in Fu Hei's sleeve and used it to gather more abstruse tablets. Lin Feng moved using wind energy and at the same time, his Tianji sword also picked up the tablets. The others were moving fast as well. Those who were on the ground seemed disappointed, they hadn't managed to get any because they were too slow. Those who were on the ground were those who had been eliminated from the bridges. They hadn't been able to move further, so they could only see those who had managed beyond them. Unfortunately, my Tianji sword still needs some more fire to condense a soul. Thought Lin Feng when his Tianji sword came back to him. It had 3 souls already, but it needed more. Lin Feng wanted to stay there longer, but it seemed like this was the end. Besides, each special area had a special treasure, but that's all they could take with them. Lin Feng tried to take some water from the source of life but he couldn't, it was as if the water had some magical properties. It instantly disappeared when he left. Even the abstruse energies they had sensed weren't real. After perfectly understanding abstruse energies, maybe Lin Feng would need a year to create the source of light, or a fire area, but that was only a hypothesis. Apart from the strong cultivators from Fortune City, not many strong cultivators could do that. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd, from the 100 people, only 30 were left. The others had probably been killed. Take the treasure from the source of life out, said Zhong Rinyu in a cold way, landing in front of Lin Feng. He looked evil and his qi was extremely powerful. His wind energies had become even stronger. The treasure from the source of life? The crowd looked at Lin Feng. There were treasures in every area, so everyone could have a treasure. Maybe you're the one who has it, said Lin Feng. You can't use the tear stain with your current strength. It would be better if someone like Yi Renlei had it, or me, said Zhong Rinyu smiling. He didn't look like he was going to attack, he just wanted to make other people jealous. I hope you can give it to me too, said Yi Renlei smiling in a seducing way. She could make any man's heart melt with that gaze. You're joking. If I didn't have a wife, I'd give you anything, said Lin Feng smiling yet refusing. Ah, how cute, you love your wife so much. I can sing a song for you if you want. Yi Renlei sat down cross-legged. She looked like a nymph. A zither then appeared in front of her. Celestial zither of the 6 desires. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng, be careful, that celestial zither of the 6 desires is also called the demonic zither of the 6 desires. It contains the abstruse energies from the 6 desires. It can even make a demon go insane, said Yuan Fei to Lin Feng using telepathy. Yi Renlei really wanted Lin Feng's tear stain. Even extremely strong and determined men can be defeated by listening to the song of the 6 desires. Lin Feng's cultivation level is not that high, so you're exaggerating a bit by pulling that out, said Xiao Dai smiling. Why talk about loss or victory? I just wish I had someone like Lin Feng in my life. If he loves his wife, he will have proved it by facing my music. Besides, I can't play the song that well. Just a part of it, so don't worry, said Yi Renlei smiling. I won't do anything bad to Lin Feng, said Yi Renlei smiling. Then, her hands started dancing across the strings of the instrument. I'll listen to your song happily, it'll be my honor, said Lin Feng smiling. His soul was shaking, but he smiled and sat down. It's an illusion, thought Lin Feng, reminding himself that music could make people hallucinate. The sun rose up, the clouds moved with the wind, birds were singing, even flowers smelt good. It was more beauty than one could take in at once. Lin Feng had the feeling he had spent days there, in that beautiful landscape. The landscape was beautiful, day after day, his desires were becoming even more intense. After a serene number of days, in the distance, he saw a beautiful girl who was very attractive and she was smiling at him. She walked over to Lin Feng and smiled, slash. Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky and cut through the celestial girl. His heart started beat faster again and he felt merciless. Life is short, how could I waste it on these futilities? Thought Lin Feng. The celestial girl was still there though, she hadn't been hurt at all. Die. Lin Feng ran as fast as he could. You're so cruel. You said you wanted to kill a beautiful woman, said a voice at that moment. It was Yiren Lei and she was smiling in a resplendent way. It's just an illusion, of course I want to destroy it, . We were only together in the illusion though, so it's almost real. If you willingly give me the tear stain, I can pay a high price for it. Nobody would know what happened in the illusion. I can even dress up as a maid if you want. She said this in a tempting and seducing way. Lin Feng felt like he was going to succumb to his desires. What happens in the illusion is real. Yiren Lei walked towards Lin Feng, making her clothes slowly fall off her shoulders. Lin Feng's heart started racing. He was now staring at the girl's breasts. He felt like he was going to explode. He couldn't control himself as her clothes kept sliding down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190, Aftermath. Chapter 1190, Aftermath. Lin Feng looked at her. Her eyes, her body. He couldn't resist. If you want me, you can have me, just be gentle, said Yiren Lei in a gentle voice, yet shyly. His face turned red. But then gradually, he tried to look normal again. You said there is only the two of us in the illusion and that nobody can see us? Then, we should enjoy life and carnal pleasures. Let me undress you, said Lin Feng smiling calmly. He stretched his hand and put it on her shoulders, like he wanted to help her undress. Finally, Lin Feng touched her soft skin, but he looked calm. However, at that moment, everything stopped. The illusion disappeared and Lin Feng saw Yiren Lei with her zither. She was smiling at him now. You're extraordinary. I shouldn't ask for the tear stain again, said Yiren Lei smiling in a resplendent way. She put her zither away as if nothing had happened. You can make men turn into demons with that song, said Lin Feng smiling wryly. But in the end you managed to break free. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. He had just realized how terrifying her attacks were. However, Lin Feng had found the trick, even in the illusion, she wouldn't let him touch her, so that's why he had tried to. You give up that quickly? Since it's that way, we'll try to get the tear stain ourselves, said Zhong Ringyu indifferently. Then, several silhouettes flickered. Lin Feng looked at them, smiled and walked towards the fortune shrine as if nobody would stop him. Even though you were lucky to go to the special areas, the tear stain is not yours, said someone blocking Lin Feng. Even though Yiren Lei is nice, you still can't keep it, said someone else disdainfully. Lin Feng had just broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer, how could they let him keep the tear stain? Lin Feng glanced at them, turned around and looked at the crowd. The really strong cultivators weren't doing anything to him. Those people who were threatening him hadn't obtained anything of value, so they were jealous. Apart from the tear stain, he has many more incredibly powerful holy weapons, said someone coldly. Lin Feng recognized that person, it was someone from the celestial land of alchemists. Lin Feng suddenly started laughing. He looked at Yuan Fei, Jun Emoshi, Meng Cheng etc. and waved, saying, there's no need to help me. Everybody obtained treasures in the special areas, but you don't want to attack the others, only me. No problem, said Lin Feng smiling in a cold way. His Tianji sword appeared in front of him and he said, since you despise me, die. Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky, the sword chi contained wind and empty space energies, so it moved very quickly. Kaboom! Dazzling purple thunders appeared and fell down from the sky. Right in front of Lin Feng, someone exploded. The crowd was astonished. What an incredible sword! It looked like a sword controlled by a cultivator who understood abstruse energies. It had even swallowed abstruse energies. The cultivator that Lin Feng killed had already broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer, but he still killed him instantly. Die! Said Lin Feng again. Lin Feng attacked another person who had just spoken. His face drastically changed, but he wasn't fast enough to escape from the thunderous energies. He was immediately electrocuted and died. At the same time, Lin Feng walked towards the crowd and released more terrifying energies. Abstruse thunder energies surrounded his body, emitting blasting sounds. Lin Feng moved like the wind and landed in front of someone. He raised his hand and smashed that person's head into the ground. You're so weak. As he talked, that person's head exploded. Slash, his Tianji sword came back to him like a boomerang, having just killed someone else. That person was quick, but not quicker than the Tianji sword. Everybody was astonished. A cultivator, a sword, two strong cultivators were killing enemies one after the other. The remaining people were shaking like leaves. Lin Feng was surrounded by terrifying purple lightning. He glanced at them and said, "Do you still want the tear stain? Come then." Some people were scared, even though he had only broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer. He knew so many different kinds of abstruse energies and he could kill them instantly. His sword was scary as well. It seemed alive and even contained its own abstruse energies. Let's join hands. Even though he knows abstruse energies, he's not that strong. We should be able to kill him if we work together, said someone. Lightning shot from Lin Feng's eyes and moved towards those people. His eyes didn't look like regular human eyes, they looked bestial. Die. The Tianji sword whistled as it streaked across the sky. Stop! Shouted someone furiously. He took out a holy weapon, an ancient mirror which emanated golden lights. Slash, slash, the Tianji sword crashed onto the mirror, releasing empty space and thunderous energies. The golden lights disappeared and the mirror immediately exploded into 1,000 pieces. Then, the Tianji sword continued moving towards that person and slit his throat. He immediately died. His holy weapon was destroyed. The crowd was astonished. Did they want to kill Lin Feng or? Lin Feng's purple seed made him feel incredible. So many people want to steal my treasures, you should all die. Lin Feng jumped forwards. His Tianji sword continued moving and nobody could stop it. His sword had 3 complete souls already, a thunder soul, an empty space soul, a wind soul, and soon it would have a fire soul as well. Lin Feng could release terrifying abstruse energies which could easily kill ordinary Zun cultivators. Tian-level cultivators who didn't understand abstruse energies stood no chance against him. They wanted to escape, but they were too slow, especially when facing that incredible sword. He understands 3 types of strength, why does his sword also contain 3 types of abstruse energies? The crowd was staring at the sword. They didn't understand what was going on. It's not just 3 types of abstruse energies, he's been to the area with the source of life. Did he learn abstruse vitality energy too? Thought people who knew where Lin Feng had been. He also understands fire intent and wants to learn abstruse fire energy, said Fu Hei. Was it possible that Lin Feng understood 4 types of abstruse energies? Even if he understood 4 types of abstruse energies, how come his sword could release energies on its own without Lin Feng having to hold it in his hands? The crowd didn't understand that no matter they came at it. 2 people weren't surprised. Rinlei knew a person who had appeared 5,000 years ago that was similar to him. Was Lin Feng his descendant? The other one was Jian Wubei, he was studying Lin Feng. Lin Feng's sword technique was an ancient technique. Zhang thought it was impossible to learn that skill, a skill which enabled a cultivator to raise his sword using his soul. Zhang's people said it was too painful to learn and almost impossible, so they had given up on it. Very quickly, Lin Feng finished killing everyone who wanted to kill him. However, Lin Feng's face was still ice cold as he slowly walked towards some people. His Tianji sword was floating in front of him. He walked towards the young cultivators from the celestial land of alchemists. At first he had thought he'd need to curse them, but now it wasn't necessary anymore. What are you doing? Asked the young men whose faces turned deathly pale. They quickly ran to hide behind Shuebaiyao. You're asking me that now? Said Lin Feng smiling in an ice-cold way. They had always wanted to kill him and now they were asking him what he was planning? Are you an enemy of the celestial land of alchemists? Shouted someone furiously, seemingly accusing Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng's dazzling Tianji sword moved towards him. He wanted to escape, but it was too late, he was immediately pierced by the sword. You are my enemy, not the celestial land of alchemists! Exclaimed Lin Feng. Bai Yao, sister! Shouted the other one terrified. He was now behind her, hiding. Celestial girl, you are well aware that he's wanted to kill me, said Lin Feng. Shuebaiyao took a deep breath and shook her head. Fellow disciple, since you offended him, why are you hiding now? Can't you be a real man? His face turned deathly pale. Then, Shuebaiyao moved away and a dazzling sword pierced through his forehead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191, Fighting Against Zhongringyu. Chapter 1191, Fighting Against Zhongringyu. Shuebaiyao looked at her fellow disciples whom Lin Feng killed. She shivered, but quickly, she came back to her senses. Cultivators had to remain calm no matter what. There weren't any tensions between her and her fellow disciples, but cultivators were merciless against their enemies. Strength was everything in the world of cultivation. Her fellow disciples had tried to kill Lin Feng over and over again, and if they had been stronger than Lin Feng, they would have killed him. But in the end, Lin Feng was stronger and had killed them instead. Even she was unable to kill him now. When I go back to the celestial land of alchemists, I will practice cultivation nonstop and work on improving my celestial body, thought Shui Bai Yao. This time, she had learnt a lot in Fortune City, including, even though she had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and had a celestial body, there was always someone stronger than her somewhere, especially in Fortune City where all the incredible geniuses gathered. She would never forget Lin Feng. Before going to Fortune City, she was able to oppress Lin Feng. They had fought, and even though she had been defeated, she could compete with Lin Feng because she had a higher cultivation level. Now, they were in Fortune City and only a few months had passed. Lin Feng's life had changed, so now she couldn't compete with Lin Feng anymore, even if she used her full strength. Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer, but he already knew several different types of abstruse energies. Some of the 10 strongest geniuses felt dispirited, they weren't in the mood to watch Lin Feng. They were a bit surprised too. Of course, it was just temporary. Even if Lin Feng had only broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer and already knew a few types of abstruse energies, so what? They also understood a few types of abstruse energies. Not only did they understand them, they could use them even better than Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't pose a threat to them. Therefore, they were just a bit surprised. Besides, they were not interested in fighting Lin Feng, they were just interested in the people who were at the same level as them. Someday, some of them would rise while others would fall, but now it wasn't the right time to think about that. They were in Fortune City and the event wasn't over yet. The 4 shrines were still there, lofty and majestic as always. Inside their third eye, they still had dazzling fate seeds that they still wanted to use. The diviner hadn't told his prophecies yet either. However, many people were interested in Lin Feng, for example Li Renlei from the celestial part of Bahuang, the Buddhist monk Kongming from the celestial thunder temple, Wen Tiango from the Wen clan in the central part of Bahuang, Qi Tianshang from the Qi clan from the eastern part of Bahuang, and Fu He from the fire mountain in the southern part of Bahuang. The Thunderbird and Long Tang followed the rock to the shrine. Even though they wanted to kill Lin Feng, they couldn't kill him anymore. They needed to become even stronger now. The Thunderbird was the descendant of an emperor, the Golden Thunderbird. He needed more time before he next saw Lin Feng. Long Tang was the same, he had a dragon body and was quite strong. For him, killing Lin Feng was only a matter of time. "Come out," said Lin Feng, turning around. He looked at Zhong Renyu and said, "Don't tell me you're still not ready to fight." Zhong Renyu's facial expression looked gloomy, he smiled evilly and said, "You surprised me, but if you think you'll be able to defeat me, you'll be sorely disappointed." Zhong Renyu then walked forwards. He didn't fear Lin Feng. Be careful, Zhong Renyu is from the Church of Desire and he's a real genius. He knows some really evil skills which can influence people. He understands abstruse wind energy and soul-crushing intent. Maybe now, he even understands abstruse soul-crushing energies, said Yuan Fei using telepathy. Zhong Renyu really was an evil cultivator. He kept using other people to attack his enemies. Now, he dared come out alone. He must be confident now. Die. Lin Feng didn't talk much. His Tianji sword moved forwards as thunderous energies rolled in waves and emitted blasting sounds. "Whirlwind!" shouted Zhong Renyu coldly. His wind abstruse energies turned into a whirlwind, capturing everything in its wake. The whirlwind and the thunders collided and then disappeared together, but the Tianji sword continued moving towards Zhong Renyu. However, Zhong Renyu moved like the wind and dodged the sword. He descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. He raised his hand which contained sharp blade-like wind energies. Abstruse wind energies didn't only allow a cultivator to be fast, it also allowed them to protect themselves and dodge attacks. Zhong Renyu controlled abstruse wind energies really well. "Lacerate," said Lin Feng. His empty space energies cut open space in Zhong Renyu's wind blade. At the same time, lightning crashed down. "Die." The whistling Tianji sword came back like usual. "Human desires," shouted Zhong Renyu in a cold way. Lin Feng looked at his 2 evil eyes and shivered. A single glance at Zhong Renyu's eyes could make a cultivator's soul shake. Maras and heretics. Lin Feng released sunfire, burning away the evil energies. At the same time, his golden silhouette flickered. Lin Feng now looked like a Buddha as he made the strength of the Haruka flow throughout his body. In the past, the skills from the 3 Lives Buddha demon were very useful to Lin Feng, but now the strength of the Haruka didn't satisfy Lin Feng's needs anymore because he had become too strong. He needed to spend some time leveling up his strength of the Haruka later. But as before, the strength of the Buddha was useful when it came to destroying evil energies. Soul stirring! Shouted Zhong Rinyu furiously. Oh no! Yuan Fei and the others saw that Zhong Rinyu was oppressing Lin Feng. Yuan Fei's voice was extremely loud. Because Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, Yuan Fei's voice had reached him. It was enough for Lin Feng to come back to his senses. He shouted furiously, raised his fist and condensed thunderous energies. Then, he threw himself at Zhong Rinyu. The space was now filled with thunderfire. Slash, slash. Boom! A loud collision sounded and shook the space around them. Zhong Rinyu quickly retreated, but he couldn't give Lin Feng any opportunities. His fist felt extremely sore. Luckily, his cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, otherwise, he would have lost his hand in that exchange. The fact that you understand more abstruse energies than other people doesn't make you stronger. If you can't use them properly, what's the point? Said Zhong Rinyu. On the inside, he was surprised by Lin Feng's strength, but by talking in a proud way like that, he was trying to influence Lin Feng's determination. Humph, Zhong Rinyu, you're shameless. If Lin Feng had your cultivation level, he would understand abstruse energies even better than you and would kill you in the blink of an eye. Said Yuan Fei in a cold way. Is that so? I hadn't used my full strength when I casted the Human Desires spell before. Said Zhong Rinyu. No need to find excuses, everybody knows what kind of person you are. If you were able to, you'd already have killed Lin Feng. The fact that you can't is making you upset now. Said Yuan Fei smiling mockingly. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He didn't mind fighting, it made him grow and become more mature. It was a part of the path of cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think that he was strong because he knew several types of abstruse energies. If his intent wasn't solid, he wouldn't be able to do much with it. Understanding several abstruse energies was only the first step. He needed time to understand abstruse energies properly and to carry out explosive attacks. Nobody won that fight. It was a little difficult for me. If my soul hadn't been so strong and if I hadn't had my Tianji sword, I would have lost to him. However, it doesn't mean anything to me. My cultivation level is just too low. Besides, I just started studying abstruse energies, so I'm not familiar with them. It's not surprising that my attacks aren't as powerful as his. Thought Lin Feng. That battle had taught him a lot. Next time, he would be even stronger. He needed to compare himself with others like this to understand where he needed to improve. Now, I certainly can't kill you, but I would like to thank you for the experience. Next time, I will take advantage of the advice you gave me to kill you. Said Lin Feng to Zhong Rinyu indifferently. Zhong Rinyu frowned, used the advice he had given him? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1192, Trading Purple Seeds. Chapter 1192, Trading Purple Seeds. Empty words. Said Zhong Rinyu, staring back at Lin Feng. He then said coldly, next time, I'll stir your soul in the blink of an eye and make it burst out of your body. The soul-stirring skill is a skill they teach at the Church of Desire. Luckily, I am a monk and know how to use Buddhist energies. Let's see if we can learn from each other. Said someone who was wearing a kasaya and slowly walking towards them. That person's chi was majestic and oppressing, but at the same time it was a pure chi which made people feel comfortable. That person was Kong Ming, a Buddhist monk from the Celestial Thunder Temple in the celestial part of Bahuang. Eh? Zhong Rinyu frowned. He was one of the strongest cultivators of the Regio and his Buddhist skills were astonishingly powerful. It was said that he had an indestructible Buddha body. He even understood acoustic and gold abstruse energies. Even though Zhong Rinyu was strong, he was far from being as strong as Kong Ming. No need. We don't have an unlimited time here in Fortune City, so we can learn from each other another day. I'm off. Said Zhong Rinyu indifferently. His silhouette flickered and he left, going to a shrine. Gold, unyielding, fury, arg. At that moment, Kong Ming rose up in the air and chanted a mantra. A strong wind brushed against Zhong Rinyu's body and golden light surrounded him. Like a golden Buddha, Kong Ming threw himself at Zhong Rinyu. What an aggressive Buddhist monk! Thought the crowd. Zhong Rinyu felt cold. He had refused to fight Kong Ming because the outcome was obvious. Kong Ming didn't intend to let him off though. He shouted so loudly that the space around them changed. Zhong Rinyu couldn't escape, it seemed. Realizing this, he turned around and looked particularly evil. Soul-stirring, arg! Zhong Rinyu shouted furiously and the ground shook. The sound waves created by their voices collided, creating a hurricane. Golden Buddhist lights surrounded Zhong Rinyu again and he was struggling to resist them. He was trying to run, but his face turned deathly pale. Righteousness has never won over evil. I hope that the Church of Desire would do good things sometimes and stop harassing women, said Kong Ming in a majestic and dignified way. Zhong Rinyu smiled evilly and said, I will remember what you said, Master. Then, Zhong Rinyu left for a shrine. I will remember that Kong Ming interfered with our affairs. When Zhong Rinyu had reached the shrine, his voice echoed everywhere. There were 4 emperors in the celestial part of Bahuang, so it was a very powerful region. There was the Celestial Thunder Temple to which Kong Ming belonged, the Heavens of Desire's Palace to which Yiren Lei belonged, the Church of Desire to which Zhong Rinyu belonged in the Fairyland of the 9 Songs. Those 4 groups of influence were extremely powerful. That region alone had 2 of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. Zhong Rinyu didn't like that, and he couldn't allow the Celestial Thunder Temple to get involved in the affairs of the Church of Desire. He would never listen to Kong Ming. Many people's silhouettes flickered as they headed for the shrines. Taoist priest, said Lin Feng to Xiong Qi, who seemed pensive. What do you want, young Dhanapati? Said Xiong Qi as if he were a real Taoist priest. You forgot to give me back my things, said Lin Feng smiling. Xiong Qi wanted to avoid the topic. Xiong Qi looked at Lin Feng and grinded his teeth. He said, You little bastard, you dare steal my things. I will remember this. He then gave a ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng found his heavenly 9-dragon cauldron and the golden crow fire in it. Xiong Qi wasn't happy, he would be able to level up a few times with that fire. Lin Feng tapped Xiong Qi's shoulders, smiled and said, Stop joking, you obtained so many treasures these past few months, but I didn't ask you to share them. I'm quite generous in that regard. What a bastard, said Xiong Qi, pushing Lin Feng's hand away. Well, who is he? After Xiong Qi left, Yuan Fei and the others came to Lin Feng and asked him. How come Lin Feng was friends with a Taoist priest? An old buddy, said Lin Feng, looking at Xiong Qi's back. Lin Feng couldn't fight Fu Hei yet, he would have never been able to get back his things without Xiong Qi. Amongst those who were still alive, Fu Hei was the one who had suffered the biggest loss. Let's go to the shrine too and use those fate seeds. If you want to practice cultivation, remember you can trade time for fate seeds in the shrine. You can make 1 day turn into 100, said Lin Feng to his friends. Everybody nodded and went to the shrines. Lin Feng and Meng Cheng stayed together. Lin Feng was pensive. He had over 10 million gems, what could he do with them? Meng Cheng, do you need anything? I can help you if want, asked Lin Feng to Meng Cheng. But Meng Cheng shook her head and said, I have the memories of my ancestors. I don't need anything. Lin Feng nodded. Meng Cheng had a pure celestial and bestial blood. She had inherited an incredible power at birth. As she became stronger, the power she had inherited also became more powerful. In the shrine, the old man looked at Lin Feng and smiled. So many gems, Lin Feng could even buy peerless holy weapons with that many gems. What do you need? Asked the old man to Lin Feng. Master, how long do I have? Asked Lin Feng. 1 day. In 1 day, the diviner will appear, replied the old man, smiling. He was nicer than before for some reason. Only 1 day, whispered Lin Feng. Then he said, Master, I need 1 more month, I also need all the arts of sorcery, skills and techniques. Apart the gems I'm going to use for the extra month, I want to use all my gems for sorcery spells. Cursing spells were efficient against demonic and Buddha spells. In the antiquity, Buddhist and Taoist spells were all sorceries. According to legends, black magic from the West was also a sort of sorcery. Lin Feng didn't know how sorcery spells worked in that world, but his cursing scepter was incredibly powerful. Besides, in the continent of the 9 clouds, there were black mages according to legends. That alone proved how strong sorcery energies were. Lin Feng wanted to become a strong black mage too, therefore, he wanted to trade all his fate seeds for that. The old man looked surprised, smiled and said, I have incredible cursing skills and techniques here, but your gems are far from being sufficient. Not enough? Lin Feng was surprised. 10.3 million gems weren't enough. That was enough to get a peerless weapon and a few high-level holy weapons, but not enough for a cursing skill set. Master, can I have some parts of the skill set? Asked Lin Feng. The old man shook his head, which made Lin Feng cough nervously. Never mind, I'll give the rest to you. said the old man smiling. Lin Feng was astonished. Give him. Master, Lin Feng didn't believe it. Could they cheat in the shrine? I decide everything that goes on here. Don't you want a gift? Said the old man, narrowing his eyes. Lin Feng said, I would love to, you just surprised me is all. Thank you so much, master. Lin Feng bowed in front of the old man. How could he refuse such an incredible gift? I'll transmit it to your memories. The old man opened his third eye. He didn't look like an ordinary old man at that moment, he looked like an incredibly powerful cultivator, like a cultivation god. Lin Feng sensed the memories entering his brain and they were all incredible. After a short while, Lin Feng had received all the memories. He then shook his hand and said, you go together. Then Lin Feng and Meng Qing disappeared. The old man walked towards a chair, sat down nonchalantly, and he narrowed his eyes. He talked to himself, I love that about Fortune City, that's my favorite part. With your talent, maybe we'll meet again. Of course, Lin Feng didn't hear what the old man said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1193, 9 Watchers. Chapter 1193, 9 Watchers. Lin Feng and Meng Qing appeared together in a small world. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He had used all his gems to get the cursing skill set, so he inspected the memories the old man had transmitted to him. That was an extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. It took Lin Feng half a day just to inspect all the memories. He opened his eyes and took a deep breath. What an extensive skill set, said Lin Feng. That skill set contained all the skills and techniques of the sorcerer's arts. There was even a taboo cursing technique in the memories. The knowledge the old man had transmitted to Lin Feng could be defined as godly. Lin Feng understood what the old man meant when he said the skill set was priceless. All the gems in the world didn't really suffice to buy it in its entirety. How strong are real black mages? Whispered Lin Feng. He was wondering if he could become an authentic black mage in the future. Not many people practiced cursing cultivation in the continent. Although it would provide cultivators with explosive powers, it wasn't as ferocious as Buddhist or demonic cultivation. But the geniuses who mastered the sorcerer's arts were terrifying cultivators whom everybody feared. Powerful people tried to wipe them off the map as soon as possible, but if they didn't, at higher levels black mages could be terrifying. As Lin Feng had expected, cursing cultivation couldn't be defined in a few words. It was even related to Buddhist and demonic cultivations. Cursing cultivation consisted of a myriad of skills and techniques, Buddha and demon shadows, apparent curses, hidden curses, talisman curses, voice curses, mantra curses, repelling curses, godly curses. There were all sorts of curses. Strong black mages could kill their enemies in various ways, poisoning people's souls, cursing water, fire, mountains, and so on. Lin Feng laughed. He didn't start practicing cursing cultivation. Instead, he took out his Tianji sword and his heavenly 9-dragon cauldron. His Tianji sword's fire soul hadn't finished condensing yet. First, he would wait for the event in Fortune City to finish completely and then he'd study cursing cultivation. Come out. Lin Feng released fire energies which dashed to the skies. The golden crow fire also appeared. Go! Lin Feng's Tianji sword flew into the golden crow fire. Lin Feng opened his mouth and took a deep breath. He was sweating heavily now. He felt relaxed since he had left the special areas, but now that he was cleansing his sword with fire energies, his soul felt sore again. This time he had to endure the terrifying fire energies. That was his own choice though. He grinded his teeth and started using his Cosmos Burning Sun technique, and Agni his body was surrounded by fire, the sun pattern appeared. The golden crow fire kept burning in the sky and Lin Feng made it fuse together with his own pure sun fire chi, absorbing it. Lin Feng practiced sun fire skills and that golden crow fire was also a sun-type fire. It was perfect for him. Meng Qing was next to Lin Feng and practicing cultivation too. Time passed slowly and finally flames dashed to the skies as Lin Feng's sword whistled. He had absorbed all the golden crow fire and now there were 3 dazzling suns on Lin Feng's body. Fire energies flew throughout his body and at the same time, he could release the golden crow fire which he had completely absorbed. Meng Qing was surprised, but smiled in a resplendent way. Lin Feng and his sword were about to level up together at the same time. Slash, his Tianji sword dashed to the skies. Lin Feng's sun patterns were even more dazzling. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to see his fire burning away the sky. I broke through to the next Tianji layer. Whispered Lin Feng smiling in a resplendent way. He broke through to the 7th Tianji layer. He was now a strong cultivator of the Tianji layer. He used to admire Zune cultivators, now he wasn't far from the Zune Chi layer anymore. He could even defeat low-level Zune cultivators now. I didn't even use all the golden crow fire, no wonder it's a precious treasure. Lin Feng put the Heavenly Nine Dragon Cauldron away and the rest of the golden crow fire with it. He decided to use the time he had left there to practice cursing cultivation. Before, he used to use his scepter to release cursing energies. But now, he could use his cursing skill set. First he needed to understand abstruse cursing energies, then he'd be able to cast powerful cursing spells. Lin Feng took out his scepter and instantly cursing energies surrounded Lin Feng's body. The sorcerer's arts were all-inclusive, cursing was a large part of it. However, cursing strength was also sorcery strength. It represented one kind of strength, therefore, Lin Feng could rely on his scepter to understand the sorcerer's arts. After having studied several abstruse energies, Lin Feng found it a lot easier to study new ones. He had realized that a while ago already. After understanding thunder abstruse energy, he found it easier and easier to study other types of abstruse energies. Of course, without abstruse tablets and the special areas, he would have needed much longer. Besides, studying sorcery energies was harder than studying any of the other types of energies. The sorcerer's arts required an even stronger soul and vitality than other arts. Some sorcery spells needed to have a very strong soul and vitality. After a while, it was time for them to leave. Lin Feng and Meng Qing left the calm area. The old man gave Meng Qing more time for her to use all her fate seeds, then he waved and they appeared somewhere else. They were now in the sky above Fortune City. It was the place where they had first appeared when they had come to Fortune City all those months ago. There were big clouds in the sky, and a lofty celestial palace was visible above the clouds. Lin Feng and Meng Qing walked in that direction, as did everybody else. There were many people in the city now, including those who hadn't been able to go to the 5 elemental areas. They could only watch, so they remained standing in the distance, enviously. There were many people in front of the palace who might listen to the diviner's prophecies. Lin Feng looked at the people on his left and right. Those who were in the middle were those who had been to the special areas. However, Lin Feng was surprised because there were many people he had never seen as well. For example, there were 9 people who were wearing the same clothes. They were all wearing a plaited bamboo hat, the Watchers. There are 9 Watchers. The crowd was surprised. It was the first time they saw all the Watchers, let alone count them all. They all looked the same, there was absolutely no difference between them. The Imperial Assassin Union has 7 assassins, the Watchers have 9 people, I wonder who's stronger than whom. Though many people. Nobody had ever seen how strong the Watchers really were, so they didn't know their cultivation levels. Would they shoot arrows as the diviner would tell his prophecies? I wonder who shot an arrow at me. Thought Lin Feng looking at the Watchers. He couldn't differentiate them, so he couldn't know who his Watcher was. He had never even seen his face, so he couldn't recognize him. Apart from the Watchers, there were also a few other people whom Lin Feng didn't know. Maybe they were assassins? Lin Feng, he's up there. At that moment, many people in the distance looked up at Lin Feng. Those people were from Tian Tai. They hadn't managed to get 1,000,000 gems, so they weren't able to go to the 5 elemental areas either. There were also some of Lin Feng's enemies, for example Xian Yuan, Yang Zilan. They were furious when they saw Lin Feng. Especially Xian Yuan, he looked beyond upset. Lin Feng had surprisingly managed to go to the special area, but he hadn't. He had managed to gather 1,000,000 seeds, but when he was about to go to the 5 elemental areas, someone stole them from him. That person was a lot stronger than him. It was one of the 10 strongest cultivators in the province, Fu He. Fu He wasn't far from Lin Feng in the crowd. "Bastard!" said Xian Yuan to Fu He. Fu He glanced at him, but that was all. He went inside. "Do you think the diviner will say that he'll become an emperor?" asked Yang Zilan to Xian Yuan, who was looking even worse now. "He's lucky, wait until he comes out. I'll teach him a lesson then," said Xian Yuan coldly. He had broken through to the 8th Tianxi layer, so he was convinced he could kill Lin Feng now. "I hope so," said Yang Zilan nodding, but he didn't really believe it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194, The Prophecies. Chapter 1194, The Prophecies. The crowd was standing above the clouds outside of the palaces. Clouds were rolling in the sky as an illusion appeared and gradually became more distinct. White robe, long beard, celestial, divine-looking, the old man who had appeared when they had originally gone to the special areas. "The diviner. The diviner is here. Unfortunately, I got stuck outside, so he won't predict my future." Many people were talking. Some were sad because they wished they had been to the special areas. Now they were stuck outside and could only watch. They couldn't even hear or sense any chi from above. The diviner slowly landed in front of the palace. He looked benevolent and calm. Nobody could sense his chi. They were still too weak to sense such a strong cultivator's energies. Lin Feng looked at Xiongqi's facial expression, who was disguised as a Taoist priest. Xiongqi narrowed his eyes and fixedly stared at the diviner as if he was trying to see through the old man's cultivation level. Xiongqi wasn't the only one who was trying though, some others did too. How was the diviner going to tell them their future? Who wants to come first? Asked the old man, smiling indifferently. Me. Someone immediately landed in front of the old man as if he were alone in the world. It was Mo Ping, the great oriental greenfinch rock. He was a genius from Bahuang. He had always been obstinate and unruly, wild and arrogant. Your blood has determined your life, that's what makes you extraordinary. However, your arrogance is your biggest obstacle. If you manage to put your ego aside, you might become an upper emperor. Said the diviner indifferently. Mo Ping was surprised and said, just a medium or upper emperor? Are your predictions accurate? Mo Ping was the first one to hear the diviner's prophecy and he seemed skeptical. He was the great oriental greenfinch rock and he was proud. He had to reign over Bahuang and become the most dazzling emperor. The diviner didn't mind, he smiled and said, I practice fortune-telling cultivation. I don't even know how many years I've lived, but I've seen many incredible geniuses whose hair was longer than yours. I've even seen great oriental greenfinch rocks before, and they had a stronger blood than yours. For example, the immortal phoenix, the mythological Kylan, the golden dragon. Whether my predictions are accurate or not, you can decide yourself. If you don't believe me, it doesn't matter. I'm a great oriental greenfinch rock, I must become a bestial emperor and amaze the world. Said Mo Ping, then he moved aside. He knew that the old man was incredibly powerful, he didn't want to offend him. I hope you will, but I can only tell you what will happen in the best conditions. The most important thing is for you to survive. Said the old man, smiling indifferently. Everybody understood that. The diviner couldn't tell them when they'd die, what exactly they'd become, etc. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called a diviner, but a prophet. Next one. Said the diviner indifferently. The second person who came out, and it was the Thunderbird. The best you can become is a lower emperor. Gotcha. The Thunderbird released thunderous energies. Could he only become a lower emperor? Next one. The next one to come was Mangniu from Mangniu Mountain. Same thing, lower emperor. My turn. Said Yuan Fei, jumping in front of the diviner. The diviner looked at him and smiled indifferently. Average emperor, of course, if a great emperor assists you, you have the potential to become an upper emperor. The great oriental greenfinch rock released sharp energies. He was godly beast while Yuan Fei was only an ape. Why did he have a better potential future than him? Beasts also have talent, but talent has limits. Coming from a powerful family grants an individual with extraordinary powers, but it also grants them with limits. Only those who embrace change can change their destiny. Said the diviner indifferently. Yuan Fei nodded. The great ape emperor had always told him that. Beasts, especially extremely strong beasts who were born with extraordinary powers, still had to embrace change and practice hard to become truly extraordinary. Next one. Said the diviner calmly. Me. Said Qi Jiao Jiao, looking at the diviner with her beautiful eyes. You'll never become an empress. Boom. Qi Jiao Jiao looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She would never become an empress, she didn't need to know anything more about her future. How come? She was one of the 4 most beautiful girls of Bahuang province. So why did the diviner tell her such cruel things? Why? Said Qi Jiao Jiao, pulling a long face. Everything that is great about you is what other people give you. Your clan, your brother, if you're here, it's also thanks to other people. You are beautiful, apart from that, you don't have anything particularly interesting. You're not determined, you're just waiting for time to pass, hoping every day that people will admire and envy you. Therefore, you will never be an empress, unless you change basically everything about you or unless you're extremely lucky. Said the diviner coldly. Qi Jiao Jiao's face turned deathly pale. Everything great about her was what people gave her. She had nothing? Jiao Jiao, you'll become an empress. Said Qi Tianshang, jumping next to her and putting his hand on her shoulders. He was trying to cheer her up. She nodded, but the diviner had already crushed her mood. She had nothing? Qi Tianshang looked at the diviner and said, What about me? You can become a lower emperor, maybe a medium emperor if you're extremely lucky," said the diviner indifferently. Qi Tianshang felt cold. Only a lower emperor? That meant that the Thunderbird and Yuan Fei would surpass him. Everybody was nervously waiting. Even though they looked calm, they were clenching their fists. The diviner could crush people's moods easily with his prophecies. What he said meant that the future of Bahuang province could be very different from what it was now. For example, that Yuan Fei would become a medium emperor and Qi Tianshang a lower emperor. Qi Tianshang clenched his fists, which then emitted crackling sounds. He looked very unhappy. "What about me, master?" asked Wu Yan. Then he bowed in front of the diviner in a very respectful and polite way. "Same as him, lower emperor, but if you're very lucky, a medium emperor," said the diviner calmly. "Wu Yan is like my brother," thought Qi Jiao staring at Wu Yan. She had always thought her brother was extremely powerful and that Wu Yan, even though he was strong, couldn't compare to him. "Me too," said Fu Hei scratching his head. People found him funny because his skin was dark, as if he had been burnt by a fire cultivator. "Within 80 years, you'll become an emperor. You will then not be more than a medium emperor, which is your limit, unless you're a little bit lucky, in which case you might become an upper emperor." 80 years. The crowd was surprised. The diviner's prediction for Fu Hei was the best one so far. Maybe it will happen, but don't tell me numbers though. I had thought I'd become an emperor within 20 years. Said Fu Hei smiling, embarrassed. The crowd rolled their eyes. That bastard had received the best prediction so far and he still pretended to be unhappy. He had even surpassed the great oriental greenfinch rock. The number of years is not fixed. When I say 80, it could be 50, 30, or even 10. It depends on your actions and on your luck. I won't tell you the number of years then, I don't want to influence you, said the diviner smiling. Fu Hei moved back, still quite satisfied. At that moment, Zhong Rinyu looked at the diviner, smiled and said, "Master, what about me? You won't have any problem becoming an emperor. However, your skills and techniques must be at the maximum level, otherwise, you'll be stuck at the lower emperor level," said the diviner calmly. Of course, you can also choose to give up the human desire skills too. Zhong Rinyu was speechless. He could easily become strong thanks to his human desire skills, but as the diviner had said, that kind of skills had its limits. At some point, such cultivators couldn't progress. It's just a suggestion, said the diviner smiling. Zhong Rinyu moved back, only a lower emperor? At that moment, the crowd outside was extremely nervous and curious. They could only guess what was happening from the facial expressions of those who were inside. At the same time, those who hadn't received the diviner's predictions were also very nervous. The diviner had practiced fortune-telling cultivation for such a long time, nobody knew how strong he was. His predictions were different for everybody, it was also a way for them to confirm their theories or not. Maybe that the diviner's words would change their lives, how could they not be nervous? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1195, What kind of body? Chapter 1195, What kind of body? Fiwi, at that moment, a golden arrow landed on Fu Hei's body. Fu Hei didn't stop it, he let the arrow penetrate into his body and fuse together with his flesh. Fu Hei has been shot by a watcher's arrow. The crowd was astonished. He was the first one, right? No wonder though, the diviner had made great predictions for Fu Hei, even better than for the great oriental greenfinch rock. He had even mentioned a time frame, within 80 years Fu Hei would become an emperor. His future also looked brighter than Qi Tianshang's future. So the fact that a watcher shot an arrow at him was perfectly logical. 3 of the strongest cultivators of the region had already heard the diviner's predictions. The others also went to the diviner. Bai Qiu Luo from the Sunset Pavilion in the western part of Bahuang went to the diviner. Becoming an emperor won't be a problem for you, however, if you want to be more than a lower emperor, you'll need to change a lot in your life and find your own path. Bai Qiu Luo bowed in front of the diviner and moved back. Si Kong Xiao from the central part of Bahuang came out of the crowd. Celestialized body, you can definitely become an average emperor, even an upper emperor if you fight for it, said the diviner smiling. The second watcher's arrow appeared. It was for Si Kong Xiao. Si Kong Xiao looked calm and indifferent, but in reality, he really cared about the diviner's predictions. Lin Feng looked at Si Kong Xiao. Celestial eyes? Someone with a special body again. After that, Mu Fanshun from the Magic World Heavenly Palace went to the diviner, who said, "You'll become an average emperor. If you want to become an upper emperor, you'll need incredibly strong powers. A watcher shot an arrow at Mufan Chen, third arrow. 6 of the strongest cultivators had already heard the diviner. When Tiangu also came out. With intent, and if you become an enlightened killer, you can become an average emperor. If you don't miss the right opportunity when it comes, you may even become an upper emperor. Bzzz. A fourth watcher's arrow shot. He had prepared himself for it before when he had watched Wen Tiangu. He will become an enlightened killer too? Said a young man furiously. It was Wu Tian from the Abyss of Sufferings. He has the potential to become a real enlightened killer. You're a destructor, so you're not like him. Besides, you'll probably die younger than him because of your temper. You have the potential to become an average emperor, but you shouldn't flirt with destruction too much, otherwise it'll be a grave mistake. The diviner gave everybody advice if they asked for it, but he couldn't decide for them if they wanted to listen to it or not. Wu Tian didn't say anything else, but he didn't look happy. He was also one of the 10 strongest cultivators, but he wouldn't necessarily surpass Wen Tiangu. What about me, master? Asked Run Lei, moving gracefully. She didn't smile in a seducing way, she looked pure and holy at that moment. You're determined, you have a strong body, however, your cultivation, the path of the 6 sexual attractions, is not optimal. Your choices determine your future, said the diviner. He didn't tell her if she had the potential to become an empress. She bowed in front of him in return. 9 of the 10 strongest cultivators had already heard the diviner. Shi Jiao's face was deathly pale. Her brother was so much weaker than the other strongest cultivators? For everybody, the diviner's predictions had been better than her brother's, it seemed. Qi Tianshang was also furious. He didn't believe that he was not stronger than the other strongest cultivators. Even Yuan Fei had received better predictions than him. Only Kong Ming didn't go to see the diviner so far. What will the diviner tell him? He's one of the rare geniuses to have a special body. What will the diviner tell him about that? The crowd was staring at Kong Ming. It was as if he hadn't intended to go yet. So instead, Long Tang went to the diviner. I'm listening, master, said Long Tang, releasing a powerful qi, as if trying to show the diviner how strong he was. Your qi is aggressive, you are determined, you have a celestial dragon body, but if you don't change, you'll become, in the best case, a lower emperor, said the diviner calmly. Long Tang clenched his fists, his thoughts were exploding. But, he returned where he was without making much of a scene. Shui Baiyao came out at the same time as Feng Xian, so they looked at each other. 2 of the 4 most beautiful girls in the province, what was the diviner going to tell them? Celestial body and Phoenix body, so many people with special bodies came to me today. Ba Huang province has more geniuses than last time, maybe that in 50 years, Ba Huang province will become terrifyingly strong in the continent, maybe even farther in time, emperors will be a norm here, said the diviner, looking at Shui Baiyao and Feng Xian. He glanced at Feng Ling, who was behind them, smiled and said, women are easily influenced, they easily lose their minds because of love. You have potential, but your life will depend on what you do with that love. That small one is quite strong, take good care of her. When saying that small one, the diviner was talking about Feng Ling. Many people looked at her, was she that strong? Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao glanced at each other. That was all? They bowed anyways and moved back. In the cultivation world, most strong cultivators were men indeed. Feng Ling. Everybody remembered her name. Maybe in a few years after, she'd be a dazzling cultivator. Otherwise, the diviner wouldn't have said that. The diviner continued telling everyone about their futures. Finally, only a few people were left. However, he hadn't told anyone they had the potential to become a great emperor yet. Becoming a great emperor was incredibly difficult. In the Ba Huang province, there were no great emperors. Even those who had potential in the past had left Ba Huang province to become great emperors elsewhere. What about me? Said Huang Fulon, looking carefree and unrestrained. However, he was clenching his fists. He also attached a lot of importance to what the diviner could say. Don't change anything, brutal dragon body, go and travel the world, said the diviner, smiling indifferently. The crowd was surprised. Huang Fulon was one of the weakest cultivators there, but he had a brutal dragon body. Lin Feng smiled. He was happy for Huang Fulong. Huang Fulong also had a special body. His body couldn't be any weaker than the celestial dragon body. The diviner looked at Jun Moshi and Xiao Dai. He said to Xiao Dai, you need to heal first, you've been hurt by people. If you recover, you'll have the potential to become an empress. Xiao Dai smiled, she didn't mind. She looked at Jun Moshi. She knew that Jun Moshi's future was bright. Some other people with immortal bodies had appeared in the Bahuang province, but her grandfather had chosen Jun Emoshi as a descendant. When the diviner looked at Jun Emoshi, he looked at him with a deep and unfathomable smile. People with immortal bodies are rare, but your body is extremely rare. You have an imperial immortal body, you should have no problem becoming an upper emperor. In the future you should leave Bahuang province and make efforts to become a great emperor," said the diviner smiling. The crowd was astonished. An imperial immortal body. It was no wonder the emperor of the celestial palace of immortals, who had lived for such a long time, had chosen him. Jun Emoshi was the first person to whom the diviner said he had the potential to become a great emperor. None of the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang had been so lucky. Many people in the crowd also noticed that the diviner was looking at them in a certain way, which meant that they shouldn't come to him. That way, they wouldn't feel humiliated. However, the diviner also took the initiative to call a few people who didn't come out by themselves. The diviner looked at Kong Ming, the last of the 10 strongest cultivators from Bahuang. What was he going to tell him? "Please keep my future confidential, master," said Kong Ming the Buddhist monk. The crowd was staring at him. Confidential? What kind of secret could Kong Ming from the Celestial Thunder Temple have? "All right," said the diviner smiling before adding, "You are way too strong for the Bahuang province." The crowd was astonished. Everybody stared at Kong Ming. Was he that strong? Did he have an incredible body like Jun Emoshi? Since Kong Ming wanted to keep his secrets confidential, the diviner didn't say much. He just looked at Lin Feng and Meng Cheng. "Please respect confidentiality, master," said Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished again. Confidential. The diviner's facial expression looked strange too. He smiled at Lin Feng and Meng Cheng and said, "You want me to keep her future confidential or yours?" "My future?" Lin Feng was surprised. Was he really going to understand 10 different types of abstruse energies? Otherwise, what would he have to hide? He was obviously talking about Meng Cheng's social status. She was Xue Ling Long after all. "All right, come individually," said the diviner looking at Meng Cheng and saying, "Since you love him that much, your future is in his hands. You alone are incredibly talented too." "Another extremely strong cultivator?" thought the crowd looking at Meng Cheng. They couldn't keep calm. "And you," said the diviner looking at Lin Feng and smiling, "has anyone ever told you what your special body is?" Lin Feng didn't know he had a special body? "It seems you don't know," said the diviner smiling. He continued, "All right, since you want me to keep things secret, I'll just ask one thing. Are you willing to become my disciple?" But boom! The crowd was astonished. They burst into an uproar. His disciple? The diviner was asking Lin Feng to become his disciple. Had such a thing ever happened? And what was Lin Feng's special body? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1196, The End of the Event in Fortune City. Chapter 1196, The End of the Event in Fortune City. What did he say to Lin Feng? Yang Zilan, who was outside the area, looked extremely nervous. The diviner was looking at Lin Feng, so he was probably telling him his future, and the crowd had seemingly burst into an uproar. Something big was happening. Maybe the diviner told him he's a piece of trash? Said Xian Yuan aggressively. Maybe. Yang Zilan stared at Lin Feng and nodded, trying to cheer himself up. The crowd had burst into an uproar, which wasn't surprising. The last people for whom the diviner had made his predictions were all stronger than the previous ones. Huang Fulong with his brutal dragon body, Jun Emoshi with his imperial immortal body who could become a great emperor. If he didn't die, he'd soon be one of the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang. Then, Kong Ming the Buddhist monk, the diviner had looked at him in a way which meant he was incredibly strong. He wasn't weaker than Jun Emoshi at least. Could it be that their future was bright because they practiced ancient Buddhist cultivation? Can I reply later? Lin Feng smiled. The diviner was incredible. Being close to him couldn't be a bad thing. "You can," said the diviner smiling. He then transmitted memories to Lin Feng's third eye, smiled and said, "When you make it to the holy city, go to the fortune shrine to find me." "I meant what I said today." Fortune shrine. Lin Feng was speechless. He glanced at the Dragon King and Duan Wu Dao, who had heard the diviner's predictions. In their era, the fortune shrine had existed already. Was it the same as in the antiquity? Everybody was astonished. The diviner had taken out an olive branch and gave it to Lin Feng. The diviner was from the holy city and had admitted that the fortune shrine really existed. What kind of place was it? And why Lin Feng? Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. Long Tang, the Thunderbird, and other similar people wanted to kill him right there. We need to kill him before he becomes too strong, thought many people. They had to kill him so that he would become nothing at all. Congratulations, Prince Lin, said Renlei, smiling at Lin Feng in a resplendent way. Lin Feng smiled back at her, but he was kind of shocked. Did he have a special body? Was it because he was able to understand several sorts of abstruse energies? What does his future look like? Asked a Taoist monk at that moment. Fu Hei was next to him and thought, what a bastard. The crowd looked at him, they had no particular impression. He looked like an ordinary cultivator. The only one who knew how strong he was Fu Hei. He would never forget Xiong Qi. But everybody was interested in hearing the reply. What would Lin Feng become? He can decide what he wants to become. Maybe he'll be a lower emperor, maybe an average emperor, maybe a great emperor, maybe, said the diviner while smiling indifferently and pinching his mustache. His calmness made the crowd shiver. He was the only one who could decide what he wanted to become. That was the first time the diviner said that about someone. What did it mean? The atmosphere had suddenly become an eerie silence. Maybe Lin Feng would become an emperor or a great emperor, he could decide. It makes me want to have a few drinks, said Huang Fulong, smiling, breaking the silence. Lin Feng, Jun Moshi, and Huang Fulong had all received great predictions. Maybe they'd become incredible cultivators in the world. Too bad Yun Fei Yang and you weren't there. It's your turn, said the diviner to the Taoist monk. The Taoist monk's eyes were twinkling. Did he need the diviner to tell him his future? Since you are protecting him, maybe you'll be able to break your fetters and handcuffs. I'm convinced you understand what I mean, said the diviner, smiling at Xiong Qi and pointing at Lin Feng. Xiong Qi was incredulous and said, damn diviner. It seems like I, a great emperor, will have to be on his side my entire life. You're not joking, right? Asked Xiong Qi, staring back at the diviner. You can put your life at stake and check if I was right or not, said the diviner, smiling. Xiong Qi rolled his eyes. He used to be a heroic emperor, now he had to depend on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Maybe he'd become a lower emperor or an average emperor or an emperor. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He felt determined. Even if the diviner had said it, it all depended on him. It meant that he had to persist. He'd eventually dazzle the entire continent of the 9 clouds someday. Alright, I'm done. I told you all what I thought about your special bodies, abilities, talent, intent, etc. If you change, go through hardships and life-changing experiences, if you experience death, etc., maybe what I've told you will be completely different from what you will really become. Fi Wei, 4 more golden arrows appeared in the air. 1 was shot at Huang Fulong, 1 at Jun Moshi, and 2 at Kong Ming. 9 watchers were there, but only 8 had shot arrows. Lin Feng looked at the one who hadn't shot any arrows. That probably meant that it was his protector, but many people sighed because Lin Feng had told the diviner to tell him his future personally. He hadn't received an arrow, but because Kong Ming had asked not to receive the predictions, 2 arrows had been shot at him. Some people are selfish and wanted to hear the predictions alone, while some others refused to listen at all. Predictions are one thing, but some geniuses will die young even though the diviner told them they'd have a great future, said someone in an ice-cold way, reminding the crowd that Lin Feng had asked to hear his predictions alone. The diviner wanted to have Lin Feng as a disciple, which meant that he'd become extremely strong. Some people were not going to let him off after this. Nobody could know if Lin Feng would become an emperor or not. If Lin Feng had accepted to become the emperor's disciple, his life could have been different, but he only wanted to know about his future and didn't care about the present. Therefore, Kong Ming from the Celestial Thunder Temple, who also had a terrifying special body, had more chances to live longer than Lin Feng. That's why the watchers had shot 2 arrows at him. Outside, the crowd was trying to understand what had just happened inside. From what they had seen, Kong Ming was the real winner of the event. Jun Moshi and Huang Fulong had also surprised them, at least compared to the others who were some of the 10 strongest cultivators of Ba Huang. Xian Yuan and Yang Zilan were smiling in a resplendent way. It seems he's just a piece of trash in the end. Yang Zilan laughed. When the diviner and Lin Feng were talking, the crowd had burst into an uproar, but the watchers hadn't shot any arrow at Lin Feng, which meant he was a piece of trash and not a genius. Humph. Xian Yuan groaned coldly. The diviner looked at the watchers and smiled. You all have your own protectors, I don't need to tell you your futures. The event is over. When you leave the illusion, don't forget to continue practicing cultivation and to stay determined and persistent, said the diviner, gradually disappearing. Fortune City also gradually disappeared. Where do you come from and where are you going? shouted someone. Then they all realized they were not in Fortune City anymore. They were in a desert and a mist was lying about. They were where Fortune City used to be. Since you said I was similar to those people, I will kill them and become stronger. I, Mo Pang, will definitely become a great emperor and amaze the world. In the sky above one of the 4 ancient cities which surrounded Fortune City, there was a golden great oriental greenfinch rock who didn't believe the diviner's predictions. In another city, there were Qi Tianshang and Qi Jiaojiao. Qi Tianshang looked sad when he said in a cold way, since he said I wasn't as strong as them, I'll kill them and replace them. The strongest cultivators of the province were furious. Lin Feng, get ready to die. After coming out of Fortune City, Xian Yuan still wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng, no matter what your special body is, no matter what you could become, I'll kill you and the predictions will just be empty words. Said the thunderbird in the sky somewhere above. Lin Feng, I will find you before you become too strong. There won't be any incredible geniuses in Tiantai. Said Long Tang in the sky somewhere as well. As many people had expected, everyone wanted to kill Lin Feng after the event in Fortune City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1197, Zhengya. Chapter 1197, Zhengya. At that moment, Yiren Lei was in the sky and she was smiling in a resplendent way. Everything will change, said Yiren Lei with a resplendent smile. The diviner had told them everything would change and that a new era was going to start. Celestial dragon body, ancient phoenix body, fire body, brutal dragon body, celestial eyes body, imperial immortal body, the watchers, the 7 assassins, Fengling, Meng Qing, Kong Ming, Lin Feng. All of those people would become the strongest cultivators of the Ba Huang province. Of course, the strongest cultivators of Ba Huang who were disappointed by the diviner would try to destroy the others who had been luckier. In that way, they'd prove how strong they really were and would remain at the top of the rankings. Jun Emoshi, Lin Feng, and so on would be able to rest freely in the future. Surprisingly, Lin Feng is one of the strongest cultivators. I had never heard of him before and neither had many others, said Yiren Lei. Then, she disappeared. Lin Feng and the others were between Fortune City and Sword City, in front of a few palaces. They looked at the mist where Fortune City should have been, and sighed. When would be the next time Fortune City appeared? Meng Qing, Huang Fulong, Xiongqi and the others were standing next to Lin Feng, but Xiongqi was still disguised as the Taoist monk and he seemed unhappy. Little bastard, you'll have to be very careful from now on. Many people will want to kill you, said Xiongqi. I know, said Lin Feng nodding. Even though the diviner had told him his future would be bright, he mentioned that he first had to stay alive. Some people were heading towards them. They were 2 of the 4 most beautiful women of the Ba Huang province, Feng Xian and Shui Baiyao. Lin Feng, I wouldn't have thought that you'd be so strong, said Feng Xian nodding at Lin Feng. You're the same, the diviner told you that if you controlled your emotions, you would be able to reach the clouds. I hope you'll prove him right, replied Lin Feng smiling. Of course, my sister will become an empress, said Fengling sticking out her tongue. Lin Feng looked at Fengling and smiled. From what the diviner had said, it was very probable that Fengling would become incredible. From what the diviner has said, you could become a terrifying cultivator. I hope there won't be any tensions between you and the celestial land of alchemists, said Shui Baiyao, saying what was on her mind. There were some small problems building between Lin Feng and the celestial land of alchemists. If they had known that the diviner would predict such a bright future for Lin Feng, they might not have humiliated him before. If the celestial land of alchemists doesn't attack me anymore, we can be friends, said Lin Feng smiling warmly. Shui Baiyao nodded. She would try her best to maintain friendly relations with Lin Feng. I can't wait to fight against you again someday, Lin Feng. Even though the diviner said you were going to be extremely strong, I hope we'll have the opportunity to fight again. I still need to get my revenge after all, said Shui Baiyao, then she left. Any time, whispered Lin Feng. I also need to take Fengling back to Qi Feng Mountain. After all the things we learnt in Fortune City, we need to practice cultivation in peace for a while. Next time everybody comes out, they'll probably all be extremely strong. Lin Feng, good luck, said Feng Xian smiling in a friendly way. It was rare to see her smile like that. Then, Fengling and Feng Xian left. Of course, nobody knew apart from the geniuses themselves, who had talked to the diviner. Lin Feng, finally. You came out. 2 people had arrived, Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba. They smiled and said, Lin Feng, how are you? What did the diviner tell you? Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba were a bit annoyed. There were too many strong cultivators in Fortune City, and even though they benefited a lot from being there, they had encountered dangerous cultivators a few times and almost died. In the end, they weren't able to go to the 5 elemental areas, so they were blocked outside. But at the end, they saw Lin Feng talking to the diviner from outside. He said, I'd become a great emperor, said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba rolled their eyes. They didn't believe Lin Feng. Becoming a great emperor wasn't that easy. If the diviner told someone they'd become an emperor, that was already not bad. If he said they could become an average emperor, that was even more amazing. They couldn't imagine the diviner telling someone they could become a great emperor. Lin Feng, even if the diviner told you that you don't have the potential to become an emperor, you have to continue taking care of yourself and further your cultivation, said Lin Ruotian, trying to cheer Lin Feng up. Lin Ruotian already thought that having been to the 5 elemental areas and talking to the diviner was already amazing. Even if the diviner had told Lin Feng he couldn't become an emperor, he still had to continue practicing cultivation. At least then he'd have the opportunity to become a strong Zun cultivator. That's right, Lin Feng. Look, Lin Ruotian and I didn't make it to the 5 elemental areas, but we're not giving up either. At least, if that can cheer you up, you're stronger than us, said Meng Ba, tapping Lin Feng's shoulder. He smiled and added, besides, now that you have broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, you'll absolutely become a strong Zun cultivator. You'll even be able to live somewhere in the Bahuang province and have your own clan. I understand, said Lin Feng, smiling and tapping his friend's shoulders. It was useless to tell them anything, they wouldn't believe him anyways. Lin Ruotian and Meng Ba saw that Lin Feng didn't feel sad, so they smiled and said, we're going back to Tiantai to practice cultivation, are you coming with us? You go first. I have some things to do first, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Alright, we're off then, said Meng Ba and Lin Ruotian. They didn't want to make Lin Feng feel sad, so they didn't ask about the diviner again. They would know sooner or later anyways. Lin Feng looked at Huang Fulong and asked, Huang Fulong, do you still intend to join Tiantai? Not anymore. The diviner said I should go explore the world and I believe him. I'm going to travel instead, said Huang Fulong, shaking his head. That was good, they were good friends, but they couldn't be together all the time. Everybody needed to take their own path. After reaching the clouds, they'd be able to see each other often and have fun then. When are you leaving? Now. Lin Feng, take good care of yourself. In the future, Jun Emoshi, you and I will rule over the Bahuang province. We'll also find you in Fei Yang, said Huang Fulong. They bumped fists and then Huang Fulong left. We will, said Lin Feng as he watched disappear into the distance. Little bastard, I'm off too. I need to find a fireplace to practice at. I'll come back to find you, said Xiong Qi. The diviner had told him he'd be with Lin Feng for a while, and that annoyed him. You too, come with me, said Xiong Qi, talking to Duan Wudao and the Dragon King. Alright, don't become too strong too fast, said Lin Feng. Xiong Qi groaned as he left. He needed a powerful fire to level up. Maybe Fire Mountain in the western part of Bahuan would be suitable for him. Where are we going? Asked Meng Qing. To Jiangya, replied Lin Feng. Then, they too left. Someone had made it back to Jiangya before Lin Feng, Jian Wubei. He had questions he wanted to ask the elders of Jiangya. Jiangya's people had heard that the event in Fortune City was over and couldn't wait to hear back about it. Wubei, how did it go? Asked an elder. The diviner told me my future. He said I could become a lower emperor and that I had to change my ways of practicing cultivation, replied Jian Wubei. He wanted to understand what he had done wrong and what he had to change. What about him? Asked the old man. Everybody understood he was talking about Lin Feng. It seemed like he cared more about Lin Feng's future than about Jian Wubei's. Jian Wubei sighed indifferently. His clan only cared about their ancestor's sword. The diviner asked him to become his disciple. He couldn't predict his future because he can decide whatever he wants to do with his life, replied Jian Wubei. The elder's eyes twinkled with sharp lights. As expected, Jiangya had hope. The diviner hadn't been able to predict Lin Feng's future because Lin Feng was their ancestor's sword. Alright, said the old man before asking, how did he reply to the diviner? He said he wanted to wait and talk about it later. Not bad, that's his personality. Even without the diviner, he was equally going to become a monstrous cultivator. said the old man, who's rather excited. He was very satisfied. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1198, Sword Emperor's Path. Chapter 1198, Sword Emperor's Path. When Lin Feng arrived in Jianghe, he realized that the gate was open and found that there were guards at the entrance, waiting for him. Lin Feng remained calm. He was still holding Meng Qing's hand. Meng Qing was surprised though. Jianghe's people were all looking at Lin Feng in such a respectful and polite way. She was curious to know what had happened. And just the opposite, when the strong cultivators of Jianghe saw Meng Qing, they were stunned. The ancestor's sword had come back with a woman? "Young master," said the old leader, bowing. The other elders also bowed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He looked proud as he continued walking past them. "Young master, who is she?" asked the strong cultivator. Lin Feng's Tianji sword suddenly appeared and shot out towards the strong cultivator. Boom! That person was shook, but had blocked the sword with his hand as if it was easy. Even then, he looked scared and said, "Forgive me, young master. The ancestor's sword has an explosive personality." The others were astonished. They thought they were looking at a young emperor Wu Tianjian. They had heard stories of his past, after all. "I told you, I'm now in Lin Feng's body, so I'm Lin Feng. I have my own life, so you can't ask me about my personal life," said Lin Feng coldly. Even though he wasn't that strong compared to the elders, he was still impressive. "I won't," said the old man, lowering his head. When they saw that Lin Feng had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer and how explosive his sword was, they were even more convinced that Jianghe would revive because of him. They had been waiting for this time for thousands of years. Lin Feng groaned coldly and recalled his Tianji sword. Then, Meng Qing, and he continued walking ahead. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm going back to the grave. Nobody can follow me, and besides, from now on, I don't need anyone to guard the grave." Lin Feng was now like a deity in Jianghe, so people listened to him. He then disappeared into the depths of Jianghe. Jian Wubei was behind the crowd and he had watched Lin Feng disappear in the distance, grinding his teeth. He had always hoped he'd be the one who would revive the clan, but Lin Feng was the glorious one now. Everyone only paid attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Jianghe had hoped he'd become the sword slave, now his slaves were Jianghe's people. Why would he be happy about that? Lin Feng took Meng Qing into the grave. The chief from the mud wasn't as dazzling, but the old man was still inside. He looked tired, though. He was sitting on his broom and he looked sad. "Master," said Lin Feng with a faint smile. "You're back," said the old man. He put his hand against the wall and slowly stood up. He seemed to have difficulty standing up. Lin Feng rushed over and helped the old man stand up, then he wiped the dust off the old man's shoulders. The old man smiled and said, "I'm getting old. I don't know when I'll die." The old man coughed with his hands in front of his mouth. He seemed even worse off than last time Lin Feng had been there. He stretched out his hands and looked at them. There was blood on them. The old man hadn't lied about his health before. Master, Lin Feng had always thought the old man had pretended to be sick, but now that he was coughing blood, he wasn't so sure. The old man was a really strong cultivator, so if he was sick, he could be beyond help. "I'm alright, I've been sick for many years," said the old man, smiling. Then he walked towards the depths of the grave. Lin Feng and Meng Qing followed him. They walked towards the room where the sword was buried before. When they entered the room, the door closed itself automatically and the old man sat down again. Lin Feng also sat down. "Is she your girlfriend?" "My wife," replied Lin Feng. "Not bad. You're lucky to have Shueling Long as your wife," said the old man. Meng Qing and Lin Feng glanced at each other. This old man was definitely not ordinary. The old man had recognized Shueling Long at first sight. "Master, your sickness," said Lin Feng. Since the old man had recognized Meng Qing, he was probably incredibly strong, beyond what they could imagine. So his sickness was probably serious. "Don't worry. I've been sick for a long time," said the old man, shaking his head. "Master, let's see if you can use this," said Lin Feng. He shook his hand and a blue jade appeared. It was the tear stain filled with vitality energy. "The tear stain of life," whispered the old man. He smiled and said, "You got it in Fortune City, right? Not bad. But it's not powerful enough for me." "You're very kind though, keep it for yourself." "Not powerful enough." Lin Feng smiled wryly. The old man was probably really sick. Show me how much you progressed in Fortune City. All right. Nodded Lin Feng and took out his Tianji sword and released all its energies. The old man looked surprised and nodded. All right, it must have been difficult. You probably suffered a lot to achieve that. It seems like raising a sword is no problem for you anymore. Raising my sword isn't a problem, but outside of Fortune City, it won't be easy to find places suitable for it, said Lin Feng, recalling his sword. There are opportunities everywhere. I have a series of skills which belong to Emperor Wu Tianjin here. Are you interested? Asked the old man, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. Of course he wouldn't refuse. I am very interested, of course, replied Lin Feng. All right, I'll transmit them to you, said the old man, opening his third eye. A light appeared and moved to Lin Feng's third eye, then, many memories flooded his mind. He calmly inspected them, but his eyes twinkled with sharp sword lights. Cleansing the heart from mortal affairs, at peace with oneself, no sword, no ego, a sword in the hand, defying human and divine laws, said Lin Feng. He sighed and said, the Sword Emperor was a peerless son of heaven. What do you think? Asked the old man to Lin Feng. The emperor had a pure heart, no ego, and he was at peace with himself, but when he had his sword in his hand, he could defy the laws of the universe, said Lin Feng. His words came from his heart. Do you need any sword techniques or skills? Asked the old man. I don't, said Lin Feng, shaking his head before adding, I walk my own path in terms of sword cultivation. I am not as strong as the Sword Emperor was, but I will shape my destiny as a sword cultivator, and someday I'll create my own sword skills, said Lin Feng. The old man smiled and nodded. Emperor Wu Tianjin had never studied ancestors' techniques. He had raised his sword for 10 years, next he had cleansed his heart from impurities, and then he had created his own destiny as a sword cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1199, When you miss me, we can see each other. Chapter 1199, When you miss me, we can see each other. Jenga, Sword Grave. Meng Cheng and Lin Feng were alone now. The old man had gone outside with his broom and was thinking about various things. Lin Feng was wearing a beautiful, dazzling empty space robe. Empty space robe? Lin Feng had been in the grave for 7 days already, and he was modifying that holy weapon the entire time. He could already control empty space abstruse energies, so he could modify that holy weapon to make it more suitable. Even though he could only modify it a little bit because his cultivation level was lacking, he was already very satisfied. Lin Feng's silhouette then suddenly disappeared and then he reappeared again. Now he could hide using his robe by opening the doors to other spaces and coming back. The empty space robe could also help Lin Feng understand empty space energies. Lin Feng took out the tear stain again for a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Such a treasure was precious. He could use it to heal or heal other people. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it on the old man though. Take it, said Lin Feng to Meng Cheng. Last time, she had refused, but now he wanted to force her. With me or with you, is there any difference? Asked Meng Cheng, smiling gently. When Lin Feng saw her smile, his heart melted and he couldn't act firm any longer with her. He just smiled wryly and put it away. Let's leave, said Lin Feng, walking towards the old man. Go, said the old man. His eyes were closed and he said that at the same time as Lin Feng talked. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just bowed in front of the old man and then Meng Cheng, and he left. Young master. An old guard was outside. He bowed respectfully in front of Lin Feng when he saw him. Help me by getting me something to travel with. I need to travel far away and quickly, said Lin Feng coldly and arrogantly. The old man replied politely, please wait, I'll get something for you. I'll wait for you outside of Jenga, said Lin Feng. After a few hours, a few old men came out and a sword appeared in front of Lin Feng. An old man shook his hand and the sword enlarged. It could accommodate 100 people. Genius, thought Lin Feng. He had just said one sentence and Jenga offered him an incredible treasure. Young master, that sword is easy to modify and it's easy to control, plus it's extremely fast. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. He allowed his godly awareness to establish a connection to it. You can go, I'll contact you if I'm in trouble. There will be no need to look for me, said Lin Feng indifferently. After saying that, Meng Cheng and Lin Feng jumped on the sword, and then condensed pure qi around the sword. In a flash, sword qi bellowed out and the sword streaked across the sky. It was even faster than the Yang clan's boats. What a terrifying speed! Thought Lin Feng and Meng Cheng. A strong wind was brushing against them and it slightly hurt. Jiangya was too generous to him. Back in Tiantai, people were gradually coming back. Many of the 81 disciples of the first batch were from rich families, so they had vehicles to travel faster. At the same time, many people throughout Bahuang province were trying to know more about what had happened in Fortune City. However, all they learnt was who had seen the diviner. They knew nothing about who had been shot by the Watcher's golden arrows or what the diviner had said. Nobody was willing to talk about that. Those who had seen the diviner were incredible cultivators, and those who weren't satisfied with the predictions didn't want to mention what had happened. Those who had received incredible predictions were not interested in glory, they were focused on becoming stronger cultivators. Therefore, it was difficult to know what had really happened there. Kong Ming had been shot by 2 golden arrows, so he the diviner had probably predicted an incredible future for him. The crowd was surprised by Jun Mo Shi and Huang Fulon because they weren't amongst the top 10 strongest cultivators of the Bahuang province. They probably possessed special bodies. Bahuang province was quite calm those days. Those who had come back from Fortune City were resting and practicing cultivation in isolation. Next time they'd come out, they'd be even stronger and they'd amaze the entire province. A whistling sword appeared in the sky above Tiantai. Many people raised their heads and saw that gigantic sword. Lin Feng is back. Lin Feng has seen the diviner, said Lin Ruotian to his fellow disciples when he saw Lin Feng riding that giant sword. He, the first Tian level disciple of Tiantai, not bad. I wonder what the diviner told him, said everybody smiling in a friendly way. Then the sword descended, both Lin Feng and Meng Qing jumped off it. Many people were astonished when they saw Meng Qing. She looked like a goddess. Was she really Lin Feng's wife? Lin Feng, brother, tell us what the diviner told you. We're curious. Many people had been stuck outside and had only seen the diviner talking to Lin Feng, they hadn't heard what he said. Everyone who went inside could become an emperor as long as they didn't get killed, that's pretty much what the diviner said, replied Lin Feng smiling. Everybody could become an emperor? How scary, whispered someone. Yes, many people had special bodies, celestial body, phoenix body, brutal dragon body, celestial dragon body, imperial immortal body. Also, many people had asked the diviner to keep his predictions confidential, explained Lin Feng. What about you? What did he tell you? Asked someone smiling. They hoped Tiantai wouldn't be weaker than any of the other groups of influence. He said my wife and I had the potential to become great emperors, said Lin Feng smiling. Everybody's mouth twitched. Then they said, come on, stop showing off. In the Bahuang province, there hasn't been a great emperor for a very long time. Great emperors reign over the world, after all. Stop bragging. Everybody was laughing mockingly because they didn't believe Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and said nothing else. He liked the atmosphere in Tiantai though. At that moment, everything suddenly became very calm because in the distance, someone had appeared. It was a woman who looked both graceful and elegant. Uxin, said Lin Feng when he saw her. Xin Yi? When Meng Qing saw her, she thought it was Xin Yi. I'm not Xin Yi, but seems like I really look like her, said Xiu Uxin shaking her head. My name is Xiu Uxin, are you Lin Feng's wife? You're so beautiful. Why do I have the feeling I know her too, thought Xiu Uxin confused. She had seen them in Fortune City, and the first time she saw Meng Qing, she had had a familiar feeling as if she knew her. You're not Xin Yi. Meng Qing was confused, their chi was different, but why did they look exactly the same? Lin Feng. Xiu Uxin smiled and walked to Lin Feng. He wanted to say something, but Xiu Uxin smiled and said, I came to talk about something else. I want to go back to my clan. You're leaving? Lin Feng was surprised. Indeed, they want me to go back, said Xiu Uxin nodding and smiling. Lin Feng remained silent, he didn't know what to say. I'm off. You and your wife are a perfect match, said Xiu Uxin. Then, she turned around and left. Uxin, said Lin Feng running after her. When are we going to see each other again? Xiu Uxin turned around and smiled in a carefree way, when you miss me, we can see each other again. Then, she took out the boat that Lin Feng had given to her, jumped into it and left waving goodbye to Lin Feng. However, even though she was smiling, Lin Feng saw tears rolling down her face. When you miss me, we can see each other, whispered Lin Feng. Then, Meng Qing sat next to him. She looked at him and she didn't look happy when she said, "You broke a girl's heart." Lin Feng smiled wryly. Lin Feng didn't have time to react. "If you miss her, go and make her come back," said Meng Qing, lowering her hand. Lin Feng grabbed Meng Qing's small hand. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1200, Show You XAN's Drastic Change. Chapter 1200, Show You XAN's Drastic Change. Tiantai was calm as many people were practicing cultivation, especially those who had been to Fortune City. They were enjoying the powerful qi from Tiantai to become stronger. Nobody asked about Fortune City, people only cared about their own cultivation in Tiantai. The direct disciples and the Zun level disciples also had their own things to do. Meng Qing stayed in Lin Feng's palace. There were plenty of historical vestiges, so it was perfect for Meng Qing to practice. Lin Feng wasn't there though. He was on his sword, leaving Tiantai and going north. He needed to find a way to become stronger on the path of sword cultivation. 10 days later, someone saw a gigantic mountain in the northern part of Bahuang burning. Some people said that a young man was practicing cultivation there. He had a dazzling sword and released scorching hot sunfire energies. A month later, a strong wind blew in those mountains. Someone saw a young man sitting cross-legged. He looked to be 20 or 21. He could release wind energies which could kill low-level Zun cultivators. His sword also looked terrifying as his wind energies. However, by the time the crowd had heard about that, the young man had left already. Only some of his energies remained. People couldn't go anywhere near that mountain. Even ordinary Zun cultivators couldn't get near it. 3 months later, on the edge of the Huang Sea, where few people dare go, there was a very strong and violent wind. There were many corpses buried there. They were all decomposing from the desolate qi of the Huang Sea. A middle-aged man walked over there. He was astonished to find 2 silhouettes there. They looked like they were dead, but they also looked like they were still alive. He was curious and decided to go closer. Gulp! The middle-aged man was a cultivator of the first Zun qi layer, but when he saw that, he was astonished and could barely breathe. His face turned deathly pale. Dead people who had come back to life? Tap, tap, he took a few more steps forwards and saw a young man. His hair was messy, but he looked clean otherwise. He looked to be 20 to 21 years old. The young man realized someone was observing him, so he glanced at him calmly. This glance alone made the middle-aged man's heart race. Then, the young man rose up in the air and left. Which incredible group is that young man from? Thought the middle-aged Zun cultivator. He walked further and his face turned even paler. Cursed corpses, the middle-aged man's silhouette immediately flickered. He ran as far and as fast as he could, as if he had seen something beyond terrifying. The young man didn't mind, he was going northwards on the Huang Sea. The Huang Sea's qi didn't affect him, instead, he opened his mouth and swallowed the desolate qi. Finally, the young man saw some boats, but they didn't look as good as those fabricated by boat experts. Those boats seemed like they were made to carry only one person at a time. It was quite rare to see that in the Huang Sea. Whistling sounds spread in the air. Those people on boats raised their heads and saw a young man flying above the Huang Sea. Then, the young man dived straight into the sea. Had he killed himself? Why would an outstanding young man want to kill himself? Thought an old man sighing. That young man looked very young and strong. Maybe he's extremely depressed or injured, otherwise, such an outstanding young man wouldn't kill himself. Maybe his heart is broken, said someone else trying to guess. Gentlemen, look, he's coming back out, he didn't die. At that moment, the crowd was incredulous. The young man came back out of the water. How's that possible? Even low-level Zun cultivators would die if they did that. Those people frowned. Maybe that he didn't want to commit suicide? Gentlemen, he's got a sword with him, said someone else. The young man was surfing the waves and a sword was following behind him. Hurry up, hurry and go find the leader. They were astonished. How come that young man didn't die? Now, he had lied down on the sea. What was he doing? Was he practicing cultivation? Was he studying? However, at some point, he disappeared and they couldn't find him anymore. What's going on? After a short while, a Zun cultivator arrived and asked the cultivators. Master, we saw someone practicing cultivation in the middle of the sea. Said someone. What cultivation level? Peak of the Tian Qi layer. Impossible. Tian level cultivators die when they enter the Huang Sea. I saw it with my own eyes. said a man. I'll go and see, said the cultivator who walked in that direction, came back and shook his head. It's too scary, I can't go either. If there's a wave, it could kill me. I still don't believe you. He can't be a Tian level cultivator, said the old man. They remained silent. Where was that young man? He was so far into the middle of the sea. Time passed slowly. Half a year passed since the end of the events in Fortune City. Some geniuses started to show themselves again. In the northern part of Bahuang, two pieces of gossip shocked the entire province. The first was about Xiu Yuxian, who apparently, half a year before had changed, and in those 6 months had leveled up extremely quickly. She was now either at the very top of the Tian Qi layer or she had already broken through to the Zun Qi layer. Nobody knew what had happened to her exactly. The other gossip was about Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan had apparently gone to Tiantai and had killed any Tian-level cultivator he encountered. He was still furious and felt humiliated because of what had happened before. Some people said he did that because Lin Feng wasn't there. Otherwise, Lin Feng could have killed him already. However, the strong cultivators of Tiantai didn't care and didn't do anything to stop him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.